Xiao Han unexpectedly traversed into the Marvel Universe, acquiring a superhero system upon his arrival. What to do in the Marvel realm? Xiao Han reveals the answer in 2 simple steps. First, awaken the system. Second, I do not consume beef. Chapter 1. The Iron Body Wanda. Northern New York. Hydra's secret research base. Alpha Station. Xiao Han abruptly opened his eyes, the blinding white light prompting him to instinctively shield his face. But in the next moment, he realized he was immobile. His body was ensnared within a cylindrical metallic experimental chamber, his limbs tightly bound by cold glowing alloy restraints. A heavy metal collar encircled his neck, pulsating with a red indicator light. Where am I? Xiao Han's temples throbbed as memories flooded back. He recalled the chaotic journey home from work, the out-of-control dump truck, the shattering windshield, and the agonizing pressure of the steering wheel against his chest. Wasn't I supposed to be dead? Outside the experimental chamber, several figures clad in white protective suits busily operated control panels, their chests adorned with a red skull emblem that made Xiao Han's pupils constrict. Hydra? Is this Marvel? I have traversed? Yet, it was evident that his body remained unchanged. He had not transmigrated. What was happening? Test subject X-137 has awakened. Vital signs stable. A cold female voice resonated through the chamber speaker. Prepare for the 73rd gene serum injection test. Xiao Han struggled fiercely, but the restraints remained unyielding. His gaze swept across the laboratory, through the reinforced glass of the experimental chamber. He saw the walls plastered with diagrams of human anatomy and gene sequences, and in the corner, several empty metallic chambers lay piled, their interiors marked with suspicious black stains. The serum is ready, another male voice announced. Based on the results of the previous 72 experiments, we have adjusted the gene recombination sequence and added a novel catalyst. Let's hope this one survives the first phase. The female researcher responded indifferently. Last month, the cleanup after that test subject exploded took us 2 whole days. Xiao Han's throat tightened. Luckily, he had previously studied a foreign language for a job in international trade. American clients had often complimented his English. He realized he had become a subject of Hydra's human experimentation, and judging by what he had heard, the previous 72 subjects had perished. Injection countdown. 10, 9, 8. Xiao Han twisted his body frantically, the metal restraints digging painfully into his flesh, blood trickling down his wrists. He could not die here, not in such a ludicrous manner. 3, 2, 1. Injection commencing. A mechanical arm extended from the chamber ceiling, its needle glinting ominously as it slowly pierced the vein in Xiao Han's neck. Cold liquid surged into his bloodstream, and he felt his blood boiling instantly. Agonizing pain enveloped him, every nerve screaming in torment. Xiao Han watched as his skin began to crack, muscles swelling and contracting unnaturally, bones grinding in a disconcerting cacophony. Vital signs spiking. Heart rate 200, blood pressure 220/150, brainwave activity abnormally high, surpassing instrument limits. My God, his muscle density has increased by 300. It will explode. Terminate the experiment. Xiao Han's vision was submerged in crimson. He felt his cells being torn apart and restructured, an archaic and ferocious power awakening within him. His consciousness began to fade. The only sound remaining was the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, a cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Life signs anomaly detected. Superhero growth system activated. Host, Xiao Han. Current world. Marvel Universe, Earth 169278. Detected fatal gene mutation threat. Emergency defense protocol initiated. Granted, complete Iron Body DC Superman fusion life code. An unprecedented surge of power erupted from within Xiao Han. Every cell in his body rejoiced, awakening like a giant from slumber. The serum's mutagenic factors that had been tearing him apart melted away before this newfound strength like snow and sunlight. Outside the experimental chamber, monitoring instruments erupted in sparks. What is happening? All instruments are malfunctioning. The subject's vital signs. This is impossible. All readings exceed the limits. Look at the experimental chamber. Within the reinforced glass, Xiao Han slowly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with a crimson glow. The special alloy restraints, capable of restraining a main battle tank, shattered like paper at his gentle TUG. This cannot be. The female researcher stumbled back. That alloy can withstand 500 tons of tension. Xiao Han stood at the center of the shattered experimental chamber, gazing down at his hands. He could feel the surging power within him, a force capable of moving mountains and splitting seas. His super hearing captured the heartbeat of every individual in the base, and his X-ray vision pierced through dozens of layers of steel, each of his cells brimming with nearly limitless energy. This is the power of a superhero. Ding! Host has acquired the complete and growth-capable iron body. Current abilities include, but are not limited to, super strength, biofield including flight, super speed, heat, vision, freezing breath, super hearing, X-ray vision, etc. As the system's prompt faded, the laboratory's blast doors suddenly swung open, and a dozen armed Hydra agents stormed in, their energy weapons aimed squarely at Xiao Han. Do not move. X-137. Immediately kneel with your hands on your head. Fire. Xiao Han slowly raised his head, a smile gracing his lips, in his eyes. The agent's movements appeared as sluggish as snails, and he could clearly perceive the trajectory of each energy projectile hurtling towards him. A dozen blue projectiles were simultaneously fired at Xiao Han, yet upon contact with his biofield, they ricocheted away as if striking an invisible wall. Xiao Han remained unmoved. Not even the hem of his clothing stirred. He exhaled gently, unleashing his freezing breath. A bone-chilling gust swept through the laboratory, instantly encasing all agents in thick layers of ice, preserving their final expressions of terror. Xiao Han approached the control panel, pressing down lightly, the entire alloy console crumpling like clay. The alarm blared throughout the base, red warning lights flashing frantically. Warning: the base is entering Level 1 combat readiness. All combat units, proceed to the area laboratory immediately. Repeat, all combat units. Xiao Han's X-ray vision pierced through layers of walls, revealing hundreds of Hydra soldiers assembling, and further in the distance, 3 heavy mechs were powering up. He smiled slightly, his body beginning to levitate. Just in time to test my strength, he crashed through the laboratory ceiling like a cannonball, breaking through 12 layers of reinforced concrete floors, directly plunging into the central hall of the base. The Hydra soldiers didn't even comprehend what had transpired before being hurled away by the shockwave. There, fire, hundreds of energy beams intertwined to form a net of death, yet not a single projectile touched the hem of Xiao Han's clothing. He hovered in the center of the hall, a flash of red light igniting in his eyes. Heat vision swept across the area. Hydra's heavy armor was sliced through like butter, supporting columns melted into molten iron, and the entire base began to tremble violently. Xiao Han flew toward one of the mechs, effortlessly grasping its 30-ton bulk with one hand, and hurled it like a toy toward the other two. Boom! The 3 mechs collided, erupting into a fiery inferno. The shockwave overturned half of the base's roof, and sunlight streamed through the gaping holes, casting its rays upon Xiao Han, who felt his strength surge anew. Monster! This is a monster! The surviving commander of Hydra collapsed on the ground, his trembling handgun betraying his fear. Xiao Han descended before the commander, his superhuman hearing capturing a conversation from a secure channel deep within the base. Initiate the self-destruct sequence. We cannot allow the test subject to escape. But sir, there still are people inside the base. Execute the order. Countdown to detonation. 60 seconds. Xiao Han shook his head and instantaneously flew before the commander. You would sacrifice your own people? For the grand cause of Hydra, sacrifice is essential. The commander cackled madly. You cannot escape. Everything within a 5-kilometer radius will be reduced to rubble. Long live Hydra. With a sigh, Xiao Han suddenly soared into the sky, crashing through hundreds of meters of rock to reach the surface. His gaze locked onto the core reactor of the subterranean base. He took a deep breath. Frost breath. A frigid wave of absolute zero surged through the passageway, instantly freezing the entire reactor. Just as the self-destruct sequence was initiated, it was forcibly halted, transforming the base into a colossal ice sculpture. Chapter 2. I shall do as I please. Xiao Han hovered high above, gazing down at the Hydra base beneath him. With his current power, a mere breath could reduce this place to rubble. Yet a thought suddenly crossed his mind, prompting him to descend. He landed in the command center of the base and located the database for the serum project. After a swift perusal, Xiao Han discovered that he had been randomly selected. Hydra had found his corpse at the accident scene, yet for reasons unknown, life signs persisted, leading them to bring him back as a test subject. So, I simply had bad luck. A car accident thrust me into the Marvel Universe? Xiao Han furrowed his brow. Beep. Host inquiry detected. Additional information. The host selection was not fortuitous. The system noted anomalies in the space-time structure of this universe, with quantum fluctuations occurring at the point of the host's death. Xiao Han shook his head. Speak plainly. In simpler terms, host, you were meant to perish, but the universe encountered a glitch. Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle. So, I'm a glitch now? He closed the database and soared back into the air. Sunlight bathed him, and his blue experimental suit billowed in the wind. Suddenly, he realized that he now possessed the power to change the world, given a second chance at life. He gazed toward the far-off direction of New York. A superhero? No, I shall do as I please. Xiao Han lifted his head, his gaze resolute. As he departed, a surge of energy obliterated the base beneath him. He broke through the sound barrier, leaving a swirling white wake in the air, vanishing into the horizon. Above New York, clouds parted silently as a figure streaked past. Xiao Han descended onto the rooftop of an abandoned factory in Queens, the cold wind brushing against his thin Hydra experimental suit. Rubbing his temples, his superhuman hearing unfurled like an invisible radar net, instantly flooding his ears with the cacophony of the city. Gold will arrive at the docks tonight. This batch has a purity of 92, trading at the usual spot. The Black Mask Gang is making a deal tonight. Countless criminal whispers filtered through Xiao Han's ears. 3 minutes later, he pinpointed a suitable target, a strip club in Brooklyn called Red Snapper, where the Irish mob had hidden illicit gains from the past 3 months in the underground level. Glancing at a passerby's watch, he noted the time, 1:17 a.m. New York time, a perfect time for action. A glint of amusement flashed in his eyes as he vanished from his spot. In the club's back alley, 2 bodyguards were smoking. Heard boss Devin recently acquired some Stark Industries weapon prototypes? Hush, don't mention that. The goods are hidden in the vault. Before the last word could escape, a gentle breeze swept through. Bodyguard suddenly felt a chill at his neck, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed, never to awaken again. Bodyguard B, reaching for his side, was met with the sight of an Asian youth standing before him, his eyes gleaming with an eerie red light. Silence, if you wish to live, the youth commanded, his voice resonating with an uncanny echo. Bodyguard B's pupils dilated, understood. Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction, delivering a swift strike that sent him to meet his maker. The super speed allowed him to traverse layers of security as if he were in an uninhabited realm, with all surveillance cameras inexplicably malfunctioning as he passed. Before the vault door, Xiao Han's X-ray vision penetrated the 30-centimeter thick alloy door, revealing its internal structure. With focused precision, his thermal gaze severed 12 locking bolts without triggering any alarms. The sight within the vault raised his eyebrows, in addition to piles of cash. 3 metallic boxes emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo rested in a corner. Casually, he opened one, revealing a prototype of some weapon. He took a photograph of the weapon with his phone, which he had pilfered from the unconscious bodyguard. Discarding the unsightly upper garment of the experimental suit, he stored everything in his system space, ample enough for his needs for a while. As a superhuman, he harbored no fear of pursuit. Yet he was not without his share of troubles. He was no reaper, and not every encounter warranted death. Such a crude method of earning was indeed a singular occurrence. Just as he was about to leave, his super hearing suddenly detected unfamiliar electronic sounds emanating from upstairs. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Han utilized his X-ray vision to observe the VIP room on the 3rd floor, where Black Widow was interrogating the club owner. "Where's your smuggling chain?" Natasha's voice was icy. "I swear to God, I don't know. We only engage in ordinary human trafficking." Xiao Han shook his head, choosing not to meddle further. Silently, he departed, leaving no trace behind. At 5 a.m., in a high-end apartment in Midtown Manhattan, a weary real estate agent opened the door, only to find a well-dressed young Asian man standing at the threshold. "I wish to rent this unit." The youth presented a stack of cash, insisting on immediate payment. The agent, noticing the exact sum of 6 months' rent totaling $960,000 in his hands, became instantly alert. "Don't you want to see the apartment first?" "No need," the young man replied, a smile flickering across his face, his eyes seemingly glimmering with a hint of blue light. 2 hours later, Xiao Han luxuriated in the massage bathtub of his new home, 3 newly acquired laptops floating before him. His super brain absorbed information from this world at an astonishing pace. Iron Man had just revealed his identity, Captain America remained unfrozen, and Spider-Man had saved someone. Xiao Han murmured to himself, fingers dancing across the keyboard as he typed out a series of codes. 10 minutes later, he had successfully crafted a flawless new identity. Xiao Han, a Chinese-American orphan, MIT dropout, now a freelance programmer. Alas, regardless of the world, obtaining a Chinese ID was no easy feat with superhuman abilities at his disposal. He contemplated 3 options. First, wear his underwear outside and head to the White House to command the president back to farming. However, Xiao Han had no interest in such matters. The president was too much of a hassle. Second, he could take off directly to the sun for a decade or so, waiting for Thanos to reduce him to nothing with a single blow. Yet, he had not even begun to relish life, so that option was also dismissed. Lastly, he could play the dutiful superhero and earn a good citizen card. After some contemplation, he decided against that as well. He was not Clark Kent, endowed with such lofty morals. Unless some whim struck him one day, he could not envision himself engaging in such acts. Thus, he had but one choice, to pursue his heart's desires. Xiao Han chose not to dwell on such matters, instead approaching the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze down upon New York. The sunlight illuminated his sharply defined features, revealing a pair of eyes as deep as the abyss. "First, I shall familiarize myself with the world," he murmured softly. His extraordinary vision penetrated through several city blocks, where he observed a red-haired journalist inside the Daily Bugle diligently crafting an article about Iron Man elsewhere. A one-eyed African-American fixated on the energy readings displayed on a screen. At the pinnacle of Oscorp Tower, the Green Goblin, Osborn, was engrossed in some research. A smile graced Xiao Han's lips. Amid the treacherous Marvel universe, he aspired neither to be a hero nor a villain. Yet one thing was certain. When he was ready, the entire world would come to know of a deity's existence. And for now he craved a cup of coffee and more detailed intelligence about the world. Chapter 3. The Superbrain. On the outskirts of New York, in an abandoned industrial zone, Xiao Han stood upon a desolate expanse, surrounded by crumbling walls and rusted machinery. This site had once been home to a chemical plant, now reduced to concrete debris and overgrown weeds. "System, display my ability panel," he silently commanded. Ding. Host ability panel has been generated. Host, Xiao Han. Current ability, complete iron body, evolvable. Strength level, capable of effortlessly lifting 1 million tons, evolvable. Defense level, immune to conventional physical attacks, able to withstand the impact of a nuclear explosion at ground zero without harm. Magical resistance is comparatively weaker than physical defense. Negligible against ordinary sorcerers, such as the Ancient One. Speed level, can reach a maximum of 0.3 in space, 200 Mach within the atmosphere. Energy reservoir, continuously charging from yellow solar radiation, current energy level at 97. Special abilities, heat vision, maximum temperature equivalent to the sun's surface. Freezing breath, approaching absolute zero. Bioforce field, able to protect or control contact objects. X-ray vision, capable of penetrating all materials except lead. Super hearing, able to listen directionally on a global scale. Weakness, kryptonite can weaken the host, potentially leading to death. However, the host can disregard this weakness. As long as one does not wish to perish, no one can utilize kryptonite against him. Not even in smoke, as the bioforce field serves as a barrier. Xiao Han nodded slightly, surveying his surroundings. He needed to test his abilities without attracting the attention of S, H, I, L, D, or Hydra. First, he would assess his strength. He approached a dilapidated concrete structure and placed one hand against the wall. The bioforce field expanded, enveloping the entire building's framework. Then, he gently lifted. Boom! The entire structure was raised effortlessly by his single hand, the steel reinforcing bars emitting a piercing, distorted sound. Yet under his precise control of the bioforce field, not a single shard of debris fell. The weight was approximately 8,000 tons, and it posed no challenge. Though the system has clearly stated my strength, I feel unsettled without a personal trial, Xiao Han mused. Strength test completed, current weightlifting limit, not yet reached maximum. He gently placed the structure back in its original position, the ground barely registering any tremor. Next came the speed. Xiao Han took a deep breath, slightly bending his legs, and then boom! A sonic boom erupted as his figure vanished in an instant. 19 seconds later, he was hovering above the Atlantic, gazing down at the ocean surface. It was astonishingly swift. Xiao Han felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. System, calculate my recent speed. Speed test result, approximately 180 Mach. Warning, high-speed movement generates sonic booms and thermal radiation, potentially detectable by satellites, but the host need not worry. The biofield can suppress sound. Xiao Han nodded, adjusting his posture as he swiftly returned to the outskirts of New York. He intended to test his heat vision and freezing breath. Fixing his gaze upon a distant hill, he focused intently. Zing! 2 slender beams of red light shot forth, precisely slicing through the mountainside, the rocks silently melting into magma. Immediately after, he inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Whoosh! An icy gust swept through, instantly freezing the lava into glassy black crystals. His control was commendable. Satisfied, Xiao Han nodded and commanded the system to display energy consumption data. Heat vision, low power energy consumption 001. Freezing breath, single-use energy consumption 0005. Nearly negligible. Xiao Han chuckled. Now what about super hearing? He closed his eyes, focusing his mind. In an instant, a multitude of sounds flooded his ears. The wail of police sirens in downtown New York, the clamor of crowds, the rumble of the subway. Further away, the political debates of Washington, D.C., radio communications from military bases, and even discussions from a clandestine meeting on the other side of the globe. Xiao Han's superbrain automatically filtered out communications related to S-H-I-L-D. He began to seek a target, and soon intercepted a segment of encrypted dialogue. The Hydra base had been destroyed, energy readings were anomalous. There were no witnesses, and all surveillance had failed. Director Fury demanded further investigation, but leads were scant. Xiao Han smiled. It appeared S-H-I-E-L-D was indeed searching for him, yet they were at a loss. He attempted to listen in on Hydra communications, but their encryption was more robust, yielding only fragmented information. Winter Soldier on standby. Target may possess super speed. Preparations ahead of schedule. Indeed, Hydra was more vigilant than S-H-I-L-E. Xiao Han opened his eyes, yet they had not located him either. He decided to test another ability, his superbrain. System. Retrieve the current world's technological tree. Focus. Energy technology, material science. Ding. Analyzing. Marvel Universe technology level. Certain fields far exceed that of the real world. Key technologies. Arc reactor, Tony Stark, vibranium, Wakanda, Pym particles, Hank Pym, super soldier serum, left by Dr. Erskine. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. If I could master these technologies combined with my abilities, after a moment of contemplation, he resolved to engage with the core technologies of this world. Standing in the desolate heart of a chemical factory, surrounded by an eerie silence, the only sound was the wind whispering through the rusted metal. He closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. The steel body endowed him with an almost invincible defense, while his super-intellect granted him a virtually limitless capacity for learning. Yet at this moment, he became acutely aware of a fundamental issue. He did not genuinely comprehend the knowledge encapsulated within these technologies. A super-intellect, you say? I yearn to explore authentic knowledge. Thus, the first step, foundational science. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening as his supervision activated. New York Public Library. His sight pierced through dozens of kilometers, honing in on the library's collection area. The inscriptions on the shelves became distinctly legible to him. Even the minutest printed characters could be magnified and deciphered by his extraordinary vision. Titles, such as University Physics, Introduction to Quantum Mechanics, and Fundamentals of Biochemistry, sprang into focus. His pupils constricted slightly as his visual neurons scanned each page's content at an astonishing pace, his super-intellect absorbing information like a sponge. Molecular structures, electromagnetic theory, thermodynamic laws, DNA, encoding. These concepts surged into his consciousness like a torrent, yet he felt no disarray. On the contrary, his mind integrated this information with remarkable efficiency, constructing a coherent framework of scientific understanding. Within mere minutes, he had mastered the entirety of humanity's foundational scientific knowledge. Next came the second step, advanced technology and reverse engineering. Now he sought something deeper. His target, the laboratories of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. His supervision penetrated walls, locking onto a high-level lab still operational in the dead of night. Graduate students were fine-tuning a miniature nuclear magnetic resonance machine, while complex quantum computing models scrolled across the computer screens. Xiao Han's gaze swept over every line of code and experimental parameter, his brain automatically deducing the principles behind them. So this is how the confinement field for controllable nuclear fusion is constructed. He required no experimental apparatus, for his superintellect itself was the most formidable simulator. He could construct a virtual laboratory within his consciousness, simulating any conceivable experimental outcome. Following this, the third step, the arcane technologies of the Marvel Universe. He was now prepared to delve into the unique technologies of this realm. The arc reactor of Stark Industries. His gaze traversed the city, fixing upon the private laboratory atop Stark Tower. Tony Stark was adjusting the output power of the next-generation reactor. Xiao Han's supervision delved into the core, observing the flow of plasma and the arrangement of the energy conversion matrix. His brain instinctively deciphered the underlying physical laws and deduced a more optimized structure. Palladium is merely a transitional element. The true breakthrough should be. His thoughts raced, constructing a novel reactor model in his mind, one that surpassed Stark's version in both efficiency and stability. Vibranium's molecular structure. His attention shifted to the United Nations headquarters, where a Wakandan diplomat's suitcase concealed a small sample of vibranium. Adjusting his supervision to atomic-level resolution, he beheld the unique lattice structure of vibranium in its entirety. This metal's vibrational frequency can absorb kinetic energy. He endeavored to simulate the properties of vibranium in his mind, deducing its behavior under various conditions. Soon, he grasped the operational principles and even began to contemplate the artificial synthesis of similar materials, the quantum effects of Pym particles. Ultimately, His gaze settled upon Hank Pym's old warehouse. The data logs of the Pym particle experiments were secured within a safe, yet posed no obstacle to Xiao Han's extraordinary perceptual abilities. He observed the quantum tunneling effects of the particles, his mind autonomously calculating the mathematical principles governing their spatial compression. It became evident that shrinking was not a reduction in mass, but a folding of dimensions. He began to independently deduce theories, and as dawn broke, Xiao Han opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips. He did not rely on any systems nor left behind traces of intrusion. Utilizing solely his super intellect and extraordinary vision, he accomplished a comprehensive leap from fundamental science to cutting-edge technology. Now, he possessed not only the strength of steel body, but also the knowledge capable of altering the world. Next, he gazed toward the distant skyline, realizing it was time to conduct some experiments. Chapter 4. The homemade reactor outskirts of New York at dawn. As the first light of day emerged, Xiao Han stood at the center of an abandoned factory, his feet resting upon shattered concrete, surrounded by scattered remnants of rusted metal. His super intellect continued to operate at high speed, assimilating and optimizing the vast body of knowledge he had recently absorbed. Now, he needed to put theory into practice. Knowledge existed merely in theory. True power resided in its application. Xiao Han surveyed his surroundings. He needed to create a rudimentary laboratory devoid of high-tech equipment, for he himself was the most precise instrument. His eyes glowed faintly, two slender beams of thermal vision piercing through the debris, accurately slicing the discarded metal on the ground. The rust evaporated under the intense heat, leaving behind pure steel blocks. With a swift motion, he grasped the molten metal, enveloped in a biological force field, molding it into a workbench, supports, and fundamental tools as if sculpting with clay. He inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, as an extremely cold airflow condensed a crystalline film of ice nearing absolute zero upon the surface of the workbench. This would simulate a low-temperature, superconducting environment. While Tony Stark's arc reactor relied on palladium, Xiao Han had deduced a superior alternative. He closed his eyes, adjusting his auditory frequency to capture vibrations from deep within the Earth's crust. Moments later, he pinpointed an underground vein, uranium-238, though not sufficiently pure. However, it contained thorium. He bent his legs slightly and, in an instant, shattered the sound barrier, vanishing into the horizon. 3 seconds later, he found himself in a desolate desert. His hand plunged into the ground. Boom! The crust was torn apart as he extracted an unrefined ore from hundreds of meters beneath the surface. His eyes illuminated once more as a high-temperature plasma beam precisely stripped away impurities, leaving only a few grams of pure thorium-232, more stable than plutonium, with a longer half-life and greater energy output. Returning to the abandoned factory, he embedded the thorium crystal within the framework of his homemade reactor. His supervision adjusted the magnetic confinement structure, ensuring the plasma operated stably. A hum resonated as a pale blue light illuminated the reactor core, the energy readings climbing steeply. He had succeeded. A smirk appeared on Xiao Han's lips, as the output efficiency was 27 times that of the Stark version. The vibranium of Wakanda is exceedingly rare in the market. Thus, he requires a quantifiable alternative material. Recalling the atomic structure of vibranium, he endeavors to replicate its energy-absorbing properties using existing elements. With a framework of carbon nanotubes, he incorporates rare earth elements and rearranges the lattice through high-frequency vibrations. His hands hover as he precisely manipulates the micro-level material combinations with a biofield. Soon, a dark silver metallic sheet takes shape in his palm. He picks up a discarded steel plate and strikes the new material. Clang! The steel plate warps and deforms, while the silver sheet remains utterly unscathed, not even a scratch. The energy absorption effect approaches 80% of vibranium's capability, yet at a fraction of the cost. He nods in approval. It will suffice for the time being. Dr. Erskine's serum enhances human capabilities, albeit with significant side effects. Xiao Han resolves to optimize it. In his mind, he constructs a molecular model of the serum, eliminating unstable genetic fragments and redesigning the amino acid sequences. He removes the detrimental side effects associated with enhanced personality traits, preserving only the pure physiological enhancements. Instead of direct injection, he first simulates the human response using the biofield. Once safety is confirmed, he injects the modified serum into a passing wild rabbit. Bang! The rabbit's muscles slightly swell, yet its behavior remains docile, with a noticeable increase in speed and strength. Success. Xiao Han stores the remaining serum. It may prove useful in the future. The spatial compression technology of Pym particles is perilously dangerous, yet he needs to grasp its principles. He adjusts the focus of his pupils, allowing his gaze to penetrate the microscopic scale and observe the quantum fluctuations in a vacuum. Each spatial fold leaves behind a trace. He attempts to simulate the effects of PIM particles with a biofield, enveloping a piece of metal. Whoosh! The metal instantly shrinks to the nanoscale, but quickly reverts to its original state. It is still not sufficiently stable, yet at least demonstrates feasibility. Xiao Han collects all experimental results and gazes towards the distant skyline of New York. There are numerous variables in this world, including S, H, I, E, L, D, Hydra, and Stark Industries. After a moment of contemplation, he concludes that to truly seize control, he requires a stronghold and allies. Upon completing these tasks, he realizes that with such formidable power, he need not act on his own accord. He merely needs to find the wealthiest or most intelligent individuals in this world and offer them a trivial benefit in exchange for their servitude. His gaze penetrates through layers of obstacles, landing upon Tony Stark, who is engrossed in experiments within his laboratory. It is time to enter the city. A smile graces Xiao Han's lips. New York, Stark Industries Expo. Amidst the throng of the expo, Xiao Han stands, his dark hair slightly tousled, adorned in a well-tailored deep gray suit, exuding the aura of a young and discreet scholar. He had intended to use the biofield to subtly adjust his facial contours, softening his features to be less conspicuous. Yet, upon reflection, he considers that he is already superhuman. Why concern himself with such trivialities? At the center of the expo, Tony Stark stands before a holographic projection, showcasing the next generation of clean energy technology, the Stark Arc Reactor's civilian application plan. Imagine a future where every household possesses its own miniature nuclear reactor, liberating us entirely from the dependency on the power grid. Tony opened his arms wide, and the audience erupted in applause. Xiao Han smiled subtly, his gaze fixed upon the projection of the reactor. Its efficiency was merely a third of mine. After the expo concluded, Xiao Han did not depart. Instead, he made his way towards the research and development area of Stark Industries. He paused before an experimental arc generator, deliberately shaking his head. The magnetic confinement method is flawed. The plasma dissipation rate is excessively high, he murmured, ensuring that the engineers nearby could hear him. Indeed, a technical supervisor approached with a furrowed brow. Sir, this device is Stark Industries' latest design. There can be no issues. Xiao Han raised his eyes, his tone calm. Adjusting the current distribution in the polar field coils could enhance efficiency by 17. The supervisor was momentarily taken aback, ready to refute, when a familiar voice interrupted from behind. Interesting, do continue. Tony Stark had appeared behind them, holding a glass of whiskey, observing Xiao Han with keen interest. Tony raised an eyebrow. Which lab are you from? MIT? CERN? Xiao Han shook his head, an independent researcher. Tony scoffed. Come now. Such advanced plasma physics cannot be comprehended by a self-taught individual. Xiao Han did not argue. Instead, he retrieved a miniature device from the inner pocket of his suit. It was his homemade thorium-based reactor, no larger than 2 fingers, yet it emitted a steady blue glow. Tony's smile faltered. What is this? An improved version of the arc reactor, Xiao Han replied nonchalantly. Thorium fuel, optimized magnetic confinement, energy density increased by 27 times, half-life extended by 400. Tony's pupils constricted slightly. He reached out to take the device, and the sensors at his fingertips immediately registered astonishing readings. Jarvis, scan this. The AI's voice echoed in his ear. Sir, the energy output of this device indeed far exceeds our latest model, with reduced radiation. Tony's gaze fixed on Xiao Han, his expression shifting from playful to sharp. Who exactly are you? Xiao Han smiled gently. A person intrigued by the energy revolution. Tony fell silent for 2 seconds before breaking into a broad grin. All right, mysterious sir. Care for a drink? 10 minutes later, the two were seated at the private bar on the top floor of Stark Tower. Tony swirled his glass. So, you suddenly appear with a reactor superior to mine. Are you looking to sell the patent or apply for a job? Xiao Han shook his head. Neither. I am merely curious. Given your technological prowess, why are you still using palladium? Tony narrowed his eyes. The purification and stabilization of thorium is not so simple. Indeed, Xiao Han nodded. But if combined with the vibrational absorption properties of vibranium, the critical temperature issue could be resolved. Tony's fingers stilled. You know about vibranium? The most stable metal on Earth. A national treasure of Wakanda. Xiao Han took a sip of his drink. However, I have recently developed a substitute material with performance close to 80. Tony set down his glass, his tone turning dangerous. Jarvis, pull up all classified files on vibranium. Jarvis responded, S, H, I, E, L, D. Encrypted files, access restricted. Tony stared at Xiao Han, Ordinary people could not possibly be aware of the existence of vibranium. Xiao Han met his gaze. I'm not an ordinary person. Chapter 5. The Collision of Arrogance and Divine Power. New York. Stark Tower, top floor. Tony Stark swirled his glass, the amber liquid glimmering under the light. He squinted, scrutinizing the young man before him, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let me guess, Tony drawled. Are you a scientist who escaped from some laboratory? Or perhaps the latest consultant for S-H-I-E-L-D? Xiao Han remained unperturbed, calmly observing him. I want a 15% stake in Stark Industries. Tony scoffed. Look at this naive guest, Jarvis. With access to superior technology, yet fixated on my shares. I do not require money, Xiao Han replied coolly. What I seek are resources, channels, and legitimate identity. In exchange, I can assure you that you will face no life-threatening dangers for the rest of your days. Tony set down his glass, spreading his hands in an exaggerated manner. Wow, what a touching deal. Too bad, Tony Stark, do not need anyone's protection. Xiao Han sighed softly. It seems you need to witness something firsthand. Suddenly, Tony's smartwatch flickered with a red light, detecting abnormal energy fluctuations. In the next moment, Xiao Han's eyes radiated a brilliant golden glow. Zing! Boom! Two beams of intense heat pierced through the bulletproof glass of Stark Tower, striking a distant abandoned factory with precision. The resounding explosion echoed as a building in the industrial area was engulfed in flames. Tony sprang to his feet, his pupils dilating. Jarvis, energy readings. Sir, the temperature of the beam reached 5,500 degrees Celsius, equivalent to the surface of the sun. Tony's breath quickened, but he quickly forced himself to regain composure. Quite the trick, a laser weapon? Or some kind of energy projection device. Xiao Han did not respond. Instead, he slowly levitated off the ground, his black suit billowing slightly in the still air. Tony's expression finally shifted. Anti-gravity technology? Xiao Han smiled faintly. No, it is pure power. Before Tony could react, Xiao Han appeared before him in an instant, gripping his shoulder. Wait, what are you doing? Bang! The sound barrier shattered as the two soared into the sky at a velocity beyond human perception. 5 seconds later, Tony's eardrums felt as if they were being torn apart by the pressure differential, and he gasped for breath, realizing he was now standing in Earth's orbit. In the pitch-black cosmos, the blue planet slowly rotated beneath their feet. Wait, I'm going to die. Stark's face turned ashen. Xiao Han glanced at him and waved his hand, enveloping Tony in a golden force field. Tony Stark, genius, billionaire, playboy, Iron Man, stood there, staring in childlike awe at the scene before him. This is impossible, he murmured. Xiao Han's calm voice echoed in his ear. Now, do you still think I'm speaking nonsense? Tony turned his head stiffly, gazing at the man who had effortlessly propelled him beyond the atmosphere. He no longer questioned why space could converse. Who exactly are you? Xiao Han's clothing billowed in the vacuum, undisturbed by any breeze, while a radiant halo of sunlight formed behind him. Haven't you already deduced it? Tony's throat constricted as he struggled to articulate the name. Superman? Xiao Han shrugged. Correct, but there is no reward. Upon returning to Stark Tower, Tony slumped onto the sofa, his fingers trembling slightly. As a leading scientist, he understood all too well the implications. Breaking through the atmosphere, enduring the searing heat of re-entry. These were realms humanity had yet to conquer. Are you really Superman? Tony's voice was parched. Xiao Han's gaze deepened. I suppose so. You may refer to me as Superman. Like in the comics? A Kryptonian? Bestowed with powers by a yellow sun? Tony instinctively began to analyze. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Close enough. However, my story is far more intricate. Tony suddenly seized upon the crux. Wait, you mentioned that the transaction involves shares of Stark Industries? With your capabilities? You could, because I do not wish to rule the world. Tony, Xiao Han interrupted. I require a legitimate identity, a platform for operation. And you are the most suitable candidate. 15% of the shares, in exchange for you never having to worry about being kidnapped, assassinated, or threatened again. Tony remained silent for a long while, and finally, he lifted his head, his eyes devoid of arrogance, replaced by a complex expression. Deal. For the next half hour, Tony, like a voracious student, incessantly posed a myriad of questions. Xiao Han patiently answered some while cleverly evading others. So you can hear the sounds of the entire Earth? See what lies behind the walls? A sudden thought crossed Tony's mind, and his expression turned peculiar. Then you must. Rest assured, I have no interest in the privacy of others, Xiao Han replied with exasperation. Tony walked to the bar, poured himself a drink, and downed it in one gulp. The alcohol somewhat calmed his nerves. 15% of the shares, he murmured, the board will go mad. You could say I represent some offshore fund, Xiao Han suggested, or simply declare it a personal decision. Suddenly, Tony revealed his characteristic sly smile. How about this? First, help me resolve a small issue to prove your sincerity. Xiao Han had anticipated this step, yet he was not inclined to take matters into his own hands. The reactor in your chest is poisoning you. Tony instinctively touched the arc reactor embedded in his chest. True, but I've exhausted the periodic table. The Expo model your father left behind holds the answer. Xiao Han said softly. Tony's head snapped up, shock flickering in his eyes. How do you know? Trust me, inspect that model. Xiao Han urged as he stood. Tomorrow at this time, I shall return. We will discuss the shares in detail then. Before Tony could respond, Xiao Han's figure had vanished into the night sky, leaving only the gently swaying curtains behind. Tony stood still for a long moment before suddenly addressing the empty room. Jarvis, retrieve all data from a 1974 Stark Expo. Ready, sir, the artificial intelligence responded. Shall I contact Miss Pepper now? Tony shook his head, his face lighting up with an excitement not seen in ages. No, prepare the car for me first. I need to visit the warehouse. As Tony drove towards the warehouse, alarms blared at SHIELD headquarters. Nick Fury fixed his gaze on the figure breaking through the atmosphere on the satellite screen, a dangerous glint flashing in his solitary eye. Find him, Fury instructed Black Widow on the other end of the screen before anyone else. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit conference room, Alexander Pierce was observing the same footage. The Winter Soldier program is temporarily on hold, he commanded over the phone. We need to reassess this individual's threat level. In the night sky, Xiao Han hovered above the clouds, his super hearing capturing every conversation related to him on Earth. He was aware of the turbulence he had stirred, but that was precisely what he desired. The game has begun, he murmured, blending into the brilliant tapestry of stars as he soared further towards the sun. Chapter 6. The Son of the Sun. Xiao Han broke through Earth's atmosphere, his black combat suit drifting silently in the vacuum of space. He glanced back at the receding blue planet, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Stark Industries satellite appeared as a flickering point of light in his view. Adjusting his stance, he unleashed his super speed, leaving a faint glow in the dark expanse of space. Moments later, he hovered beside a silver-gray artificial satellite. The surface of the satellite bore the prominent Stark Industries logo, its solar panels glimmering under the stellar light. Xiao Han grinned, flashing a peace sign at the satellite surveillance camera as a memento. Turning his gaze towards the colossal fireball at the center of the solar system, he declared, now, let us meet the true sun. Leaning forward, a golden aura formed around his body as a biological force field emerged. In the next instant, Xiao Han transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the sun at astonishing speed. As the distance closed, the sun transitioned from a small point of light to an overwhelming blazing sphere occupying his entire field of vision. Even with Xiao Han's steel-like physique, he began to experience a sharp rise in temperature. System, analyze my current energy absorption efficiency. Ding. Host detected absorbing yellow solar radiation. Energy reserves increasing. Current efficiency, 137. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. While on Earth, his energy absorption efficiency peaked at 100, but now it had surpassed that limit. It appeared that proximity to the sun indeed facilitated a qualitative leap. When he was merely 1 million kilometers from the solar surface, he came to a halt. Even he felt the immense heat pressing down on him. His skin began to redden, akin to metal being seared in a furnace. Not close enough. Xiao Han gritted his teeth and pressed onward. 500,000 kilometers, 300,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers. The temperature soared to unimaginable extremes. Xiao Han's skin began to radiate an extraordinary golden sheen, as if adapting to this extreme environment. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in Xiao Han's mind. Yet he could not divert his focus. All his attention was devoted to resisting the most tempestuous energy source in the universe. When he was merely 10,000 kilometers from the sun's surface, Xiao Han finally halted. This distance constituted an absolute death zone for human technology. However, for him, it was the most favorable breeding ground for evolution. Here, Xiao Han spread his arms wide, allowing the solar plasma storm to envelop him. Every cell within him rejoiced, greedily absorbing this nearly limitless energy. The numbers surged. Energy reserves, 300, 500, 1,000. Xiao Han felt an unprecedented power surging within him. His eyes transformed into a pure golden hue. The temperature of his thermal vision skyrocketed, and the range of his biological force field expanded tenfold. Yet it was still insufficient. He yearned to venture deeper. Xiao Han made a reckless decision. He inhaled deeply, despite the absence of air in space, and then, like a diver, plunged headlong into the sun's surface. In an instant, The world morphed into pure light and heat. The environment within the sun surpassed any human imagination, with temperatures soaring to 15 million degrees Celsius and pressures 25 billion times that of Earth's surface. Here, hydrogen nuclei fused into helium under extreme conditions, releasing immeasurable energy. Xiao Han felt as if he had plunged into a golden ocean, surrounded by boiling plasma. His skin began to develop minute fissures, yet they were instantly mended by the newly generated energy. Warning: the host's body is undergoing fundamental reorganization. Steel body evolution in progress. 15. It was a sensation of unparalleled comfort, akin to being enveloped in a hot spring. Time slipped away moment by moment, and Xiao Han became wholly immersed in the evolutionary process. His cellular structure was reorganizing, atomic arrangements optimizing, and energy pathways expanding. Steel body evolution completion. 100. New ability unlocked. Material reorganization beginner. Meanwhile, in the Stark Industries laboratory, the lights had been ablaze for over 30 hours. Tony Stark stood before the workbench, the dark circles under his eyes revealing his prolonged wakefulness. 3 holographic projectors operated simultaneously, showcasing 2 distinctly different armor designs. Adjust the curvature of the chest plate by another 0.5 degrees. Tony instructed the air, his fingers gliding across the holographic display. Eliminate all facial obstructions. I want his expression to be clearly visible. The mechanical arm promptly executed the command, fine-tuning the details of the pure black armor suspended in the center. The armor's surface reflected no light, as if it could absorb all surrounding illumination, with only a minimalist golden S-shaped emblem on the chest breaking through the pure darkness. "Sir, you have been working continuously for over 30 hours, Jarvis reminded him. Miss Potts has sent the 12th warning. Tony downed a shot of espresso and remarked, "Tell her I'll speak once I complete this masterpiece." He reached out to caress the surface of the armor. What are the results of the alloy replacement layer tests? The compatibility with Mr. Zhao's biofield has reached 992, Jarvis responded. However, the defensive capacity is only equivalent to that of Mark III at 15. Tony grinned widely. That's sufficient. After all, that guy can't even be killed by extreme heat. This armor is purely for aesthetics. He stepped back to admire his creation, asserting that only black was worthy of superhuman's essence. Powerful, mysterious, and unstoppable. "Sir, analysis suggests that Mr. Zhao's defense may not require armor. We are crafting this armor, yet he may find it unnecessary." "Jarvis, you don't understand. This is a man's delight," Tony murmured as he glanced at the armor. "He offered us a greeting gift. We must provide him with a surprise." Deep within the sun, when the system's prompt finally resonated, Xiao Han opened his eyes in astonishment, realizing he could see normally within the solar core. Those violent plasmas now appeared to him like gentle streams, and he could distinctly discern the trajectory of each energy flow. Is this the perspective of the sun? Xiao Han extended his hand to lightly touch an energy vortex. To his astonishment, the high-temperature plasma altered its flow direction at his will. Matter reconfiguration ability allows the host to influence material states on an atomic level. Current applicable range: non-living matter. Volume limit: 100 cubic meters. Xiao Han smiled. This ability was extraordinary. Although currently limited, with time, he could even create from nothingness. System: how long have I been inside the sun? According to Earth time, 37 hours and 42 minutes. Xiao Han nodded. He surveyed the golden realm one last time, then propelled himself like a rocket towards the solar surface. The departure was 100 times easier than the entrance. His evolved iron physique nearly disregarded the sun's terrifying environment as he swam through layers of plasma, breaking through the solar surface in mere minutes. On his journey back to Earth, Xiao Han tested his newfound abilities. His super speed now reached 0.5 times the speed of light. The temperature of his thermal vision soared, and his biofield expanded tenfold. His perception sharpened. With closed eyes and focused concentration, he could see the life energies of every individual on Earth, shimmering like countless tiny lights on the planet's surface. As Xiao Han re-entered the atmosphere, his biofield instinctively prevented the creation of a sonic boom. Chapter 7. Spider-Man. Dusk enveloped New York as the lights of Stark Tower flickered to life. Xiao Han landed outside Tony's private laboratory, his X-ray vision revealing Tony busily working at his workstation. The new reactor in his chest emitting a soft blue glow. "Is this how billionaires live?" Xiao Han's voice suddenly echoed in the lab. Tony spun around abruptly, dropping his tools to the floor. "For heaven's sake, can't you use the front door?" He clutched his chest, exclaiming, "My heart can't withstand such shocks." Xiao Han smiled, replying, "The front door is not suited for me." Tony scrutinized Xiao Han from head to toe, his brow gradually furrowing. "You appear different. Indeed, after several hours basking in the sun, Xiao Han's exterior exhibited subtle changes. A golden halo faintly flowed beneath his skin, and his eyes glimmered with a natural luminescence in the shadows, enhancing his ethereal presence. I enjoyed a sunbath, Xiao Han replied nonchalantly. Tony poured himself a glass of whiskey and downed it in one gulp. Let me guess, it wasn't an ordinary sunbath in the Hamptons? Close enough, Xiao Han remarked as he approached the holographic projection. I soared into the sun. Tony halted mid-sip, his glass suspended in the air. What? Literally, Xiao Han extended his hand, revealing a miniature plasma sphere, an accurate simulation of the sun's internal matter. My energy reserves are now tenfold. Tony set down his glass, his expression turning grave. I need to redesign the anti-Superman armor. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. You've already begun working on this armor after just a few days? It's a scientist's instinct. Tony shrugged. But it seems I'll need to increase the power by several orders of magnitude. Xiao Han laughed heartily. I'll look forward to your creation. However, right now, he gazed out at the New York skyline. At that moment, distant sirens and explosions echoed. Xiao Han's extraordinary hearing captured the details of a bank heist and gunfire with the police. New York is never at peace. It's a perfect opportunity to test my abilities. Xiao Han approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Shall we go see, Tony? Wait, you need to don appropriate gear. Tony's voice brimmed with excitement. Unless you wish to continue saving the world in that attire? It was then that Xiao Han realized he indeed lacked a suitable battlesuit. 3 seconds later, Xiao Han descended into Stark's laboratory. His gaze was immediately drawn to the black armor displayed at the center. Its pure, matte black surface, adorned with golden patterns resembling flowing lava, presented a design that was both minimalist and powerful. The Superman armor. Do you like it? Tony spread his arms wide. A custom version of the Dark Guardian. It won't hinder your abilities, but will enhance your appearance. He paused, more professional. Xiao Han approached the armor, his fingers gently grazing its surface. The intricate materials began to assemble instantly. The armor conformed perfectly to every contour of his muscles, its weight almost imperceptible. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed at his reflection. The black hue accentuated his already imposing stature, while the golden patterns shimmered subtly in the light. The absence of a faceplate left his visage fully exposed, adding an air of dangerous allure. Why black? Xiao Han inquired. Tony shrugged. First, you're not the type to don a red cape like a Boy Scout. Second, I noticed you favor black. Third, he flashed a mischievous smile. It suits your essence. Powerful, mysterious, and unstoppable. Tony glanced back at his own armor. I prefer to appear in my armor. You go ahead. I shall join you shortly. Xiao Han nodded and leaped gracefully through the glass window, soaring into the night sky. The glass rippled like water as he passed through, yet not a single shard shattered. Tony watched as Xiao Han departed, softly instructing Jarvis, record the data, energy readings, flight mode, and biofield performance. Document everything. Recording complete, sir, Jarvis replied. However, I must caution you that, according to current data analysis, the success rate of any defensive measures against Mr. Xiao Han is less than 0.00001. Tony flashed a determined smile, then simply shift the decimal points several places to the right. The scene outside the third bank in Queens was one of utter chaos. Peter Parker furrowed his brow, his makeshift spider suit marred by numerous tears. Before him loomed a grotesque creature, now towering 3 meters high. Its muscle tissue straining against its skin, revealing bloody fibers. Dude, you really need to calm down, Peter exclaimed, shooting a web to blind the creature's eyes. We could talk this out. The mutant roared, tearing the webbing away and swinging a fist at Peter. He swiftly dodged, and the concrete wall crumbled under the force of the blow. All right, looks like negotiations have fallen through, Peter muttered as he quickly retreated to assess his suit. I've only worn this uniform for 3 days. You owe me for that. The mutant seized a steel beam, preparing to hurl it at Peter when suddenly, a dark figure descended from the sky, disintegrating the beam midair. As the dust settled, a tall figure hovered, clad in black armor that glinted coolly in the sunlight. Step back, kid, Xiao Han commanded, his voice deep and commanding. Peter's eyes widened in awe. Wow, new guy? I'm Spider-Man, and you are? We'll chat later, Xiao Han said, his gaze fixed on the mutant. Tony, take this kid to a safe distance. All right, Dark Knight, Tony responded, landing beside Peter. Let us move, Pajama Baby. The professionals are here. Before Peter could comprehend, Iron Man whisked him away to a neighboring rooftop. Wait, that guy injected some kind of serum. His strength is still increasing. I can help, Peter protested, struggling. Tony set him down. Just watch, kid. Today you're fortunate enough to witness true power. Below, the mutant seemed to sense a threat, its muscles bulging further. It lifted a police car and hurled it at Xiao Han with all its might. Xiao Han remained unfazed, gently exhaling just as the police car was about to strike his face. Whoosh! The vehicle instantly froze into a solid block of ice, shattering into countless crystalline fragments. The mutant staggered back, instinctively retreating. "It's over," Xiao Han declared, his voice resonating throughout the block. In an instant, he teleported before the mutant, his speed so swift that even Peter's enhanced vision could only catch a fleeting afterimage. A swift chop landed on the mutant's neck. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly as the mutant's eyes rolled back, collapsing to the ground. The entire confrontation had lasted no more than 3 seconds. "Is that it?" Peter gaped. "I battled him for 15 minutes. Tony patted Peter on the shoulder. "Welcome to the realm of top-tier combat, kid." Xiao Han inspected the unconscious mutant. This is not a natural mutation. There are signs of organized experimentation. The sound of sirens grew nearer, and Peter suddenly tensed. I should get going. I need to pick someone up." "Wait, Spider-Man." Xiao Han called out to him. "You have displayed remarkable bravery." Peter was taken aback. "Really? Thank you. How should I address you?" "Xiao Han," he replied, the black armor glinting subtly in the sunlight. "You may call me Xiao." "That's so cool," Peter exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. "Is that armor your superpower?" "Indeed," he said. Tony rolled his eyes. "Enough of that, kid. Now scram. The police are coming." As Peter shot out his web and swung away, he turned back to shout, "Mr. Xiao, your armor is amazing." Xiao Han watched the red and blue figure vanish among the buildings, a faint smile gracing his lips, an intriguing young man, dressed in pajamas. Tony remarked, though his eyes glimmered with appreciation. "But he certainly has potential. So how does the armor feel?" Xiao Han glanced down, the black suit appearing both understated and imposing in the sunlight, perfectly complementing his demeanor. "Very good," he succinctly stated, then soared into the sky. "I shall patrol the city." Tony observed the dark figure disappearing into the horizon, murmuring to himself, "Looks like I need to prepare more alternative materials. This guy makes anything look stylish." Chapter 8, Super Soldier Serum. As the sun set, night quietly enveloped the sky. Tony Stark stood before a dusty exhibition model, his fingers gently gliding over the miniature buildings. Sweat soaked through his shirt, not from the heat, but from excitement. With all tasks completed, he finally began to delve into this creation. After Xiao Han's suggestion, he was now filled with anticipation. JARVIS scanned the entire model for any anomalous structures. A blue laser grid spread across the model surface, while a holographic projection constructed a three-dimensional image in the air. Suddenly, Tony's gaze fixated on the support structure of the central pavilion. It was unmistakably a variant of an atomic model. "This is it." Tony's fingers trembled as he summoned the periodic table, projecting the structural formula. An unprecedented atomic configuration materialized in the air, and JARVIS promptly analyzed, "Sir, this appears to be a stable isotope that could theoretically replace palladium." A frenzied light sparkled in Tony's eyes. He seized his tools and began to dismantle the model, focusing intently, reminiscent of his childhood when he would take apart radios. When the final piece was removed, a design blueprint lay in his palm. Howard Stark's last gift to his son. "Dad." Tony's voice choked momentarily, but was swiftly interrupted by the laboratory alarm. "Sir, high-speed approach detected." Before Tony could react, Xiao Han stood behind him. "I found a new element." Tony abruptly turned, instinctively hiding the blueprint behind him, then chuckled wryly. "Hiding it from you is futile, isn't it?" Xiao Han's gaze fell upon the design. "Your father was a genius." "Indeed. Too bad he was better at leaving puzzles than being present," Tony replied, shaking the paper. "But this could truly resolve my issue." At 3 a.m, the Stark Industries underground laboratory was brightly illuminated. Tony, clad in a grease-stained t-shirt, was calibrating the particle accelerator. Xiao Han stood beside him, occasionally offering crucial suggestions. "That won't do. The proton beam will diverge." Xiao Han gestured towards a parameter, increasing the magnetic field strength by 12. Tony frowned, then adjusted. "Do you even understand quantum physics?" "I just learned it an hour ago," Xiao Han replied nonchalantly. As the machine roared to life, a beam of blue light coursed through the vacuum tube. Tony held his breath, watching the data curve on the monitor gradually stabilize. Success. He seized a new element, shimmering with triangular light, and cheered like a child. "Jarvis, prepare for the transplant surgery." Xiao Han pressed down on his shoulder. "Not now, you're too exhausted." No. Tony's words were abruptly cut off as he realized his feet had left the ground. Xiao Han had lifted him effortlessly. A human who hasn't slept for 48 hours is unfit for precision surgery, Xiao Han stated unequivocally. "Rest for 6 hours, and I assure you everything will be ready upon waking." Tony wanted to protest, but was suddenly overtaken by an irresistible drowsiness. In the last moment before succumbing to darkness, he vaguely sensed that this extraterrestrial had employed some form of biological force upon him. 6 hours later, Tony Stark awoke to blinding white light, the scent of antiseptic stinging his nostrils. Instinctively, he reached for his chest, his fingertips grazing not the cold metallic ring, but a brand new reactor, radiating a purer blue light than ever before. The surgery had been a success. Tony turned sharply to see Xiao Han standing before the biological scanner, the holographic projection displaying a 3D model of his thoracic cavity. Surgical instruments lay neatly arranged nearby. But what caught his eye most were the evident modifications on all the equipment. "You performed surgery on me?" Tony's voice was hoarse. "Here? Without a medical team?" Xiao Han turned off the projection and approached the bedside. "Your vital signs are stable. The new element has perfectly integrated with your myocardial tissue, and the palladium poisoning symptoms have vanished." Tony looked down at his body. There were no surgical incisions, no sutures, as if he had never undergone open-heart surgery. This medical technology— Wait, Tony suddenly realized something. "You modified my medical equipment?" Xiao Han picked up a standard surgical robot. "I added a few control modules." His fingertips glimmered as he gently traced the metal surface, revealing the entirely reconstructed circuitry within. Tony's breathing quickened. As an engineer, he understood all too well what this implied. This self-proclaimed superhuman possessed not only godlike strength, but also extraordinary intelligence. "I must say, you're remarkable," Tony finally exhaled, deciding not to dwell on the matter any longer. Sitting up on the medical bed, Tony stretched his shoulders, feeling the invigorating energy source within his chest. The blue light shone through the fabric of his shirt, standing out strikingly in the dim laboratory. "How do you feel?" Xiao Han offered him a glass of amber liquid. Tony took the cup, sniffed it, and raised an eyebrow. "Macallan 55? Where did you find this?" "Your private wine cellar," Xiao Han replied with a slight smile, "though now it has been enhanced to accelerate cellular repair." Tony took a sip, his eyes instantly brightening. "Goodness, what a flavor! What did you add? Some kind of substitute?" Xiao Han approached the workstation on the opposite side of the laboratory, capable of temporarily enhancing neural conduction efficiency. Tony, swirling his glass, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. "Why go to such lengths to assist me? The surgery, the modifications, this transcends the bounds of mere transaction." With his back turned to Tony, Xiao Han's fingers danced lightly over the holographic keyboard. "A 15 stake warrants superior service." "That's preposterous." Tony set down his glass. "You are aware of Stark Industries' market value. Even without you, I would have found a way." Xiao Han interjected, retrieving a test tube from the cryogenic chamber. The pale blue liquid shimmered under the light, appearing to harbor countless tiny luminous particles in motion. Tony's scientific instincts were instantly aroused. "What is this?" "An improved version of the super soldier serum," Xiao Han stated, placing the test tube beneath the optical microscope, based on Dr. Erskine's prototype, yet devoid of all adverse effects. Tony leaned in for a closer inspection as Jarvis promptly projected analytical data onto his retina. The molecular structure is 37 more complex than the version in SHIELD archives. The strength amplification is 25 times the original, with a metabolic rate increase of 400 and bone density. Xiao Han paused. "Sufficient to allow you to fall from 30 stories with merely superficial injuries." Tony straightened, his expression growing grave. "You replicated the super soldier serum in just a few days?" "Not entirely a replication," Xiao Han replied, swirling the test tube. "I rewrote the entire genetic sequence. There will be no side effects akin to those experienced by the Red Skull, nor will it alter the user's personality traits." Chapter 9. Nick Fury. The laboratory fell into a brief silence. Tony's gaze oscillated between the test tube and Xiao Han, ultimately resting on the latter's serene visage. "Why?" he inquired softly. "This far exceeds the terms of our agreement." Xiao Han placed the test tube into a portable cooler and pushed it toward Tony. "Because it is intriguing." Xiao Han casually offered an excuse. This decision had been made while Tony was unconscious. He was suddenly curious to see what impact an enhanced Tony Stark could have on the Marvel Universe. More importantly, as a superhero, he would undoubtedly acquire the Silver Superman template from the system in the future. Thus, traversing various worlds would become his objective. The Marvel Universe, serving as his base, certainly required a formidable ally to keep watch. And at present, Tony was the prime candidate. Intriguing? Tony frowned. What was so interesting about it? The armor. Xiao Han casually cited. Or rather, you could have utilized all available resources to devise countermeasures. Yet you chose to place your trust in me. Tony opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He gazed down at the cooler and suddenly chuckled. "So this is your token of gratitude?" turning me into Captain America? 20. Xiao Han corrected, or 30. Moreover, you have the option to decline. This is merely a precaution. Additionally, it is one of the surprises. Tony picked up the cooler, feeling its frigid touch. Will I develop an overwhelming sense of justice like Rogers after the injection? Not all. Xiao Han shook his head. It will solely enhance your physical capabilities. Your will, character, and moral compass will remain solely in your hands. Tony placed the refrigerated box into the safe beneath the workbench, the fingerprint lock emitting a confirming beep. As he turned, that irreverent smile returned to his face. So, now we are true partners, are we? If you wish. Xiao Han walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window, the morning light of New York beginning to paint the skyline in hues of red. However, I recommend you undergo a thorough physical examination before the injection. Although I have eliminated the side effects, each individual's constitution varies. Got it. You talk as much as my father. Tony waved his hand dismissively, suddenly recalling something. Wait, you said this is one of the surprises? Are there other gifts? A mysterious smile curved at the corners of Xiao Han's lips. That will only be revealed once you have utilized the serum. Tony squinted. I want to know now. Patience is a virtue, Mr. Stark. Xiao Han began to levitate towards the window. Remember to complete the injection within 72 hours. Otherwise, the active ingredients will degrade. Hey, wait. Tony reached out, but Xiao Han had already soared away. The laboratory echoed with Xiao Han's final message. See you in 3 days. I hope to witness an upgraded version of you by then. Tony stood rooted in place. After a moment, he shouted into the empty laboratory. Jarvis, prepare for analysis. Yes, sir. Jarvis paused. Shall I contact the medical department now to prepare for the examination? Tony glanced at the safe, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the workbench. Finally, he took a deep breath. First, contact Pepper. No, wait. Retrieve all information regarding the super soldier serum, especially Dr. Erskine's original research notes from 1943. The holographic screen unfolded before him, but Tony's gaze couldn't help drifting towards the safe. A long-lost, almost childlike curiosity and anticipation fluttered within his chest. This sensation had been absent since the passing of his father. Outside, sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing Stark Tower in golden light. As Tony stood mesmerized before the window, Jarvis's voice abruptly shattered the laboratory's tranquility. Sir, an unauthorized landing has been detected on the rooftop helipad. Tony raised an eyebrow. Media helicopter? Tell them this is private airspace. Not media, sir. Jarvis's tone bore an unusual note of caution as the identification signal revealed it was ASHILD, customized Quinjet. Tony's expression turned icy in an instant. He turned and swiftly pushed the refrigerated box into a hidden compartment, the molecular structure diagram of the serum disappearing from the holographic screen. Activate the defense protocol. Lock all data pertaining to Xiao, he commanded softly while adjusting his crumpled shirt. Let our one-eyed guest in. As the elevator doors opened, Nick Fury strode into the laboratory, his black leather coat billowing behind him, his single eye scanning the surroundings. He was followed by 2 armed agents, vigilantly guarding the elevator entrance. Stark, Fury's voice was low and direct. We need to talk about your new friend. Tony leaned against the console, casually lifting a glass of whiskey, feigning nonchalance. Nick, to what do I owe the pleasure of your late-night visit? Are you considering investing in my clean energy project? Fury disregarded his jest and strode directly to the central holographic projection area. With a flick of his wrist, a miniature projection device landed on the table, instantly displaying footage from a few hours prior, surveillance footage from the bank in Queens, showcasing the effortlessly subdued mutant by the armored figure, Xiao Han. Explain, Stark. Who is this individual clad in the armor you designed, possessing supernatural abilities? Don't tell me he is Superman. Fury's singular gaze bore into Tony. There was no record of this individual in SHIELD's database. Tony took a sip of his drink, his eyes lingering on the image momentarily. You guessed right. He is indeed Superman. After a brief pause, Tony regarded the still serious Fury. Well, this is a trade secret, Nick. Just a new security consultant for Stark Industries. Nothing more. A security consultant? Fury scoffed, his finger gliding across the projection, switching the display to a set of energy readings. This consultant's casual strike in combat possesses the potential to obliterate Stark Tower. What would happen if he unleashed his full power? Tony set his glass down, the playful smirk gradually fading from his face. So you've been monitoring me? We monitor all potential threats. Fury stepped closer, the distance between them sharply diminishing, especially when a billionaire suddenly begins collaborating with an unknown superhuman. The atmosphere in the lab grew taut. Tony could sense the oppressive weight emanating from Fury, yet he refused to yield. Listen, Fury. Tony's voice chilled. Xiao is my partner. His abilities and intentions are my private affairs. S-H-I-E-L-D has no jurisdiction here. Fury's singular eye narrowed slightly. Any supernatural phenomena fall under S-H-I-E-L-D's authority, Stark, particularly when they pose a threat to national security. National security? Tony scoffed. You are the greatest security threat. I've seen S-H-I-E-L-D's precautions, treating the Tesseract as a mere toy for research, even though I remain uncertain of its capabilities. But as far as I know, Hydra has been exploiting cosmic powers for malevolent purposes. Fury's expression shifted subtly. How do you know? I know much more than you can imagine, Director, Tony interrupted, moving towards another holographic terminal. For instance, you are monitoring the green behemoth 24/7. Fury paused in silence for a few seconds before abruptly shifting his approach. Stark, I'm not here to oppose you. His tone softened. In fact, I am here to invite you to join the Avengers initiative. Tony turned, eyebrows raised. The Avengers? Sounds like a second-rate band. A special operations team. Fury retrieved an encrypted document from his inner pocket, composed of the world's most exceptional superhumans and scientists, tasked with addressing threats beyond the capabilities of conventional military forces. Tony accepted the document, quickly scanning the names listed. Black Widow, Hawkeye. His gaze lingered for a moment on a pending slot. Bruce Banner. Interesting roster. Tony hurled the document back to Fury. However, I have a question. Who commands this group? S-H-I-E-L-D? The World Security Council? Or some clandestine organization of which I am unaware? Fury's expression became inscrutable. Under special circumstances, the group would possess autonomous decision-making authority. In other words, ultimately, they must heed your commands. Tony shook his head, apologetically stating, Sorry, Nick. I am not adept at following orders, especially when the leader is a self-righteous old man. He paused for a moment, hesitating before adding, moreover, I am even less inclined to work within an organization that has been infiltrated by Hydra to such a significant extent. Nick Fury's single eye narrowed. Hydra? How do you know that? Xiao. Tony replied bluntly. Fabricating a lie, he possesses a unique ability to see through disguises. He claimed that at least a third of the agents within S-H-I-E-L-D were working for Hydra. The laboratory fell into a profound silence. Fury's demeanor turned exceedingly grave, and Tony could discern that he was assessing the credibility of this information. Even if it were true, Fury finally spoke, his voice low. This underscores our need for individuals like Xiao to join us. His abilities could aid us in eliminating spies. Tony walked back to the window, gazing at the nightscape of New York. Xiao is not the type of person you can control, Fury. His power far exceeds your imagination. No one is uncontrollable, Stark. Fury's voice carried a menacing undertone. Including you. Tony turned to face Fury, their eyes locking. Threats hold no weight with me, Director. I have better allies. The air between them seemed to crystallize. Ultimately, Fury took a step back, retracting the projection device. We will continue to investigate your partner, Stark. If we discover he poses a threat to the public, save it, Nick. Tony waved his hand impatiently. Rather than wasting time investigating Xiao, why not scrutinize your own base? I've heard that the Sitwell agent has recently developed a keen interest in the Tesseract. Fury's expression instantly shifted to one of alertness. Sitwell was an agent of S-H-I-E-L-D, responsible for multiple covert projects. Tony intentionally mentioned this name to validate the information Xiao had deliberately shared regarding Hydra's infiltration. Thank you for the reminder, Fury finally said, turning toward the elevator. But our conversation is far from over, Stark. S-H-I-E-L-D. We'll keep a close watch on you. As the elevator doors closed, Tony exhaled deeply, sinking into a chair. Jarvis promptly reported, Sir, thermal signals have been detected on the top floor. Someone is lurking in the ventilation system. Tony smirked. Black Widow, I presume? Let her stay. She won't find anything. He approached the concealed safe, retrieving the modified serum, the blue liquid shimmering enticingly under the light. Jarvis, prepare the injection protocol. Tony's voice grew resolute. If S-H-I-E-L-D has commenced operations, we must expedite our progress. Sir, are you certain you wish to utilize an untested biological agent? Jarvis inquired. According to the protocol was written by me, Jarvis, Tony interjected, and I trust Xiao's technology. Upon uttering those words, even Tony himself was somewhat astonished. He has never been one to easily trust anyone, let alone an extraterrestrial with unknown powers. Yet, some instinct assured him that Xiao Han was sincere. The serum was indeed a gift rather than a trap. Moreover, Tony continued, initiate the Iron Legion program. I want all Mark series armors to be combat ready. Executed, sir, Jarvis responded, but based on the analysis of Mr. Zhao's abilities, our weapon systems would be nearly ineffective against him. Tony gazed at the liquid in the test tube, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Who said it was meant to be used against Xiao? He placed the serum into an automatic injector, his gaze sharpening. The sudden visit from S.H.I.E.L.D. confirmed his suspicions. Fury would not easily overlook an entity like Xiao Han. If Hydra had indeed infiltrated S.H.I.L.D., then far more perilous adversaries might already be operating in the shadows. Prepare the holographic projection. I need to redesign the Mark armor. Tony rolled up his sleeves. Additionally, contact Rhodes and inform him that this weekend's gathering has been canceled. I have more pressing matters to attend to. As the automatic injector propelled the blue liquid into Tony's veins, an unusual warmth coursed through his body. He felt his muscle fibers reorganizing, neural transmission speeds accelerating, and his senses becoming extraordinarily acute. Vital signs stable. All indicators show significant enhancement, Jarvis reported. Preliminary assessments reveal a 240 increase in muscle density and 180 improvement in bone strength and enhancements in metabolism. Based on muscle density analysis, you are capable of exerting 167 tons of force at full capacity. Sir, you have surpassed Captain America. Before Jarvis could finish, Tony rose, feeling the surge of power within him. He casually picked up a metal wrench and, with a gentle squeeze, deformed the hardened steel as if it were mere clay. Wow, Tony exclaimed softly, excitement shining in his eyes. Xiao had not lied. This was indeed version 30. He dashed towards the center of the lab, accelerating to a speed that rendered him nearly a blur to the naked eye, then effortlessly leaped 3 meters high, landing steadily on the workbench. Sir, your heart rate is elevated, Jarvis cautioned. That's because I'm too exhilarated, Jarvis. Tony laughed, leaping down, reveling in the extraordinary sensation. However, his expression soon turned serious again. Enhanced physical capabilities were merely the beginning. He required further preparation to confront the impending storm, whether it be from S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, or even more dangerous foes. Jarvis sent a message to Xiao. Inform him that I have accepted his gift, and I eagerly anticipate seeing what surprise number 2 is. Outside, the night sky over New York was shrouded in dark clouds. A storm brewing. Within Stark Tower, a brand new Tony Stark was emerging, no longer merely a technological genius, but a true superhuman. Tony understood that from this night onward, everything would change. The once significant terms like S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers initiative had become less critical since Xiao Han's arrival. Empowered by such strength and technology, Tony gazed at his clenched fist and murmured softly, perhaps we truly no longer require S.H.I.L.D. Chapter 11, New Mexico. In a desolate town under the vast New Mexican sky, the sunset painted the heavens a deep crimson, while the arid wind stirred up clouds of dust, battering the dilapidated motel. Inside Jane Foster's makeshift laboratory, the air was thick with discord. I have proclaimed it. I am Thor Odinson, the god of thunder from Asgard, declared the muscular, golden-haired man, banging his fist on the table, his eyes ablaze with fury and defiance. I have been exiled to this place, but my divine powers shall one day return. Enough. Jane massaged her temples, her expression weary. I do not know whether you are delusional or under the influence, but if you continue this nonsensical rambling, I shall have no choice but to call the authorities. Daisy Louise, however, leaned closer to Thor, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Did you just say you are a god? The one from Norse mythology? Thor tightened his fists, urgency flooding his demeanor. If Mjolnir were here. At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed outside. Debris flew as a dark figure plummeted from the sky, landing heavily upon the ground. As the dust settled, Jane and Daisy hurried to the entrance. Before them stood a man clad in a sleek black exoskeleton, the armor's sharp lines glinting in the dim light, with a golden S-shaped emblem glowing ominously on his chest. His countenance was stern, and a glimmer of gold flickered in his eyes. Thor straightened, his posture alert as he scrutinized the newcomer. Who are you? The figure's gaze swept across the crowd before resting on Thor. I believe in you, he spoke in a deep voice. You are Thor, the god of thunder, son of Odin. Thor was momentarily taken aback, then erupted with joy. At last, a true believer among Midgardians. Jane's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, are you out of your mind? How could he possibly? Ignoring her protest, the man strode directly toward Thor. I require your assistance to reach Asgard. Thor furrowed his brow. Mortals cannot enter the realm of the gods. I am not a mortal, the man replied coolly, then grasped Thor's shoulder firmly. And do you not wish to reclaim your hammer? A flicker of struggle crossed Thor's eyes, soon replaced by longing. Very well, I shall take you. But first, I must retrieve Mjolnir. The man nodded, and in the next instant, boom, the sound of a sonic boom reverberated through the town as the two ascended into the sky. Jane and Daisy stood frozen, gazing at the heavens, momentarily lost in disbelief. In the heart of the desert, the temporary S.H.I.E.L.D. base buzzed with tension. Agent Coulson stood before the monitoring screen, his brow furrowed in concern. Director, energy readings have spiked again, right near the hammer. An agent reported urgently. Heightened security. Coulson commanded immediately. All personnel, take your positions. The target may have appeared. However, before he could finish his sentence, boom, the top of the base erupted violently. A shadow, like a meteor, pierced through layers of defenses, crashing down beside Thor's hammer. Dust swirled, and alarm bells blared sharply. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Agents swiftly assembled, weapons at the ready, aiming at the figure obscured by smoke. As the dust settled, the man released Thor, his gaze calm as he surveyed the scene around him. Xiao Han acted with deliberate intent, having already overheard the conversation between Nick Fury and Tony. You are so arrogant. I shall show you no mercy. However, Thor had other priorities. His gaze was fixed solely on Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god lying on the ground. Mjolnir! He rushed forward, grasping the handle and pulling with all his might. It did not budge. Thor's expression froze in disbelief. No, this cannot be. He exerted himself frantically, his muscles tensed, veins bulging on his forehead, yet the hammer remained firmly embedded in the earth, as if it had fused with the very ground itself. Why, father? Have you truly forsaken me? Thor knelt, his voice hoarse. Xiao Han observed this scene quietly, refraining from intervening. He understood that Thor needed to endure this trial to achieve true awakening. Yet, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had already surrounded them. Don't move. Hands on your head. Dozens of firearms were aimed at Xiao Han and Thor, and Coulson emerged from the crowd, his expression grave. Gentlemen, you have unlawfully entered a restricted area of S.H.I.E.L.D. Please cooperate with our investigation. Xiao Han cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly. Step aside. You cannot impede me. Coulson narrowed his eyes. Let us see you try. No sooner had he spoken than all agents opened fire simultaneously. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm. Xiao Han did not even flinch. Clang, clang, clang. All the bullets came to an abrupt halt just an inch from his body, as if they had struck an invisible barrier before falling to the ground in a cacophony. The agents stared wide-eyed, incredulous. I told you, you cannot stop me. Xiao Han stepped forward. The ground trembled. A biofield enveloped the area, and all agents suddenly found it difficult to breathe, their legs weakening, unable to maintain their grip on their weapons. Coulson's forehead beaded with cold sweat, yet he pressed on, issuing orders. Energy weapons, prepare. Before he could finish, those agents had lost their breath, collapsing to the ground, having met their fate prematurely. As Coulson stood there, dumbfounded, the sky above twisted violently, and an eerie green vortex materialized. The destroyer armor stepped forth slowly. Oh, my dear brother. A flippant voice echoed from the vortex, and Loki's figure gradually emerged, wielding the eternal spear, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Look at your pitiful state. Even ants could pin you down. Thor, you are truly a mess. Loki's taunts continued. Thor suddenly looked up. Loki, father, he is dead. Loki interrupted, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Because of your foolish actions. Father has departed from us. Thor staggered back as if struck by lightning. No, this cannot be. Xiao Han remained an observer, though he could not comprehend why Thor would believe such words. He chose not to shatter the illusion, instead directing his gaze to the destroyer armor that was now rising nearby. Loki, Thor roared suddenly. What do you bring Father's destroyer to Midgard for? Loki elegantly shrugged. Of course, to clean up the mess you've made, my dear brother. After all, I am now the king of Asgard. The destroyer's mask opened, and searing energy began to coalesce. Be careful. Thor instinctively lunged toward Xiao Han, but he missed entirely. Xiao Han had long since vanished from his original position, only to reappear before the destroyer in the next instant. Such excessive prattle, he remarked coldly, delivering a sweeping kick. Boom! The destroyer was cleaved in two. Starting from its head, its blazing energy core was laid bare, only to be instantaneously vaporized by Xiao Han's scorching gaze. Far away in Asgard, Loki staggered backward, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is impossible. That is Odin's destroyer. Simultaneously, the sky darkened ominously. Thunderclouds gathered furiously around Thor, churning with thunder. Loki! Thor's roar, accompanied by the crack of thunder, reverberated across the desert. You lie. A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting Thor squarely. Amidst the dazzling light, Thor's form began to transform. His red cape billowed as though caught by an unseen wind, while Mjolnir flew into his grasp of its own accord. When the thunderous brilliance dissipated, Thor had regained his divine stature, Mjolnir crackling with electric energy in his hand. Xiao Han crossed his arms. The enemy has already vanished. And yet you only just begin your transformation? Thor cleared his throat awkwardly. This sense of ceremony is quite significant. Loki's illusion began to fade, his final expression a mix of shock and fury. Do you think this is the end? Asgard shall witness. Thor raised Mjolnir high. Heimdall opened the rainbow bridge. A cascade of multicolored light descended from the heavens, enveloping Xiao Han, Thor, and the remnants of the destroyer. When the radiance subsided, the two found themselves standing in the golden halls of Asgard, surrounded by dozens of vigilant palace guards, their spears aimed menacingly at them. Welcome home. Xiao Han arched an eyebrow. It seems your brother has made ample preparations. Thor tightened his grip on the hammer, lightning dancing around him. He is always this way. At the end of the hall, Loki stood before the throne, wielding the Gungnir spear, his expression grim. Eliminate them. The palace guard charged forward with a furious roar. Xiao Han's eyes gleamed with golden light. Just the opportunity one needed to stretch my limbs. Chapter 12. Asgard. Xiao Han surveyed the advancing palace guards, shaking his head. He gently raised his right hand, and a biological force field erupted instantaneously, forming an invisible barrier. Thor, your brother is your responsibility. I shall handle these foot soldiers. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Han's figure vanished, reappearing within the ranks of the palace guards. Bang, bang, bang. His speed was so extraordinary that the guards barely had time to react before being sent flying by an unseen force. Xiao Han was merciful, only using the biological force field to knock them unconscious. Each punch and kick he delivered was precise, rendering the guards' weapons mere toys, easily snapped or deflected. Meanwhile, Thor let out a furious roar, swinging Mjolnir as he charged towards Loki on the throne. Brother, you shall pay for your lies. Loki sneered, sweeping the Gungnir spear, unleashing a wave of golden energy. Do you think restoring your divine power will enable you to defeat me? Thor swung his hammer, unleashing the might of thunder to meet that strike head-on. The collision of energies caused the entire palace to tremble. You have betrayed our father. You have betrayed Asgard. Thor bellowed, surging forward once more. The figure of Loki suddenly transformed into an ethereal apparition, instantly fracturing into dozens of illusions that encircled Thor. Betrayal? I am merely safeguarding the 9 realms. And you will only bring about war. Thor found it difficult to discern the truth, scanning his surroundings with caution. Meanwhile, Xiao Han had dispatched all the celestial palace guards, hovering in mid-air, observing Loki's illusions with a glimmer of golden light in his eyes. Thor, he is 3 meters to your left behind. Xiao Han's voice resonated clearly in Thor's ears. Without hesitation, Thor spun around and struck the ground with his hammer. Boom! The power of thunder erupted, shattering Loki's illusions and forcing his true form to materialize, staggering back a few steps. You! Loki glared at Xiao Han in fury. A mere mortal dares to meddle in divine affairs? Xiao Han slowly descended, standing beside Thor. I am no mere mortal. A flicker of malice crossed Loki's eyes as he abruptly raised Gungnir, aiming at the dome of the celestial palace. Since you wish for death, let's perish together. Buzz! A blinding golden beam shot from the divine spear, soaring into the sky. He was initiating the destruction mode of the rainbow bridge. Thor's expression changed drastically. He intended to unleash the energy of the rainbow bridge uncontrollably, obliterating Jotunheim and potentially affecting Midgard. Xiao Han shrugged. What are we waiting for? Stop him. Gritting his teeth, Thor charged at Loki once more. However, Loki was well prepared, swinging the divine spear fiercely, conjuring an energy barrier in front of him. Thor's hammer struck the barrier, only to be repelled. Futile, brother, Loki sneered as the power of the rainbow bridge began to coalesce. You cannot stop it. Xiao Han remained silent, his eyes suddenly igniting with a fierce red light. Zing! 2 beams of scorching energy shot forth, crashing into Loki's energy barrier. Crack! The barrier developed fissures, and Loki's expression changed drastically. Impossible! Seizing the opportunity, Thor swung his hammer again, unleashing the full force of thunder upon the barrier. Boom! The barrier shattered completely, sending Loki hurtling backward into the throne. It is over, Loki! Thor strode forward, reaching out to seize him. Yet, Loki suddenly revealed a strange smile. No, brother. This is just the beginning. He raised his hand abruptly, unleashing a surge of green magical energy, causing the entire celestial palace to tremble violently. He was using magic to disrupt the stability of the Rainbow Bridge. Thor roared, "If this continues, all of Asgard will be engulfed in spatial turbulence." Xiao Han nodded, looking up towards the Rainbow Bridge, where terrifying energy was already gathering, on the verge of spiraling out of control. "Thor, you must deactivate the Rainbow Bridge." Xiao Han instructed solemnly. "Leave Loki to me." Thor nodded and, without hesitation, turned to dash toward the Rainbow Bridge. Loki attempted to obstruct him, but Xiao Han had already positioned himself in front of Loki. "Do you think you can stop me?" Loki scoffed, conjuring a magical dagger in his hand. Xiao Han did not respond. He simply raised his hand, meticulously controlling his strength to a minimal degree. In the next moment, his figure vanished, reappearing with a punch to Loki's abdomen. Bang! Loki bent over sharply, his eyes widening, and spat a mouthful of blood. He gazed incredulously at Xiao Han. How is it possible? Without granting him a moment to breathe, Xiao Han seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. "Your magic is ineffective against me, Loki." Loki struggled, a flicker of fear finally surfacing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Thor had already dashed to the control console of the Rainbow Bridge, roaring as he lifted Mjolnir and brought it crashing down upon the control device. Boom! The energy core of the Rainbow Bridge began to implode, a tumultuous surge of energy erupting forth. "Xiao Han, quickly flee!" Thor shouted over his shoulder. Xiao Han cast a glance at Loki in his grip, snorted coldly, and hurled him towards Thor. "Take him with you." Thor caught Loki, and in an instant, the three of them were engulfed by the energy of the Rainbow Bridge. Buzz! As the brilliance subsided, they found themselves transported to the other side of the Rainbow Bridge. Loki collapsed weakly to the ground, his face ashen. "You have destroyed everything." Thor paused momentarily, finally exhaling a sigh. "No, brother, I merely prevented you from committing a greater folly." Xiao Han stood beside them, gazing upwards as the energy of the Rainbow Bridge slowly dissipated, the crisis averted. What lies ahead? He looked towards Thor. Thor inhaled deeply. "Take Loki back to Asgard to face judgment." Loki sneered. "Judgment? Father is already." "Father yet lives?" Thor interrupted, a glimmer of sorrow flickering in his eyes. "He has been in slumber, but he has not perished. You have allowed your ambition to blind your vision, brother." Loki's expression froze. Xiao Han shook his head. "You shall resolve your familial disputes on your own." He gazed at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, contemplating the gradually dissipating energy turbulence. "Thor," he suddenly spoke. Thor blinked in surprise. "What?" Xiao Han turned, his eyes alight with curiosity. "Asgard is one of the most advanced civilizations among the 9 realms. I am quite intrigued by the integration of your technology and magic." Loki, slumped on the ground, could not suppress a mocking laugh upon hearing this. "A mere mortal dares to pry into the mysteries of the divine realm?" Xiao Han shot him a sidelong glance. "Your illusions are impotent against me. Your magic cannot harm me, and your schemes cannot deceive me. What gives you the audacity to label me as mortal?" Loki was momentarily at a loss for words, his expression darkening. Thor erupted into hearty laughter, patting Xiao Han on the shoulder. "Excellent. Since you wish to stay, Asgard welcomes you. Father will surely take great interest in you upon awakening." Xiao Han nodded. "Lead me to your library or your technological workshop. I wish to see how advanced your knowledge truly is." Thor readily acquiesced, "Of course. But before that," he seized Loki. "I must first confine this troublesome one in the dungeon." Loki struggled briefly, gritting his teeth. "You will come to regret this." Thor dismissed his threat. Turning to Xiao Han, "Follow me. I will take you to meet our mother." Chapter 13. The Superhuman Learning Magic. Deep within the Celestial Palace, in Frigga's chamber, Frigga, the Queen of Asgard, stood before the window, her expression laden with worry. When she saw Thor entering with Xiao Han, a flicker of surprise crossed her gaze. "Mother." Thor strode forward. "I have returned. Loki has been subdued." Freya exhaled in relief, her gaze then settling on Xiao Han. "And who might this be?" she inquired. "Xiao Han, hailing from Midgard," Thor introduced. "Yet he is no ordinary human. His power even surpasses my own." Freya nodded slightly, scrutinizing Xiao Han with keen interest. After a moment, a gentle smile graced her lips. "Welcome, Xiao. Thor seldom speaks so highly of others. You must be quite extraordinary." Xiao Han inclined his head respectfully. "Your Majesty, I have come to Asgard to learn about your technology and magic." Freya pondered thoughtfully. "Indeed, the knowledge of Asgard is vast, yet not all can comprehend it." "I shall endeavor to try," Xiao Han replied calmly. Freya chuckled softly. "Very well. I shall arrange for someone to escort you to the library and the workshop. However, before that," she turned to Thor. "How fares your father?" Thor's expression darkened. "Odin's sleep has yet to conclude, But Loki's schemes have been thwarted, and the crisis regarding the Bifrost has been resolved. You should awaken soon. Freya nodded, then addressed Xiao Han. Xiao, if you truly wish to absorb Asgardian knowledge, perhaps you might start with the theory of the World Tree. The World Tree? Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. It is the foundation of the 9 realms and the source of all our magic, Freya elucidated. If you can grasp its essence, you will understand the nature of Asgard. A glimmer of interest flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. That sounds precisely what I seek. As they entered the Asgardian library, they were met with a magnificent golden hall, towering bookshelves brimming with ancient scrolls and metallic tomes. Standing in the center, Xiao Han gazed upward, his enhanced vision allowing him to scan the entirety of the library's contents in an instant. The knowledge here encompassed the history, magic, technology, and warfare of the 9 realms. Even I have not yet read through a tenth of it, Thor proudly remarked. Xiao Han approached one of the shelves and casually pulled down a metallic tome. His fingertips brushed the pages, and his super intellect rapidly began to decipher the intricate symbols and text within. Your runic system is quite fascinating, Xiao Han murmured. It is not merely text, it embodies energy. Thor expressed surprise. You can comprehend it? Xiao Han did not respond, but continued to peruse the pages. His learning pace far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Each page, upon a mere glance, was fully understood and memorized. Moments later, he closed the book, a contemplative gleam in his eyes. So, Asgardian magic fundamentally utilizes cosmic energy in an alternate manner. Thor scratched his head. Well, that's more or less accurate. Xiao Han set the book aside and turned to Thor. Take me to your technological workshop. I wish to observe your forging techniques. Thor grinned widely. Certainly, our master craftsman, Hydra, has recently forged a new batch of weapons. Nidavellir, the realm of the dwarves. Crossing the Bifrost, Xiao Han and Thor arrived in the dwarven forging world. Here, molten lava flowed freely, and colossal star rings encircled a dying star, as the dwarves harnessed the star's energy to forge artifacts. Thor, boomed the voice of King Hydra. What brings you here, and with a stranger no less? This is Xiao, from Midgard, Thor introduced. He expressed a keen interest in your forging techniques. Hydra scrutinized Xiao Han for a moment, gruffly inquiring, a mortal? Can he withstand the temperature here? Xiao Han smiled faintly and strode toward the edge of the furnace. The intense heat had no effect on him. Not even the hem of his garment was ignited. Hydra squinted, intrigued. Xiao Han observed the dwarf's forging process, his enhanced vision allowing him to discern every strike's impact and the precise timing of each quenching. His mind raced, swiftly comprehending the underlying principles. Your forging is not merely a physical endeavor, Xiao Han remarked. It also incorporates the energy veins of the World Tree, enabling the creation of artifacts. Hydra was taken aback. How do you know this? Xiao Han refrained from elaborating and approached a piece of unrefined URU metal. May I give a try? Hydra hesitated, but ultimately nodded. You may, but do not waste materials. Xiao Han grasped the forging hammer, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes. Initially, his movements appeared somewhat clumsy, but he soon found his rhythm. Remarkably, each of his strikes was executed with unparalleled precision and perfectly measured force. Clang, clang, clang. The metal gradually took shape under his blows, an indistinct energy coursing within. Hydra watched in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is impossible. Even Asgardians need decades to master such skills." Thor, equally astonished, demanded, Xiao, who are you truly? Xiao Han paused, gazing at the forming metal blade in his hand, and replied calmly, a learner. At that moment, a golden radiance suddenly descended from the heavens. Thor looked up abruptly. It is Father's summons. He has awakened. Xiao Han set down the forging hammer and looked skyward. It seems Odin wishes to see me. In the throne hall of the celestial palace, Odin sat upon his throne, his single eye fixed intently on the approaching Xiao Han. His gaze was profound and authoritative, as if capable of penetrating all veils. A visitor from Midgard, Odin began slowly. Your power is quite extraordinary. Xiao Han met his gaze unwaveringly. My power belongs to me. After a moment of silence, Odin continued. Thor has informed me that you saved Asgard and thwarted Loki's mad schemes. For this, I thank you. Xiao Han nodded. I merely did what I wished to do. Yet, your presence in Asgard is not solely for the purpose of learning, is it? Odin's gaze sharpened. Xiao Han did not flinch. Knowledge is power, and power allows me to better control my own destiny. Odin scrutinized him for a long while before finally leaning back into his throne. Very well. You may remain and study the wisdom of Asgard. But remember, his voice lowered, hinting at secrets not meant for mortals to touch. Xiao Han smiled slightly. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in secrets, only in truth. Odin's lips curved upward slightly, An intriguing response. Xiao Han traversed the libraries, workshops, and even the halls of magic in Asgard, voraciously absorbing knowledge. He deciphered rune magic, grasped the flow of the world tree's energy, and even mastered basic spatial teleportation techniques. All that he had encountered was inscribed in his mind, ready for recall at any moment. Meanwhile, he engaged in several sparring sessions with Thor. The intensity of their clashes reverberated throughout the Celestial Palace, leaving the Asgardian warriors in awe at the spectacle of thunder and fiery gazes. Freya occasionally offered her guidance in the application of magic, while King Eitri extolled his remarkable talent for forging. Although Loki remained imprisoned in the dungeon, Xiao Han sensed that his schemes were far from over. As dawn broke, Xiao Han stood at the pinnacle of the Celestial Palace, surveying the 9 realms. "I have learned enough," he murmured to himself. "It is time to return to Earth." Thor approached him, offering a cup of mead. "Are you leaving?" he inquired. Xiao Han accepted the goblet and drank deeply. "Yes, there are matters to attend to on Earth." Thor smiled broadly. "Next time you visit, be sure to bring some fine Midgard wine." Xiao Han returned the smile. "Absolutely." The radiant glow of the rainbow bridge illuminated once more, and Xiao Han's figure vanished within the beam of light. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself standing on the streets of New York. The sky was overcast, and distant sirens and explosions echoed ominously. Xiao Han lifted his gaze toward Stark Tower, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It seems I have returned just in time." Chapter 14. Return to Earth. Xiao Han's superhuman vision pierced through the towering edifices of New York, locking onto a chaotic street below. Tony Stark, clad in the latest model of his armor, was engaged in a fierce battle with a towering 3-meter-tall heavy suit. Energy beams detonated upon the street, sending pedestrians fleeing in terror. "It appears our billionaire is having quite the fun," Xiao Han mused, his lips curling into a smirk as he began to levitate slowly. With a sudden burst, a dark figure soared into the sky, Xiao Han streaking through the air at remarkable speed. The crowd below gasped in astonishment. "Is that Superman?" Within the confines of his helmet, Tony's AI, Jarvis, chimed in, "Sir, detecting high-speed approach. Energy signatures match. It is Mr. Xiao Han." Finally back, Tony thought, unleashing a repulsor blast into the chest of the enemy armor, stealing a glance skyward. "Just in time to show him my new toy." The black figure halted abruptly before them in a manner defying the laws of physics. Xiao Han floated gracefully, the golden patterns on his black suit shimmering in the sunlight. "Need a hand, Superman?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow at Tony. Seizing the moment, the enemy armor launched a powerful punch toward the back of Xiao Han's head. The fist came to an abrupt halt mere centimeters from his hair, as if it had collided with an invisible barrier. Tony shrugged, "Thanks, but I was merely testing the performance parameters of my new suit." He gestured toward the adversary's armor, a cheeky villain. Xiao Han shook his head. "No need for testing. It will soon be obsolete." "What do you mean?" Tony's face revealed his confusion as his visor retracted. Without answering, Xiao Han turned to confront the enemy armor, which appeared to sense the threat, causing all its weaponry to illuminate with a charging glow. "Farewell." With a flick of his right hand, a golden rune materialized in the air. A ghostly blue vortex appeared beneath the armor's feet, swiftly consuming the entire machine. In the next moment, a shriek echoed from the sky as the suit plummeted from 3,000 meters. "Jarvis, track the target," Tony exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Han soared into the sky, swiftly catching up with the plummeting armor. With a powerful kick, he shattered the armor into countless fragments amidst a thunderous crash. As the debris threatened to scatter, Xiao Han drew a circle with one hand, and another portal materialized, engulfing all the remnants. 3 seconds later, he descended gracefully to the ground, carrying the unconscious felon, whom he casually tossed to the astonished police officers. "Who are you?" The officer stuttered, hand resting on his firearm, yet hesitating to draw it. Xiao Han smiled slightly. "You may call me Superman." Tony landed beside them, his visor retracting once more. "Wait, what was that just now? Magic?" he exclaimed. "Jarvis indicates that the armor has vanished. It has been transported to your private warehouse," Xiao Han replied, patting Tony on the shoulder. "It's the magic of Asgard." Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Magic? We can discuss this later." Xiao Han glanced around at the growing crowd and the onlookers raising their phones. "Unless you wish to make headlines tomorrow." The two ascended into the sky, leaving behind a chorus of astonished gasps. A few children jumped up and down, shouting, "It's Iron Man and Superman. They're a team." In the top-floor laboratory of Stark Tower, Tony eagerly examined the remnants of the armor that had appeared from thin air. "This is astonishing," he marveled, picking up a twisted metal plate. "Instantaneous teleportation, 0 energy loss, no spatial folds. This completely defies known laws of physics." Xiao Han stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the twilight over New York. The Asgardians refer to it as Heimdall's blessing. It essentially utilizes the energy of the world tree for spatial folding. I rescued Thor and made a trip to Asgard. Tony abruptly turned around. Asgard? You mean the mythical one? Indeed, just as you imagine it, Xiao Han nodded. Tony's eyes widened, and the metal plate clattered to the ground. Wait, I'm trying to process this. Did you just say gods? Asgard? Like the hammer-wielding guy from Norse mythology? Odin, Loki, Thor, everything you can think of is there. Xiao Han explained with a smile. Is this real? Am I not on Earth? Why have myths become reality? Tony still struggled to believe. Xiao Han retrieved a large box from his system space. It is far more real than you can imagine. He opened the box to reveal a piece of metal glowing with a ghostly blue light. The URU metal gifted by Thor, the material for forging divine artifacts. Well, I'm no longer surprised. Watching Xiao Han conjure items from thin air, Tony took a deep breath. He cautiously prodded the metal with his finger, and J-A-R-V-I-S immediately sounded an alarm. Unknown element detected. Atomic structure exceptionally stable. Sir, this completely violates the periodic table. So those myths are indeed true? Tony took a swig from a nearby whiskey bottle, pressing for clarity. Odin? Loki? Close enough. Xiao Han pointed to the metal. However, they prefer to refer to themselves as an advanced civilization rather than deities. Thor is merely an alien prince who enjoys wielding a hammer, having developed their civilization significantly earlier. Tony suddenly perked up. What about their technology? Weapons? Energy sources? Modes of transportation? This is the surprise I wish to present to you. A flicker of amusement danced in Xiao Han's eyes as he pressed the concealed pattern on the metallic box. Suddenly, the box disintegrated into countless nanoscopic particles, which reassembled in midair into the form of a miniature warhammer. Asgardian nanotechnology. Xiao Han observed Tony's astonished expression. It surpasses your Mark series in sophistication. Tony leaned in with the enthusiasm of a child encountering a new toy, exclaiming, "This is impossible." Nanoscopic self-reassembly necessitates unimaginable computational power and energy control, not to mention the magical properties of URU metal. With a snap of his fingers, the warhammer reverted to its original box form. It took me some time to comprehend the principle behind it. The good news is, I have reverse-engineered and simplified a version suitable for earthly materials. Suddenly, Tony grasped Xiao Han's shoulders, declaring, "You must teach me. Name your conditions." This is the second surprise. Xiao Han retrieved another data chip from the system space. All technical parameters are contained herein, including the fusion scheme for URU metal and earth alloys. It is sufficient to upgrade the Mark armor into nanotech armor, and perhaps assist me in crafting a set as well. Tony snatched the chip with fervor, his hands trembling. Jarvis, scan immediately. Initiate holographic modeling. A blue beam swept over the chip, instantly projecting a complex molecular structure diagram in the center of the laboratory. Tony, like a madman, fiddled with the holographic image, exclaiming, "This energy conduction method and this reassembly algorithm, Xiao, they're sheer genius." Leaning against the control panel, Xiao Han observed Tony lost in a frenzy of technological enthusiasm and reminded him, "I must caution you. URU metal requires a specific energy frequency to activate. I believe you need to modify the reactor's output mode. Remember to upgrade the energy core first." Chapter 15, Nanotechnology. Immersed in the holographic model of nanotechnology, Tony's fingers danced rapidly over the molecular structure diagram, muttering incessantly about energy conduction parameters. Suddenly, Xiao Han looked up, a playful smile gracing his lips as his super hearing detected an approaching presence. "Tony, tidy up your little toys." He tapped the control panel. "We have guests." "What? Not now. I'm on the brink of a breakthrough." Before Tony could finish his sentence, Jarvis issued a warning. "Sir A.S. H. I'll D. Quinjet is approaching, expected to arrive at the helipad in 30 seconds. Tony cursed under his breath, swiftly shutting down the holographic projection. "Jarvis, initiate data encryption protocols. Conceal all research related to nanotechnology." Xiao Han strolled leisurely to the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the black aircraft descend gracefully onto Stark Tower's helipad. Nick Fury's iconic black trench coat billowed in the gusts stirred by the rotor blades. "This fellow is becoming increasingly fond of unannounced visits," Tony grumbled, raking his fingers through his hair. "After he mentioned the Avengers initiative last time, I made my refusal abundantly clear." Xiao Han chuckled softly. "He is here for me." The moment the elevator doors opened, Fury's singular eye locked onto Xiao Han. Two fully armed agents followed him, yet Xiao Han noticed their fingers remained well clear of the triggers. Evidently, Fury had learned from the previous encounter. "Mr. Xiao." Fury's voice was deep, laced with a hint of restraint. "We need to discuss your actions in New Mexico." Tony interjected, positioning himself between the two. "Hey, Nick, this is my territory. If you want to talk, make an appointment." "It's all right, Tony." Xiao Han patted his shoulder, expressing his curiosity about what the semi-automatic cotton machine had to say. Fury's gaze swept across the laboratory, finally resting on the box containing the URU metal. "As far as I know, you have accessed extraterrestrial technology without authorization, and it appears you have also illicitly brought back alien materials." Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. So? Fury's voice rose in intensity. "Are you aware that this violates the extraterrestrial technology control protocol? Those items could pose a threat to Earth's safety." Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle. "Excuse me, are you mistaken? I am not your agent, nor am I under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction. I go where I please and bring back what I choose. In short, I do as I wish." Fury's expression darkened. "Everyone must adhere to the rules, Mr. Xiao. Even someone as exceptional as you." "Rules?" Xiao Han's gaze suddenly became menacing. "Are you referring to the way you secretly research the Tesseract? Or how you allow Hydra to infiltrate?" Fury's single eye narrowed slightly. "That is our internal matter. I know far more than you can imagine, Director." Xiao Han stepped forward, a silent biofield expanding, seemingly solidifying the air in the laboratory. "For instance, a certain secretive Tesseract project, or the Winter Soldier hidden in a Siberian base. And not to mention," he deliberately elongated the last word, "Carol Danvers." As soon as the name left his lips, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Fury's expression became remarkably vivid, and the two agents instinctively reached for their weapons, only to find themselves immobilized the next moment. Xiao Han's biofield had completely ensnared them. "Relax. Cotton machine." Xiao Han's voice regained its calmness. "I have no interest in your little secrets. However, if you persist in interfering with my actions." Xiao Han paused, levitating slightly, his eyes glowing with a golden light. "I wouldn't mind letting S.H.L.D. experience what superhuman wrath truly means." Fury's single eye fixed intently on Xiao Han. "Do you believe yourself invincible? You're not the only superhero in this world." Xiao Han descended to the ground, shrugging. "I'm certainly not invincible. If you feel it necessary to summon that cosmic vigilante, Captain Marvel, by all means go ahead. I am quite curious to see whose photon energy is stronger, hers or my heat vision." Fury's breath noticeably quickened. "How do you know all this?" "I suggest you read some Superman comics to familiarize yourself with his abilities." Xiao Han turned to face the window, turning his back to Fury. "Now, if there is nothing else, Tony and I have work to accomplish." The laboratory fell into silence. Tony glanced between Xiao Han and Fury, wisely choosing to remain silent. At last, Fury inhaled deeply, turning towards the elevator. "Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Xiao. S.H.I.E.L.D. We'll be keeping an eye on you." Just before the elevator doors closed, Xiao Han remarked without looking back, "I believe you are better suited for cotton picking." The moment the doors sealed shut, Tony exaggeratedly whistled. "Wow, Xiao, you were absolutely magnificent just now. But who is Carol Danvers? And what is the deal with Pierce?" Xiao Han retracted his biofield, allowing the air in the laboratory to flow freely once more. "Carol is Fury's ace, an energy manipulator capable of traversing space. As for Pierce," he offered a meaningful smile, "that is a matter for S.H.I.E.L.D. to resolve." Tony nodded thoughtfully, suddenly becoming animated. "So, you really can hear sounds from anywhere on Earth?" "I've already stated, Tony, that I have no interest in your personal life." Xiao Han rolled his eyes. "Now, shall we continue our research on your nanotech armor?" "Absolutely." Tony immediately cast aside the previous conflict. "JARVIS. Bring up the data from earlier." Meanwhile, aboard S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Quinjet, Fury's solitary eye flickered with intensity. He produced an old-fashioned pager, his thumb hovering over the call button for an extended moment before ultimately setting it back down. "It is not yet time," he murmured to himself. Tony Stark was wholly absorbed in refining the prototype design of the nanotechnology armor, the holographic projection before him constantly shifting. Xiao Han stood nearby, his eyes slightly closed as his super hearing captured anomalous energy fluctuations from around the globe. Regrettably, he did not detect anything of particular interest. The only surprising discovery was the existence of characters previously thought to belong solely to the realm of comics. For instance, he had encountered the original version of Spider-Man, as well as Daredevil, Blade, and Mysterio, among others. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated in Xiao Han's mind. "Mr. Xiao, should you wish, Kamartaj welcomes your arrival." Xiao Han opened his eyes. The voice belonged to the Ancient One, Tony sensed his unusual demeanor. Xiao, what is wrong? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Han replied, Tony, I need to leave for a while. Tony raised an eyebrow. Where to? Nepal. Xiao Han offered little explanation. A dear old friend wishes to see me. Although puzzled, Tony nodded. All right, I need to figure out this project. Without removing his armor, Xiao Han propelled himself skyward, transforming into a streak of black light, racing towards Nepal. Nepal. Kathmandu. Xiao Han descended onto the ancient streets of Kathmandu, his heightened senses swiftly detecting the surrounding energy fluctuations. Soon, he discerned a peculiar magical energy flowing deep within a certain alleyway. Found it, he whispered, stepping towards the concealed magical barrier. As he approached, golden ripples suddenly shimmered in the air, and a portal gradually unfolded, revealing the ancient doors of Kamartaj. A man clad in a deep blue robe, with a serious countenance, stood within the doorway, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Xiao Han with keen scrutiny. Mr. Xiao? His voice resonated with steadiness. I'm Modu. The Supreme Sorcerer has instructed me to await your presence. Xiao Han nodded. Lead the way. Modu stepped aside, allowing Xiao Han to enter Kamartaj. In an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed dramatically, revealing ancient wooden structures, burning incense burners, and the air thick with magical energy, alongside mages practicing spells in the distance. This is the sacred ground of magic on Earth. Modu walked ahead, his tone calm. The Supreme Sorcerer is expecting you. Xiao Han said little, following him through the corridor until they reached a tranquil meditation room. The door opened slowly, revealing Master Ancient One seated on a cushion, a steaming cup of tea before her. She raised her head and smiled gently. Mr. Xiao Han, welcome to Kamartaj. Chapter 16, The Request of Ancient One. Xiao Han entered the meditation room, his gaze lingering on Ancient One for a moment. This guardian of Earth appeared so ordinary, yet exuded an unfathomable power. The Supreme Sorcerer. Xiao Han inclined his head slightly. Seemingly my arrival has garnered your attention. Ancient One waved her hand gently, and a cup of tea materialized before Xiao Han. Please sit. Your presence is like a torch in the night, impossible to overlook. Xiao Han accepted the cup and sat cross-legged. The aroma of tea filled the air, carrying a peculiar energy. So, you are here to warn me to leave Earth? Quite the contrary. Ancient One took a sip of tea. I am here to express my gratitude. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. Gratitude? You thwarted Loki's scheme, averting war among the 9 realms. Ancient One gazed out the window, looking into the distance. Moreover, you taught Thor the value of humility, which is crucial for the future king of Asgard. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes, uncertain of Ancient One's intentions. Based on his understanding, she should be lamenting the disruption of the timeline rather than offering praise. Yet he chuckled softly. I merely did what I wished to do. It is precisely this purity that is rare. Ancient One set down her cup. Xiao, how much do you understand about this universe? Enough. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Xiao Han's eyes as he noted his awareness of Dormammu's covetous gaze upon Earth, as well as Thanos' quest for the Infinity Stones. For the first time, Ancient One's expression wavered. You know all this. I'm also aware of your secret. Xiao Han met Ancient One's gaze directly. Perhaps she merely recognized him as an outsider, unaware of his true identity. The Eye of Agamotto holds the Time Stone, and the power you draw from the Dark Dimension. The air in the meditation room grew thick with tension. Modu outside instinctively gripped his magical artifact tightly. Ancient One remained silent for a long moment before suddenly laughing. Fascinating. It appears I have underestimated you. She rose, her robe billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. In that case, shall we find another place to discuss further? She gestured with her hands, and a portal shimmering with golden sparks opened before them. Beyond the portal lay the snow-capped peaks of the Himalayas. Without hesitation, Xiao Han stepped through. The biting cold wind had no effect on him, and the snow beneath his feet left no trace due to the influence of his biofield. Dr. Strange stepped out of the portal. It is sufficiently quiet here. We may speak freely. What would you like to know? Xiao Han replied candidly. Your purpose. The expression on Dr. Strange's face grew solemn. Possessing such power, yet choosing to remain on Earth, what precisely do you seek to attain here? Including your origins. Xiao Han gazed towards the distant, undulating mountains. A home. This simple response momentarily startled Dr. Strange. My origins? Perhaps you might not believe it, but I am, in fact, a Kryptonian, having accidentally arrived in this world. Xiao Han began to fabricate a story. After a brief pause, he continued, Here, I've been granted a new life. I merely wish to live in my own way, safeguarding what I deem worthy of protection. Does that include opposing hurled? Indeed, it encompasses anything I desire to pursue. Xiao Han's eyes shimmered with golden light. So long as they do not provoke me. Dr. Strange pondered for a moment. What if I were to invite you to join Kamar-Taj and become the new Sorcerer Supreme? This proposal left Xiao Han momentarily speechless. Why me? Because you possess the ability to perceive what I cannot. Dr. Strange's voice suddenly became weary. I have safeguarded this world for far too long, Xiao. The Time Stone has revealed to me countless potential futures, yet in all timelines, there exists a singular, inevitable conclusion, my demise. Though that is merely my own conjecture. Xiao Han keenly discerned the implication in her words. You are preparing for succession. Dr. Strange nodded. Dr. Strange requires more time to evolve. And your arrival represents a variable, an existence that should not have been. Moreover, your presence has rendered the timeline indistinct. I can no longer observe it. As the wind and snow intensified atop the mountain, an invisible barrier enveloped the two, causing the snowflakes to silently melt just meters away from them. I cannot accept. Xiao Han ultimately replied. I have my own path to follow. Dr. Strange seemed to have anticipated this answer. Then, at the very least, promise me one thing. When darkness descends and Earth is in need of you, you will stand forth. Xiao Han chuckled. That depends on my thoughts at the time. Dr. Strange smiled in return. That is sufficient. She opened the portal once more. Would you care to visit the library? The collections of Kamar-Taj may prove useful to you. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. That is an excellent proposition. Within the Kamar-Taj library, ancient bookshelves towered towards the heavens, and the air was thick with a mingled sense of parchment and sandalwood. Standing in the center, Xiao Han's black garb shimmered with golden patterns under the candlelight, presenting a striking contrast to the surrounding archaic magical ambience. This place houses the most comprehensive collection of magical tomes on Earth. Dr. Strange stood with her hands clasped behind her, her flowing yellow robe billowing without any wind, embodying the wisdom passed down from generations of Sorcerer Supremes. From Vishani to Agamotto, the librarian, Wong, eyed Xiao Han with caution. Sorcerer Supreme, this is a guest. Wong, Dr. Strange replied gently. He is entitled to peruse any books he wishes. Wong's mouth fell open in astonishment, but quickly regained a professional demeanor. What category do you require? All. Xiao Han's superhuman vision had already commenced scanning the shelves, particularly those pertaining to the multiverse and dark dimensions. Supreme Mage, these tomes are exceedingly perilous. Even seasoned sorcerers require guidance. Wong was taken aback upon hearing this. Let him see. Ancient One interjected softly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Han. I trust Mr. Xiao to exercise discernment. Xiao Han inclined his head slightly, activating his extraordinary vision, instantly deciphering the entire structure of the library. The categorization of the shelves, the arrangement of the tomes, and even the regions concealed by magic lay bare before his heightened senses. The inscriptions on each book's spine, the symbols on every page, and even the clandestine content sealed by enchantments were all visible to him. Fascinating. Xiao Han approached the nearest shelf, his fingers gently gliding over a row of substantial tomes embedded with jewels. Your magical system diverges significantly from that of Asgard. They rely on the divine power coursing through their bloodlines, whereas you harness the strength of dimensions. He continued toward the section on spatial theories, his fingers hovering above a series of tomes adorned with sapphires. Your magic is predicated on the borrowing of dimensional energy, which elucidates the necessity of a suspended conduit as a medium. Wong's jaw dropped in astonishment. You merely glanced at the classification of the shelves, and Xiao Han had already retrieved fundamentals of spatial principles, swiftly flipping through its pages. His fingers turned the pages with a speed beyond human capability, lingering no longer than a second on each. What would take an ordinary person months to study was committed to his memory in less than 2 minutes. Spatial folding, dimensional anchoring of energy points. Xiao Han closed the book, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. He raised his right hand, attempting to trace the trajectory of a teleportation portal as described in the tome, but only a few faint sparks flickered in the air before dissipating. The corners of Ancient One's mouth turned upward slightly. It seems that even the extraordinary must adhere to the fundamental laws of magic. Xiao Han did not take offense. I was merely testing the theory. He pointed to his temple, indicating that he had absorbed the knowledge entirely, though he currently lacked the energy channels to cast spells. I will contemplate utilizing the energy within my body as a medium for magic once I return. Wang's expression shifted from caution to sheer astonishment. You memorized the entire book? Not just this one. Xiao Han moved to the next shelf. Introduction to Mirror Dimensions, Fundamentals of Soul Projection, and Compilation of Defensive Spells are all on my reading list. Chapter 17, The Extraordinary Learning Magic. For the next 3 hours, Xiao Han absorbed the magical theories of camouflage with astonishing efficiency. Unlike ordinary mages who must repeatedly practice incantations and gestures, he employed his superhuman intellect to systematically categorize all knowledge, constructing a comprehensive theoretical framework. When Xiao Han turned to the last page of Advanced Dimensional Mathematics, Ancient One suddenly spoke up. Your method of learning is remarkable, Mr. Xiao. However, magic is not solely theoretical knowledge. It necessitates resonance with dimensions and the cultivation of the mind. Xiao Han returned the tomes to their shelves. I have no immediate intention of casting these spells, but understanding the principles is the first step. He pointed to his own eyes, asserting that my intense gaze was not an innate gift, but rather a skill honed through understanding the interplay between solar energy and the biofield. Ancient One, seemingly deep in thought, nodded. So you believe that with sufficient understanding, one can ultimately discover a method of casting spells that does not rely on the suspended talismans? Much like what you mentioned, using oneself as a medium? Perhaps. Xiao Han ventured into the deepest confines of the library, a forbidden zone. However, at this moment, I was more inclined to comprehend the means our adversaries might employ. As his fingers grazed the copy of the Book of Dark Gods, Wang lunged forward. No, that tome is far too perilous. Even for a supreme sorcerer. Let him see. Ancient One interjected, her voice calm, yet resolute. Mr. Xiao is correct. Understanding our enemy is imperative. Xiao Han unfurled the scroll, swiftly scanning the distorted text. As he delved deeper into the reading, his brow furrowed. The methods of corruption from the dark dimension were more cunning than I had anticipated, exploiting emotional vulnerabilities rather than magical flaws. Ancient One approached his side. Is that so? Perhaps you have uncovered something unique. Look here. Xiao Han indicated a seemingly ordinary annotation of spell, revealing that the dark dimension does not breach defenses forcefully, but rather creates fissures through the negative emotions harbored within the guardians' hearts. Fear, doubt, pride. These are the true points of infiltration. Ancient One's demeanor shifted to one of profound seriousness. After a prolonged silence, she spoke softly. You are correct. 500 years ago, it was the greed of the guardian sorcerers that allowed Dormammu to first breach the defenses. Wang inhaled sharply. The Supreme Sorcerer. This is classified information. There is no longer a necessity for secrecy. Ancient One replied, casting a glance at Xiao Han, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Mr. Xiao has uncovered a truth that has eluded us for centuries in just 3 hours. Wang, rendered speechless by shock, gazed at Xiao Han as if beholding an extraordinary entity. Ancient One exhaled deeply, a rare expression of fatigue and satisfaction gracing her features. Follow me, Mr. Xiao. She opened a portal leading to the terrace, indicating that further discussion was warranted. On the terrace, the frigid winds of the Himalayas howled, yet a warm barrier enveloped the two. Ancient One gazed into the distance at the snow-capped mountains, remaining silent for an extended period. Xiao, she finally spoke, her tone imbued with unprecedented gravity. I once again implore you to consider succeeding the position of Supreme Sorcerer. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. I thought we had already deliberated this matter. At that time, I did not fully comprehend your capabilities. Ancient One turned, her eyes glimmering with an unusual light. Xiao Han remained silent, patiently awaiting her continuation. I had initially believed that Dr. Strange would be my successor, she admitted with a wry smile, but your emergence has altered everything. Within mere hours, you have grasped magical knowledge that would typically take an ordinary sorcerer decades to understand. You have identified protective vulnerabilities that even I overlooked. She paused. Your intellect is commensurate with that of a supreme sorcerer, and perhaps in due time, you may no longer require the suspended talismans to open portals. Xiao Han gazed into the distance. The supreme sorcerer requires more than mere power. Indeed, she affirmed. The voice of Ancient One suddenly became fervent. You possess power, yet wield it judiciously. You identify vulnerabilities and promptly rectify them. You shun authority, yet embrace responsibility. These qualities are far more precious than any magical endowment. The cold wind billowed Ancient One's yellow robe, rendering her more akin to an ordinary practitioner than the protector of Earth. I foresee darkness approaching. Shaw. Dormammu is merely the beginning. Thanos, dimensional collapse, cosmic reconstruction. This world requires a guardian stronger than I. Shaw pondered for a moment before inquiring, in this universe, do you envision how you might meet your demise? Ancient One's expression momentarily froze. I have glimpsed many possibilities. However, one certainty remains. When I pass, there must be someone to take my place, lest Earth descend into eternal darkness. Shaw exhaled, the white mist condensing and dissipating in the frigid air. He turned, locking eyes with Ancient One. I cannot promise to assume the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme. I have my own path to traverse and many matters to address. Ancient One's shoulders drooped slightly, yet Xiao's subsequent words lifted her spirits. However, Xiao's tone was laced with jest. If that day truly arrives, I shall intervene. After all, I intend to remain on Earth. Until then, I pledge to assist in safeguarding the three sanctums against Dormammu and other threats. A glimmer of relief flickered in Ancient One's eyes as she nodded slightly. That is sufficient. Thank you, Xiao. The two stood in silence upon the terrace, as the first rays of dawn pierced the clouds, casting a golden hue upon the snow-capped mountains. Daybreak had arrived. Xiao broke the silence. I must return. Tony is likely growing concerned over my absence. Ancient One smiled. You're always welcome back. Kamartaj will forever have a place for you. She opened a portal leading to New York. Just as Xiao was about to step through, he halted. Sorceress, he called without turning, try to live a little longer. This world needs you. With that, he stepped into the portal, vanishing amidst golden sparks. Alone in the morning light, Ancient One wore a subtle smile, whispering to herself, No, Xiao, this world will ultimately require the strong. After Xiao's departure, Mordo approached Ancient One's side. Do you truly trust him? Ancient One gazed at the starry sky. I trust his choices. I believe that in all futures, he stands on the side of light. Even if he is reluctant to become the Sorcerer Supreme, especially because he is reluctant to become the Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One turned and walked back to the sanctum. True heroes never fight for power. Beneath the night sky of New York, Xiao hovered above the clouds, reflecting on the day's events. The magical knowledge of Kamartaj had opened a new door for him, granting a more comprehensive understanding of the power dynamics within this world. Chapter 18. Superpowers Unleashed. Stark Tower Laboratory. Tony Stark was wholly engrossed in the holographic projection of a nanostructure model, his fingers deftly manipulating the molecular arrangement in the air. Scattered across his workbench were various metallic fragments and energy cores, along with half a cup of coffee that had long since grown cold. Jarvis, bring up the seventh set of parameters, Tony said, not lifting his gaze, dark circles evident beneath his eyes. Sir, you have been working continuously for 36 hours. Jarvis reminded him. The health protocol is something I authored, Jarvis, Tony replied with a chuckle, waving dismissively. Now, the parameters. The holographic display instantly shifted to reveal a complex array of molecular structures. Tony squinted, and suddenly, with a spark of excitement, snapped his fingers. This is it. The energy conduction nodes need to be rearranged. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated from behind him. You're heading in the wrong direction. Tony nearly leapt from his chair, his tools clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. Damn it. Xiao, could you please enter like a normal person? Xiao Han stood at the center of the laboratory, the golden lines on his black suit glimmering under the lights. A hint of amusement played at the corners of his mouth. Apologies, I'm just accustomed to it. Tony rubbed his temples and retrieved the fallen tools. So, where has the great superhero gone? Xiao Han approached the workbench, glancing at the holographic projection. Kamartaj, a sanctuary of magic on Earth. Tony raised an eyebrow. Magic? I thought you had learned enough of those tricks in Asgard. Not quite the same. Xiao Han shook his head, his fingers gliding over the hologram, causing the molecular structure to rearrange into an entirely new configuration. The magic of Asgard resembles a fusion of technology and divine power, while the magic of Kamartaj is a pure manipulation of dimensional energy. Tony stared at the restructured diagram, his eyes gradually brightening. Wait, this method of energy conduction. It's more efficient, isn't it? Xiao Han smiled. Magic and technology are fundamentally applications of energy. They merely traverse different paths. Tony suddenly pivoted toward another holographic terminal. Jarvis, record this structure. Recalculate energy loss. Xiao Han observed the fervent Tony, gently shaking his head. You delve into your studies. I have matters to attend to. Wait, Tony called out without turning. You Haven T told me about that magical sanctuary. Can they truly conjure fireballs out of thin air? Or teleport like in the comics? Close enough, Xiao Han shrugged. Those specific artifacts are required to assist. Their supreme sorcerer wishes for me to succeed her position. Tony spun around abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment. What? You're going to become sorcerer? I declined, Xiao Han said, moving toward the floor-to-ceiling window. I have my own plans. Tony exhaled in relief, then curiously inquired, is that supreme sorcerer powerful? Xiao Han recalled the Ancient One's eyes that could pierce through time. Far more formidable than you can imagine. More powerful than you? Tony pressed. Xiao Han paused for a moment. In certain aspects, yes. This response rendered Tony's expression serious. He set down his tools and approached Xiao Han. How many formidable presences remain in this world that I am unaware of? Many. Xiao Han gazed out at the New York nightscape. This is precisely why I need to become stronger. Tony pondered thoughtfully. So what is your plan? Xiao Han did not respond directly, but instead inquired, are you familiar with mutants? Mutants? Tony furrowed his brow. You mean those carriers of the X gene? I have heard some rumors, but there is hardly any reliable information in S, H, E, L, D, S files, as they mostly live in seclusion. Xiao Han turned towards the laboratory door. Perhaps I should seek them out for a conversation. Tony took a couple of steps forward. Wait, why the sudden interest in mutants? Xiao Han paused, glancing back at Tony, because in this world, mutants are among the few potential threats to my existence. I need to understand them, particularly one individual who can manipulate magnetic fields. Xiao Han jested, suggesting that Magneto might be easily defeated with a single punch. He then paused, suddenly laughing. However, before that, I must first teach a few mischievous children how to harness their abilities. Children? Tony asked, bewildered. A few youngsters who unexpectedly acquired superpowers. Xiao Han shrugged. Tony wished to inquire further, but Xiao Han had already transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing through the glass window into the night. Jarvis, Tony said, his gaze fixed in the direction Xiao Han had departed. Retrieve all data regarding mutants, especially those capable of manipulating magnetic fields. Data retrieved, Sir. Jarvis replied, but the information is quite limited. Shall I contact Professor X? Tony raised an eyebrow in surprise. Professor X? You mean the head of the Mutant Academy? No, sir. However, based on an analysis of online traces, he is likely one of the leaders among mutants. Tony returned to his workstation, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Hold on. Let us first complete the structure Xiao provided. Once the nanosuit is finished, he gazed out at the night sky, a confident smile gracing his lips. Perhaps I should also pay a visit to these mutants. In New York, Xiao Han floated a kilometer above the ground, his super hearing unfurling like an invisible radar net, capturing unusual sounds from around the globe. A minute prior, his heightened senses had detected 3 voices engaged in a heated argument. He adjusted his auditory frequency, pinpointing the source of the commotion in a desolate industrial area of Brooklyn. In the abandoned industrial zone, the last rays of the setting sun bathed the ground in a warm glow, where 3 college students stood beside a pile of rubble. The atmosphere tense. Andrew crouched on the ground, his fingers unconsciously toying with a piece of debris, levitating it a few centimeters above his palm before gently lowering it. The dark circles under his eyes suggested he had not slept well in a long time. We need to come up with a solution. Matt adjusted his glasses, his voice low. That stone something is off. Off. Steve scoffed. It granted us superpowers. This is a miracle, for heaven's sake. And what about Andrew nearly throwing a car at someone last night? Is that a miracle too? Matt retorted. Andrew abruptly looked up, a flicker of anguish in his eyes. I said that was an accident. His voice faltered, his fingers trembling slightly, causing the surrounding debris to quiver. Hey, calm down, brother, Steve frowned, reaching out to steady his shoulder, but Andrew violently shrugged him off. Don't touch me. Suddenly, the rubble erupted, scattering like bullets in all directions. A shadow descended silently. All the splintered stones froze momentarily in midair before gently returning to the ground. The 3 individuals stood still, gazing up at the imposing figure. Clad in black attire adorned with golden patterns, the depths of his eyes held no fury, only a serene scrutiny. You are the Superman accompanying Tony Stark today, Matt murmured, nearly dropping the tablet in his grasp. Xiao Han did not speak immediately, his gaze sweeping over the trio before finally resting on Andrew. The boy's eyes were red-rimmed, his fingers clenched tightly, resembling a string stretched to its breaking point. What have you discovered here? Xiao Han inquired, his tone gentle. The 3 exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Matt who spoke, a luminous stone in the cave. Xiao Han nodded, casting his gaze toward the profound depths of the mine. Can you lead me to it? Chapter 19, Xavier's Academy. Deep within the cave, a blue crystal hovered in the air, resembling a frozen galaxy, its brilliance pulsating in rhythm with breath. Xiao Han stood before it, his supervision penetrating the surface, revealing the flowing energy veins within. It is beautiful, isn't it? Andrew suddenly spoke, his voice soft, almost alive. Xiao Han did not deny it. Indeed, it is quite exquisite. When we touched it, it allowed things to levitate, Steve added, scratching his head. At first, it was just small objects, but later, it began to affect you. Xiao Han interjected, redirecting his gaze back to Andrew, particularly him. Andrew's shoulders trembled. How do you know? Because your energy response is the strongest. Xiao Han stepped closer, his voice barely above a whisper. What has it sown within your heart? Anger? Or loneliness? Andrew's breath quickened, his fingers unconsciously digging into his palm. It makes me powerful. Power is not inherently negative, Xiao Han remarked, but strength is like fire. It can provide warmth or consume everything in its path. Matt could not help but interject. What exactly is this stone? Xiao Han remained silent for a moment. I am uncertain, but it does not belong to Earth. Steve's eyes widened. Extraterrestrial technology? Or something worse? Xiao Han extended his hand, gently touching the surface of the crystal. Energy ripples radiated outward, and a soft glow enveloped his fingertips. Andrew suddenly stepped forward. Can you take it away? Xiao Han regarded him. Do you wish for me to take it? Andrew lowered his gaze, his voice nearly inaudible. Sometimes I cannot control myself. I just want everyone to be silent. The cave fell silent for a few seconds. Xiao Han internally queried. System, can I absorb this entity? Affirmative, host. You're close to it. Xiao Han withdrew his hand, looking at them. I can take it, but your abilities will not vanish. What will happen to Andrew? Matt asked anxiously. That depends on him, Xiao Han replied, looking at Andrew. Abilities are tools, not masters. Andrew bit his lip, remaining silent. Xiao Han did not press further, merely standing in quiet contemplation. Finally, Andrew took a deep breath. Please take it away. Xiao Han nodded and placed his hand upon the crystal. Suddenly, the crystal erupted with blinding radiance. Ding! Extraterrestrial energy radiation detected, resonating with the host's biofield, merging psychokinetic abilities. Xiao Han felt the energy structure within him undergoing a profound transformation, a novel force pulsating at his nerve endings. He attempted to lift a stone with his mind, and it instantly floated effortlessly into the air. Such exquisite control, surpassing the biofield, Xiao Han murmured. As his thoughts shifted, a surge of blue light erupted, causing the crystal to contract and ultimately transform into a stream of light that melded into the palm of his hand. Ding! Energy absorption complete. Psychokinetic module and biofield have merged. Biofield significantly enhanced. The cavern darkened, leaving only the beam of the flashlight illuminating their surroundings. Is it over? Steve asked, bewildered. No. Xiao Han shook his head. This is merely the beginning. He moved towards the cave's entrance, and the three instinctively followed. The night breeze caressed them, and starlight cascaded upon the four. If you wish to learn how to harness your abilities, Xiao Han turned back, a slight smile gracing his lips. I can assist you. Andrew finally lifted his gaze. Will you teach us? I know a place, Xiao Han replied, his voice tinged with gentle amusement. After all, every superpowered individual requires a guide. A faint golden light flickered in Xiao Han's eyes as his enhanced vision pierced through layers of obstruction, swiftly pinpointing a secluded manor in the outskirts of New York. Found it, he whispered, casting a glance at the three young men. Are you ready? Matt adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling. Where are we going? To a place that can aid you. Xiao Han smiled faintly as the biofield silently unfolded, enveloping the three in a firm embrace. In the next moment, the four soared into the air, the lights of New York rapidly diminishing beneath them. Andrew clutched Steve's arm tightly, his eyes wide with wonder. Matt gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless by the breathtaking scenery before him. The wind howled in their ears, yet the biofield shielded them from most of the airflow, allowing them to breathe steadily. Xiao Han regulated their speed, ensuring the three felt no discomfort. Is that Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters? Matt suddenly recognized their destination, his voice rising with excitement. Oh my, that's the X-Men's headquarters. Steve exclaimed, his eyes widening. Wait, you mean those mutants? Xiao Han did not respond, as he sensed a powerful psychic energy scanning them. It was Charles Xavier, Professor X's mental tendrils. As the four descended onto the lawn in front of the academy, a group of figures awaited them. At the forefront was a bald man seated in a wheelchair, his gentle blue eyes sparkling with wisdom. Behind him stood several X-Men, Cyclops vigilantly adjusting his ruby quartz glasses. Storm's white hair billowed in the night breeze. Wolverine could be seen in the background, puffing on a cigar. Welcome. What shall I call you, Mr. Superhuman? Professor X's voice was warm, and these three young individuals. I sense an extraordinary energy within you. Xiao Han inclined his head slightly. Charles, it is an honor to finally meet you. My name is Xiao Han, but you may call me Xiao. These three young individuals have unexpectedly acquired superpowers, yet they lack guidance. He briefly elucidated the matter of the blue crystal, omitting the part regarding his absorption of energy. Professor X's gaze lingered momentarily on Andrew, his brow furrowing slightly. I sense your inner turmoil, child. He spoke softly, but here shall be your home. Andrew instinctively took a half step back, his fingers trembling slightly. Can you read my thoughts? He inquired. Only the parts you are willing to share, Professor X replied gently. then turned his attention to Xiao Han. Thank you for bringing them here, Mr. Xiao. However, I am curious about how you discovered this place. Xiao Han smiled slightly. With supervision and perception, your mental barriers are formidable, yet the building cannot conceal energy signatures. Cyclops stepped forward. Professor, we need to ascertain his intentions. Relax, Scott. Professor X waved his hand dismissively. If Mr. Xiao harbored malice, we would have known by now. He turned to Xiao Han. Shall we step inside for a cup of tea? I believe we have much to discuss. Xiao Han nodded in agreement, and the group made their way toward the academy. Andrew and the others were escorted by Hank McCoy, known as Beast, for accommodation, while Xiao Han followed Professor X to his study. Inside the study, Professor X poured 2 cups of tea. So, Mr. Xiao, aside from bringing those 3 young individuals here, what is the true purpose of your visit? Xiao Han accepted the teacup, gazing directly into Professor X's eyes. To forge a friendship. If one day, this world faces an unprecedented threat, we must unite all forces. You refer to? Cosmic overlords, the Dark Dimension's ruler, and other dimensional invaders. Xiao Han's voice was low. Mutants and other forces on Earth. We require an alliance. A flicker of surprise crossed Professor X's eyes. You are more composed than I anticipated. However, the relationship between mutants and humans is already tense. Publicly allying with other superpowered individuals. Precisely why we must prepare in advance. Xiao Han set down his teacup. Charles, your ideals are noble, but sometimes mere understanding and tolerance are insufficient. When a true crisis arises, we need to be ready. The two fell into silence, the only sound being the occasional soft crackle of the wood in the fireplace. Eventually, Professor X slowly nodded. I will consider your proposal. However, before that, his words were abruptly interrupted, a frown etched on his brow. Xiao Han had already sensed the anomaly, the energy fluctuations surrounding the academy, though he paid them little heed. There are intruders. Professor X's voice turned serious. Is Magneto? The alarm echoed throughout the academy, and the X-Men swiftly entered combat mode. Xiao Han rose, golden light flickering in his eyes. It seems our conversation must be temporarily suspended. Professor X nodded gravely. Eric's choice to act tonight is no coincidence. He must have sensed something. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Let's see what this master of magnetism truly desires. No sooner had he spoken than the entire academy trembled violently, the metallic structure emitting a piercing, distorted sound. Magneto's power was sweeping in from the distance. Chapter 20. The purpose of Magneto. Xiao Han exchanged a meaningful glance with Professor X, instantly reaching an unspoken understanding. Scott Aurora, activate the defense protocol immediately. Professor X commanded the X-Men through telepathy, while his wheelchair automatically turned towards the entrance. Mr. Xiao, it seems our collaboration must commence ahead of schedule. A subtle smile graced Xiao Han's lips. That suits me perfectly. He pressed a button, and his armor began to disengage. Revirting combat à tir indernit. In an instant, he dashed out of the building, hovering above the academy. His enhanced vision pierced through the night, locking onto a figure suspended in mid-air a kilometer away. Magneto. Eric Lenscher, draped in a deep crimson cloak, his metallic helmet gleaming coldly in the moonlight, extended his arms. Surrounding him, fragments of metal, abandoned vehicles, and even streetlights were manipulated by an invisible magnetic force, swirling around him like a tempest. Charles. Magneto's voice resonated throughout the academy via magnetic field resonance. I know that extraterrestrial energy entity is with you. Hand it over to me. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. So, Magneto was after the blue crystal? It appeared he had sensed the unique energy fluctuations emanating from it. Mr. Lenscher, Xiao Han's voice, though soft, was crystal clear to Magneto, bolstered by the biofield. That object has been securely handled. Magneto scoffed. Securely handled? You have no idea what that is. He lifted his hand, causing the metal structures of the academy to tremble. It is a creation that can rewrite mutant genes, granting mutants new abilities. This revelation caused Xiao Han to narrow his eyes slightly. Rewrite genes? It seemed the origins of that alien crystal were more intricate than he had imagined. Perhaps it was an experimental artifact of the Kree Empire that had accidentally fallen to Earth? Regardless, it was now his, and no one would take it away. At that moment, Professor X's voice echoed in both their minds. Eric, if you have information, we can sit down and talk. Violence will not solve this matter. Talk. Magneto retorted with derision. Just like we've been talking for decades? With a flick of his fingers, 3 abandoned cars were suddenly hurled towards the main building of the academy. Xiao Han sprang into action, his biofield expanding to securely catch the vehicles. However, in the next instant, the ground beneath him cracked open, and steel rebars buried deep within the earth surged forth, swiftly ensnaring his limbs. Do you think you can obstruct the master of the magnetic field? Magneto sneered, clenching his fist tightly. The rebars constricted violently, attempting to crush Xiao Han. Crack! The moment the steel made contact with Xiao Han's skin, it shattered like brittle straw. Magneto's pupils constricted. What? Nice attempt. Xiao Han shook his head, abandoning the notion of leniency. With a gentle tremor, the remaining metal fragments cascaded to the ground. But my body is far harder than steel. No longer wishing to waste words, Magneto swung his arms. All metal within 100 meters was drawn by the magnetic force, coalescing into a torrent of metal, overwhelming and pressing towards Xiao Han. Golden light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and his heat vision erupted forth. With a sizzling sound, the crimson beam swept across, instantly melting the metallic deluge into molten iron that rained down. However, Magneto had already seized the opportunity to retreat, simultaneously retrieving a miniature device from within his cloak. A hum resonated as an enigmatic magnetic field ripple spread outward, causing Xiao Han to suddenly feel a slight weightlessness. An anti-gravity field? Xiao Han mused with mild astonishment, but soon scoffed, lamenting that his flight did not rely on technology. He abruptly accelerated, breaking the sound barrier as he surged toward Magneto. In that critical moment, a silver bolt of lightning abruptly entered the fray. Quicksilver. The world seemed to slow down as Pietro Maximoff circled around to Xiao Han's rear, attempting to deliver a swift strike. With a snap, Xiao Han deftly seized his wrist. Quicksilver's eyes widened. Your speed is remarkable. Xiao Han swiftly pivoted, accurately grasping Quicksilver's wrist, yet it was still insufficiently swift. Pietro stared in disbelief. For the first time, his pride in his speed was directly thwarted. Before he could react, Xiao Han's biological force field had securely ensnared him. Release him, Magneto bellowed. As a metallic framework of the entire academy began to contort and deform, the steel plates of the teaching building's exterior were violently torn away, coalescing in the air to form a colossal metallic hand aimed at Xiao Han. Holding Quicksilver with one hand, Xiao Han extended the other to meet the descending giant hand. The moment their powers collided, a shock wave erupted, toppling nearby debris. Witnessing this, Magneto abruptly altered his strategy. He pressed both hands downward, causing the underground structure of the academy to tremble violently. Since you refuse to surrender the fragment, I shall seek it out myself. Magneto roared. Professor X's voice suddenly turned grave. Eric, you are endangering innocent students. Just as the situation teetered on the edge of chaos, Xiao Han interjected. Stand down. Sensing the peril emanating from Xiao Han, Magneto chose to relent momentarily, coldly stating, I only desire that fragment. Xiao Han exchanged a glance with Professor X. I have already absorbed the fragment, Xiao Han confessed. However, its energy structure has been entirely assimilated by me. Should you wish to provoke trouble, I will be more than willing to engage. Magneto narrowed his eyes. You have absorbed it? He suddenly erupted into laughter. Charles, your ally here is even more reckless than I had anticipated. Professor X responded with poise. Eric, Mr. Xiao has acquired the object. We should cease hostilities. After a brief silence, Magneto glanced at Professor X, imparting a weighty remark. Charles, blind peace will not yield prosperity. With that, he conjured a metallic platform, departing with the Brotherhood of Mutants. Xiao Han watched them vanish into the horizon, then turned to the approaching X-Men. Charles, I nearly succumbed to the urge to eliminate him. Professor X maintained a tranquil demeanor. Eric has always been thus. We have been at odds for decades. Besides Xiao Han, Quicksilver continued to struggle within the biological force field. Is he just leaving me here? Xiao Han lowered him gently to the ground. Pietro, Xiao Han looked at him, tentatively inquiring, what is your relationship with him? Quicksilver averted his gaze. He merely wishes to save mutants. That thing is truly invaluable. Xiao Han remained silent, observing him intently. Gazing at Xiao Han's robust physique, Pietro felt a surge of emotion and hurriedly spoke. I became separated from my sister during the war. He saved me and invited me to join the Brotherhood of Mutants. As he spoke, a shadow of melancholy crossed his face. My sister has been missing for quite some time, and I've been searching for her, but he lowered his head, and Xiao Han's eyes flickered with understanding, likely grasping the intricacies of their relationship. Perhaps during his free moments, his responsibilities had increased by one more task, such as rescuing a wayward girl. Meanwhile, in the Academy's laboratory, Hank McCoy had begun to examine the residual energy within Andrew and his companions. Andrew stared at his trembling hands and quietly inquired, is it true what Magneto said? Will the energy within us alter our genes? Hank adjusted his glasses and replied, that is precisely what we aim to clarify. However, do not worry, with Charles and Mr. Xiao by our side. We shall uncover the truth. Chapter 21. Anti-Magic Armor. Within the laboratory, Andrew's eyes reflected a flicker of unease as his fingers unconsciously brushed against the edge of the lab table. If it truly alters genes, will I become a monster? Hank was about to respond when the door to the laboratory slid open abruptly. Xiao Han appeared at the threshold, clad once more in his black armor. Genetic mutation need not be a negative occurrence, he stated as he entered, his gaze settling on Andrew. The key lies in how one learns to control it. Mate pushed up his glasses and asked, Mr. Xiao, is it true that the alien fragments Magneto spoke of can rewrite genes? Instead of answering directly, Xiao Han extended his right hand, revealing a sphere of ethereal blue energy suspended above his palm, energy absorbed from a crystal. This energy indeed possesses gene-editing properties, he remarked, observing the sphere. Yet, its operational mechanisms are far more intricate than Magneto envisions. Hank was immediately captivated and leaned in for a closer look. Incredible. This energy structure completely defies known biological principles, he exclaimed, because it originates from the depths of the cosmos. Xiao Han retracted the energy sphere, pondering that it might be the result of research conducted by some extraterrestrial empire. Steve's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, are you implying that aliens truly exist? Xiao Han replied with a knowing look, far more than you can imagine. Andrew suddenly raised his head, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. Then, can it make me stronger? A brief silence enveloped the laboratory as Hank and Xiao Han exchanged glances. Theoretically, it could, Xiao Han responded with a smile. But such gene editing carries risks. We require further research. Andrew clenched and then released his fists. I'm willing to try. No, Mate interjected sharply. Andrew, have you forgotten what happened last night? This energy is affecting your emotions. Steve placed a steadying hand on Andrew's shoulder. Brother, calm down. We need to first understand what this is all about. Xiao Han regarded the three young men thoughtfully before speaking again. You require a mentor. He turned to Hank and inquired with purposeful intent. Is Xavier Academy willing to accept them? Hank understood the implication and adjusted his glasses. Charles has already consented. However, he hesitated for a moment. Considering Magneto's interest in this energy, they might require special protection. I will handle it. Xiao Han nodded. Additionally, you must learn to coexist with the Academy's personnel if you aspire to become superheroes. Andrew's eyes brightened. Of course, we certainly want to. His words were interrupted by Xiao Han, raising his hand. But not at this moment. There are other matters I must attend to. You should remain here. Hank will assist you in controlling your abilities. If anything unusual occurs, inform me immediately. Andrew hesitated, ultimately nodding in agreement. Good luck, Xiao Han said to Hank before turning towards the window. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing into the night sky of New York. Stark Tower Laboratory. Xiao Han's figure silently emerged in the center of the lab as his black armor retracted automatically. Tony Stark was engrossed in a holographic projection, his fingers swiftly gliding over it, adjusting the parameters of the nanostructure. The coffee cup beside him was empty, evidently a testament to yet another sleepless night. You're back, Tony inquired casually without lifting his head. How's it going with the mutants? Xiao Han approached him, his gaze scanning the data stream projected before them. More complicated than anticipated. Only then did Tony pause his work, turning around with a raised eyebrow. Oh, even the illustrious Superman encounters insurmountable challenges? Magneto intervened, but was frightened off by me, Xiao Han succinctly explained, fixing his gaze on a piece of alien crystal, believing it could rewrite mutant genes. Tony's expression instantly grew serious. Rewrite genes? Does that thing truly possess such capabilities? Yes, but the risks are exceedingly high, Xiao Han replied, nodding. I have completely absorbed it, so there will be no possibility of further dispersion. Tony scrutinized him for several seconds before suddenly laughing. So you not only snatched Magneto's target, but also absorbed it? I can imagine he must be furious. Pretty much, Xiao Han shrugged. However, he has retreated for now. Professor X will manage the subsequent matters. Tony raised an eyebrow, turning back to fiddle with his holographic model. All right then, you always manage to resolve issues. Just remember to notify me in advance next time. I would prefer not to discover through the news that you and Magneto have demolished half of New York. Xiao Han remained silent, instead walking to the floor-to-ceiling window of the lab, gazing down at the nightscape of New York. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Tony, I may need to leave for a while. The duration is uncertain. Tony's fingers faltered as he turned his head. Where to? To find a quiet place. Xiao Han's gaze drifted into the distance. I need to experiment with a new method of harnessing power. Magic? Tony immediately reacted, a glimmer of excitement crossing his eyes. That style from Kamartage? Yes, Xiao Han confirmed. Their magic relies on suspended rings and magical artifacts. But I wish to explore whether I can use the energy within me as a medium. Tony set down his tools, crossing his arms. That sounds like an attempt to forcibly merge technology with magic. That is not a simple endeavor. Thus, it requires time. Xiao Han turned to look at Tony. If successful, it might pave the way for an entirely new path. Tony fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly broke into a grin. All right, geniuses are entitled to their whims. However, he gestured towards the ceiling, indicating Jarvis's presence. Should there be any developments, make sure to inform me at the earliest. I certainly do not wish to miss such a monumental breakthrough. Xiao Han chuckled lightly. I will. As the words left his lips, his body began to levitate. See you in a few days, and remember my armor. In the next instant, Xiao Han vanished entirely from the laboratory, transforming into a stream of black light as he soared into the sky. Tony remained rooted in place, staring at the spot where Xiao Han had disappeared, shaking his head after a moment and muttering to himself, this guy is becoming more outrageous by the day. He turned back to his workbench, where the holographic projection of the nanostructure model continued to rotate slowly. Tony's fingertips lightly tapped the surface of the desk, suddenly revealing a mischievous smile. Jarvis, pull up all theoretical research on the integration of magical energy and technology. Sir, the relevant data is exceedingly limited, Jarvis replied. Then we shall start from scratch. First, let us explore the technological aspects. I shall delve into the magical components once I consult with Xiao. A spark of challenge flickered in Tony's eyes. After all, I cannot allow him to steal all the limelight. Sir, a codename is required. Let us call it the anti-magic armor. Outside, the lights of New York continued to shimmer brilliantly. Meanwhile, Xiao Han had already commenced his rapid flight through the darkness. Chapter 22. Please call me the Sun God. In the sky, Xiao Han's figure shot upwards, effortlessly breaking through the cloud cover in the blink of an eye. The outline of New York rapidly diminished behind him, the city lights transforming into tiny specks before being consumed by the deep blue night. As he ascended, the atmosphere grew increasingly rarefied. The biological force field automatically adjusted, ensuring he remained unaffected. His skin could perceive the subtle caresses of cosmic rays, yet for his steel-like physique, it was merely a gentle breeze. His speed was still insufficient. He adjusted his posture, pressing his arms tightly against his sides, and the biological force field formed a streamlined barrier around his body. Accelerate. Boom. His speed surged dramatically, breaking through 100 Mach, then 130 Mach, until he reached the edge of the atmosphere. The arc of the Earth became vividly apparent in his field of vision. The azure ocean intermingling with white clouds, a sight breathtakingly beautiful. The last layer of thin atmosphere was torn asunder, and Xiao Han officially entered outer space. In the vastness of darkness, he resembled a comet traveling against the current, hurtling towards the sun. With no air resistance, his velocity increased, reaching 0. 1 times the speed of light, then 0. 2 times the speed of light. Following his previous absorption of solar energy, his maximum speed could now attain 0. 5c. At this pace, he would reach the sun in mere minutes. He relaxed his body, allowing inertia to guide him forward. His supersensory perception captured the subtle fluctuations of the universe. In the distance, astronauts aboard the International Space Station were observing Earth through the porthole. On a more distant orbit, several satellites operated silently. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Earth, a cloaked alien reconnaissance ship lay in quiet ambush. Superb vision instantly locked onto a target. A reconnaissance vessel of peculiar design, concealed in the skies, its surface cloaked in an optical camouflage. Yet, to Xiao Han's penetrating gaze, it was as transparent as glass. It bore no resemblance to earthly technology, nor did it reflect the aesthetics of Asgard. The spacecraft, sensing impending danger, abruptly activated its engines in an attempt to flee. Suspended in midair, a glimmer of golden light flickered in Xiao Han's eyes. Since it had arrived, it would not depart unscathed. His eyes suddenly radiated with intensity, 2 crimson beams of thermal vision slicing through the night. There were no cataclysmic explosions, no debris scattering in the aftermath. The thermal beams precisely pierced the core of the engine, and the vessel disintegrated soundlessly, akin to a balloon being punctured. Fragments skimmed past his cheek, vaporizing upon contact with the skin. It seemed someone harbored a keen interest in Earth. Xiao Han meticulously noted the coordinates. After obliterating the scattered remnants of the spacecraft, he resumed his acceleration. The pitch-black cosmos unfolded before him. Here, he experienced a profound sense of freedom. Unconstrained by gravity, unimpeded by atmospheric resistance, he was surrounded solely by the eternal starlight. The gentle radiance of the sun enveloped him, akin to a mother's embrace, warm, comforting, and invigorating. This was the essence of home. He relaxed his entire being, allowing the sun's gravitational pull to guide him. Golden energy coursed through his veins, each cell rejoicing in ecstatic delight. As he drew nearer, the dazzling plasma of the corona danced before his eyes. Xiao Han spread his arms wide, surrendering himself to the sun's embrace like a wayward child returning home. The flames caressed his skin, and rather than inflicting pain, they bestowed an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. He inhaled deeply. Though the vacuum of space lacked air, the solar radiation served as the finest nourishment. He adjusted his posture, initiating a deceleration. Golden plasma surged like waves, with intermittent solar flares unleashing energies potent enough to annihilate planets. Yet, to Xiao Han, this was the purest source of power. Now, seated cross-legged amidst the tumultuous corona, golden energy flowed around him, enveloped in flames. Energy surged into every cell like a tidal wave. It was time to commence his experiment. If my strength derives from the sun, can magic also be mediated by solar energy? This notion had long lingered in his mind. During his time in Kamartaj, the Ancient One had stated, the essence of magic lies in the flow of energy, and the medium serves merely as a guiding instrument. Thus, since his body itself was an energy vessel, could he not directly utilize himself as the conduit for casting spells? He sought to comprehend the fundamental nature of magic. Xiao Han closed his eyes, recalling the knowledge acquired in Kamartaj. Ordinary mages rely on suspended rings or magical artifacts, borrowing energy from other dimensions, guiding it through incantations and gestures. The Ancient One derived part of her energy from the dark dimension, yet her formidable power stemmed more from her comprehension of the rules. His own energy, however, originated from the sun, fully internalized within his being, requiring no borrowing. If I could directly substitute my own energy for dimensional energy, then magic would no longer necessitate external mediums. Perhaps I should attempt a self-contraction directly? Xiao Han raised his hand, golden glimmers emanating from his fingertips. He whispered the incantation of the Kamartaj contract. By my will, I connect the streams of the multiverse. In an instant, he felt a subtle tremor of solar energy within him, as if drawn by some invisible force. Yet, soon after, the energy returned to tranquility. The contract was established, yet there was no channel for the energy to flow. He realized that the magical system of Kamartaj was founded on the principle of borrowing, while his energy belonged entirely to him, requiring no contract. Perhaps I need not adhere to their rules. My own principles shall suffice. Xiao Han resolved to cease mimicking Kamartaj's methods and instead sought to guide the energy in his own manner. With his first attempt, he envisioned the energy flowing from his fingertips, forming sparks. However, only scattered points of light flickered briefly before vanishing. In his second attempt, he adjusted the energy output, allowing it to envelop his palm like a biofield. This time, the sparks lasted longer but still failed to take shape. On his third attempt, he relinquished control over the energy's form, permitting it to flow naturally. Akin to breathing, perhaps magic need not be forcibly shaped, but should instead harmonize with the essence of energy. Xiao Han relaxed his mind, no longer fixated on the correct method of casting. He closed his eyes, envisioning himself merging with the solar energy. I need not borrow any power. I am power itself. He slowly raised his hand, without drawing circles or uttering incantations, simply allowing the energy to release in accordance with his will. Buzz! A golden spark erupted before him, swiftly expanding to form a complete portal. On the other side, the clouds of Earth were clearly visible. He had succeeded. Xiao Han sensed that each use of magic consumed but a minuscule amount of energy, while the sun's radiation continuously replenished him. As long as he remained within the range of solar radiation or did not exhaust his bodily reserves in one go, he could cast spells without limit. This meant he could teleport boundlessly, no longer reliant on suspended rings, opening portals at will. Furthermore, the potency of his spells was greatly enhanced, for solar energy was purer than ordinary dimensional energy, likely amplifying the effects of his magic. Additionally, with a unique magical system, he could develop solar magic that belonged solely to him. Suspended amidst the sun's flames, a glimmer of contemplation sparkled in his eyes. This ability held vast potential for development. For instance, energy compression could allow him to condense solar energy to create magical projectiles or weapons. Dimensional interference could stabilize or disrupt the channels of other dimensions using his own energy. There was also the fusion of magic and superpowers. For example, combining heat vision with magic to forge attacks that sear the soul. Could he imprison enemies within mirrored spaces? Or utilize spatial magic and super speed for interstellar teleportation? Xiao Han suppressed his excitement, Magic and superpowers often complemented one another. Given his physical prowess, few could compel him to employ particularly advanced magic. He gazed toward the direction of Earth, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was still early. Perhaps before returning, he could attempt more intricate spells. With resolute determination, he raised his hand, golden energy coalescing within his palm. This time, he endeavored to create a portal to other dimensions. Perhaps to unveil the visage of hell, or to ascertain whether Dormammu was inclined to negotiate. Regardless, Xiao Han was eager to experiment, akin to a child encountering a smartphone for the first time, instinctively wanting to touch everything. Chapter 23. The Multiverse. Xiao Han gazed intently at the pulsating golden energy in his palm, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. He gradually lifted his hand, beginning to sketch a more intricate rune, an ancient incantation he had glimpsed deep within the archives of Kamar-Taj, reputedly the key to opening dimensional gateways. In the name of the elder gods, I beseech you, open the portal, he whispered, his voice a silent echo in the void, yet it triggered a resonance of energy. Golden sparks swirled and expanded before him, gradually forming a colossal vortex. Unlike the orderly circular portals of Kamar-Taj, the edges of this passage were irregular, resembling flames that consumed the very fabric of space. Beyond the portal, a desolate expanse of dark red gradually materialized. Twisted mountains loomed like the spines of a titanic beast, while a bizarre purple vortex floated in the sky, the air thick with the scent of sulfur. This was unmistakably the dimension of hell. Intriguing. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes, his enhanced vision penetrating the dimensional barrier to reveal further wonders. Countless demons roamed amidst rivers of lava, and deeper within, powerful presences lay in slumber. Just as he observed, a massive demon claw, the size of a truck and covered in scales, abruptly emerged from the portal, molten lava coursing over its skin. Return, Xiao Han commanded coldly, his eyes flashing crimson. With precision, his heat vision severed the claw, the demon emitting a silent shriek as its severed limbs swiftly retreated back through the dimensional gateway. The horde of demons on the other side was immediately stirred, yet they prudently maintained their distance. It seemed that the denizens of hell were not devoid of wit. Xiao Han chuckled softly and casually closed the portal. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to attempt to open another dimensional gateway, this time to the dark dimension of Dormammu. Let me witness the true might of this so-called Lord of Dimensions. New incantations formed at his fingertips, and the energy fluctuations intensified. The properties of solar energy clashed with those of the dark dimension, erupting into fierce sparks the instant the portal opened. The scene of the dark dimension gradually crystallized, an endless void, floating purple crystals, and suddenly a pair of enormous eyes snapped open. Who dares to intrude upon my realm? Dormammu's voice thundered in Xiao Han's mind, imbued with the weight of a dimensional sovereign. Unfazed, Xiao Han replied, just a passing sun god, offering a greeting. Dormammu's fury surged forth from the portal like a tangible force. Insignificant creature. You dare. Spare me the theatrics, Xiao Han interjected. You cannot harm me from beyond the dimensional barrier. However, a sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth. I can certainly leave you a memento. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Xiao Han's eyes blazed to their brightest, two beams of magically enhanced heat vision piercing through the dimensional rift, aimed directly at Dormammu's core. In the dark dimension, a violent surge of energy erupted, and Dormammu's roar caused the very passage to tremble. How dare you? Farewell. Xiao Han casually closed the portal, silencing Dormammu's bellow. Suspended amidst the sun's fiery embrace, he absorbed the data derived from this confrontation. The intensity of dimensional magic, the expenditure of energy, the stability of the portal, all unfolded as he had anticipated. It appeared that even a Lord of Dimensions, separated by realms, could not contend with him. Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. If he could unlock these two dimensions, what the others? He mused, his eyes sparkling with the light of discovery. Perhaps the dimension of paradise? Or even further into the cosmos? He raised his hand, poised to attempt the opening of a new spatial gateway once more. Yet, just as he was about to release his energy, a sudden alert echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected attempting interdimensional exploration. The system's notification abruptly interrupted Xiao Han's actions. He raised an eyebrow. What is it, system? Ding! The host has successfully mastered the ability to autonomously open dimensional portals, meeting the activation criteria for the task system. The Multiverse task module has been unlocked. Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback. Task system? Indeed, host. The system's mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Merely by silently invoking the Multiverse, a a spatial door will randomly open to a parallel world. The host may choose to embark on missions, and upon completion, rewards and growth points will be granted. A glimmer of interest flickered in Xiao Han's eyes. Tasks? Rewards? Please elaborate. In the task module, the host may opt to accept missions and travel to other universes to achieve specific objectives. Upon completion, the host can return to this universe at any time and will receive growth points from a system store, which serve as exchange points. The system store? In the next moment, a virtual interface materialized before Xiao Han, displaying a plethora of enticing items, clearly categorized. Ding! The system store is now open for preview. In an instant, a virtual light curtain unfolded, showcasing an array of items. Kryptonian battle armor, 10,000 points. Codex of Life, 500,000 points. Doomsday cells, 800,000 points. Anti-monitor armor, 2,000,000 points. Cosmic treadmill, 150,000 points. Mother box, 100,000 points. Infinity stones, each 5,000,000 points. Eye of Agamotto, 300,000 points. Eternal gun, 250,000 points. Iron Man nano suit, 8,000 points. Thor's hammer, 20,000 points. Green Lantern ring, 50,000 points. Xiao Han swiftly scanned through these items. He had no interest in the Kryptonian battle armor, for he found a notion of wearing underwear on the outside unappealing. He had already fused with the Codex of Life. Yet the Doomsday cells piqued his curiosity. Glancing at the price, he raised an eyebrow. Wow, that's quite expensive. Ding. Current growth points, 0. Is there nothing more affordable? System? The store contains numerous modules. Please explore your leisure. Very well, I shall give it a try. Xiao Han retracted the system interface and raised his hand, golden energy converging in his palm. Let's open a random portal. He silently intoned, invoking the multiverse. A hum resonated as a spatial gateway abruptly materialized. Unlike the stable circular form witnessed previously, this portal crackled with irregular blue arcs of electricity, as though it were tearing the very fabric of reality itself. Peering through the portal, Xiao Han beheld a familiar city, New York. Towering skyscrapers loomed, vehicles thronged the streets, and sunlight bathed the glass facade of Stark Tower, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. It appeared quite similar to my own world. Ding! Current universe detected. Cinematic Universe 199999. Mission issued. The shock of the New York battle. Mission objective. Resolve the crisis before the Avengers as the Chitauri invade New York, allowing all to witness the might of a true hero. Mission reward. 5,000 growth points. Random rewards. A flicker of golden light sparkled in Xiao Han's eyes. Intriguing. Without hesitation, he stepped through the portal. In the next moment, his figure emerged above New York, gazing down upon the city poised on the brink of war. Thus, a slight smirk graced Xiao Han's lips. It was time for this world to witness what a genuine hero truly is. Chapter 24. You May Call Me Superman. Universe 19,999. New York. Within the conference room of the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. On the holographic display, Loki's face, adorned with a mocking grin, had just vanished, leaving behind a suffocating silence. Tony Stark leaned against the table, his fingers nervously tapping the metal surface. The helmet of his armor discarded to the side, his face marred with scratches. So, that scoundrel intends to throw a party in my home? He scoffed, truly choosing the perfect venue. Steve Rogers furrowed his brow, the tactical tablet in his hands displaying real-time surveillance of Stark Tower. Loki's target was the Tesseract, which required a high-energy source to activate the teleportation device. The arc reactor in Stark Tower conveniently met these requirements. Black Widow interjected, her gaze sweeping across the room. We're out of time. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, his voice grave. Once Loki's army descends, Midgard will face utter devastation. An army? Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling slightly. You mean an alien fleet? The Chitauri, Thor affirmed, a bloodthirsty band of interstellar marauders, answering only to Thanos. Tony queried, perplexed. Thanos? Who is that? This is not the time for jesting, Stark. Steve retorted sharply. I'm not jesting. Tony grasped his helmet. JARVIS. Activate Mark 7. We must intervene before those extraterrestrial ruffians commence their revelry. Sir, Mark 7 has not yet completed final adjustments. JARVIS. Responded through the speakers. There is no time. We must make do. Above New York, Xiao Han floated amidst the clouds, the golden patterns on his black armor shimmering in the sunlight. His superhuman vision pierced through the clouds, encompassing the entire city in his sight. System, what is the current time? He inquired within his mind. Ding. It is currently May 4th, 2012, just 3 minutes before the Chitauri invasion begins. A subtle smile graces Xiao Han's lips. He has ample time to prepare. He adjusts his super hearing to capture the anomalies resonating throughout the city. Soon, several familiar voices reach his ears. Energy readings are off the charts at the top of Star Tower. Black Widow's voice crackles through the S-H-I-E-L-D channel. Fury, we may need an evacuation plan. Captain America replies with a tone of grave seriousness. I'm already on my way. This thing looks like some sort of portal, Tony quips. Though a hint of tension lingers beneath his casual demeanor. Xiao Han's gaze shifts toward Stark Tower. Indeed, atop the building, Dr. Eric Selvig is tinkering with a peculiar machine, while Loki stands nearby, staff in hand, wearing a triumphant smirk. Let us observe for now, Xiao Han decides, electing to remain concealed. He ascends higher, cloaked within the clouds, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. As moments tick by, Selvig activates the machine, unleashing a blue beam of energy that pierces the sky, rending a massive spatial rift above New York. Within the abyss of darkness, the grotesque silhouette of the Chitauri mothership emerges. It has begun, Xiao Han murmurs softly. The first wave of Chitauri soldiers bursts forth from the wormhole, like a swarm of locusts, wreaking havoc above New York on their flying vessels. The cacophony of explosions and screams swiftly engulfs Manhattan. The Avengers assemble with alacrity. Iron Man intercepts the flying crafts in midair. Captain America organizes the evacuation on the ground, while Black Widow and Hawkeye coordinate their assaults. The tardy Hulk barrels through the streets like a humanoid tank. Xiao Han observes the chaos, assessing the battlefield. The Avengers demonstrate remarkable synergy, yet the sheer number of Chitauri is overwhelming. A colossal Leviathan breaches the defenses, demolishing several buildings and inciting greater panic among the populace. It is time. Xiao Han inhales deeply and plunges from the clouds. He deliberately controls his descent, resembling a black meteor streaking across the sky. As he nears the ground, he halts abruptly, the shockwave toppling a dozen nearby Chitauri soldiers. What is that? Captain America, busy aiding civilians, suddenly looks up, his shield reflecting the sunlight. Xiao Han lands atop a partially destroyed building, his black armor stark against the radiance. He surveys the chaotic scene, identifying the most intense battlegrounds. Beginning with the largest threat, he bends his knees slightly and propels himself towards the rampaging Leviathan. In mid-flight, his eyes ignite with a fierce crimson glow. Two beams of heat vision strike the Leviathan's head with laser-like precision. The beast emits a pained roar as its metallic exterior parts like butter. Xiao Han does not relent. His heat vision slices down the creature's spine, cleaving it in two. With a thunderous crash, the remnants of the beast plummet to the street, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jarvis, what is that? Iron Man hovers in the air, his eyes wide beneath the helmet. Unknown target, sir. Energy readings exceed measurement limits. Responds Jarvis. On the ground, Black Widow and Hawkeye stood back to back, dispatching a squad of Chitauri soldiers, taken aback by this sudden reinforcement. Fury, we have a new player entering the arena, Black Widow reported, pressing her earpiece. Xiao Han paid no heed to their astonishment and continued his mission. He soared beneath the wormhole, where a multitude of Chitauri troops had gathered. Taking a deep breath, he expanded his lungs and then exhaled, unleashing a freezing breath that engulfed the entire area, instantly encasing hundreds of Chitauri soldiers in ice sculptures, which soon crumbled to dust in the gentle breeze. My God! Hawkeye lowered his bow, incredulity etched on his face. Unfazed, Xiao Han propelled himself towards the wormhole, his superhuman vision analyzing the energy structure. The energy was akin to that of Loki's scepter and could be deactivated. At that moment, Fury's voice crackled through the communication channel. All units, be advised. The Council has decided to launch a nuclear missile. What? Captain America bellowed. There are civilians here. Xiao Han furrowed his brow. A nuclear missile? That was not part of his plan. His super hearing pinpointed the missile's launch site, and in an instant he broke the sound barrier, ascending into the sky. Mere seconds later, he intercepted the launched nuclear missile, effortlessly altering its trajectory and hurtling it towards the wormhole. Gentlemen, he's carrying a nuclear missile into space, Black Widow quipped. Xiao Han passed through the wormhole, arriving in the vicinity of the Chitauri mothership. He released the nuclear missile, watching it detonate upon impact with the mothership before swiftly returning. On the other side of the wormhole, the Avengers awaited anxiously. If that missile detonated on their side, with the shockwave. Captain America's words trailed off as a dark figure emerged from the wormhole. Xiao Han returned in scathe, the wormhole behind him beginning to convulse violently. He landed on the platform of Stark Tower, confronting Loki directly. Who are you? Loki retreated a step, his scepter aimed at Xiao Han. Kneel. Xiao Han scoffed coldly, disregarding the energy emanating from the scepter as he seized Loki by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. You know, I could easily crush your neck. But someone might take issue with that. Loki struggled, his face reddening. You can't. With his other hand, Xiao Han effortlessly snatched the scepter away, discarding Loki as if he were mere refuse. His superhuman vision penetrated the platform, locating the operational Tesseract device. It ends here. He grasped the scepter and advanced towards the device. The tip of the scepter precisely pierced the energy barrier, causing the device to cease functioning immediately. The wormhole above began to collapse, ultimately vanishing from sight. New York returned to a state of tranquility, save for the ravaged streets and the astonished Avengers. Tony was the first to descend onto the platform, his helmet retracting. Well, whoever you are, I got to say, well done. But could we perhaps start with a proper introduction? Xiao Han turned to face the members of the Avengers. Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye arrived in succession. Hulk roaring nearby, while Thor assisted the disheveled Loki, warily observing Xiao Han. My name is Xiao Han, he stated calmly. You may call me Superman. Chapter 25, Artificial Sunday. Superman? Captain America furrowed his brow. If you are not referring to the character from the comics, which organization do you belong to? I work for myself, Xiao Han replied. I merely passed by and noticed you needed assistance. Passed by? Black Widow raised an eyebrow. You mean the kind of passing by that resolves an alien invasion? Tony circled around Xiao Han, the armor scanning system beeping incessantly. Jarvis cannot fully analyze your bodily data, but your armor is undoubtedly of my design. Furthermore, those abilities you just exhibited, heat vision, freezing breath, these are not ordinary superpowers. Pray tell, are you truly a superhero? Thor stepped forward, his hammer firmly grasped in hand. Mortal, what you possess is an artifact of Asgard. Please return it. Xiao Han glanced at the scepter, then at Thor. This object is perilous and unsuitable for your possession. That is not your decision to make, Captain America stated solemnly. These weapons should be entrusted to S.H.I.E.L.D. Xiao Han chuckled. S.H.I.E.L.D. The organization that has been infiltrated by Hydra to a significant extent? This statement detonated like a bomb among the group. What? Captain America's expression shifted dramatically. Hydra? Black Widow exchanged a knowing glance with Hawkeye. Tony whistled in astonishment. Wow, that's quite the revelation. Thor appeared bewildered. The affairs of Midgard are truly convoluted. Xiao Han chose not to dwell on the topic further. He approached the Tesseract apparatus, effortlessly detaching the glowing blue cube, and subsequently used magic to extract the Mind Stone from the scepter. This is my prize. The scepter may remain for your study. Wait. Captain America rushed forward in an attempt to intervene, but Xiao Han had already levitated into the air. New York requires reconstruction. You have more pressing matters to attend to. Xiao Han remarked, gazing at them. We shall meet again. With that, he soared into the sky, vanishing amongst the clouds in the blink of an eye. Once he reached a sufficient altitude, Xiao Han inspected the Tesseract in his hand and the system's notification. Ding. Task completion, 100. Reward acquired, 5,000 growth points. Random reward extraction in progress. Acquired. Data on extraterrestrial black technology, artificial sun. Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. This journey had yielded bountiful rewards, providing him not only with substantial growth points, but also with data on the artificial sun. This meant that once he constructed this device, he would no longer lack magical energy. Even in sunless realms, he could achieve self-sufficiency. Most importantly, he would be able to incessantly absorb energy and evolve. As for the Tesseract and the Mind Stone system, may I take them with me? Ding. Detection of Space Stone and Mind Stone Infinity Stones can be taken, but will induce a butterfly effect. I shall take them for now and study them later. Xiao Han stored the Tesseract within the system space. Would you like to return immediately? Xiao Han glanced down at New York City. The Avengers were still gathered on the Stark Tower platform, evidently engaged in a fervent discussion regarding his appearance. Captain America looked skyward, seemingly sensing Xiao Han's gaze. What an intriguing world, Xiao Han mused with a light chuckle. It was still too early to return. Tony might not have completed the armor yet. I shall seek out some exquisite treasures. Xiao Han's gaze pierced through the clouds, locking onto a concealed corner of the African continent, Wakanda. This nation, shrouded by high-tech barriers, harbors the most precious resource on Earth, vibranium. In an instant, Xiao Han broke through the sound barrier, propelling himself towards the African land. Moments later, he found himself hovering outside Wakanda's invisible protective shield. With his enhanced vision, the entire outline of Wakanda became vividly clear. The prosperous golden city, the floating maglev trains, the veins of vibranium, and the towering statue of the Panther God standing in the heart of the city. A remarkable fusion of technology and tradition. Xiao Han marveled, then shifted his focus deeper into Wakanda, where his superior eyesight detected the concealed vibranium veins beneath the earth. A smirk graced his lips as he raised his hand and began to trace circles in the air, causing a golden portal to materialize slowly. On the other side of the portal lay the vibranium veins. Xiao Han's figure silently emerged in the pitch-black cavern, surrounded by the ethereal blue glow of raw vibranium. His invisibility magic perfectly cloaked him from Wakanda's detection systems, while his keen eyesight penetrated the rock layers to pinpoint the purest vibranium deposits. Indeed, the vibranium reserves of Wakanda far exceeded what the outside world had imagined. He muttered softly, his fingertips brushing against the mine wall, feeling the unique energy fluctuations of the vibranium. System, how much can the system space hold? Xiao Han inquired. The system space contains a total of 999 slots. Only one type of item can occupy a single slot, but the quantity is unlimited. Unlimited quantity? Now you understand me, system. Xiao Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he allowed his eyes to gleam with a golden light, targeting a specific vein of vibranium and emitting a particular frequency. Soon, that section of vibranium began to soften temporarily. Xiao Han swiftly initiated precise cuts on the vein. Large chunks of vibranium were being stripped away and levitating into the portal. Beep. High-purity vibranium detected. Absorption in progress. Current vibranium reserves: 2 tons, 5 tons, 10 tons, 50 tons. Xiao Han, not being greedy, collected only the amount sufficient for his needs and then ceased his actions. That should suffice. He cast a satisfied glance at the vibranium ore within the system space, nodding approvingly. However, just as he prepared to depart, a low, rumbling vibration echoed from the depths of the cavern. Boom! The ground trembled slightly, as if some ancient entity had been awakened. Xiao Han furrowed his brow, his superior vision probing deeper into the earth before narrowing his eyes. At the core of a massive vibranium vein lay a colossal metallic beast, entirely shrouded in black. It resembled a cheetah, yet its form was composed of liquid vibranium, its eyes glinting with a crimson glow, slowly stirring to life. Was it the guardian of Wakanda, or a symbiotic creature of the vibranium veins? Xiao Han remained unperturbed, observing it with keen interest. The beast let out a low growl, and the vibranium veins began to writhe, as if alive, transforming into countless sharp spikes that surged toward Xiao Han. How intriguing! He chuckled softly, standing his ground as the vibranium spikes collided with him. Clang! 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 All attacks halted the instant they made contact with his skin, leaving not even a scratch behind. The colossal beast seemed momentarily stunned, only to be consumed by fury as the vibranium within the mine began to boil, transforming into a towering wave of metal, seeking to engulf Xiao Han. Having had enough, Xiao Han's eyes blazed with golden light. His intense gaze, imbued with a specific frequency, suddenly erupted and pierced through the beast's head. However, the liquid vibranium swiftly mended itself, leaving the creature unscathed yet even more frenzied. Physical attacks proved futile. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, followed by a cold smile. He decided to test another approach. He clasped his hands together, energy surging within him, before abruptly spreading them apart. A radiant golden magical array unfolded in his palm, and countless runic chains shot forth from the void, instantly ensnaring the beast. Solar magic dimension confinement. The vibranium creature thrashed wildly, yet the magical chains remained immovable, tightening their grip. Ultimately, it emitted a reluctant roar as its entire form disintegrated, reverting back to an ordinary vibranium vein. Xiao Han retracted his magic, pondering. It appears that Wakanda's vibranium veins possess a form of consciousness. No wonder they have developed such advanced technology. However, this matter held no concern for him. With the vibranium secured, it was time to depart. He raised his hand to tear open a portal, stepping through and vanishing entirely. Moments later, the alarms of Wakanda blared belatedly. An anomalous energy fluctuation had been detected within the vibranium mine. Okoye, accompanied by the royal guard, rushed into the mine, only to find a tranquil vibranium vein, as if nothing had transpired. This was impossible. She incredulously examined the detection data, having clearly registered an intruder moments prior. Chala arrived on the scene, crouching down to lightly touch the ground and close his eyes in concentration. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, his expression grave. Someone had been here, yet they left no trace. Who could it be? Okoye tightened her grip on her spear. Chala slowly shook his head. An entity we cannot track. Above Wakanda, Xiao Han hovered amidst the clouds, utilizing his superhuman vision to observe the vibranium vein. It was only the vibranium that captured his attention. He held no interest in the heart-shaped herb. Speaking of which, Xiao Han couldn't help but critique. As the most advanced nation on Earth, their technology far surpassed that of Tony Stark. Yet astonishingly, they had failed to develop a serum for enhancement. Dr. Erskine had crafted the super soldier serum over 60 years ago. And as a high-tech nation, they still relied on a Black Panther for human enhancement. Shaking his head, Xiao Han chose to disregard the situation below. Chapter 26, The Future of Banner. Ding. The system detects that the host has completed the current universe mission. Would you like to return to your original world? Xiao Han glanced at the system interface, a slight smile gracing his lips. No hurry, I shall explore a bit longer. Just as he contemplated venturing elsewhere, a golden portal began to swirl open before him. The Ancient One emerged from the portal, her expansive yellow robe fluttering gently in the wind. Her gaze was profound and tranquil, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. You do not belong to this world. The Ancient One's voice was soft yet resolute. Xiao Han chuckled lightly, refraining from a direct response. It is good to see you again, Ancient One. The Ancient One furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes fixed intently on Xiao Han. Are you suggesting that you recognize another version of me? Her voice carried a hint of curiosity. Not only did she recognize me, but just days ago, you wished for me to become the next supreme sorcerer. With a delicate flick of his finger, Xiao Han summoned golden magical energy that swirled in his palm, tracing the contours of a familiar rune, the protective spell of Kamar-Taj. Your magic. The Ancient One's curiosity deepened. Yet, the source of your energy is neither the Vishanti nor the Dark Dimension. The sun. Xiao Han chuckled softly. I have reconstructed the magical system in my own way. The Ancient One paused, her gaze fixed upon Xiao Han. Those two gems do not belong to you, she stated slowly. I am aware, Xiao Han nodded. But they remain here. In the future, they will be seized by Thanos. Furthermore, the Time Stone has also been taken, and it will be surrendered by Stephen Strange. The Ancient One's breath hitched slightly. What did you say? In a flash, Xiao Han understood. Perhaps he had acted too swiftly, and Dr. Banner had not even begun his journey through time. Realizing this, Xiao Han locked his eyes onto hers. In the future, Strange will voluntarily hand over the Time Stone to Thanos, for he has glimpsed the singular possibility of victory. But the cost will be the extinction of half of all life. The Ancient One's expression froze. Her fingers tightened, as if she were contemplating some potential reality. Are you certain? Absolutely, Xiao Han affirmed. There is no way to prove it, for this decision lies beyond the timeline. The Ancient One closed her eyes, her fingertips gently brushing against the eye of Agamotto resting on her chest. Moments later, she opened her eyes, her expression a tangle of emotions. The Time Stone is indeed elusive, so you have taken it to prevent all of this? Not entirely, Xiao Han replied candidly. I simply believe that it is better for me to safeguard it than to let it fall into Thanos' hands. If the future truly demands it, I shall return. The Ancient One regarded him deeply for a moment before breaking into a smile. How intriguing. Another version of myself would permit you to be a candidate for the Supreme Sorcerer? Xiao Han shrugged. She seems to hold me in high regard. The Ancient One gently shook her head, a trace of resignation and acceptance in her gaze. Perhaps I should contemplate an early retirement. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. You do not intend to guard for several more centuries? Time is no longer a constraint for me. The Ancient One replied with a faint smile. However, before departing, I have a question. Yes? Have you studied the magic of interdimensional communication? Xiao Han shook his head. Not yet, but I can learn it now. The Ancient One smiled, her finger drawing a gentle arc, causing a golden rune to materialize in the air. This is the interdimensional communication technique of Kamar-Taj, if you can truly master it. Perhaps you may attempt to activate it with your energy. Xiao Han focused on the rune, his eyes shimmering with golden light as the solar energy within him surged, coalescing into a brilliant beam of gold at his fingertips. In the next moment, the rune illuminated, sending forth a ripple of energy across dimensions. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Ancient One's eyes. You learned swiftly. Xiao Han retracted his magic, smiling. Thank you. Perhaps when we meet again, we can discuss life after retirement. The Ancient One nodded gently, just about to step into the portal when Xiao Han called out to her. What is it? The Ancient One inquired, puzzled. It seems we must go together, Xiao Han replied with a smile. Just now, Xiao Han's extraordinary vision had already perceived the situation in Brooklyn, New York. There, Bruce Banner was examining the sanctum, which was devoid of any presence. He also received a system task notification. Hidden task triggered. Resolve the impending threat of Thanos and save the Avengers. Task reward, 10,000 growth points, and a random reward. In the sanctum, Bruce Banner stood nervously at the threshold of the rooftop door, adjusting his attire. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open. Is anyone there? Banner called, surveying the emptiness within the sanctum, where ancient tomes and magical artifacts lay in quiet display. At that moment, a golden portal unfolded before him, and the Ancient One stepped forth, accompanied by a man clad in black armor, a golden emblazoned upon his chest. Banner was momentarily taken aback, but soon recognized the Ancient One. However, he had never seen the man beside her. Ancient One, Banner exclaimed, hastening forward. I am Bruce Banner, from the future, and I require your assistance. The Ancient One smiled faintly, her gaze calm as she replied, I know who you are, Dr. Banner. Time travel is rare, yet your arrival has been foreseen. Banner exhaled in relief, but his anxiety quickly resurfaced. Then you're aware of my purpose here? The Time Stone, she replied. The Ancient One nodded, but added, I fear you have arrived too late. Banner furrowed his brow. What do you mean? At that moment, the man beside the Ancient One spoke. Because the stone is in my possession. Only then did Banner scrutinize him closely. Clad in black armor with golden patterns, his profound eyes seemed to penetrate all. His presence was imposing, exuding an intangible pressure simply by standing there. Who are you? Banner asked cautiously. Xiao Han. The man replied with a slight smile. You may call me Superman. Superman? Banner frowned, having only heard that name in comics. Dr. Banner. He is a visitor from another universe, the Ancient One explained. He possesses the Space Stone and the Mind Stone, while the Time Stone is temporarily in his care. Indeed, just moments ago, the Ancient One had anticipated the unfolding events and, without hesitation, entrusted the Time Stone to Xiao Han. However, it was only temporary. It must be returned after use, while the other stones were subject to his discretion. Banner's expression shifted. This is impossible. The stones must remain on their original timeline, or it will result in catastrophic consequences. Xiao Han shook his head. On the contrary, if the stones remain here, Thanos will gather them and snap his fingers to eradicate half of all life. By taking them away, I can prevent all of this. Banner's eyes widened. How do you know about Thanos? Wait, are you saying you have foreseen the future? No, I merely know your story, Xiao Han shrugged. You travel back in time to collect the stones and resurrect those obliterated by Thanos, correct? Banner was utterly astonished. This plan was known only to the core members of the Avengers, yet this stranger was fully aware of it. Just then, Banner's communicator blared to life, and Tony Stark's voice came through. Banner, something seems off. We have not located the Cosmic Cube, and the scepter is also missing. Moreover, the battle in New York in 2012 has inexplicably concluded ahead of time. They are still deliberating over an individual referred to as Superman. What discoveries have you made on your end? The stones are with me. You should return and await my arrival. Banner responded. Chapter 27. Who will snap their fingers? Banner lifted his gaze toward Xiao Han, his expression intricate. So it truly is you? Xiao Han nodded. Indeed. I have just undergone the New York battle and effortlessly dealt with the Chitauri. Banner took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Very well. Assuming what you say is true, what do you intend to do now? We require the stones to resurrect those who have vanished. I can assist you, Xiao Han stated, but I have conditions. What conditions? Banner inquired, his demeanor cautious. The stones of this universe, specifically the space, mind, and time stones, must be returned to me once utilized. Banner hesitated briefly, glancing at Master Gu Yi. Gu Yi smiled slightly. Dr. Banner, his powers far exceed your imagination. If he wishes to assist you, it may indeed be the best option. Perhaps fearing disbelief, Master Gu Yi added. His mastery of magic is profound. After a moment of silence, Banner finally nodded. Very well. I believe you. However, we must return to 2023 promptly. Others are awaiting our return. Xiao Han's lips curled into a slight smile. No problem. Please provide me with the coordinates of your universe. Banner recited the coordinates, and then Xiao Han raised his hand, golden energy coalescing in his palm, as a massive portal gradually unfolded. On the other side of the portal lay the Avengers base in 2023. Banner's eyes widened. Is this a transdimensional teleportation? Let's proceed. Xiao Han stepped through the portal first. Your comrades await. Banner exchanged a glance with Gu Yi, then followed suit, while Gu Yi remained in 2012. 2023, Avengers base. Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, Scott Lang, and others were anxiously awaiting. Suddenly, a golden portal opened in the center of the base, and Banner, along with an unfamiliar man, emerged. "Doctor." Tony moved forward briskly. "What is the situation? Who is this?" His gaze fell upon Xiao Han, his brow furrowing. Banner hastily introduced. "This is Xiao Han. He possesses the time, space, and mind stones, but he is willing to assist us." "What?" Steve regarded Xiao Han warily. "The stones are in his possession?" Without further ado, Xiao Han raised his hand, the 3 stones levitating in his palm. "The stones are here," he stated calmly, "but I need to ascertain whether you are willing." "Willing for what?" Steve queried. "They must be returned to him after use," Banner quickly clarified. Tony scrutinized him, his expression complex. "Who exactly are you?" "A visitor from another universe." Xiao Han replied with a slight smile. "Perhaps you may call me Superman." "Superman?" Scott interjected, "akin to the one from the comics?" "More or less," Xiao Han shrugged. "However, I prefer to resolve matters with my fists." The group exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, Tony sighed. "Very well. Since the gem is in your possession and you are willing to assist, we have no reason to refuse. However, regarding the snapping of fingers, I shall take care of that." Xiao Han interjected, "Your bodies cannot withstand the energy of the gem, but I can." Banner gazed at him in astonishment. "Are you certain?" "The energy of 6 gems is capable of annihilating any living being." Xiao Han chuckled. "Trust me, I am unlike the rest of you." A glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes as an invisible force flowed around him. Tony scrutinized him for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. "All right, we have no other choice. Welcome to the Avengers, Mr. Superman." Xiao Han nodded. "Indeed, it feels different. What about Natasha and Clint?" Banner suddenly inquired. At that moment, Clint Barton stumbled out of the quantum tunnel, tightly grasping the orange soul stone, his face etched with sorrow. "We got the gem." His voice was hoarse, but Natasha. The realization of what had transpired dawned upon everyone. Tony stepped forward and gently patted Clint's shoulder. "We will remember her sacrifice." Banner's complexion drained of color as he staggered back 2 steps, his arms bracing against the lab table with a piercing screech. "No, this cannot be." His pupils dilated. "We agreed to return together." Xiao Han keenly noticed the violent fluctuations of gamma energy within Banner. He discreetly released a biofield, separating Banner from the others. "Calm down, Doctor." His voice possessed an unusual soothing quality. "Anger will solve nothing." "Calm." Banner spun around suddenly, his fist smashing into the wall. The wall crumbled beneath Hulk's might as if it were mere paper, yet Xiao Han's force field absorbed the shockwave in time, preventing damage to the laboratory equipment. "She is dead. Because of that damn gem." Banner's roar was tinged with Hulk's distinctive rasp. Steve stepped forward, placing a steadying hand on Banner's trembling shoulder. "We will all miss her. But right now, we need you, Bruce. Fulfilling her wishes would be the best tribute." Banner's breath was labored, the green hue in his eyes flickering intermittently. Xiao Han suddenly placed his hand on his temple, his fingertips glowing faintly with gold. Banner shuddered as the raging gamma energy within him miraculously calmed. "What did you do to him?" Thor asked, gripping his hammer warily. "I merely helped him regulate his endocrine system." Xiao Han withdrew his hand. "Now, shall we attend to business?" Tony observed the now composed Banner thoughtfully before turning to activate the holographic projection. "According to the model calculations, we need to concentrate the energy of the 6 gems into the nanoglove." Under Xiao Han's calming influence, Banner's emotions gradually settled, yet his gaze remained dull. "We must complete this," he murmured, his fists clenched and then released for Natasha. The group followed Tony into the chamber housing the nano-infinity glove. As the glass cover lifted, a glove emerged from the lift. Everyone looked toward Xiao Han, who calmly approached the glove, extending his right hand inside, and the glove adjusted itself to fit him perfectly. As Xiao Han adorned himself with the infinity stones, one by one, a surge of 6 vibrant energies coursed through his being. The onlookers held their breath, gazing intently at the nano glove embedded with the 6 infinity stones, its resplendent glow illuminating the faces of all present. Xiao Han felt an unprecedented wave of energy surging within him, each stone akin to a star igniting within the glove. Power, space, reality, soul, time, and mind. These 6 primal forces of the universe intertwined at his fingertips, as if the very weight of the cosmos bore down upon his arms. This sensation, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes slightly. With his body, he sensed that a single punch could shatter the earth, or even tear asunder the fabric of space itself. Yet, he quelled this impulse, turning instead to his fellow Avengers. "Are you ready?" Xiao Han asked in a low voice. Tony swallowed nervously. "Heavens, I hope our calculations are accurate." Steve tightened his grip on his shield. "We trust you." Tears glimmered in Dr. Banner's eyes for Natasha. Thor raised Mjolnir high for Asgard. Rocket Raccoon, hiding behind Thor, chimed in, "Hurry up. I loathe this feeling of waiting." At that moment, as everyone focused intently, Nebula silently stepped back, turning to vanish into the shadows of the corridor. Xiao Han caught sight of this, but merely smiled faintly, choosing not to expose her. He understood that even if he intervened, greater troubles would ensue. It was better to allow her to proceed and resolve matters in one fell swoop. Thus, Xiao Han took a deep breath, slowly raising his right hand adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, beckoning everyone to return. The crisp sound of a snap echoed throughout the laboratory. In an instant, a blinding explosion of 6 colors erupted from the glove, radiating with unparalleled brilliance. Energy waves radiated from Xiao Han, penetrating walls, the atmosphere, and the entire cosmos. He felt this power reshaping reality as countless erased lives began to re-emerge. His superhuman hearing captured gasps from around the globe. Missing loved ones suddenly reappeared at dinner tables. Once empty streets filled with people, and patients who had vanished from hospitals lay in their beds once more. "We did it," Clint exclaimed, trembling as he pulled out his phone, revealing an incoming call from his wife. Dr. Banner's monitoring equipment flashed wildly. Global life signs are surging. They are back. However, in the midst of this celebration, the entire base was suddenly rocked by a violent tremor, lights from the ceiling crashing down. "What's happening?" Tony swiftly activated his armor. Friday scanned the external situation. "Sir, detecting massive spatial distortions." Friday's voice was abruptly drowned out by a deafening explosion. The eastern wall of the base was torn apart by some colossal force, revealing a sky shrouded in ominous clouds, along with a massive fleet hovering overhead. Steve's pupils dilated in shock as a colossal circular mothership loomed above the base, surrounded by countless Chitauri fighters. In the open space before the base, a giant with purple skin sat upon a stone, a golden broadsword planted beside him. "Thanos." The voice of Thor brimmed with animosity. Yet, what astonished them further was the presence of Nebula, who had just vanished, standing beside Thanos. "Do you humans truly believe you can alter fate?" Thanos' deep voice resonated. "I have reshaped the universe, while you vainly attempt to reverse it." Tony swiftly assessed the situation. Friday, energy readings. Time distortion detected. Thanos' fleet has arrived on Earth via time jumps. Thanos raised his double-edged sword, directing it at the Avengers. "Today, you shall witness the complete purification of this universe. No longer half, but entirely." As he spoke, countless Outriders surged forth from the mothership, while Chitauri vessels filled the sky like locusts. Steve immediately entered battle mode. "Everyone, prepare for combat." Thor summoned lightning. "For vengeance." Just then, Xiao Han slowly raised his right hand, the gems on the Infinity Gauntlet glowing once more. "Step back." His voice, though soft, commanded the attention of all. Thanos narrowed his eyes, warily scrutinizing this unfamiliar human. "Who are you?" Thanos demanded. Xiao Han did not respond. Instead, he gazed at the fleet above and then at the vast army behind Thanos. "Is this all you have?" Thanos was taken aback. "What?" I said. Xiao Han suddenly vanished from his position, reappearing before Thanos, his right hand, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, grasping Thanos by the throat. "Is this the extent of your forces?" Thanos reacted swiftly, his sword slicing towards Xiao Han's neck, yet it was halted by an invisible force just a centimeter from his skin. Xiao Han released his grip, a flash of red light in his eyes, as he unleashed a heat vision that pierced through Thanos' shoulder. "Ah!" Thanos roared, swinging his left fist towards Xiao Han's face. This punch could have stunned the Hulk, yet upon making contact with Xiao Han's skin, Thanos' own knuckles cracked. "This is impossible!" Thanos exclaimed in shock, retreating. Xiao Han did not pursue. Instead, he gazed upward at the fleet. Now that everyone is assembled, he raised the Infinity Gauntlet, the 6 gems radiating blinding light simultaneously. "Then let us all vanish." A resounding snap echoed across the battlefield, louder than before. In an instant, Thanos' entire fleet disintegrated like a sand painting carried away by the wind, thousands of Outriders and Chitauri soldiers turning to ash. Thanos himself looked down at his disintegrating body, disbelief filling his eyes. "I am destiny." His words were left unspoken as he transformed into dust. The battlefield fell silent. The Avengers gaped in astonishment at the scene before them. The enemy they had fought with their lives, effortlessly vanquished by Xiao Han's mere snap. Xiao Han descended gently to the ground, the gems on the Infinity Gauntlet dimming. He turned to the stunned Avengers. "The problem has been resolved." Tony was the first to regain his senses. "My God, who exactly are you?" "I have mentioned before," Xiao Han said with a faint smile. "You may call me Superman." Ding! Mission accomplished. Earn 10,000 growth points. Random reward extraction in progress. Acquired. New ability, Midas Touch. A monetary artifact, as the name implies. Can transmute stone into gold. Xiao Han. Steve stepped forward and extended his hand. Regardless of who you are, thank you for saving this world. Xiao Han shook his hand. No need for thanks. Dr. Banner gazed at the infinity gauntlet on Xiao Han's hand. Those stones. As agreed, the space, mine, and time stones belong to me. Xiao Han removed the 3 stones and returned the gauntlet, along with the remaining power, reality, and soul stones, to Tony. You can take care of these. Tony carefully accepted the gauntlet. We will keep it safe. Wait, are you leaving? Xiao Han nodded. My mission is complete. It is time to return to my universe. Thor stepped forward with determination. Wait, friend. At least tell us where you are going. Xiao Han smiled without answering, merely raising his hand to create a golden portal. On the other side of the portal, the Avengers beheld New York in 2012. The time stone must be returned. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Xiao Han turned and stepped into the portal, his figure gradually fading. The battle concluded too swiftly. Doctor Strange had not even managed to open a portal. Just before he completely vanished, Tony suddenly called out, "Hey, if our world encounters trouble again, can we call on you for help?" Xiao Han's voice echoed from the portal. Seek Strange. He knows what to do. The portal closed, leaving the Avengers in bewildered silence. So, Scott scratched his head. We were just saved by Superman? Clint looked at the phone in his hand, displaying a family photo. In any case, he helped us reclaim what we had lost. Tony stared at the infinity gauntlet, deep in thought. Friday, log all data regarding Superman. I have a feeling we will need his assistance once more. Meanwhile, above New York in the 2012 cinematic universe, Xiao Han's figure reappeared. The system prompt echoed once again. Ding. Host has completed all tasks. Would you like to claim additional rewards? Xiao Han smiled slightly. Claim. Acquired. Parallel Universe Locator. Allows free travel to explored parallel universes. Xiao Han gazed at the exquisite device that materialized in his hand, unsure of where to begin his lament. This item permits instant return to the previous universe. However, he could achieve that through portal magic as well. It seems my journey has only just begun. He looked down at the city, his form transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. Chapter 29, Return to My Universe. Sanctum Sanctorum. Xiao Han silently descended onto the rooftop, the time stone hovering in his palm, emanating an eerie green glow. He gently pushed open the skylight and leaped inside. Master Gu stood in the center of the hall, her back to him, as if she had anticipated his arrival. You are quite reliable. Her voice was calm as water. Xiao Han stepped forward and presented the time stone to her, declaring it belongs to its rightful owner. Ancient One accepted the gem, her fingertips grazing the eye of Agamotto as a verdant radiance blossomed, and the stone gradually nestled into its place. She lifted her gaze to Xiao Han. A hint of inquiry in her eyes. You altered their future. Just lend a hand. Xiao Han shrugged nonchalantly. Thanos no longer exists. Ancient One raised an eyebrow, slightly. Did you kill him? Just a snap of my fingers, Xiao Han replied lightly. Ancient One fell silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. Fascinating. The timeline shifts due to you, yet the balance of the universe remains unaffected. She paused. Perhaps this is why another version of me chose to trust you. However, these changes are merely temporary. You shall have your share of responsibilities ahead. Xiao Han remained non-committal, redirecting the conversation. Where is Strange now? Still practicing as a surgeon. Ancient One's gaze drifted toward the window. He has a long journey ahead before he becomes Sorcerer Supreme. That's good to hear, Xiao Han nodded, relieved that this time he would not endure the same suffering. Ancient One turned to him. What do you plan to do next? Xiao Han's lips curled into a smile. Return home. He raised his hand, golden energy swirling at his fingertips as a portal slowly unfolded. On the other side lay the familiar skyline of New York. His own universe. Ancient One, he said, pausing before stepping through the portal. Should the opportunity arise, do visit me. Ancient One smiled faintly. I shall. As the portal sealed, Xiao Han's figure vanished entirely. Ancient One remained in place, her fingertips caressing the eye of Agamotto, murmuring softly, perhaps we truly need a superhero. In the Earth, 169278 universe, New York, Xiao Han materialized within the Stark Tower laboratory. Tony Stark was engrossed in calibrating his nano-armor when he heard the commotion and abruptly looked up, nearly dropping his tools in shock. Good grief. How many times is this now, Xiao? Must you always appear out of thin air? Tony exclaimed, eyes wide. 3 days without a word. And I thought you were captivated by some cover girl. Xiao Han chuckled lightly, just took a stroll through another universe and resolved a few minor issues. Tony scrutinized him skeptically. What issues? Thanos. Tony's expression turned even more perplexed. All right, I don't understand. Xiao Han approached the workbench, casually picking up a cup of coffee. Despite its chill, taking a sip. Details are inconsequential. How is your armor development progressing? Tony opened his mouth, seemingly brimming with questions, but ultimately rubbed his temples instead. Never mind, you always do this. The nano armor is nearly complete, but the energy core still requires optimization. Setting down the coffee cup, Xiao Han retrieved a piece of vibranium ore from his dimensional storage and tossed it to Tony. Take a look at this. Tony swiftly caught it, glancing down, his eyes instantly brightening. Vibranium? Where did you acquire this? Wakanda. Xiao Han replied casually, I borrowed it. Tony's mouth twitched. Borrowed? Are you certain it wasn't taken? Xiao Han feigned innocence, shrugging. They have no use for it. Tony rolled his eyes, yet he was soon captivated by the properties of vibranium, eagerly toying with it. With this, the armor could indeed be upgraded, though it seemed rather insufficient. Nevertheless, let me delve into research first. Xiao Han, observing Tony engulfed in a frenzy of scientific exploration, chuckled softly before turning towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the night sky of New York was dotted with stars, and the city lights flowed like a shimmering galaxy. His superhuman hearing detected the distant wail of police sirens, the murmur of conversations, and even the vibrations of the subway tracks. Everything felt so familiar, yet brimming with infinite possibilities. System prompt, current growth points, 15,000. Would you like to enter the system mall to redeem rewards? With a thought, Xiao Han summoned the system interface before him. He navigated through a dazzling array of products, ultimately pausing at the Doomsday Cell. A long way to go with 800,000 points. He murmured to himself. However, it mattered not. He had plenty of time. Xiao Han turned and approached the workstation. Tony was engrossed in adjusting the nanostructures displayed in the holographic projection, his fingers dancing swiftly across the data streams. Suddenly, a hefty stack of metallic documents was slammed onto the workstation before him, causing his coffee cup to wobble. What is this? Tony furrowed his brow and looked up, finding Xiao Han standing at the table's edge, a playful smile tugging at his lips. A new toy for you. Xiao Han tapped the stack of documents, asserting that it was far more intriguing than vibranium. Tony skeptically opened the first page, his gaze sweeping over the dense formulas and three-dimensional diagrams. His fingers abruptly halted, and his pupils constricted slightly. Wait, this is, his voice tinged with rare astonishment. The holographic projection automatically captured the contents of the documents, instantly unfolding a complex energy model beside it. A miniature star was confined within a magnetic field matrix, its searing plasma burning steadily in the force field, releasing pure and potent energy. An artificial sun? Tony suddenly looked up, his gaze sharply fixed on Xiao Han. This technology does not exist on Earth. This was something Spider-Man had defeated a foe with a year ago. He was researching something similar. And you, he pointed to the projection. This is cramming a star into a reactor. Xiao Han shrugged. Alien technology. It's a bit more powerful than your little light bulb. Tony seized the documents, rapidly flipping through them, murmuring to himself. Magnetic confinement parameters, plasma turbulence suppression, this energy density. He suddenly looked up, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Where did you get this? Don't tell me it's your research. Spoils from another universe. Xiao Han interrupted. The specific source is unimportant. What matters is he pointed to a line of equations at the end of the documents. This can be created. Tony took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He set the documents down, placing both hands on the table, bowing his head in silence for several seconds before suddenly breaking into a wide grin. Jarvis, clear all appointments for tonight. Sir, you're scheduled for dinner with Miss Potts. Postpone it. No, cancel it. Tony did not lift his head, his fingers already dancing across the holographic keyboard. Tell her, just say the apocalypse is coming again, and I need to save the world. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. Using that excuse? It works every time. Tony remained utterly engrossed, his gaze fixed as he accessed the Stark Industries energy database. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes. You can't possibly be contemplating using that artificial sun to replace your arc reactor, can you? Xiao Han chuckled lightly. No, it's far more direct. He gestured toward his own chest. It will enable me to maintain energy supply even when far from a star. And for you, Tony interjected, his eyes glinting with a mad spark, unlimited energy. Truly, clean, inexhaustible energy. He abruptly rose to his feet. Jarvis, contact Rhodey. Secure the military's abandoned nuclear test site in Alamogordo, and tell them I wish to rent it for a week. Xiao Han crossed his arms. Shouldn't we conduct a small-scale test first? Small scale? Tony scoffed, tracing a 10-meter diameter spherical structure on the holographic display. This is small scale, the first-generation prototype. Powerful enough to illuminate all of Manhattan. He paused, suddenly frowning. However, the stability of the containment field poses a problem. If the plasma leaks, it won't just illuminate. It will evaporate Manhattan. Xiao Han calmly added, we need to enhance the magnetic field generator, using vibranium as the base. We can incorporate the magical properties of URU metal to grant the force field self-repairing capabilities. Tony slammed his hand on the table. Genius. I am increasingly impressed by you. Xiao, who exactly are you? Are extraterrestrials this extraordinary? Chapter 30, The Kree. In the following 48 hours, the hierarchy within the laboratory was completely upended. Xiao Han stood at the center of the holographic platform, his hands deftly gliding as countless parameters swirled around him. Tony became the ideal assistant, meticulously crafting components according to the most precise directives. The vibranium base needs to be even thinner, Xiao Han uttered without looking up. The lattice arrangement of the URU metal must adhere strictly to this angle. Tony gritted his teeth as he worked. Are you certain this curvature won't induce quantum decoherence? I've already calculated 642 possibilities, Xiao Han responded casually, pulling up a series of formulas. This magnetic field compensates for it. As the final component was in place, Xiao Han placed his hands just above the reactor. His eyes glimmered with golden light, and his focused gaze meticulously welded the critical nodes with precision measured in picoseconds. Initiate. A hum resonated throughout the lab as all electronic devices simultaneously shut down. Within the central reactor, a photon was born, followed by 2, then 4, growing exponentially. Tony instinctively took a half step back. My God! A miniature golden sun emerged within the reactor, its glow gentle, yet harboring terrifying energy. Data screens frantically refreshed. Energy output, 28 million megawatts. Stability, 999. Projected runtime, 120,000 years. This, Tony's voice quivered. How we just created eternal energy? Xiao Han reached out to touch the protective shield, the light of the artificial sun flowing through his fingers. It is the key to propel human civilization forward. Tony suddenly grasped Xiao Han's shoulders and exclaimed, you must reveal to me how to acquire such technology and thinking. How can I possess such a brain? The golden glimmer in Xiao Han's eyes gradually receded, revealing a mysterious smile. I shall tell you next time. For now, he gestured towards the energy monitoring device that had begun to signal an alarm. We must first address the cooling issue. Unless you wish to transform Manhattan into a volcanic crater. Tony gazed at the temperature curve, which had surged to a perilous level, and suddenly burst into laughter. Huh. Come on, Jarvis. Activate all cooling systems. Several hours later, the artificial sun's brilliance burned steadily within the reactor, its golden radiance illuminating the entire laboratory. Tony Stark fixated on the readings displayed on the data screen, his fingers subconsciously tapping against the table, his eyes alight with excitement and a hint of barely perceptible awe. 28 million megawatts, he murmured, sufficient to meet the electrical demands of the entire East Coast. And his gaze shifted to Xiao Han. Are you certain this contraption won't suddenly spiral out of control and blow us to smithereens? Xiao Han crossed his arms, leaning against the lab bench with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. As long as the magnetic field confinement does not collapse, it is safe. Oh, how reassuring. Tony rolled his eyes, though the smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. He gently tapped the protective shield of the reactor, causing the artificial sun's glow to flicker momentarily before stabilizing once more. So aside from serving as a power bank, what else can this thing do? Quite a lot, Xiao Han replied, straightening up and approaching the holographic projection platform. With a swift motion of his finger, he summoned a new set of data models. For instance, his fingers traced an energy pathway within the projection, guiding the energy of the artificial sun into an entirely new structural model, forming a searing beam of light. Directed energy weapon? Tony raised an eyebrow. No, Xiao Han shook his head. It is interdimensional energy transmission. Tony's expression froze for a moment before he leaned in closer to the projection. Wait, are you saying you can use this energy to go directly to another place? Theoretically, yes, Xiao Han nodded. I have integrated solar energy, endowing it with high malleability. If precisely controlled, it can emulate the energy characteristics of any dimension. To be accurate, it is akin to magic. A wild spark ignited in Tony's eyes. Xiao Han, what do I need to learn magic? Sir, you have been working continuously for 72 hours? Jarvis reminded. Who cares? Tony interrupted with a wave of his hand. We can discuss that later. Let us focus on this for now. Xiao Han chuckled softly, offering no rebuttal. He approached the projection, his eyes slightly glowing with golden light as his superbrain calculated the optimal flow of energy. The two fell into silence, the laboratory resonating only with the hum of the holographic projection and Tony's occasional low muttering. 3 hours later. Done. Tony abruptly pressed the virtual confirmation button, causing the model within the holographic projection to shrink suddenly, forming a perfect energy closed loop. Shall we give it a try? Xiao Han nodded, raising his hand to the reactor's control terminal. The energy of the artificial sun was directed towards him, the golden energy flowing like liquid. He gestured in a circular motion. Buzz. The space subtly distorted. A golden spark erupted at the center of the circular device, rapidly expanding to form a stable circular portal. On the other side of the portal lay a desolate crimson desert, with the sky exhibiting an eerie purplish-red hue. Muffs? Tony squinted. No, Xiao Han shook his head. It is a mirrored dimension. Tony abruptly turned his head. What is this? Have we truly opened a magical dimension with technology? The boundary between technology and magic has always been rather nebulous. Xiao Han withdrew his hand as the portal slowly began to close. This was merely a preliminary test. The true application lies ahead. Tony gazed at the now calm circular device and suddenly broke into a wide grin. Xiao, do you realize what this means? You have made history. A fervent excitement flickered in Tony's eyes. No, not merely history. You have redefined the possibilities of energy. Xiao Han smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. His super hearing detected unusual sounds in the distant sky. A faint energy wave was approaching New York at alarming speed. Tony, he spoke suddenly. What's wrong? Tony noticed his change in demeanor and frowned. We have guests. Xiao Han looked up at the ceiling, his gaze piercing through layers of metal to the sky outside. Moreover, the visitors do not come in peace. Tony instantly grasped the situation, swiftly activating the armor-wearing program. Jarvis, initiate the building's defense protocols. Scan the skies over New York. Unidentified flying objects detected. Sir, Jarvis's voice resonated. The energy signatures do not match any known Earth technology. Xiao Han's form began to levitate, the golden patterns on his black armor subtly glowing. I will investigate. Wait, Tony called out. Don't be a hero this time. Remember to call me. Xiao Han glanced back at him, a smirk on his lips, suit up, little mustache. No sooner had he spoken than his figure transformed into a streak of black light, shattering through the laboratory skylight and soaring into the heavens. Tony cursed softly as he watched Xiao Han depart, then hastened the armor-wearing process. Jarvis, activate the Mark 6 nano armor. Preheat all weapon systems. Sir, this armor has yet to be tested. ISNT now, the perfect time? Ready, sir. Tony donned the wristband. Tapping it twice, the armor surged forth like a tide, enveloping him instantly. The moment the helmet fused, the armor's power core roared to life. He inhaled deeply, his legs slightly bending as the thrusters erupted in a burst of energy. All right, alien scumbags. His voice resonated through the armor, laced with excitement and fighting spirit. Welcome to Earth. Chapter 31. Earth is my domain. Above New York, Xiao Han hovered above the clouds, his super sight penetrating the atmosphere and locking onto an approaching stealth spacecraft. Its design was angular, its surface cloaked in some form of optical camouflage, yet it was of no consequence to Xiao Han's X-ray vision. A reconnaissance ship of the Kree Empire? He murmured softly, his brow furrowing. At that moment, the spacecraft's hatch suddenly swung open, and a figure slowly emerged, a towering humanoid being clad in blue armor, with icy red light emanating from its eyes beneath the helmet. Intriguing Earthling, I did not anticipate your kind's existence on this planet. Your physique is quite extraordinary. Come with me to the Kree Empire. The being's voice resonated through some amplification device, carrying a chilling mechanical tone. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. Regrettably, superheroes are not for sale. The Kree warrior appeared momentarily taken aback, then raised its arm as an energy cannon swiftly coalesced. Then death. With a searing blast, a high-energy particle beam tore through the air, aimed directly at Xiao Han's forehead. He stood firm, allowing the energy cannon to strike him head-on. A blinding radiance erupted, yet in the next instant, his figure emerged unscathed from the aftermath of the explosion. Is that all? He sneered, his eyes igniting with a fervent red glow. The Kree warrior clearly did not anticipate this turn of events. Alarms blared wildly within its armor. It hastily retreated while activating its full-body shield, but it was too late. With a resounding blast, Xiao Han's thermal vision pierced through the Kree warrior's shield and armor like two crimson spears, creating a gaping void in its chest. The life signs within the armor plummeted rapidly. Impossible, the Kree warrior muttered, gazing down at its shattered form, voice faltering. Who are you? Superman, Xiao Han replied coolly, then turned his gaze toward the Kree ship that was hastily retreating. Thinking of fleeing? His figure instantly broke the sound barrier, darting toward the vessel like a bolt of black lightning. The Kree ship's engines roared to life, attempting to escape, but it was futile against Xiao Han's speed. A powerful punch landed with a thunderous crash. The ship's hull crumpled like paper, spinning through the void, while sparks erupted from its internal systems. Xiao Han hovered before the ship, arms crossed, coldly observing the panicked Kree within the cockpit. Be more cautious in your next life. His voice traversed the vacuum, directly infiltrating the Kree's mind. Earth is my domain. As the Kree perished, Xiao Han comprehended and translated their writings, learning that their objective was the cosmic cube. After perusing the information, he raised his hand, his thermal vision precisely severing the ship's engine, rendering it powerless. The Kree vessel began its descent toward Earth's atmosphere. Jarvis, track the ship's landing point. Tony's voice suddenly emanated from the communicator. He had just arrived on the battlefield, his armor hovering nearby. We need that gift. Xiao Han nodded, watching the vessel plunge toward the designated area of the Atlantic Ocean. He then turned to Tony. It seems the Kree Empire has a keen interest in the cosmic cube. Is that so? It appears the Armored Legion must be expedited. Tony retorted with a hint of sarcasm. But how do they know where the gem is? Xiao Han pondered for a moment. Perhaps the previous spatial disturbance caught their attention. He looked at Tony. We must prepare. The Kree Empire will not relinquish easily. Tony's helmet retracted, revealing a serious expression. So, we have just provoked an interstellar empire? Pretty much, Xiao Han shrugged. Fantastic, Tony remarked. Tony rolled his eyes. And I knew that associating with you would lead to no good. Xiao Han chuckled lightly, regretting it? Huh. Tony grinned, the helmet of his armor sealing shut once more. Just kidding, this is far more exhilarating than developing clean energy. The two figures hovered above New York City, the lights below twinkling like stars scattered across the night sky. A threat had emerged, yet at this moment, only tranquility resided in Xiao Han's gaze. Come on, Tony, he said, turning toward Stark Tower. We have work to do. Tony matched his pace, the thrusters of his armor exhaling a brilliant blue flame. For example, Xiao Han's lips curled slightly. Let us equip our armors with an artificial sun. Tony's laughter echoed through the communication channel. Huh, now that's more like it. Against the backdrop of the night, the two figures streaked across the sky, heading towards Stark Tower. A miniature prototype of the artificial sun hovered on the central laboratory table, emanating a soft golden glow. Tony Stark stood before a holographic display, his fingers swiftly navigating through streams of data, brows furrowed in concentration. Energy output is stable, yet there are still issues with the constraint field's fluctuations, he murmured, lightly tapping a parameter on the projection. Xiao Han stood nearby, his eyes shimmering with a golden light as his supervision penetrated the reactor's exterior, observing the flow of plasma within. The magical resonance frequency of the URU metal needs further adjustment, he suddenly remarked, pointing a node on hologram. Tony raised an eyebrow. You can measure magic with your eyes? I've gotten used to it, Xiao Han shrugged. Tony huffed, swiping his finger, causing the parameters to adjust instantly. The energy curve on the projection smoothed out in an instant, and the fluctuations of the constraint field vanished without a trace. Perfect. Tony grinned. JARVIS. Record this value. Next time, use it directly. Value recorded, Sir. JARVIS responded. Excellent. Let's commence the fusion. Several hours later, Tony whistled, arms crossed over his chest, surveying the two suits of armor floating in the center of the laboratory with satisfaction. JARVIS. Activate display mode. The laboratory lights dimmed, and the two nano-armors rotated slowly within a gentle blue halo. One was Tony's signature gold and red color scheme, its streamlined armor surface gleaming with a metallic luster. The artificial sun core at the chest radiated a soft golden glow, with energy coursing through the armor like veins. The other was Xiao Han's exclusive armor, entirely black, adorned with intricate golden patterns resembling ancient runes. The S-shaped emblem on the chest was also powered by the artificial sun, yet the flow of energy was more subdued. Beautiful, isn't it? Tony clapped Xiao Han on the shoulder. Both suits have been enhanced with a touch of magical elements. And yours, with the resonance frequency of URU metal, perfectly aligns with your biofield. Xiao Han approached his armor, reaching out to touch the surface. The nanomaterial instantly flowed like water, adapting to the contours of his fingers. The response speed is impressive. Xiao Han nodded slightly, and the energy conduction efficiency is commendable. Of course, Tony said, proudly lifting his chin. I have integrated advanced financial technology into the nanostructure, and with the magical properties of URU metal. This armor is theoretically capable of withstanding high-level energy impacts. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. Theoretically? Tony shrugged. Well, in practice, it might still fall a bit short. But at the very least, it will prevent damage during combat with enemies. The armor is merely ornamental. In a real fight, the biological force field will safeguard it. Tony, Chapter 32, Flight Test. Rolling his eyes, he circled around the two sets of armor. His fingers gently glided over his own gold and crimson nanotech suit, excitement shimmering in his eyes. To be honest, your armor's design is far cooler than mine. Tony pouted, black and gold, understated yet ostentatious. And without the need for a helmet, it's practically cheating. Xiao Han smirked. You could also forego the helmet, and then get photographed by the media, rolling my eyes? Tony rolled his eyes again. Forget it, I still prefer my high-tech style. He approached his armor, tapping the arc reactor embedded in the chest, where a miniature artificial sun now resided, golden energy swirling within. Jarvis, initiate the testing program. Initiating now, sir. In an instant, Tony's armor disassembled into countless nanobots, flowing like liquid metal, swiftly enveloping his entire body. In the next moment, the gold and crimson suit seamlessly fitted together, the eyes of the visor glowing blue. Xiao Han stood before his black armor, his enhanced vision scanning the structure of each nano-unit. The golden S-shaped emblem on the chest shimmered under the lights, the overall lines appearing more streamlined and sharp than Tony's. Does your armor really not require a helmet? I still don't understand, Tony inquired, approaching curiously to poke at the neck design of Xiao Han's armor. No need, Xiao Han replied with a slight smile. My eyes serve as the best sensors. Tony shrugged. All right, how does it feel? Observing Tony like a curious child examining his armor, Xiao Han asked. Incredible. Tony's voice resonated through the armor's speakers, clearly brimming with excitement. The energy flow is much smoother than before, like liquid sunlight coursing through veins. Xiao Han nodded, his fingers moving, causing the black armor to disassemble into countless nanobots that coiled around his body like living creatures. In less than a second, the armor was perfectly donned, golden patterns shimmering on the black base. Jarvis, initiate the testing program. Tony raised his arm, starting with the basic functions. Suddenly, the laboratory floor sank, revealing a vast testing ground. Various targets, obstacles, and simulated enemies rose from beneath the floor. As per tradition, the one with the lower score treats. Tony provocatively glanced at Xiao Han. Xiao Han smirked. Are you sure you want to wager on this? Hey, this time is different. Tony's armor unfolded 6 miniature thrusters from its back. Based on the technology you provided, I've upgraded all the systems. Then let us begin. Before the words had left his lips, the two figures shot forth simultaneously. Tony fired first, the palm cannon obliterating 3 targets as the nanotech armor maneuvered with agility during high-speed movement, exhibiting virtually no inertial lag. He proudly whistled, do you see? The magical properties of Uruk metal have enhanced the response speed of the armor. His words trailed off as Xiao Han silently floated before him, every target around them having been precisely severed by a beam of heat vision. This is unfair, Tony protested. You're using superpowers. You said we were testing the armor's performance. Xiao Han innocently shrugged. This is indeed the performance of my armor. Tony mumbled a few words before suddenly accelerating towards the opposite end of the testing arena. Let us get serious. The armor's arms unfurled, launching dozens of miniature missiles that streaked through the air, while the palm-mounted cannon unleashed a relentless barrage, creating a dense web of firepower. Xiao Han chuckled softly, vanishing in an instant, weaving through the barrage with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Sir, it is nearly impossible to win against Mr. Xiao in this contest. Jarvis cautioned. Silence, Jarvis. I am about to create a miracle. Tony gritted his teeth and pressed on with his assault. Suddenly, all the missiles halted mid-air, as if they had collided with an invisible wall. Xiao Han hovered at the center of the testing arena, his eyes shimmering with golden light. It's my turn, he declared, raising his hand gently. The missiles inexplicably reversed direction, all aimed squarely at Tony. Wait, this defies logic, Tony exclaimed, hastily activating his defense systems. How can you control my missiles? Telekinesis, Xiao Han replied with a smile. What do you think? Care to learn? The missiles then detonated all at once. But the flames were ensnared by a force field, coalescing into a perfect fireball that drifted menacingly towards Tony. Do you concede? Xiao Han inquired. Tony's helmet retracted, revealing a resigned expression. All right, I'll treat tonight. But he suddenly flashed a cunning smile. Let us test again. Xiao Han retracted his armor, landing gracefully on the ground. What? Should we try flying? Tony suggested. Are you certain? Xiao Han's expression turned slightly peculiar. Absolutely. Tony grinned, and the thrusters beneath his armor erupted, propelling him like a rocket towards the laboratory skylight. Xiao Han leapt lightly, effortlessly breaking the sound barrier and leaving a swirl of white airwaves in his wake. The two surged out of the building, tracing vibrant arcs across the night sky of New York. Jarvis, activate full speed mode. Tony exclaimed excitedly. Warning, sir, speed exceeds safety threshold. Who cares? Tony's armor's thrusters roared to life, his golden red figure shooting upwards like a meteor. Xiao Han, however, effortlessly kept pace beside him, even managing to casually glance over. Are you sure you can keep up with me? How about the noise cancellation mode of your armor? Xiao Han teased. The high-altitude winds are quite strong. Shut up. Tony's voice crackled through the communicator. I'm wearing the most advanced armor in the world. Is that so? Xiao Han chuckled, suddenly accelerating and vanishing from Tony's field of vision. Hey, that's cheating. Tony's eyes widened as the armor's radar frantically scanned, failing to detect Xiao Han's presence. The next moment, Xiao Han's voice emerged from behind him. You're too slow. Tony whipped around to find Xiao Han floating behind him, arms crossed, exuding an air of leisure. Damn. Tony gritted his teeth. Jarvis, initiate overclock mode. Sir, the overclocking mode will significantly drain energy. I suggest you activate it. In an instant, Tony's armor's thrusters erupted with blinding blue light, accelerating to unprecedented speeds, leaving a trail of sonic booms in its wake. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Impressive, there's been progress. With that, his figure vanished once more, this time breaking through the atmosphere and soaring into outer space. Tony followed closely, alarms blaring within his suit. Warning, oxygen levels in the atmosphere are decreasing. External temperatures are plummeting. Shut up, Jarvis. I can handle it. Tony gritted his teeth as his armor continuously adjusted its posture to withstand the pressure of the thin atmosphere. Finally, his vision cleared, revealing the inky blackness of the cosmos and the azure arc of Earth, along with Xiao Han, suspended nearby, basking in sunlight. Xiao Han turned and offered a slight smile. Welcome back to space, Tony. Tony paused for a second before bursting into laughter. Huh, this feeling is absolutely insane. He looked down at Earth, the lights of New York flickering beneath the clouds, the Atlantic waves reflecting moonlight. I never imagined I could fly here in a suit of my own making. Tony's voice held a rare note of nostalgia. Xiao Han floated beside him, his gaze drifting toward the distant starry expanse. This is merely the beginning. Tony turned to him. You're already accustomed to this perspective, aren't you? Xiao Han chuckled. Accustomed? No, each time I look, I am filled with awe. The two fell into silence, savoring the tranquility of the universe. Chapter 33, The Inhumans. Xiao Han's gaze drifted toward the distant gray-white planet, a slight smile gracing his lips. Tony, would you like to visit the moon? Tony, absorbed in the curvature of Earth, smirked. The moon? What is so fascinating about that barren place? I've seen countless photos from NASA. Photos cannot capture everything, Xiao Han replied with a mysterious smile, raising his hand to draw a golden circle in the air. A portal slowly unfurled, revealing the rugged craters of the far side of the moon. Wait, you can teleport across planets? Tony's eyes widened. Just a little trick. Xiao Han gestured invitingly. Shall we? Tony's armor adjusted its posture slightly. You said it. If you send me to some strange place, Pepper will go crazy. The two stepped through the portal, instantly finding themselves on the lunar surface. Tony's armor automatically adjusted its gravity system and life support, and he carefully placed his feet on the lunar soil, leaving distinct footprints. Wow. Tony looked down at his prints, the Armstrong feeling. Meanwhile, Xiao Han hovered a few centimeters above the ground, scanning the surrounding terrain. What are you looking for? Tony asked curiously. A hidden city. Xiao Han's eyes shimmered with golden light as his supervision penetrated the lunar surface, searching for unusual energy fluctuations. A city? On the moon? Tony scoffed. Unless it's aliens wait, you can't be suggesting. Xiao Han suddenly raised his hand, and another portal materialized before them. However, this time, the other side was not the desolate lunar surface, but a vast city crowned by a technologically advanced dome. Holy moly! Tony's breath momentarily hitched. This was impossible. How could there be? Welcome to Adelan. Xiao Han was the first to soar through the portal, the capital of the Inhumans. Tony hesitated for a fleeting second, then gritted his teeth and followed. Jarvis record everything. As he traversed the threshold of the portal, Tony's vision expanded dramatically. Towering spires shimmered beneath a pale blue energy shield, while hovering vehicles traced elegant trajectories through the air. The beings strolling along the streets varied. Some appeared indistinguishable from humans, while others bore scales, wings, or other mutated features. Tony's helmet retracted, revealing a look of astonishment etched across his face. This defied every physical law. How could such a colossal city evade our satellites? A magical barrier, combined with the technology of the Kree Empire, Xiao Han elucidated, The Inhumans have resided here for centuries. At that moment, a squadron of guards clad in silver uniforms swiftly encircled them, their energy weapons glinting with a menacing glow. Intruders, lower your weapons, the leading guard commanded, a luminescent crystal embedded in his forehead. Tony instinctively raised his palm cannon. Jarvis analyzed these weapons. Energy readings unknown. I recommend maintaining vigilance, sir. Yet, Xiao Han merely regarded them with calmness. We mean no harm. We only wish to speak with your king. The guards exchanged glances, evidently taken aback that their language was understood. Suddenly, the crowd parted, revealing a man dressed in an opulent black robe and a woman with red hair. The man's eyes radiated an unnatural blue, enveloped in a faint energy field. I am King Black Bolt. This is my wife Medusa. For certain reasons, she shall be my spokesperson. The man gestured using sign language, while the woman translated beside him. What brings you to intrude upon Adeline? Xiao Han nodded slightly. I have long admired your reputation, King Black Bolt. I am Xiao Han, and this is Tony Stark. We hail from Earth, and wish to establish a connection with the Inhumans. King Black Bolt's gaze lingered on the two, particularly on Xiao Han's armor. Have Earthlings advanced to such a degree? Medusa translated simultaneously. In truth, most Earthlings are unaware of the existence of a city on the far side of the moon. Tony interjected, to be honest, I only just learned of it myself. King Black Bolt's expression grew serious as he swiftly gestured several commands. Medusa translated with urgency. Follow me. This is not the place for discussion. He turned toward the central palace, and the guards signaled for the two to follow. Tony leaned closer to Xiao Han, whispering, You knew about this alien city all along? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Surprise, Xiao Han chuckled softly, and besides, some things are far more impactful when witnessed firsthand. Are they not? Tony rolled his eyes. My worldview has been severely shaken. I'm going to need to drink an entire bottle of whiskey to recover. The interior of the palace appeared even more magnificent than its exterior, where futuristic technology seamlessly blended with ancient decorations. Welcome, visitors from Earth. Medusa greeted the two with a smile. To breach our barriers, you must be extraordinary individuals. Tony could not help but gaze at her hair, exclaiming, Wow, that hairstyle is incredible. How did you achieve that? Medusa replied with a subtle smile. It is a gift of the Inhumans. Xiao Han promptly addressed the matter at hand. We have come to discuss the potential for collaboration between the Inhumans and Earth. Black Bolt exchanged a glance with Medusa. We have chosen to live in seclusion to avoid entanglement in Earth's conflicts, Medusa stated. Yet the crises on Earth may have repercussions for the moon, Xiao Han calmly responded. The Kree Empire has begun to make moves, showing a keen interest in the Cosmic Cube. Upon hearing the name of the Kree Empire, Black Bolt's body visibly tensed. Medusa's expression grew serious. You are aware of the Kree? We just repelled a reconnaissance ship, Tony proudly declared, but it was Xiao who handled it single-handedly. Black Bolt suddenly rose and approached Xiao Han, scrutinizing him closely. After a moment, he gestured. You are no ordinary human. Xiao Han nodded. You may call me Superman. Superman? Medusa raised an eyebrow. What an audacious title. Indeed, Tony interjected, this fellow can dismantle a spaceship with his bare hands. Black Bolt pondered for a moment before raising a hand, signaling the guards to stand down. We need to converse, he said with an unusually serious demeanor. About the Kree Empire, the future of the Inhumans, and the fate of Earth. Xiao Han smiled gently. That is precisely our purpose for coming. The ensuing discussion lasted for several hours. Tony, like a child in a candy store, was utterly amazed by the technology of the Inhumans, especially their Terrigen Mist technology. Meanwhile, Xiao Han and Black Bolt reached a preliminary cooperation agreement, mutual support in times of threat to Earth and gradual advancement of bilateral exchanges. Although Xiao Han felt that with his presence, little support would be necessary, he recognized that having an ally was preferable to acquiring another adversary. As the two prepared to depart, Medusa handed a crystal to Xiao Han. This is a communicator. You may contact us when needed. Xiao Han accepted the crystal, nodding in gratitude. Tony, however, gazed longingly at the floating vehicles. Can I bring some research equipment next time? Your anti-gravity technology is astonishing. Medusa chuckled lightly, perhaps Mr. Stark. At the teleportation portal on their return journey, Tony suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, Wait, do you have Wi-Fi here? Black Bolt and Medusa looked at him blankly. Never mind, forget I asked. Tony awkwardly scratched his nose. Upon crossing the portal back to the lunar surface, Tony remained in shock. I can hardly believe that a super civilization is hidden on the far side of the moon. All of our astronomers should be fired. Xiao Han chuckled at him. It is quite normal that your telescopes could not detect it, with magical barriers and advanced technology in play. That is unscientific. Tony waved his arms. Such a vast city. So many people. What do they eat? What do they drink? Where does the oxygen come from? Kree technology can address these issues, Xiao Han elucidated, explaining that the Inhumans are the product of the Kree Empire's early genetic experiments. Tony suddenly halted his steps. Wait, are you suggesting that these individuals are humans modified by aliens? Close enough. Tony whistled in astonishment. Wow, this is far more thrilling than the classified files of SHIELD. Xiao Han raised his hand to activate the portal back to Earth. Are you prepared for more surprises? The universe is far grander than you can imagine. Taking a deep breath, Tony stepped through the portal. I suddenly feel that my armor has ample room for improvement. The two figures vanished from the lunar surface, leaving only two parallel footprints quietly resting upon the tranquil lunar soil. Chapter 34. Conversation in the town a few hours earlier. In a small town in Vermont, Nick Fury and Phil Coulson stood before an old house on the outskirts of the town. The sunset casting elongated shadows of the two men. Are you certain this is the place? Fury inquired softly, his one eye scanning the surroundings. Coulson nodded, the screen of his tablet flickering with faint energy readings. The antimatter fluctuations are emanating from here, sir. Fury inhaled deeply and rapped on the door. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal a tall African-American man. He appeared to be middle-aged, dressed in a simple plaid shirt and jeans, holding a cup of coffee. His gaze was calm, yet an indescribable sense of power lay beneath. Who are you looking for? The man asked in a deep, gentle voice. Fury met his eyes. Adam Bernard? The man hesitated slightly before regaining his composure. That name is from long ago. I am Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. Fury displayed his credentials. This is Agent Phil Coulson. Adam paused momentarily, then stepped aside to allow them entry. Come in. The interior was modestly furnished, yet tidy and inviting. Family photographs adorned the walls, and bookshelves were filled with volumes. Adam gestured for the two men to sit while he leaned against the fireplace. Arms crossed. So what does SHIELD need from me? Fury got straight to the point. We require your assistance. Adam chuckled lightly. I have been retired for decades, Director Fury. The president personally ordered me to vanish and live a normal life. The world has changed. Fury's voice grew somber. There's a man in New York who claims to be a superhero, possessing powers far beyond those of ordinary humans, acting without restraint, even posing a threat to SHIELD. Adam furrowed his brow slightly. A superhero? A fellow in a black suit, capable of flight, emitting heat vision. With the strength to demolish buildings, Coulson added. He has been closely associated with Tony Stark recently. Adam thoughtfully rubbed his coffee cup. Sounds like a character from a comic book. But he is very real, Fury insisted, and he refuses to heed anyone's commands. After a moment of silence, Adam ultimately shook his head. Director Fury, I am no longer the same man I once was. I am merely an ordinary person now, teaching, tending to flowers, and occasionally helping neighbors with car repairs. But the world needs you. Fury's voice bore an unusual weight of pressure. We are assembling a team, the Avengers, dedicated to confronting threats that transcend the ordinary or extraterrestrial invasions. And you are among the finest candidates. Adam's gaze fell upon a photograph on the mantel, depicting him with his wife and daughter. He sighed softly, stating, I promised my family I would no longer be involved in such matters. If Superman goes rogue, or worse emerges, do you truly believe your family would remain safe? Fury countered. Adam's eyes flickered slightly. At that moment, a sudden rumble erupted outside, followed by the shrill sound of screeching brakes. Fury and Coulson immediately rose to attention, while Adam furrowed his brow and set down his coffee cup, asking, Did you bring a tail? Impossible. Fury shook his head. Adam strode purposefully towards the door, swinging it open to reveal a black SUV positioned squarely in the yard. Its door emblazoned with the SHIELD insignia. It seems someone has come uninvited, Adam murmured. The door swung open, and a sharply dressed man descended, a forced smile adorning his face. Director Fury, what a coincidence. Fury narrowed his one eye. Minister Pierce, Alexander Pierce, former minister of the World Security Council, now stood in Adam's yard, flanked by several armed agents. I hear you are recruiting talent. Pierce's gaze scanned Adam, his lips curling into a smirk. Mr. Adam, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Adam's expression hardened. I have not gone by that name in a long time. Pierce shrugged. Times are changing, and we need strength like yours. Fury positioned himself protectively in front of Adam. This matter falls under SHIELD's jurisdiction. SHIELD. Pierce laughed lightly. Fury, your recent activities have raised considerable concern within the council regarding your judgment. The atmosphere grew taut. Adam glanced between Fury and Pierce before suddenly laughing. It seems you have quite a few internal issues. Pierce's gaze returned to Adam. Mr. Adam, we can offer better terms, greater authority, and more freedom in your actions. That sounds like an invitation to become a henchman, Adam replied coolly. Merely a collaboration, Pierce smiled. Adam remained silent for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. Sorry, I have no interest in your power games. Pierce's smile faltered slightly. Are you certain? Refusing us is not a wise choice. Fury scoffed. A threat? Pierce, you have crossed the line. Ignoring Fury, Pierce fixed his gaze on Adam. Think carefully, Mr. Blanche. The world is changing, and the cost of choosing the wrong side is steep. Adam's eyes sharpened, an invisible energy coursing subtly around him. I have witnessed war, Mr. Pierce. Threats hold no weight with me. Pierce narrowed his eyes, ultimately stepping back. Very well. I hope you do not come to regret this. He turned and walked towards the SUV, the agents trailing closely behind. The vehicle roared to life and drove away, leaving the yard in silence once more. Fury turned to Adam. Thank you. Adam shook his head. I did not do it for you. Coulson couldn't help but ask, how did Minister Pierce know we were here? A glimmer of coldness flickered in Fury's one eye. It seems the rats are not just Hydra. Adam took a deep breath, as if resolutely deciding, Fury, I'm willing to assist you, but I have conditions. Fury nodded. Go ahead. First, my family must be afforded absolute protection. No problem. Second, I refuse to accept any political manipulation. I will only do what I believe is right. Fury paused for a moment, furrowing his brow as he recalled Xiao Han. And with a sigh, he ultimately nodded. Agreed. Adam extended his hand. Then, let us enjoy our collaboration. Fury clasped his hand. Welcome to the Avengers. In the Stark Tower laboratory, Tony and Xiao Han had just returned from the moon, the golden sparks of the portal slowly dissipating in the air. Tony stretched luxuriously, casually grabbing a bottle of whiskey from the table and taking a swig, exclaiming, the technology of the Inhumans is truly enviable. Their anti-gravity engine is far quieter than my thrusters. At that moment, Jarvis's voice emerged. Sir, I must remind you that the Senate Armed Services Committee hearing will take place the day after tomorrow at 10 a.m. You have yet to prepare any speaking materials. Tony's expression instantly fell. Oh, damn, I completely forgot about that. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. During his time back, he had not deliberately sought out news from the world. What hearing? Tony rubbed his temples in annoyance. Ever since we appeared in our armor in New York, that bunch of old geezers in the Senate has been after me. They want me to surrender my armor technology, claiming national security and military control. Dream on. Xiao Han immediately understood this was the plot of Iron Man 2. In the original timeline, Tony would face the Senate's harassment alone, silencing them with a brilliant war of words. But now, things had evidently changed. So, they want you to hand over the armor to the military? Xiao Han asked. Pretty much, Tony scoffed. They even found a so-called expert to argue that my armor should be nationalized. Justin Hammer, that clown who can only plagiarize. Xiao Han nodded, suddenly laughing. Leave it to me. Tony looked taken aback. What do you mean? It's simple, Xiao Han said, hands in his pockets, his tone relaxed. You just tell them that the armor is not a Stark Industries product, but rather my creation, Superman's armor. Let them come to me for discussions. Tony squinted. Are you sure? Those politicians are no pushovers. What do you think they can do to me? Xiao Han shrugged, and besides, I will personally attend the hearing. Tony regarded him for a couple of seconds before breaking into a grin. I truly want to see their expressions. So, what exactly do you plan to do to handle those politicians? Xiao Han stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, sunlight streaming through the glass onto his recently donned black suit. The golden S emblem on his chest faintly gleaming. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It's quite simple, since I'm Superman. How could I not have fans? Tony blinked. Fans? Wait, what are you planning? Before he could finish, Xiao Han's figure transformed into a streak of black light, shattering through the glass and vanishing into the sky. Tony's eyes widened as he rushed to the window. Jarvis, track his location. Minutes later, Tony gazed intently at the holographic screen displaying Xiao Han's flight trajectory, his lips twitching in disbelief. Jarvis, where's that guy now? Sir, Mr. Xiao is currently soaring over the Indian Ocean at an approximate speed of 30 Mach. Tony pinched the bridge of his nose. All right. It seems he truly intends to make the existence of Superman known to the entire world. Chapter 35. I am Superman. I speak for myself. Global operation, commence. Paris. The Eiffel Tower. A tourist's backpack accidentally fell from the viewing platform, plummeting towards pedestrians below. In a flash, a shadowy figure swooped in, deftly catching the bag and hovering in midair before gently returning it to the astonished tourist. Be more careful next time, Xiao Han remarked with a slight smile, then soared into the sky, leaving behind a chorus of gasps and raised smartphone cameras from the onlookers. Seoul, financial district. An out-of-control truck barreled towards a crosswalk, sending the crowd into a panic scramble. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Han descended, bracing himself against the truck's front. The tires screeched against the pavement, yet the vehicle could advance no further. The driver stared in shock, while Xiao Han simply nudged the truck, bringing it to a halt. He glanced at the bystanders, capturing the moment on their phones, nodded in acknowledgement, and then vanished. Middle East. A terrorist stronghold. Armed militants gathered, preparing to launch an assault when suddenly, the sky darkened. With a deafening roar, a shadowy figure plummeted like a meteor into the center of their camp, causing the ground to fracture and debris to rise. The terrorists frantically aimed their weapons, but the moment the bullet struck Xiao Han's skin, they ricocheted harmlessly away. Game over, he declared, his eyes flashing red. With a searing beam of heat vision, he swept across the armory, igniting an explosion that sent all armed militants tumbling. Hovering above the chaos, he coldly surveyed the scene, confirming the absence of threats before vanishing in an instant. Africa, drought-stricken region. The relentless sun scorched the cracked earth as a group of children stared blankly at a dry well. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. Xiao Han descended slowly, placing his palm against the ground. A low hum resonated as a gust of icy breath erupted, instantly forming a thick layer of ice at the bottom of the well, which soon melted to reveal a surge of fresh water. The children erupted in joyous cheers, while Xiao Han quietly ascended, leaving only a smile in his wake. An hour later, at Stark Tower, Tony lay sprawled on the sofa, the holographic screen before him frantically refreshing global news headlines. Superman sighted in Paris. Video of barehanded catch goes viral. Truck incident in Seoul. Mysterious man in black stops it with one hand. Middle Eastern terrorist base destroyed by enigmatic figure. Witnesses claim his eyes glowed. Drought-stricken African village miraculously saved. Villagers kneel in worship of the divine. Holy shit, Tony rubbed his temples. Jarvis. Tally how many news reports he has been featured in. Global mainstream media coverage stands at 98%, and he occupies all top 20 positions on social media trends. Jarvis paused momentarily. Additionally, SHIELD has attempted to contact you 37 times. Tony grinned widely, dialing Xiao Han as communicator. Have you had enough fun yet? Fury is about to blow up my communicator. The communicator crackled with the howling wind, and Xiao Han's voice emanated with a hint of mirth. What's the rush? Tony, gazing at the frantically scrolling news on the screen, shook his head in awe. You certainly know how to steal the headlines. Xiao Han chuckled lightly. This is merely the beginning. In the Indian Ocean, a cargo ship faced an assault. Armed assailants compelled the crew to kneel upon the deck. Suddenly, a deafening sonic boom pierced the air. Boom! A shadow descended like a meteor, crashing onto the deck, sending shock waves that staggered the pirates. Who goes there? Roared the pirate leader, raising his weapon. As the smoke dissipated, Xiao Han slowly rose, his black combat suit glinting in the sunlight, the S emblem on his chest radiating brilliance. As you can see, he smiled faintly. Superman. The pirates froze for a moment, then erupted into a frenzy of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets halted before Xiao Han, as if colliding with an impenetrable wall. He sighed, his eyes suddenly glowing with a crimson light. Zing! His heat vision sliced through, instantaneously melting all weapons. The pirates stared in terror at the smoking barrels in their hands. And before they could react, Xiao Han appeared before them like a specter. Time for on up. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 precise strikes, he rendered 3 men unconscious. The remaining pirates attempted to flee, but Xiao Han lightly stomped his foot. Thunder. The entire ship trembled violently, and the pirates fell to the ground, unconscious. The crew watched in stunned silence, and a timid little girl asked, Who are you? Xiao Han crouched down, smiling gently. You can call me Superman. In the blink of an eye, he soared into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. In New York, a high-altitude rescue was underway. A skyscraper was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing, with dozens trapped on the upper floors. Fire trucks arrived, but the ladder could not reach the top. In the midst of despair, swoosh. A shadow burst through the smoke, hovering outside the window. The trapped individuals gasped in disbelief as Xiao Han gently pushed, shattering the tempered glass without a sound. Hold on to me. He extended his hand. A mother, trembling, clutched her child, and Xiao Han enveloped them in a biofield, soaring away from the inferno and landing safely. Oh my God, thank you, the woman exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Han nodded. Go to a safe place. He then re-entered the blaze, making multiple trips, and within a mere 10 seconds, all those trapped were rescued. The crowd erupted in cheers, countless mobile cameras trained on him. Superman! It's Superman! Xiao Han did not linger, merely nodding slightly to the crowd before flying off into the distance. In Southeast Asia, medical aid was needed. An outbreak of plague had struck a remote village, leaving the medical team helpless. As Xiao Han descended, the villagers recoiled in fear, mistaking him for a deity. Do not be afraid. He raised his hand, scanning each patient with a biofield. I can help you. His eyes gleamed, and his heat vision precisely incinerated the viruses within the sick, while his freezing breath crystallized pure ice water for them to drink. An elderly man tremblingly grasped his hand. Are you sent by God? Xiao Han shook his head with a smile. No, just a passing Superman. In the Middle East, a war zone. A refugee camp was struck by artillery fire, and children cried out in terror as they scattered in all directions. Xiao Han descended from the heavens, his arms outstretched. With a hum, his telekinetic power expanded instantaneously, forming an invisible barrier. The shell hovered 10 meters above the ground before detonating. Yet it could not inflict a single injury below. The soldiers gazed in horror at the dark figure suspended in midair as Xiao Han coldly surveyed them, declaring, "The war is over." In the next moment, he darted across the battlefield like lightning, dismantling armed vehicles with his bare hands and disarming every soldier. Within 5 minutes, the entire army was rendered powerless. The refugees stared at him in awe, and a small boy mustered the courage to approach. "Sir, are you a superhero?" Xiao Han tousled the boy's hair and smiled. "You may call me that." Stark Tower. Global news exploded. Tony stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, the glass reflecting the real-time news from around the world. Superman emerges globally. Mysterious hero saves thousands in 1 hour. Miraculous ceasefire in Middle Eastern war zone. Witnesses claim a dark-clad deity has descended. Plague-stricken village healed overnight. Villagers kneel to Superman. All survivors in New York fire. Citizens hail the hero. Jarvis informed Tony, "Sir, Mr. Xiao has just landed in Antarctica, seemingly assisting a research team with their snow vehicles." Tony responded. The following morning, global social media erupted. The tag Superman exists swept across all platforms. In every corner, people excitedly discussed the legend of the armored hero. Xiao Han devoted time to combating crime and aiding the common folk worldwide. In just one night, the global crime rate plummeted. If his previous interventions in New York were merely a debut, then last night solidified his fame. Superman, a star born overnight. Chapter 36, Superman's New Home. On the streets of New York, a reporter held a microphone against the backdrop of Times Square, where news about Superman scrolled across the massive screen. Ladies and gentlemen, global social media has been thoroughly ignited by Superman this morning. This enigmatic hero undertook an unprecedented rescue operation worldwide last night. We are fortunate to have interviewed several citizens who witnessed Superman's valiant acts. The scene shifted to a young mother holding her child, her eyes glistening with tears. Delilah's voice trembled as she recounted, "He saved my daughter. We were trapped on the 23rd floor during the fire, and smoke was pouring in. Suddenly, the glass shattered, and there he was, like a shadow. He carried us down with one arm. I could even feel the wind against my cheek. But his arm was as steady as steel." The reporter inquired, "What kind of person do you believe Superman is?" Without hesitation, Delilah replied, "A hero. Without him, Sophia and I would have perished." The camera cut to the streets of Seoul, where a suited office worker animatedly gestured. Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, "When the truck came barreling toward us, I thought it was the end. But then, with a thunderous sound, that man stood like a pillar, blocking the vehicle. The driver, paralyzed with fear, sat motionless in his seat. He merely tapped the front of the car and uttered, 'Next time, check the brakes before departing.' Goodness, he spoke in Korean." In a Middle Eastern refugee camp, an elderly man knelt before the camera, only to be hastily helped up by a reporter. "The shell has stopped mid-air," he exclaimed, suspended in the atmosphere, his black robe billowing like the wings of an eagle. The soldier's gun barrels twisted into spirals. Now, the children referred to him as Almalak, angel. Under the Eiffel Tower in Paris, a backpacker eagerly displayed a video on his phone to a reporter. He shouted with excitement, "Look, this is what I captured." The speed at which he caught his backpack blurred the camera. When I inquired about his name, he turned and smiled, saying, "Call me Superman. This is definitely no special effect. My phone is an old Nokia." In Virginia, at Senator Stern's villa, his silver fork plunged violently into a fried egg, splattering yolk onto the front page of the Washington Post. Xiao Han hovered at the fire scene. Behind him were the rescued civilians. Stern discarded the newspaper in fury and picked up the phone, dialing urgently. "Find out immediately. Is this Superman the same as the armored figure previously seen beside Stark?" On the other end, his assistant's voice trembled. "Sir S. H. I. Yell. D has just sealed all information, but we compared the armor's patterns with eyewitness descriptions, achieving a 99 match. Additionally, Stark Industries stock has surged by 200 due to rumors of extraterrestrial technology collaboration. Stern's expression darkened as he crushed his coffee cup. Damn superpowered beings. With the hearing just one day away, contact Hammer immediately. The plan is changing. We must start applying pressure on Tony Stark right now. At that moment, Stark's exclusive interview was airing on Stern's television. Tony, shrugging with a radiant smile, addressed the reporters. Superman? Oh, he is my friend, a decent guy, though he always finishes the red wine. Damn it. Stern hurled the remote at the television. In the classified S-H-I-E-L-D conference room, Nick Fury's single eye fixated on the satellite imagery of Xiao Han descending in Antarctica, while Coulson quickly reported beside him. Over 200 global crises had been resolved without casualties. Yet the videos captured by the public had incited panic. The council demanded immediate control of the situation. Fury scoffed. Control? You want a group of politicians to manage someone who can haul the truck with his bare hands? He tossed a stack of documents aside. Take care of your own people first. Pierce just had a secret meeting with Zola. Hydra is digging at our foundations. Suddenly, alarms blared, and the screen flickered red. An agent reported urgently, Director. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Superman is approaching New York at 60 Mach. Fury grabbed his coat and strode towards the door. Excellent. Let the world see what the true, uncontrollable factor is. At the top of Stark Tower, Xiao Han landed on the terrace, the golden patterns of his suit glimmering in the sunset. As he stepped into the living room, he found Tony reclining with his legs crossed, swirling a glass of red wine, while the holographic screen displayed global news about Superman. Having fun, Mr. Savior? Tony raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips. In a single night, he had saved 42 nations and casually repaired a generator at the Antarctic Research Station. Jarvis mentioned they were now featuring his likeness on the badges of the Penguin Protection Society. Xiao Han, shedding his armor, seized a glass of water from the coffee table and downed it in one gulp. Penguins? He scoffed, suggesting it would be better to send a case to Senator Stern. He could use something cute to alleviate his blood pressure. Tony erupted in laughter, tossing him a set of keys. I bought you a villa on the north shore of Long Island. 3 stories, a private beach, and the basement is shielded with lead, as per your request. Though I fail to grasp your need for protection against X-rays. He winked. It can't possibly be to hide kryptonite, can it? Guarding against certain peeping cyclops? Xiao Han accepted the keys, his fingertips tracing the engraved letters on the keychain. Thanks, but no thanks. Tony swirled his drink, suddenly adopting a serious tone. Stern contacted Hammer Industries today. They seemed poised to take action. Xiao Han chuckled, wondering what was going through those people's minds. Did they intend to control Superman? A glint of gold flickered in his eyes. Let him try. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, the lights of New York shimmering beneath him. I shall arrive, punctually tomorrow, dressed appropriately. Tony raised his glass in salute. Do you need me to prepare a special effect? Perhaps you crashing through the roof of the assembly? Not necessary, Xiao Han replied, turning back with a dangerous smile. They would soon comprehend the gravity of the situation as he pushed open the glass door, the night breeze lifting the hem of his attire. The so-called oversight was merely humanity's naive yearning for divinity. Before the words had left his lips, he transformed into a black meteor streaking towards the night sky. At the villa on Long Island's north shore, gentle waves caressed the private dock, moonlight cascading over the pristine modern architecture, outlining its sleek lines. Xiao Han descended into the courtyard, his dark attire fluttering in the night wind, while the sensor lights illuminated sequentially beneath his feet, tracing a path to the villa. He pushed open the heavy walnut door, the smart home system activating silently. Soft light flowed from hidden fixtures, illuminating the 6-meter-high living room. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the Atlantic's nocturnal splendor was fully visible, waves breaking into silver flecks under the moonlight. Welcome home, sir, the AI butler's voice resonated gently as the temperature adjusted to a comfortable 22 degrees, and the electronic flames in the fireplace danced with an orange glow. Xiao Han pressed this on his chest, retracting his armor while a multifunctional watch materialized on his left wrist, revealing black combat attire beneath. His boots met the gray-veined marble floor. On the kitchen island, a bottle of freshly aerated red wine awaited, accompanied by a note from Tony. 1982 Lafite, more suitable for the night view than your frozen breath. T.S. He chuckled softly, lifting the glass as he approached the floor-to-ceiling windows. The villa, designed with minimalism in mind, featured a palette of black, white, and gray, accented with understated golden metallic trims, exuding an air of refined luxury. The floating staircase on one side of the living room led to the second floor, with glass railings enhancing the sense of openness. The master bedroom on the second floor continues with the same aesthetic, a king-size bed positioned directly opposite the floor-to-ceiling windows. The electric curtains gently draw back, unveiling an endless view of the sea. In the walk-in closet, bespoke suits tailored by Tony hang meticulously, each piece pressed to perfection without a single crease. In the basement, the elevator doors glide open silently, revealing a private training facility that rivals the Stark Industries laboratory. The alloy-crafted shooting range, gravity simulation chamber, and holographic combat system are all present. In a corner, a miniature solar lamp array, evidently designed by Tony to meet his energy requirements, stands out. Xiao Han approaches the glass curtain wall at the edge of the training area and presses a conceal button. The wall descends slowly, revealing an infinity pool that stretches into the sea, its bottom made of a special material that changes color with body temperature, emitting a soft blue glow under the moonlight. He removes his shirt and leaps into water, the current gliding over his well-defined physique. As he turns at the end of the pool, the smart lighting of the villa transitions into a starlit mode, projecting a lifelike Milky Way on the ceiling, merging seamlessly with the distant sea and stars. Not bad at all. Leaning against the pool's edge, Xiao Han lightly taps the rim of his glass. The rich aroma of red wine intertwines with the sea breeze, and the smart system plays a mellow piano piece at just the right moment. In this fleeting moment, as a superhuman, he finally possesses a home worthy of him. Chapter 37. Hydra Base. Leaning by the poolside of the villa, Xiao Han gently taps the rim of his glass, the red wine shimmering with an amber hue in the moonlight. He closes his eyes, his super hearing unfurling like an invisible radar. The sounds of the world flooding into his ears like a tidal wave. The wail of police sirens on the streets of New York, the announcements of Tokyo's subway, the debates within London's parliament, whispers of arms deals underground in Moscow. Countless voices intertwine into a cacophonous torrent. He meticulously filters through this information, seeking out valuable snippets. Superman. I want a girlfriend. Hurry up, Mark. I hope that Superman doesn't come tonight. Sir, tomorrow's parliament. A multitude of messages pass through Xiao Han's ears, filtered and sorted. Suddenly, a faint voice captures his attention. If there really is a Superman, please come save me. This voice, as delicate as a whisper, carries a heart-wrenching despair. Xiao Han's eyes snap open. His supervision pierces through layers of obstruction, locking onto a Hydra base nestled in the deep mountains of Eastern Europe. Inside a transparent, cylindrical glass dome sits a red-haired girl. She appears to be around 19 or 20, her fair skin and red eyes shimmering with pain and hope. Crimson energy flows around her like a living entity, occasionally slamming against the glass dome, triggering piercing alarms from the external instruments. He sets down his wine glass and slowly rises, droplets cascading down the contours of his muscles, glistening in the moonlight. He dresses and picks up the multifunctional watch beside him. With a whir of nanomachines, the watch on his wrist swiftly disassembles, countless black particles spreading along his arm like sentient beings. In less than a second, the dark armor envelopes him entirely, the golden emblem on his chest glinting under the moonlight. Xiao Han stepped onto the terrace of the villa, the night breeze caressing the surface of his armor. He closed his eyes once more, his super hearing precisely honing in on the faint cries for help. Somewhere in Eastern Europe, deep within the subterranean lair of Hydra, a red-haired girl whispered in despair. He had found her. He raised his right hand, golden magical energy shimmering at his fingertips. With a fluid circular motion, delicate golden sparks manifested in the air, swiftly expanding into a 2-meter diameter portal. Beyond the threshold, a dim laboratory was faintly visible, with the red-haired girl suspended within a glass enclosure. Xiao Han did not hesitate. He stepped through the portal. The golden sparks gradually extinguished behind him, the villa returning to its serene state. The surface of the pool gently rippling as if recounting the events that had just transpired. Half an hour earlier, Eastern Europe, Hydra's secret base, laboratory. Wanda curled up inside the glass enclosure, her arms wrapped around her knees, her gaze fixed intently on the operating table at the center of the lab. There lay a frail boy, no more than 15, his pale wrists shackled by metallic cuffs, electrodes plastered across his bare chest. His pupils were dilated, lips trembling in fear. Yet he could not utter a sound. Hydra's neurosuppressants had stripped him of even the right to scream. Subject 47, X-gene activation test, 9th attempt. A researcher donned in a gas mask coldly recorded the data. Another held a syringe filled with a luminous green liquid, droplets glistening ominously under the surgical lights. Serum concentration elevated to 80, introducing new catalyst. Wanda's nails dug deeply into her palms. She had witnessed too many such experiments. Failure signified death. The needle pierced the boy's neck, the drug slowly administered. Initially, nothing occurred. Then, the boy's muscles convulsed violently, his back arching, a hoarse whimper escaping his throat. His skin flushed crimson, veins writhing beneath the surface as if countless serpents slithered within. Life signs skyrocketed. Heart rate at 220. The researcher's voice brimmed with excitement. The boy's bones cracked audibly, his arms contorting grotesquely, fingers elongating, nails hardening into obsidian claws. His pupils constricted into beast-like slits, a deep growl emanating from his throat. Is it successful? Someone whispered. The next moment, a sickening pop resounded. The boy's chest erupted, a stark bone spike piercing through flesh, blood splattering onto the sterile floor. His scream finally broke free, a heart-wrenching wail. It was spiraling out of control. Subdue him. The alarm blared piercingly as soldiers raised their stun guns. But it was too late. The boy's body convulsed as if torn by an invisible force, bones protruding, muscles swelling, skin fracturing. His head distorted, jaw splitting open to reveal fearsome fangs. Kill him. Quickly. High-voltage electricity struck the boy's back, yet only fueled his fury. He broke free from his restraints. A claw tearing into the nearest soldier, blood splattering across the surgical lights, staining the entire laboratory crimson. Wanda tightly covered her mouth, the chaotic energy of magic pulsating uncontrollably at her fingertips. She gazed at the boy, no longer merely human. He lunged at a second researcher, his sharp teeth shredding through the man's throat. Initiate incineration protocol. The vents in the ceiling opened, and blinding flames cascaded downwards. The boy wailed in agony amidst the fire, his skin charring and peeling, yet he continued to struggle. His gaze suddenly locked onto Wanda's, and within those eyes lingered a flicker of human despair. Save me. His lips moved silently in a desperate plea. Then an explosive sound erupted. The laboratory's blast doors swung open, and a heavily armed squad stormed in. Energy rifles firing in unison. The boy's body was obliterated into fragments, charred limbs scattered across the floor. As the flames extinguished, the laboratory was left with only the acrid stench of burnt flesh and the flashing of alarm lights. Experiment subject 47, failure. Record, uncontrollable mutation post-X gene activation. Recommend reducing serum concentration and adjusting catalyst ratios. The researchers spoke with a chilling detachment, as if discussing a decommissioned machine. They did not spare a glance at the pile of charred remains, merely gesturing for the cleaning robots to come in. Let us go, another day wasted. One researcher called to another. The Baron said if there's no progress by tomorrow, we'll all face punishment. God! Tears silently streamed down Wanda's face. The crimson glow of chaotic magic coalescing in her palm, only to dissipate once more. She had witnessed such horrors too often. Her only recourse was to protect herself. Soon, everyone evacuated, leaving only 2 soldiers on guard. Under the stark white lights, Wanda Maximoff curled up within the glass enclosure, her slender fingers unconsciously tracing the ground. Once again, she had witnessed another subject die in agony, a mere boy of barely a decade. Outside the glass, 2 Hydra soldiers leaned against the wall, idly conversing. Have you heard? There's news from outside again. The taller soldier fiddled with his energy rifle. That superhero single-handedly stopped an out-of-control truck in Tokyo last night, not even scratching the paint. The shorter soldier scoffed. You've been reading too many comics. A superhero? At best, he has some kind of enhanced individual or mutant. It's true. The taller soldier lowered his voice, pulling out his phone to wave it. My friend in DS Logistics said satellites captured him crossing the Pacific at incredible speed. Orders have been issued for all bases to go into heightened alert, fearing this monster might come knocking. Wanda's fingertips trembled slightly, the red glow of chaotic magic flickering in her palm. She held her breath, pressing her ear against the glass. If you ask me, they should secretly use the Tesseract to create an anti-Superman weapon. The shorter soldier kicked the shackles by his feet. These mutant monsters. Shut up. The taller soldier suddenly scanned the lab with alertness. Do you want to be transformed into a reptile by Baronstrucker? The 2 fell silent, yet Wanda's heart raced violently. A superhero? Her gaze fell upon her trembling hands, the scarlet energy dancing like tiny lightning bolts between her fingers. If there truly existed a Superman, she would take a deep breath and close her eyes, pleading for salvation. Yet, she soon let out a self-deprecating laugh, shaking her head in disbelief. In this world, Superman was merely a character from comic books. How could he possibly come to her rescue? At that moment, golden sparks crackled in the air, and a golden portal slowly opened. Wanda abruptly lifted her gaze to behold a dark figure standing on the other side of the portal, his eyes ablaze with a solar-like radiance. Chapter 38, Baron struck her. Golden sparks whirled and blossomed in the laboratory. Two Hydra soldiers swiftly turned, their energy rifles aimed at the suddenly materialized portal. What? The tall soldier's exclamation was abruptly cut short, as two crimson beams shot forth from the portal, piercing through the center of their foreheads with deadly precision. Their bodies did not even have the chance to collapse before being carbonized by the intense heat, left as two charred statues. Xiao Han stepped through the portal, his black boots echoing dully against the metallic floor. His cape billowed without wind, and the S emblem on his chest shimmered with a cold golden light under the lab's stark illumination. Wanda huddled within the glass enclosure, her scarlet eyes widened to their limits. Her lips trembled as chaotic magical energy surged uncontrollably at her fingertips, casting the entire glass chamber in a blood-red hue. Step back. Xiao Han's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Wanda instinctively retreated, her back pressed against the cold glass wall. In the next moment, Xiao Han's eyes ignited with a terrifying red glow. With a sizzling sound, the heat vision sliced through the reinforced glass as if it were butter, shattering the container with a resounding crash. Wanda felt a dizzying rush as chaotic magical energy burst forth from her being like a flood breaking through a dam. A scarlet energy storm engulfed the laboratory, tearing equipment into fragments, warping metal tables, and causing the ceiling lights to explode in succession. I cannot control it. Wanda cried out in anguish, clutching her head as the crimson energy formed a violent vortex around her. Xiao Han furrowed his brow, his biological force field unfolding instantaneously to contain the rampant energy within a confined space. He strode toward Wanda, placing a hand on her shoulder. In that fleeting moment of contact, Wanda's vision was suddenly overwhelmed by a barrage of fragmented images. She saw Xiao Han hovering above New York, his eyes unleashing devastating heat beams that cleaved extraterrestrial beings in two. She witnessed him charging into outer space with a nuclear bomb, the explosion annihilating an alien warship. She beheld him adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, a mere snap of his fingers reducing an alien fleet to ash. These visions surged through Wanda's mind like an electric current, delivering a sharp sting of pain. She screamed, the chaotic magical energy erupting violently, forcing Xiao Han back a step. Who are you? Wanda collapsed to the ground, her voice hoarse and unrecognizable. Alarms blared throughout the base, red warning lights staining the corridor in crimson. Heavy footsteps approached from all directions. As Hydra's reinforcements began to converge, Xiao Han did not immediately respond to Wanda's inquiry. He turned to face the laboratory door, listening intently to the approaching footsteps, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Drawing in a breath, he suddenly spoke. Wanda was momentarily taken aback, instinctively inhaling deeply. Xiao Han's chest swelled slightly, and then, with a forceful exhalation, a frigid breath erupted from his lips, enveloping the corridor in a storm of icy winds. The first 6 Hydra soldiers to burst in were instantly encased in ice, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. The chilling wave continued to spread, thick layers of frost forming on the walls, alarms shattering as they succumbed to the cold, with even the moisture in the air crystallizing into fine ice. My God, Wanda murmured, her breath forming a fog before her. She had never witnessed such power, elegant yet deadly. Xiao Han turned, extending his hand toward her. Can you still walk? Wanda hesitated for a moment, trembling as she placed her hand in his palm. With a gentle tug, he drew her behind him. Stay close. As they exited the laboratory, the corridor was teeming with fully armed Hydra soldiers. The hum of energy weapons charging filled the air, red targeting lasers weaving a net across Xiao Han's chest. Fire! Dozens of energy beams shot forth simultaneously, yet they curiously hovered just centimeters from his skin, as if meeting an invisible barrier. A flash of crimson light ignited in Xiao Han's eyes as he swept his thermal vision across the front line of soldiers, who fell in half before they could even scream. Wanda clutched Xiao Han's cloak tightly, her eyes wide with terror as she witnessed the carnage. She had envisioned in nightmares the destruction of this hellish place, yet never anticipated its realization in such a bloody manner. Each passing beam of thermal vision sent another group of soldiers crashing down. With a power akin to her own, she observed Xiao Han merely lift a hand, redirecting all the bullets back toward Hydra. Like a harbinger of death, he traversed the base, leaving a trail of shattered bodies and twisted metal in his wake. Baron Skrull had escaped by helicopter to the north. Xiao Han turned back to Wanda. Close your eyes. The moment her eyelids fluttered shut, A sensation of weightlessness enveloped her. Xiao Han's biofield encased her. Then, with a resounding crash, the ceiling was breached, concrete and steel splintering like paper. Wanda felt herself ascending rapidly, the cold wind howling past her cheeks. When she mustered the courage to open her eyes, the entire Hydra base had shrunk to a mere pinpoint beneath her, flames engulfing it in a fiery blaze. This base, once a scourge to countless lives, was utterly obliterated. Hold on tight. Xiao Han's voice remained clear amidst the wind. Wanda's heart skipped a beat as they soared at an unimaginable velocity. The clouds raced past them, and the scenery below blurred into a mosaic of colors. Moments later, she spotted a small black dot moving through the air in the distance. It was the Skrull helicopter. Xiao Han's voice resonated with icy certainty. His eyes once more ignited with a crimson glow, two searing beams slicing through the air, striking the helicopter's tail with precision. Black smoke billowed from the fuselage, and the helicopter began to spiral downward. Do not kill him. I wish to handle this myself. Wanda suddenly grasped Xiao Han's arm tightly. He nodded in affirmation, altering their flight path as they dove toward the plummeting aircraft. At the very moment the helicopter was about to crash to the ground, he caught the fuselage with one hand and gently set it down on a patch of open ground. Baron Skrull emerged from the twisted cabin, bloodied and battered. Upon recognizing the dark figure standing before him, his face drained of color. Superman. His voice trembled, almost inaudible. This is none of your concern. This is Hydra's internal matter. Xiao Han smirked coldly, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Did you not consider this when you used me for your experiments? A glimmer of cunning flickered in Skrull's eyes. Let me go, and I shall divulge all the secrets. Crack. Without hesitation, Xiao Han snapped his right arm. Skrull let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Next will be your left arm. Xiao Han's voice was terrifyingly calm. And then your legs. You have one chance. Do not think to ask anything. Skrull wept in agony. Long live Hydra. Xiao Han, using telekinesis to control him, turned to Wanda. I have already rescued everyone else within mere seconds. They have passed directly through my portal to their designated locations. As for him, I leave him to you. Wanda stood frozen, tears glistening in the moonlight. Is it finally coming to an end? Harnessing her chaotic magic, Wanda ended Baron Skrull's life. Xiao Han remained silent, his eyes emitting two slender beams of heat, precisely igniting the helicopter, which erupted into a massive fireball, illuminating half the sky. Let's depart. Xiao Han once again enveloped Wanda in a biotic field and soared toward New York. New York. The lights of the Long Island villa shone warmly against the night. As Xiao Han and Wanda descended onto the terrace, the smart home system automatically adjusted the indoor temperature and lighting, while a gentle piano melody flowed from hidden speakers. Wanda stood barefoot on the soft carpet, unable to believe her eyes. The spacious living room, the Atlantic Ocean visible beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, and priceless artworks adorning the walls stood in stark contrast to the Hydra prison she had endured for 3 long years. Is this your home? She softly inquired, her voice hoarse from disuse. For now, it is also yours, Xiao Han replied, pressing the S emblem on his chest, causing the nanosuit to recede like a tide, revealing the black combat attire beneath. There are vacant rooms upstairs. You may choose one for yourself. Wanda cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Why? Why save me? Xiao Han approached the kitchen island and poured 2 glasses of water. I heard your cries for help. Thank you. The images of those shredded bodies re-emerged in Wanda's mind, causing her stomach to churn. Xiao Han handed her a glass. Those individuals used children for experiments. They received their just desserts. Wanda accepted the glass, her hand still trembling slightly. The sensation of warm water gliding down her throat felt remarkably foreign to her. And only then did she realize how long it had been since she had last sipped pure water. You have seen my memories, Xiao Han suddenly remarked at the moment our eyes met. Wanda abruptly lifted her head. Is it true? Did you really defeat the aliens? Carrying a nuclear bomb? Xiao Han nodded. I have been other places. Here, I choose to do what I desire. He paused, including saving you. Gratitude flickered in Wanda's eyes. Thank you. Without you, I don't know how long I would have remained trapped. Xiao Han gestured upstairs. You need to rest tonight. There are clean clothes and toiletries in the bathroom. Chapter 39. The council begins. Wanda hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. She dragged her weary body up the stairs, lingering in the corridor on the 2nd floor for a moment before selecting the guest room closest to Xiao Han's bedroom. The room was more luxurious than she had imagined. A king-size bed adorned with silk sheets, and the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows showcased a private beach. The bathroom featured a jacuzzi spacious enough for 3 individuals to lie down comfortably. Wanda stood before the mirror, scarcely able to recognize herself. Her face was haggard, her eyes sunken, and her red hair was a chaotic nest. She filled the tub with hot water and cautiously slipped into it. The warmth enveloped her, and at that instant, tears finally streamed down her face. The fears, pain, and despair of the past 3 years coalesced into a silent cry. An hour later, as Wanda was drying her damp hair with a towel, she suddenly heard a gentle knock on the door. She nervously clutched the towel, the chaotic magic's red glow flickering at her fingertips. "May I come in?" Xiao Han's voice filtered through the door. Taking a deep breath, she gathered the collar of her nightgown. "Please come in." The door slid open silently, and Xiao Han entered, carrying a tray. On it were hot milk and several honey-coated waffles, the sweet aroma instantly filling the room. He placed the tray on a nightstand. "You need more warmth." Wanda's stomach audibly protested, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Xiao Han merely smiled slightly and sat down in an armchair by the window. The moonlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating his silhouette. "I can help you." Xiao Han's voice was low. He raised his right hand, and a golden light suddenly surged from his palm. Wanda gasped as a gem, radiating a soft yellow glow, gradually appeared, suspended 3 inches above his palm. Within the gem, it seemed as though liquid light flowed, each pulse sending ripples through the air. "This is the Mind Stone." Xiao Han gazed at the gem, its brilliance casting shifting shadows across his chiseled features. One of the 6 most powerful infinity stones in the universe. Wanda instinctively leaned forward, the energy of chaotic magic flickering in her eyes. She felt an extraordinary allure, as if the gem were calling to her power. "I can feel it," she murmured, her fingers unconsciously reaching toward the gem, only to retract abruptly just before contact. "It is speaking to me." Xiao Han nodded slightly. "Your abilities are quite extraordinary, Wanda. They are not merely the result of typical mutant genes, but rather the manifestation of chaos magic." He turned his wrist, and the gem's radiance flowed in response. "The Mind Stone can assist you in controlling this power, even enabling you to grow stronger." Wanda's breath quickened. 3 years of captivity had instilled in her an instinctive wariness of any promises. Why help me?" Xiao Han concealed the gem, its glow vanishing instantaneously, plunging the room into darkness once more. Rising, he approached the window, turning his back to Wanda. "Because I have witnessed both the controlled and the controllers. Both are equally tragic." "What do you mean?" Wanda tightened her grip on the bed sheets. "The energy within you is chaos magic," Xiao Han remarked, gazing out at the nightscape. "Once you fully master it, you will find it remarkably simple to rewrite reality at your own will." Wanda's pupils constricted slightly. "Is that true?" Xiao Han turned, the moonlight elongating his shadow. "I can teach you to control chaos magic. Remember this." His gaze was intense. "Power is merely a tool, not the answer." Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the faint sound of waves caressing the shore. Wanda regarded this enigmatic man, feeling a flicker of hope ignite within her for the first time in 3 years. "What must I do?" she finally inquired, her voice barely above a whisper. Xiao Han retrieved a delicate golden necklace from his pocket, inscribed with a magical seal to stabilize the mind. "Wear this. It will connect with you and help you organize your chaotic energy." Wanda trembled as she accepted the necklace. The moment the metal touched her skin, a warm torrent surged through her limbs. She gasped, witnessing her hands enveloped in a blend of crimson and golden energy. Chaos magic obeying her guidance with unprecedented docility for the first time. "This is astonishing," she exclaimed, watching the energy dance at her fingertips, forming intricate patterns. Xiao Han stood at the threshold of light and shadow, a slight smile gracing his lips. "This is merely the beginning. Tomorrow, I will teach you the fundamentals of energy control. For now, rest." He turned to leave, but Wanda called out to him. "Sir," she said, caressing the necklace at her chest, "thank you. Not just for this, but also for—" "I know," Xiao Han replied without looking back, gently closing the door behind him. Wanda lay down on the soft bedding, the Mind Stone warming slightly against her collarbone. She closed her eyes, and for the first time in 3 years, nightmares did not come to haunt her. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, rousing Wanda from sleep. She sat up abruptly, chaos magic's red glow coalescing in her palm. "Good morning, Miss Maximoff," a gentle mechanical voice emanated from the ceiling. "The room temperature is 22 degrees Celsius, humidity 45, and air quality is excellent." Wanda scanned her surroundings warily. "Who is speaking?" "I am the smart butler system of the villa. Mr. Xiao has named me Turing," the AI replied with a hint of humor. "Based on your physiological data, I recommend you enjoy breakfast before commencing training." Wanda's tense shoulders gradually relaxed. You are artificial intelligence? Indeed, Mississippi. Would you like me to draw the curtains for you? Nodding in response, the blackout curtains glided open silently, revealing a breathtaking azure seascape before her eyes. She instinctively approached the window, her fingers delicately grazing the glass. This morning, Mr. Xiao had departed for Washington to attend the Senate Armed Services Committee hearing. Turing continued. He has prepared a training regimen and breakfast for you. A holographic projection unfurled beside the bed, displaying a comprehensive schedule. Wanda curiously touched the projection, which instantaneously shifted to a live news broadcast. Tony Stark's visage abruptly appeared on the screen. He was seated at the witness stand in the congressional chamber, impeccably dressed yet exuding impatience. Wanda's breath caught in her throat, her fingers unconsciously digging into her palm. Mr. Stark, you must acknowledge that this armor technology poses a threat to national security, a senator articulated. The image stirred the deepest recesses of Wanda's memory. The explosion when she was 10, her parents' final embrace. The 2 frigid days and nights spent trembling beneath the rubble with Pietro. The shattered Stark Industries shell lay less than a meter from them. Miss Maximoff, your heart rate is alarmingly elevated. Turing's voice conveyed concern. Do you require medical assistance? Wanda inhaled deeply, forcing herself to release her clenched fists. No, I'm fine. Why did Mr. Xiao go there? According to analysis, there's a 99.7% probability he is there to support Mr. Stark. The projection shifted to a panoramic view of the Capitol, where thousands of supporters wielding pro-superhero placards had gathered. Just then, the live broadcast erupted into chaos. Senators rose en masse, pointing toward the entrance of the chamber. Wanda squinted. A dark figure was pushing open the door to enter the meeting room. He has arrived, Turing remarked calmly. The atmosphere in the chamber erupted into turmoil. Guards hurriedly raised their weapons, but hesitated to fire. Senator Stern, his complexion ashen, pounded the table. This is a congressional session. Unauthorized personnel are not welcome. Xiao Han slowly took a seat behind Tony, clad not in armor, but in a finely tailored black suit. Yet everyone knew the power concealed beneath that fabric. Apologies for my tardiness. Xiao Han nodded toward Tony, his voice low yet commanding an immediate hush throughout the chamber. I dealt with a few inconveniences on the way. Tony raised an eyebrow, such as a gang shootout in Los Angeles and a few terrorists attempting to launch an attack. Xiao Han shrugged. I ensured they were safely escorted to the Arctic to assist a research team in ice excavation. Ice excavation? Tony's expression turned peculiar. Senator Stern abruptly stood. Superman, you have no right. Senator Xiao Han turned to him, a glimmer of gold flashing in his eyes. According to the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, I have the right to attend any public hearing. Or would you prefer to explain to the federal courts why you are conversing with criminals? A profound silence enveloped the room. Stern's lips trembled, ultimately collapsing back into his seat. Wanda observed Xiao Han's composed figure on the projection, feeling a gradual release of the tension within her chest. She gently touched the soulstone necklace resting against her collarbone, sensing the stable pulse of its energy. Turing, she suddenly declared, I wish to commence training. A prudent choice, miss, came Turing's response. The gym is fully prepared, and AI paused momentarily. Mr. Xiao commented that he would personally enlighten you about the truth regarding Stark Industries ammunition when you are ready. Wanda abruptly lifted her head, inquiring, what truth? My authority does not extend to answering that question, Turing gently replied. However, I recommend you complete the introductory energy control course first. According to Mr. Zhao's assessment, your potential far exceeds that of an ordinary mutant. Wanda gazed at Xiao Han, who was skillfully negotiating with the lawmakers in the projection, then glanced down at the pulsating crimson energy in her palm, for the first time sensing that the steering wheel of her destiny was firmly in her grasp. Chapter 40. My technology, no one can take away. Washington, D.C. The Senate Armed Services Committee hearing. 10 minutes ago, outside the Capitol, a throng of people surged. Journalists wielded their cameras, creating a blockade at the entrance. The flash of lights flickered incessantly, their blinding brilliance still striking under the morning sun. Senator Stern, what is your opinion on Stark Industries armor technology? A CNN reporter strained to reach the front row, thrusting a microphone toward Stern, who was approaching the entrance. Stern paused, adjusted his tie, and donned the quintessential politician smile. National security is no trivial matter. Any weapon technology that poses a potential threat to public safety must be regulated. But Mr. Stark insists his armor is not a weapon, the reporter pressed. Stern's smile faltered slightly. When an individual can soar freely above New York in armor and even engage in combat, it becomes challenging to define it as anything but a weapon. Not far away, Hammer was encircled by a swarm of reporters. dressed in a meticulously tailored silver suit. His hair slicked back, he resembled a peacock in full display. Mr. Hammer, as a technical expert attending the hearing today, do you believe Iron Man's armor should be classified as a military weapon? Hammer exaggeratedly spread his arms. Dear friends, does that even need to be asked? Look at those videos. Palm repulsors, mini missiles, laser cutting systems. If that doesn't qualify as a weapon, then my pen must be a dove of peace. Laughter erupted among the reporters. At that moment, the roar of an engine approached from afar. A silver Audi R8 executed a graceful drift and came to a steady halt at the steps of the Capitol. The doors slowly lifted upwards, and Tony Stark emerged, a devil-may-care smile gracing his lips beneath his sunglasses. The reporters instantly redirected their focus, rushing toward Tony. Mr. Stark, what preparations do you have for today's hearing? It is rumored the military wishes to requisition your armor technology. Will you compromise? Tony removed his sunglasses, revealing his trademark cheeky grin. Relax, folks. I'm just here for a cup of coffee. He gestured toward the Capitol. I hear their Blue Mountain coffee is quite good. Are you not concerned about your armor technology being forcibly nationalized? A reporter shouted. Tony shrugged. Firstly, the armor is not a weapon. Secondly, he winked. No one can take it away. Accompanied by security personnel, Tony confidently ascended the steps and entered the congressional hall. Journalists jostled to follow the proceedings, with cameras capturing every moment. The hearing commenced in earnest as Senator Stern took his position at the dais, rapping his gavel. The focus of this hearing is to assess whether Stark Industries' Iron Man armor poses a threat to national security and whether it should fall under military weapon control regulations. He turned to the witness seat, addressing Tony. Mr. Stark, please articulate your position. Leaning languidly in his chair, Tony replied, My stance is quite simple. The armor is my private property, akin to my wristwatch or my sports car. It just so happens that it can fly and fire lasers. A ripple of unrest coursed through the assembly. You are disrespecting the legislature. An indignant congressman shouted, slamming his hand on the table. That suit could easily devastate an entire block. Tony shrugged. My sports car could kill someone too. Are you suggesting we confiscate all sport cars? Stern sneered. Mr. Stark, please do not obfuscate the matter. We have invited Mr. Justin Hammer, CEO of Hammer Industries, as a technical consultant. Hammer strode exaggeratedly to the witness stand, holding a tablet. Ladies and gentlemen, he initiated a video presentation. This is the flight record of the Stark armor over New York, exceeding Mach 5 in speed, with maneuverability comparable to a fighter jet. He switched to another screen. This illustrates the energy readings of the palm repulsor, sufficient to penetrate tank armor. Finally, he displayed a grainy video, and this is footage from 3 days ago, featuring an individual in black armor, believed to be Stark's new associate, single-handedly halting a runaway truck. Such power, if wielded for criminal purposes, laughter erupted from the audience, as everyone recognized this figure as Superman, saving lives. Tony rolled his eyes. Hammer, your PowerPoint skills far surpass your robotics. Stern rapped his gavel to restore order. We have also invited Colonel Rhodes to speak as a military representative. Colonel James Rhodes approached the witness stand, his demeanor grave. I must clarify that I am here in a personal capacity. He glanced at Tony. Tony is my friend, but as a soldier, I must consider national security. So, Colonel Rhodes, Stern inquired, do you believe the Iron Man armor qualifies as a weapon system? Rhodes hesitated. From a technical perspective, it does appear to resemble a weapon, but more so as an auxiliary tool. Hammer immediately interjected, leaping to interrupt. Did you hear that? Even the military acknowledges it as a weapon. Tony's expression darkened. He turned his gaze towards the back door of the hearing room, which remained conspicuously vacant. Stern seized the moment. Mr. Stark, in light of the weapon-like attributes of the armor, Congress demands that you immediately surrender all technical documentation and cease private development. Tony inhaled deeply, then suddenly chuckled. Interestingly, he said slowly, the armor is not actually my creation. A hush fell over the room. What do you mean? Stern frowned. What I mean is, Tony stood up, the armor technology, including the arc reactor, originates from my partner, Mr. Superman. As if rehearsed, the back door of the assembly hall swung open at that very moment. Xiao Han stepped in, his impeccably tailored black suit failing to conceal the perfect musculature beneath. He uttered no words, yet the entire venue fell silent. Every breath held as if one could hear a pin drop. Apologies for my tardiness, he remarked as he approached the vacant seat beside Tony, having dealt with a few inconveniences along the way. Tony raised an eyebrow, inquiring, such as Los Angeles gang skirmishes, and a few terrorists attempting to detonate explosives downtown. Xiao Han replied calmly as he sat down. I sent them to the Arctic to assist the research team in ice excavation. Tony's expression turned quizzical. Excavation? Stern suddenly stood, exclaiming, Superman, This is a parliamentary session. Outsiders are not welcome. Xiao Han raised his gaze, the golden hue of his eyes glimmering faintly in the shadows. Senator, according to the First Amendment of the Constitution, I have the right to attend any public hearing. He paused, then continued. Do you intend to defend those criminals? Stern's complexion shifted from pale to flushed before he heavily sank back into his chair. The hearing resumed, yet the atmosphere had irrevocably altered. When Hammer attempted once more to assert the weaponization of the armor, Tony interjected directly, stating, "Let me clarify. The armor is an auxiliary tool developed by Xiao, intended for rescue and crime deterrence. Like a police officer's sidearm, its efficacy lies with the wielder." Absurd. Stern slammed the table. Who can guarantee that this technology won't be misused? Xiao Han slowly rose. His movements were subtle, yet all present instinctively held their breath. I assure you, his voice, though soft, rendered the chamber utterly silent. The armor is my creation, designed to protect the innocent. If anyone seeks to seize it, his gaze traversed each legislator. They may wish to try. Stern swallowed hard. Is that a threat? A statement of fact. Xiao Han adjusted his cuff. I respect the law, but I will not tolerate anyone exploiting it for acts of plunder. He turned towards the live broadcast, addressing the American populace directly. I harbor no intentions of world destruction. I merely hope for peaceful coexistence among humanity. However, should anyone infringe upon my rights? Xiao Han left the sentence hanging, the implication unmistakable. In a corner of the audience, Natasha Romanoff reclined with her legs crossed, her fingers lightly tapping the armrest. This fellow is far more intriguing than the report suggested. Coulson retrieved a mint from his suit pocket. Considering he might intercept missiles with his bare hands, I deem him quite restrained. Fury will take a liking to him. Natasha squinted, or is already devising ways to recruit him. Coulson folded the candy wrapper into a neat square. I'm more concerned about the repercussions that the latter might incite. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden commotion as both Xiao Han and Tony rose simultaneously to leave. Senator Stern opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from uttering the words to adjourn. The other senators exchanged glances, their documents unconsciously crumpled in their grasp. One senator squinted, preparing to propose a counter-Superman initiative upon returning to their organization. Hammer looked like a chicken with its neck grasped, face flushed yet unable to produce a sound. Only Colonel Rhodes imperceptibly exhaled in relief. Chapter 41. I merely wish to express my gratitude. As Xiao Han traversed the central aisle, a young female legislator in the front row suddenly stood up. Mr. Xiao. Her voice resonated remarkably in the silence. I just want to say thank you. It was you who saved my sister during the subway incident in New York yesterday. Xiao Han paused briefly, nodded in acknowledgement, and continued on his way. This simple gesture seemed to unlock some hidden valve, prompting members of the audience to rise in applause one after another. When the two pushed open the doors of the assembly, a thunderous ovation and cheers erupted behind them. Senator Stern stood alone at the dais, his gavel suspended helplessly in midair before finally falling with a thud. The hearing concluded amidst an eerie silence. As Xiao Han and Tony exited the congressional building, a crowd of over 1,000 had gathered outside. They waved signs in support of superheroes, their cheers echoing in waves. Can I have your autograph? A timid young girl shyly extended her notebook. Xiao Han squatted down, accepting the pen. What is your name? He inquired. Alice, the girl replied, her cheeks flushed. Xiao Han inscribed, to Alice, with great power comes great responsibility, before signing his name. Tony raised an eyebrow beside him, borrowing a famous quote. The original author won't mind. Xiao Han replied as he stood, nodding to the crowd, and proceeded to walk toward the Audi R8, escorted by security. As the door closed, Tony let out a sigh of relief. Goodness, I almost thought you were going to unleash your heat vision on Congress. Xiao Han fastened his seatbelt. They're not worth it. The engine roared as the sports car sped away from the congressional edifice. In the rearview mirror, the crowd continued to cheer, their flashes merging into a sea of light. So, Tony turned the steering wheel. Where to next? Save a world or grab a coffee? Xiao Han gazed out at the swiftly passing cityscape. First to your tower, then home. Wanda is still waiting for a training session. Tony whistled in surprise. Wow, who is Wanda? Have you already found a hidden gem? She is a mutant, Xiao Han replied nonchalantly. Very powerful, but she needs guidance. Mutants, alien technology, magic. Tony shook his head in wonder. My life has been a chaotic mess since I met you. Xiao Han rolled his eyes. But you relish it. Tony did not deny this, merely pressing the accelerator, propelling the sports car through the streets of Washington. In the Stark Tower laboratory, the silver elevator doors glided open slowly, and Pepper Potts entered, clutching a stack of documents. The sound of her high heels echoed crisply on the marble floor. She was engrossed in reviewing the data pad in her hands, her blonde hair neatly styled in a professional bun. Tony, I've placed the quarterly financial report you wanted. Her words faltered as she looked up to find an unfamiliar figure standing alongside Tony in the lab. Xiao Han stood with his back to her, his captivating profile illuminated by the lab lights. Upon hearing her voice, he turned, his eyes glimmering with a faint golden hue in the light. Pepper's eyes widened slightly. Oh, Pepper. Tony leaned over from behind the workbench, a sparking circuit board in hand. Just in time, let me introduce you to our new shareholder, Xiao Han. Xiao Han inclined his head slightly, offering a polite smile. Miss Potts. Pepper swiftly adjusted her expression, donning a professional smile. Mr. Xiao, it is an honor to finally meet you. Tony often speaks of you. I hope it's nothing unfavorable. Xiao Han's voice was gentle. On the contrary. Pepper placed the documents on the table, her gaze lingering on Xiao Han's battle suit. He said you're the most intelligent person he has ever encountered. Tony exaggeratedly spread his hands. I never said that. Pepper shot him a glance, turning back to Xiao Han. Although you hold shares, it seems you rarely participate in company decisions? I have no interest in business, Xiao Han replied nonchalantly. I'm solely fascinated by technology itself. Pepper nodded, seemingly satisfied with this response. That is perfect. It saves me from having to deal with another capricious board member like Tony. Tony feigned injury, clutching his chest. Hey, how am I capricious? Shall I enumerate? Pepper raised an eyebrow. Since your return, our military industry has completely vanished, not to mention last week. All right. Tony hurriedly interrupted, winking at Xiao Han. See? This is why you should never provoke women. It's terrifying. Pepper snorted lightly, taking a sip of the coffee on the table. I merely came to deliver documents. You two carry on. By the way, Tony, are you still attending the race in Monaco on Thursday? We'll discuss it when I'm less busy, Tony replied dismissively. She nodded to Xiao Han and turned toward the elevator. Once the elevator doors closed, Tony let out a long sigh and approached the central workbench. Women, I can never understand. Xiao Han gazed thoughtfully in the direction of the elevator. She is quite intelligent. Perhaps overly so, Tony muttered, his fingers flying across the holographic keyboard. Sometimes I truly wonder if she is the CEO. The holographic projection illuminated, displaying a new design for the armor. Unlike the previous streamlined styles, this suit was more angular, with retractable vibranium structures at the joints. Mark's new armor prototype, combining nanotechnology with the URU metal you provided, along with a touch of Asgardian innovation. Tony excitedly spun the model. Energy conduction efficiency has improved by 40, yet weighs only a tenth of the previous generation. Xiao Han approached to observe, his enhanced vision penetrating the projection and analyzing every detail. The shoulder joints need reinforcement. They are prone to overheating during high-speed maneuvers. I've already considered that, Tony replied, pulling up a submenu. I've added a liquid cooling system, but it will consume 3 of energy output. Replace it with URU metal, Xiao Han suggested, pointing to the shoulder armor. The Asgardian energy circuit can resolve this issue. Tony's eyes lit up. Of course. How did I not think of that? He immediately revised the design, intricate runic patterns forming from the URU metal on the shoulder armor. The two continued to discuss technical details, time slipping away unnoticed. After a while, Tony suddenly paused his work, leaning against the table to look at Xiao Han. What was it you said before Pepper arrived? That Wanda, does she have a connection to me? Xiao Han retracted the holographic display, his hands tucked into his pockets. Her parents perished in an explosion in Sokovia. The weapon used was a Stark Industries missile. Tony's expression instantly froze. She and her twin brother hid beneath the rubble for 3 days, with an unexploded shell bearing your name lying before them. Xiao Han's voice was calm, yet it caused Tony's fingers to unconsciously tighten. Obadiah, Tony murmured, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Unsurprisingly, that batch of weapons must have been smuggled out, and I was completely unaware of it. Does she know? Xiao Han shook his head. Even if she knew, what difference would it make? The truth remains unchanged. The laboratory fell into silence. Only the hum of machines reverberating in the air. Once her emotions stabilize, I will counsel her, although this matter has little to do with you, Xiao Han eventually stated. Tony looked up at him. Do you think she will listen? She is stronger than you imagine, Xiao Han remarked as he approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Hatred can blind the eyes, yet the truth always finds a way. Tony nodded thoughtfully, suddenly inquiring, why are you helping her? Xiao Han revealed a knowing smile. You shall see. He raised his hand. Golden sparks traced perfect circles in the air, the portal leading to the living room of the Long Island villa. Wanda was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book, and looked up upon hearing the noise. See you tomorrow, Tony. Xiao Han stepped into the portal, his figure vanishing in a golden glow. Tony stood alone in the laboratory, the blue light of the holographic projection illuminating his face. He remained silent for a long while before suddenly slamming his fist on the table. Jarvis. Initiate the Clean Energy Initiative. All of it. Sir, all of it. Tony's voice was resolute like never before. Shut down all production lines and redirect funds to medical and energy sectors. Also, contact the families of the victims, especially those from Sokovia. He gazed out at the New York night skyline, determination flickering in his eyes. This time, he would atone in his own way. Chapter 42. Power is not the answer, but a tool. In the living room of the Long Island villa, the golden portal slowly unfurled, and Xiao Han stepped through. Wanda was seated cross-legged on the sofa, holding a book, crimson energy subtly flickering at her fingertips, gently swirling with the turning pages. Hearing the commotion, she lifted her head, her red hair glimmering under the sunlight, streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Mr. Xiao, you're back? She closed the book, her voice much clearer than when they first met. Just call me Xiao. Xiao Han nodded, removing his coat and hanging on the rack by the door. The hearing was rather mundane, merely a formality. Wanda's gaze fell upon him, hesitating to speak. Finally, she softly asked Xiao, do you know Tony Stark? Yes. Xiao Han walked toward the kitchen, pouring a glass of water. I recently became a shareholder in Stark Industries, so I suppose we are partners. Wanda's fingers unconsciously tightened around the pages of her book, her knuckles turning pale. Xiao Han glanced at her, but did not urge her, merely leaning against the kitchen island in quiet anticipation. After a few moments of silence, Wanda finally spoke, her voice barely audible. Does he know about me? Turing once stated that you understand my past and comprehend my intentions. Xiao Han set down his cup. He had perused your dossier. Wanda suddenly lifted her gaze, a flicker of crimson igniting within her eyes. Did he utter anything regarding Sokovia, concerning those missiles? Xiao Han met her gaze unflinchingly. He asserted that those weapons were smuggled to Hydra by Obadiah Stane, and he was unaware. Unaware? Wanda scoffed, her chaos magic erupting uncontrollably, scorching a dark mark into the pages of a book. Stark Industries weapons, emblazoned with his name, claimed the lives of my parents, and now he claims ignorance? Xiao Han refrained from retorting, merely raising a hand to gently tap, conjuring a golden energy barrier that contained the errant magic around the sofa, shielding the living room from its chaos. I am merely conveying the truth, he declared calmly. Whether you choose to believe, it is entirely your prerogative. Wanda's chest heaved violently as the red glow in her eyes gradually faded. She cast her gaze downward at the charred pages, suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue. If it truly was Hydra, her voice quivered, then to whom should my vengeance be directed? Xiao Han approached her, crouching to meet her gaze. Hatred does not necessitate a target. Wanda, it will only consume you. He extended his hand, the ethereal image of the Mind Stone emerging in his palm. I can teach you to harness your chaos magic, to empower you to obliterate all of Hydra, even to rewrite reality itself. At that juncture, you could act as you wish. But before that, you must grasp one essential truth. His golden pupils bore into hers. Power is not the solution. It is merely a tool. Whether to wield it for vengeance or to protect, it is your choice. Wanda stared at him, her fury gradually giving way to confusion. I do not know, she murmured. For these years, the thought of revenge has been my sole reason for existence. Without it, what else could I do? Xiao Han retracted the Mind Stone and rose. You could become a hero, akin to what you witnessed on the news today. He gestured towards the television, where footage of a hearing played, crowds brandishing pro-Superman placards, cheers resonating through the speakers. Wanda remained silent for a moment before inquiring. You rescued me because you recognized my potential, or merely because you heard my cry for help? Xiao Han smiled faintly. Both. He turned towards the floor-to-ceiling window, the sunlight outlining his upright silhouette. Training begins tomorrow. For today, you should rest. Wanda watched his retreating figure, suddenly calling out to him, wait. Xiao Han turned back. If I wish to seek vengeance against Hydra myself. A flicker of determination crossed her eyes. Will you assist me? Xiao Han chuckled softly. I will teach you how to control your power. As for its application, that remains your choice. With that, he pushed open the glass door and strolled towards the beach, his dark figure receding into the sunlight. Wanda gazed down at her hands, the crimson energy gently coiling around her fingertips, no longer as tumultuous as before. She tenderly grasped the necklace at her chest, the Mind Stone pulsating with a steady rhythm, as if in response to her resolve. As she softly uttered the name, the Hydra, the crimson light in her eyes transformed from chaos into a sharp, focused brilliance. Outside the window, the waves crashed against the shore, ebbing and flowing like the tumultuous emotions swirling within her, eventually settling into tranquility. Suddenly, Wanda sprang from the sofa and hurried towards the floor-to-ceiling window where Xiao Han stood. Wait! She felt the fine sand slip through her toes as she stood barefoot on a beach. I can begin my training today. Xiao Han paused, turning to regard her. What is your reason? Wanda inhaled deeply, her fingers absently tracing her necklace. I no longer wish to be haunted by nightmares. Each time I close my eyes, those experimental scenes. Her voice quivered slightly. I want to learn to control it, rather than be controlled by it. Xiao Han studied her for a moment before nodding. Follow me. The lighting in the underground training room automatically adjusted to a soft amber hue. Xiao Han settled cross-legged on the meditation mat at the center, gesturing for Wanda to sit opposite him. This is the Kamatage breathing technique. He placed his hands gently on his knees, palms facing upwards. First, learn to breathe. Wanda mimicked his posture. It found even the simple act of sitting cross-legged left her muscles tense. Xiao Han reached out, lightly tapping her shoulder, and a warm current instantly eased her stiffness. Inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 7 seconds, exhale for 8 seconds. His voice possessed a peculiar rhythm, guiding her to feel the energy flowing through her meridians. Wanda closed her eyes and followed his instructions. Initially, all she could hear was the rapid beating of her heart, but gradually, a distinct humming resonated in her ears. The crimson energy began to circulate around her, no longer raging, but flowing gently, like a placid stream. She opened her eyes in astonishment. Your magic is responding to you. Xiao Han's fingertips glowed with golden runes, tracing intricate paths in the air. Chaos magic differs from ordinary spells. It emanates from a potent energy that fundamentally twists reality. Wanda attempted to touch the runes, and the crimson energy immediately resonated with them, weaving exquisite patterns in the air. So my ability isn't solely derived from mutant genes? Yes and no, Xiao Han replied, dispersing the runes with a wave of his hand. Your mutant genes are like a door, allowing chaos magic to choose you. But the true power lies in your innate mental strength. Xiao Han instructed her on how to construct a protective shield with her mind, how to condense chaotic energy into tangible weapons, and even how to briefly foresee the future with magic. The lessons commenced. Wanda was startled into screams 7 times by the sudden onslaught of light projectiles. After her 8th failure, she angrily hurled the energy sphere to the ground, only to hear a light laugh amidst the explosive crimson light. What are you laughing at? I've seen many sorcerers, Xiao Han chuckled. You were the first to use chaos magic to smash the floor. As dusk descended, Wanda finally succeeded in forming a complete shield that lasted 5 seconds. She turned in joy, only to find Xiao Han tracing complex golden trajectories in the void, the ribbons of runes shimmering like a living galaxy. Although she had learned to manipulate the crimson energy at will, Xiao Han appeared even more formidable, and she had a long way to catch up. I have never felt so at ease. Wanda gazed at the energy butterfly dancing in her palm, a smile unconsciously curling at her lips. Xiao Han rose from his seat, suggesting a respite. Overexertion will yield counterproductive results. Wanda followed suit, suddenly exclaiming, I can cook. I can't just keep taking advantage of your hospitality. Noticing Xiao Han's raised eyebrow, she hastily added, at home, I often assist my mother in the kitchen. Very well, Xiao Han replied with a nod. In the kitchen, Wanda clumsily managed the steak sizzling in the frying pan. Oil splattered everywhere, and instinctively, she conjured a chaotic magic barrier, inadvertently staining the entire stove a vibrant pink. She awkwardly glanced at the burnt steak, perhaps a sign of her inexperience. Xiao Han chuckled softly, taking the spatula from her. Timing is crucial. With a flick of his wrist, he flawlessly flipped the steak. While chaotic magic was ill-suited for cooking, it could be employed to sense the state of the ingredients. Wanda leaned in closer, her nose nearly brushing against his arm. How do you even know how to cook? Actually, I am from Huaxia. Xiao Han replied as he sprinkled a handful of spices, releasing an explosion of aroma. In Huaxia, it's quite unfortunate if one cannot cook. The dinner turned out to be surprisingly delectable. As Wanda took her first bite of the tender steak, her eyes sparkled. This is 1,000 times better than the synthetic protein from Hydra. Xiao Han swirled his glass of red wine. Tomorrow, I shall teach you more complex protective spells. Suddenly, Wanda set down her knife and fork, her voice soft yet resolute. Thank you for not just training me, but for granting me the right to choose. The moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting their shadows upon the wall. The distant sound of waves seemed to echo this belated gratitude. Chapter 43. Jarvis, lock my armor. I wish to cause no harm. Xiao Han stood on the terrace of the Long Island villa, the night breeze caressing his black battle attire. Wanda had already succumbed to slumber in the bedroom, the magical necklace on her collarbone emanating a soft glow, finally liberating her from the clutches of nightmares. Turing, he whispered. The voice of the AI butler responded gently. Sir, how may I assist you? Monitor Wanda's condition. If she awakens, inform her that I have stepped out. Understood, sir. Xiao Han raised his hand, golden magical energy emanating from his fingertips as he traced a perfect arc in the air. Fiery golden sparks whirled and expanded, forming a portal leading to the sun. On the other side lay the roiling corona, with golden plasma surging like a boiling ocean, radiating boundless light and warmth. A biological force field automatically shielded everything, retaining only the warm energy. Just as he was about to step through, a sudden alert sounded in his mind. Beep. Anomalous fluctuations detected in the multiverse. The system's notification echoed within his consciousness. Emergency mission issued. Prevent the spread of the zombie virus to other universes. Target world coordinates have been locked. Please proceed immediately. Xiao Han furrowed his brow. A zombie virus? The system provided little elaboration, merely projecting a fragmented image into his line of sight. The decaying Captain America was savagely biting innocent civilians, and a zombified Iron Man roared madly within his armor, as the entire world descended into a bloody apocalypse. Xiao Han remained silent for a moment, glancing back at the villa. Wanda was still asleep. Her training had only just commenced, yet he had no time to waste. Turing, should Wanda inquire, simply convey that I am preoccupied with urgent matters and encourage her to continue her practice as planned. The record is complete. I wish you success in your endeavors, sir. Without further hesitation, Xiao Han raised his hand and opened another portal. This time, the other side was not the blazing sun, but rather a somber, overcast sky. New York. Yet it was a stark contrast to the city he once knew. Smoke filled the air, buildings lay in ruins, and the streets were stained with blood. As he stepped through, the moment the portal sealed behind him, a noxious stench of decay assaulted his senses. A roar erupted. Below, a horde of zombies was ravenously tearing apart a mangled corpse. In the distance, a figure clad in red and blue swung between the skyscrapers, Spider-Man. Though his suit was tattered, and half his face had succumbed to rot, revealing a pair of crimson eyes beneath the white lenses. Intriguing, Xiao Han mused, his expression one of keen interest. A zombie universe. He levitated high above, employing his enhanced vision to scan the entire city. The Stark Tower still stood in the distance. Yet the arc reactor atop had long extinguished, and the glass facade was in tatters. Within the tower, a faint energy signal caught his attention. Jarvis? Without hesitation, Xiao Han accelerated, transforming into a streak of black light as he raced towards Stark Tower. The mission has officially commenced. Xiao Han hovered outside the top-floor laboratory of Stark Tower, peering through the shattered glass into the chaos within. The laboratory was in disarray, instruments strewn about, and dried blood stained the walls. At the center, an altered Mark 43 armor was firmly secured by dozens of mechanical arms, emanating a beastly growl from within. An unknown life form detected. Jarvis's voice suddenly echoed from the laboratory's speakers, the energy signature anomalous, with no matching records in the database. Xiao Han descended slowly into the lab, the sound of his black boots crunching on the broken glass resonating sharply. I am Xiao Han, from another universe. The zombie version of Tony within the armor, hearing the commotion, suddenly lifted his head. The visor automatically opened to reveal a face half consumed by decay. He struggled violently, the mechanical arms creaking under strain. Another universe? Jarvis's voice dripped with evident skepticism. This explains many of the anomalous readings. Xiao Han approached the control panel, his fingers gliding over the holographic display, and data streams immediately unfolded before him. Tell me what transpired, he spoke with gravity. Jarvis summoned a holographic recording. 3 months prior, Mr. Fantastic had an accident during a quantum channel experiment, releasing an unknown virus. Reed was the first to be infected, followed by his family. The footage depicted the members of the Fantastic Four mutating one by one, attacking the Avengers who had come to their aid. Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow fell in succession, only to rise again, transformed into another form. After being bitten, Mr. Stark immediately initiated the quarantine protocol. Jarvis continued. He modified the armor, requesting that I permanently confine him here. For the past 87 days, he has been battling the virus. Xiao Han gazed at Tony, ensconced within his battle armor, and was struck by the unsettling familiarity etched upon that decaying visage. Suddenly, the zombie Tony emitted a hoarse growl, pleading, "In my suffering." Jarvis promptly reinforced the restraints, exclaiming, "Sir, please refrain from such actions." After a brief silence, Xiao Han inquired about the other survivors. According to the last scan, a handful of humans may be concealed within underground facilities, Jarvis replied. However, the majority of the superheroes have succumbed. The most perilous is the zombie Hulk, who has wreaked havoc upon 3 cities. At that moment, an alarm blared. Warning, high-energy readings detected nearby. Thor is approaching. Before the statement was completed, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, obliterating the laboratory's exterior walls. Amidst the swirling dust, a towering figure emerged, Thor. Yet, much of his golden hair had fallen. His skin took on an unnatural ash-gray hue, and Mjolnir was stained with dry blood. Roar! The zombie Thor unleashed a deafening roar, his single eye glimmering with a frenzied hunger. In an instant, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with golden light. Asgardian, it is time for you to find peace. He broke through the sound barrier, delivering a powerful punch to Thor's chest. The zombie god had no time to react as a gaping hole was blasted through his torso, putrid entrails spewing forth. Xiao Han did not relent. His heat vision precisely severed Thor's cervical spine, and as the head rolled to the ground, its mouth continued to futilely open and close. The entire ordeal transpired in less than 3 seconds. Is the threat neutralized? Jarvis's voice carried a distinct astonishment. You have eliminated Thor. Xiao Han shook the putrid flesh from his hand. He is no longer the god of thunder. Turning his attention back to the battle armor housing Tony, he pondered whether Jarvis could devise a solution before resorting to his superior intellect. Can a serum be developed? Jarvis swiftly responded, tinged with regret. I am afraid not, sir. I have simulated countless scenarios and found no substitute materials or methods to eradicate the virus. Understood. Inform me of the location of the Fantastic Four's laboratory. Baxter Building, though it has been repurposed by Reed. I am aware of the risks, Xiao Han interjected, recalling Tony's notes on a potential vaccine. Suddenly, the zombie Tony began to thrash violently within his armor, the mechanical limbs emitting a cacophony of metal contorting. Jarvis activated the auxiliary power. The restraint system is about to fail. Xiao Han stepped closer to the armored shell, locking eyes with Tony's rotting gaze. Hold on, Tony. I shall bring this to an end. A guttural sound escaped the zombie's throat, surprisingly articulating. Reed retains his intellect. Be cautious. Hardly had the words left his lips when the restraint mechanism finally shattered. The zombie Tony lunged at Xiao Han, only to be halted by an invisible biofield mere inches from him. Good night, Tony, Xiao Han whispered, casting a spell. The incantation conjured an illusion within Tony's consciousness, leading him to believe he had perished. Subsequently, his body stiffened for a fleeting second before gradually collapsing, finally finding a moment of respite. The laboratory succumbed to an eerie silence, punctuated only by sporadic sparks erupting from the damaged circuitry. Has he departed? Jarvis asked softly. Xiao Han nodded slightly, acknowledging that he was not dead, but needed to rest for a while. Are you truly determined to venture to the Baxter Building? That is the epicenter of the infection. He had already moved towards the shattered window, the golden patterns on his black armor shimmering in the light. Someone must clean up this mess. He raised his hand, creating a golden portal, and glanced back at the ravaged laboratory. Care to join me, Jarvis? Mr. Xiao, based on my analysis, your watch was developed by another universe's Tony Stark, and it contains my core program. I shall follow you through the program. Jarvis's voice emanated from the remnants of the armor. Perhaps this time, we can salvage something. A faint smile graced Xiao Han's lips as he stepped into the portal. The golden sparks flickered and faded behind him, leaving a profound silence in their wake. Chapter 44. Zombie Banner Xiao Han emerged from the portal, his black boots striking the fractured asphalt when an arrow whistled toward his throat. Without lifting his gaze, his eyes glowed crimson, and the arrow disintegrated mid-air. Immediately, a beam of heat vision shot forth, severing the zombie Hawkeye, who had been hiding behind a wrecked car, in two. Clint. Xiao Han observed the twitching remains of the once great archer. His decaying visage still wore an expression of ravenous hunger. Yet, there was no time for lamentation. The instant the portal closed behind him, the street fell eerily silent for a brief moment. Subsequently, countless blood-red eyes turned in unison towards him, the zombie heroes. The decayed Captain America revealed skeletal remains beneath his tattered star-spangled uniform, his shield streaked with dried blood. Wolverine's adamantium claws dripped with flesh, and he emitted a beastly growl from his throat. The Thing, Ben Grimm, bore a rocky skin mottled with grayish corpse stains, leaving cracked footprints with every step. Roar! With the zombie captain's bellow, all the heroes surged forward simultaneously. Captain America hurled his shield, and Xiao Han intercepted it with one hand, countering with a strike aimed at the captain's neck. A crack echoed as the head, adorned with a tattered helmet, tilted at an unnatural angle. Yet the body continued its charge until Xiao Han unleashed another beam of heat vision, obliterating its skull. Next was Wolverine. Rest in peace, Logan. Xiao Han's gaze intensified, and his heat vision sliced through Wolverine's body like a laser scalpel. However, Wolverine was not dead. The charred lower half began to writhe and regenerate while the upper half clawed its way forward. Troublesome. Xiao Han frowned, expanding his telekinetic field to suspend Wolverine's remains in midair. The rotting innards and squirming flesh twisted within the force field, unable to escape. The third to attack was the Thing. A punch weighing tons thundered towards Xiao Han's face, but was halted merely inches from his nose by the biological force field. "You are too slow." Xiao Han spun and delivered a powerful kick, creating a sonic boom at his ankle. The Thing was struck with immense force, hurtling backward and crashing through 3 buildings before coming to a stop. The zombie human torch dove from above, engulfed in azure flames. Burned to ashes. He cackled as he lunged forward. Xiao Han did not even flinch, firing a beam of heat vision that pierced through his forehead. The zombie, once a formidable force, fell silent in an instant, crumbling into a charred corpse that struck the ground with a thud. Just as he prepared to dispatch the remaining heroes, a deafening roar reverberated above him. The Hulk, with a tremendous force, the green behemoth descended like a cannonball. Xiao Han remained rooted in place, fully aware that the green giant had arrived. He sought to test a hypothesis. Without hesitation, he crossed his arms to brace for impact. The collision of 2 forces capable of shaking the very tectonic plates caused the ground within a 100-meter radius to shatter like a spider's web. A biological force field contained a shockwave firmly within the combat zone. Otherwise, all of Manhattan would have succumbed to this blow. Intriguingly, it appeared to align perfectly with comic book lore, as Xiao Han gazed at the grotesquely decaying yet terrifying Hulk before him. A fierce determination curved his lips into a smile. The crimson glow pulsating from the Hulk's eye sockets and the corrosive saliva dripping from his maw created a noxious haze above the ground. This was a true adversary. The Hulk swung his fist once more, and Xiao Han stood his ground, countering with a punch of his own. The impact reverberated, sending all surrounding zombie heroes flying. Xiao Han had preemptively levitated, and the biological force field absorbed much of the shock, allowing him to be propelled backward only slightly. The Hulk crashed into a building behind him, only to roar and charge back out. In a mirror dimension, Xiao Han suddenly formed intricate hand seals, golden sparks tracing complex patterns in the void. Reality shattered like glass, pulling all zombie heroes, including the Hulk, into the bizarre mirrored realm. Distorted structures floated around them as the laws of physics lost their significance. Now, he could unleash his full potential. Xiao Han cracked his neck in preparation. The Hulk, however, offered no respite, his decaying fist already barreling toward him. Xiao Han mirrored the assault, the 2 figures becoming shadows of black and green in the mirror dimension, each collision causing violent tremors in the spatial structure. The Hulk's rotting fist, imbued with immense power, struck down, but Xiao Han deftly evaded, the surrounding mirrored edifices crumbling to dust in the wake of the residual force. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk unleashed a torrent of green saliva. Xiao Han's eyes flared with golden light as his heat vision precisely targeted the Hulk's throat, searing a rapidly healing wound. The regeneration of the target's cells exceeded expectations. A smirk danced on Xiao Han's lips. Now this was intriguing. He abruptly lifted the constraints of the biological force field, channeling energy into his right fist until it shone with a brilliant golden glow, infused by solar energy from his Kryptonian cells. With a resounding clash, the shockwave from their fists radiated outward in a spherical expansion, the mirrored New York City collapsing like a house of cards. The Hulk was sent flying several kilometers, crashing through a succession of mirrored skyscrapers. Xiao Han shook his tingling arm, silently lamenting the absurdity of the comic version of the Hulk. He was nearly at the limit of his strength. It seemed he would need to bask in more sunlight upon his return. The Hulk charged at him once again. With a powerful uppercut, Xiao Han launched the Hulk into the sky, but the latter seized a floating debris to rebound with newfound vigor. Seizing the opportunity, the zombie Spider-Man attempted a surprise attack from the side, ensnaring Xiao Han's right leg with webbing. Swiftly, Xiao Han turned, firing a heat vision blast that obliterated the zombie's head, while simultaneously delivering a downward strike with his left leg, cleaving another would-be assailant in half. In a fleeting moment, the Hulk seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Xiao Han's back. However, Xiao Han's reflexes were honed to perfection. To him, the Hulk's fist moved as slowly as a snail. He deftly twisted his body mid-air, executing a whip-like kick that struck the Hulk's crown. With a roar, the Hulk spewed black blood from his orifices, yet his fury intensified. Attempting to grapple Xiao Han at the waist, he found his neck seized instead, as Xiao Han propelled him through a series of mirrored edifices. The very fabric of space contorted and shattered in their wake. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes radiated an unprecedented golden light. Enough. Solar flare. Blinding flames erupted from every pore, and the Hulk, caught in the immediate blast, felt his decaying skin carbonize in an instant. Astonishingly, he did not relent. Instead, he opened his gaping maw and lunged for Xiao Han's throat. Stubborn. Xiao Han clutched the Hulk's throat with one hand, while the other, fingers poised like a blade, pierced through his chest. As he withdrew his hand, he grasped a pulsating green heart, veined with dark blood. The Hulk's movements ceased abruptly. His crimson eyes dimmed, eventually reflecting a fleeting clarity akin to liberation. Dr. Banner? Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. The Hulk's lips quivered as he mustered his last breath to utter a few words. Destroy the Reed laboratory. The massive form of the green giant collapsed with a resounding crash. The mirrored space began to disintegrate, and the surviving zombie heroes dissipated into black smoke. Xiao Han stood amidst the void, gazing at the heart in his hand, which was gradually ceasing its rhythmic beat. It was time to venture to the Baxter Building's underground laboratory. Sir, coordinates are locked, but an anomalous energy response has been detected, Jarvis informed him. Having already connected to Xiao Han's multifunctional wristwatch, his tone grave. Recommendations? Recommendations are ineffective. Xiao Han crushed the heart, and a new portal unfurled before him. It was time to see what mischief Mr. Fantastic had been up to. Chapter 45. The Mutant Matriarch, Mr. Fantastic. Baxter Building. Underground laboratory. As the golden sparks of the portal dissipated, Xiao Han stepped into a dimly lit space. This realm starkly contrasted with the outside world. The walls were ensnared with a black, organic network, and the ground undulated slightly, as if treading upon the entrails of a living creature. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of decay and metal. Xiao Han's heightened senses detected a high concentration of viral particles. Without hesitation, he activated the biological force field filter. His eyes glowed faintly with a golden hue as the field enveloped him silently. He advanced cautiously, his superhuman vision penetrating layers of obstruction, honing in on a figure deep within a laboratory. Reed Richards. His voice echoed throughout the desolate lab. Ahead, a gaunt silhouette slowly turned. Mr. Fantastic, or rather, the once Reed Richards. He had now undergone a complete transformation. His body twisted and elongated, resembling a grotesquely stretched corpse. His skin a sickly gray-green, with deep-set eyes that sparkled with a strange glimmer of rationality. Ah, a new guest. Reed's voice was hoarse and deliberate, yet surprisingly clear. Who are you? In this world, your information is non-existent? Xiao Han halted his steps, confronting him. It seems you still retain some semblance of reason. Reed grinned, revealing his decayed gums. Reason? No, I merely possess a clearer awareness of my hunger than they do. His neck suddenly elongated, his head grotesquely inching closer to Xiao Han. Inhaling deeply, your flesh carries a unique scent. Xiao Han did not retreat. He coldly responded, you are the architect of this catastrophe. Catastrophe? Reed suddenly erupted in laughter, a sound akin to metal scraping. This is evolution. Humanity, no. All life shall ultimately converge as one. His body abruptly split apart. Dozens of tentacle-like limbs extending from his back, each adorned with barbs and suckers, surging towards Xiao Han. A golden light ignited in Xiao Han's eyes as his thermal vision swept across the scene. Slicing sounds echoed as the tentacles were neatly severed, foul liquid splattering forth. Yet the severed limbs writhed on the ground, rapidly regenerating. Reed's form twisted like sludge. The black veins of the entire laboratory suddenly came to life, walls, ceiling, and floor morphing into his weapons. You cannot kill me. Reed's voice resonated from all directions. I have perfectly fused with the virus. I am the plague itself. Xiao Han levitated, unleashing his biological force field, shattering the oncoming black tendrils. He surveyed his surroundings. His superbrain analyzed rapidly. Reed's body had undergone complete aberration, merging with the entire laboratory. Conventional physical attacks proved futile, and thermal vision could only momentarily delay his regeneration. He began to scan for weaknesses. His supervision detected energy core fluctuations located directly beneath the laboratory. Xiao Han instantly comprehended that Reed was not invincible. His consciousness still relied on a certain core. Found you. He suddenly dove, delivering a punch to the ground. Boom. Concrete and metal structures shattered like paper. Xiao Han pierced through several layers of flooring, plummeting to the deepest recesses below. Here lay a vast spherical chamber, At its center floated a pulsating black tumor, its surface riddled with vein-like energy conduits, continuously transmitting the virus throughout the city. Thus it is. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. You have transformed yourself into the virus's nest. The tumor suddenly split open, revealing Reed's face, twisted and frenzied. You cannot halt evolution. Join us and become eternal. Xiao Han ceased his dialogue, his eyes radiating golden light. Solar flare-level energy converging in his palms. It is time to end this. He clasped his hands together. A brilliant beam of light infused with magic erupted, instantly engulfing the entire tumor. No! Reed's agonized scream distorted and dissipated within the torrent of energy, the black tumor melting away like snow under the scorching sun. The entire laboratory began to tremble violently, the writhing black veins withering and falling away. However, Xiao Han's super hearing captured the persistent roars echoing throughout the city. The zombie heroes had not ceased their activities. Sir, the secondary infected have not lost their vitality, Jarvis promptly analyzed. According to the analysis, the virus has fully integrated into the host cells, becoming the fundamental structure of their life. Xiao Han furrowed his brow and swiftly approached the experimental table. Scattered across its surface were Reed's research notes, densely filled with frenzied yet precise data. He perused them rapidly, his super intellect digesting all information in mere fractions of a second. Damn it. The final conclusion of the notes was clear and despairing. This virus was not an external infection, but rather an awakening of some primordial code lying dormant within the DNA of living beings. Once roused, it could not be reversed. Forcibly eradicating the virus equated to slaying the host. Reed had scrawled in a frenzied hand on the last page. We are not infected. We have finally become what we were destined to be. Xiao Han silently closed the notes. He could not save this world. Sir, Jarvis spoke softly, detecting a significant high-energy response approaching. It is the recent superheroes. Xiao Han looked up, his enhanced vision penetrating through layers of walls, revealing numerous zombified heroes surging towards the Baxter building from all directions. They sensed the destruction of their nest, and now they were enraged. Let us go and end their malevolence. Xiao Han stood atop the burning Baxter building. Beneath him lay the virus nest, utterly incinerated by Reed Richards. The entire city still wailed, the howls of zombified heroes echoing around him. Jarvis, confirm if there are any survivors in New York. Scanning complete, sir. Jarvis' voice emanated from the multifunctional watch. No human life signs detected. Xiao Han fell silent for a moment, then raised his gaze. They were coming. Roar! In the distance, from the ruins, countless twisted figures surged forth, once the guardians of the world, now reduced to bloodthirsty madness. The daredevil, clad in his decayed crimson attire, bore a grotesquely contorted skeleton, his hands transformed into claws, emitting a beastly growl from his throat. He had once fought with his heightened senses. Now, he was left with nothing but bloodlust. Luke Cage, with skin impervious to blades, was covered in corpse-like splotches, his muscles swollen to the brink of bursting, each step shattering the ground beneath him. His eyes were clouded, corrosive saliva dripping from his mouth. Spider-Woman, once agile, now exhibited joints twisted in unnatural directions, webbing spraying from her decayed glands, mingling with the virus in the viscous fluid. Her shriek resonated like glass scraping against itself. Blade, half vampire, had mutated into something even more terrifying, his fangs extending down to his chin, his eyes a crimson hue. His silver sword had rusted, replaced by bone-like claws. The Ghost Rider's hellfire still burned, yet it had been warped into a sickly green by the virus. Chains wrapped around his decaying body. The motorcycle's engine emitted a dying roar. Moon Knight, Deadpool, the Punisher, Black Bat, and Red Tank. Chapter 46, A Desperate World. Xiao Han gazed upon them, devoid of pity. Only resolution. Since salvation was unattainable, he would grant them peace. In the next moment, a thunderous boom resonated. Xiao Han shattered the sound barrier, delivering a punch that pierced through the chest of Daredevil. The putrid entrails burst under the force, and the once guardian of Hell's Kitchen had no time to react before his head was instantaneously vaporized by a searing gaze. Luke Cage roared as he charged forward, his formidable physique appearing as fragile as paper before Xiao Han. With a single hand, Xiao Han grasped his throat and forcefully slammed him to the ground. The impact was so tremendous that the entire street collapsed, sending shockwaves that shattered every building within a 100-meter radius. Luke Cage's spine fractured. Yet his zombified body continued to writhe. Xiao Han stomped down, obliterating his head like a watermelon. The Spider-Woman dove from above, her decaying webs raining down like a torrential storm. Without even raising an eyelid, Xiao Han unleashed a biological force field, causing all the viscous strands to evaporate in an instant. He then summoned a freezing breath, enveloping her in an arctic tempest that encased her in ice. With a mere snap of his fingers, the ice shattered into a flurry of crystalline fragments. The Blade Warrior, faster than the rest, slashed through the air toward Xiao Han's neck. Without turning, Xiao Han deftly seized the warrior's wrist and twisted it with a gentle motion. Crack! The entire arm was torn asunder before the Blade Warrior could utter a sound. Xiao Han swiftly pressed his palm against the warrior's face, smashing it into the ground and dragging it for hundreds of meters until only bones remained. The Ghost Rider's chains ensnared him, hellfire attempting to scorch Xiao Han's very soul. With a cold chuckle, Xiao Han's eyes blazed with golden light, his searing gaze piercing through the skull, followed by a crushing grip that shattered the Ghost Rider's cranium, extinguishing the hellfire instantly. The Moonlight Knight ambushed from the shadows, his curved blade aimed at Xiao Han's throat. Unflinching, Xiao Han allowed the blade to strike his biological force field. Clang! The curved sword shattered, and with a retaliatory punch, the Moonlight Knight's chest caved in, ribs piercing through his back, sending him flying like a rag doll for hundreds of meters into a building. Deadpool, cackling madly, charged in with his dual blades flailing. Xiao Han frowned, swiftly severing him in half with a blast of searing energy. Yet the upper half of Deadpool continued to crawl, muttering, "Oh, this feels exhilarating." Xiao Han, exasperated, crushed his skull underfoot. Despite the regenerative factors fueled by the virus, Xiao Han denied him further chance, encasing him in ice with a freezing breath before pulverizing him into icy debris. The Punisher lunged for behind cover, a serrated dagger aimed at Xiao Han's back. Xiao Han, disinterested, let the biological force field resonate, shattering the dagger while the Punisher's arm fractured inch by inch. Glancing back, Xiao Han unleashed a searing gaze, reducing the once vengeful agent to ashes. The Black Bat King roared soundlessly, his sonic waves ripping through the air, causing the buildings along the street to collapse in the sonic boom. Xiao Han remained suspended, the biological force field nullifying the shockwave. In an instant, he appeared before the Black Bat King, plunging his hand into the warrior's chest and crushing his heart. The red tank barreled forward like an out-of-control train, the ground trembling beneath his steps. Xiao Han shook his head, unflinching, and retaliated with a powerful punch. Boom! The collision of their immense forces unleashed shockwaves that toppled every structure within several kilometers. The skeletal arms of the red tank shattered inch by inch, as Xiao Han's second punch pierced through his chest, obliterating the still-beating heart within. The battle commenced. Mere seconds later, it concluded. Xiao Han stood amidst the remains, his black armor unblemished, while his superhuman hearing captured the unfolding situation above. One after another, before the words could escape his lips, the sky suddenly tore apart. Boom! A cosmic energy cannon descended from the heavens, but Xiao Han had already anticipated this and evaded in an instant. He slowly raised his gaze to the figure suspended high above. A crimson cloak billowed audibly, a golden cape fluttered, and on the grotesque visage, remnants of dried blood lingered at the corner of the mouth. Hebelong, this pseudo-Superman of the universe, once meant to be a hero, had now become a being more terrifying than a zombie. "I'm so hungry." Hebelong's voice rasped like sandpaper, a non-human growl rolling in his throat. His eyes glowed crimson, muscles grotesquely swollen, with ominous black veins writhing beneath his skin. Xiao Han wasted no words and accelerated skyward. Bang! The fists of the two collided at an altitude of 1,000 meters, the shockwave instantly shattering the surrounding clouds. Hebelong was sent tumbling back hundreds of meters, yet he forcefully halted his momentum in midair, grinning as he wiped the blood from his mouth. "Interesting, your flesh is more delectable than theirs." Xiao Han furrowed his brow slightly. This fellow's strength exceeded his expectations, seemingly augmented by mutation. He decided to test the waters. Hebelong suddenly spread his arms wide, a bizarre energy vortex materializing on his chest, absorbing all of Xiao Han's probing heat vision. "Ha ha! Energy? I can consume it." Xiao Han's expression remained inscrutable, his form vanishing in an instant, appearing behind Hebelong, delivering a whip kick aimed at his spine. Boom! Hebelong crashed into the ground like a cannonball, but the next second, he erupted from the earth, faster than before. His fist, encased in cosmic energy, smashed fiercely towards Xiao Han's face. Xiao Han did not flinch or evade, meeting the blow with a punch of his own. Dong! This time, their strengths were evenly matched. Xiao Han refrained from exerting his full power. Yet Hebelong's force was evidently greater than before. The mutation had augmented his cells. A glimmer of interest flickered in Xiao Han's eyes. It seemed they could play a while longer. Hebelong cackled madly as he lunged forward, and the two engaged in a frenzied aerial duel. Each collision triggered sonic booms, the remnants of the city below being plowed repeatedly by the aftershocks. Xiao Han intentionally restrained his power, probing the limits of his opponent. After 30 exchanges, the conclusion was clear. Hebelong's strength approached 70% of Xiao Han's current capabilities, but Xiao Han was continuously growing stronger. There was a limit to energy absorption, his self-healing slightly inferior to that of Hulk, and his combat intelligence was lacking. Having had enough of the play, Xiao Han suddenly changed tactics, swiftly forming seals with his hands, as a golden magical array blossomed in the void. Mirror Cage. Numerous magical arrays instantly encircled, imprisoning Hebelong within a cubic space. He battered against the barriers in a frenzy, yet could only cause the runes to flicker faintly. Useless waste. Hebelong roared, the energy vortex in his chest swelling. Watch me devour this broken cage. Xiao Han awaited this very moment. Soul incineration. His eyes gleamed with a golden light, and his fervent gaze transformed from a mere physical assault into a fusion of Kamartaj's soul magic, directly penetrating Hyberlin's corporeal form and searing his very essence. Hyberlin emitted an unprecedented wail, collapsing to his knees in the void, cradling his head. Black mist seeped from his 7 orifices, a grotesque manifestation of his soul twisted by a vile virus. Seizing the moment, Xiao Han struck down upon Hyberlin's crown. Soul separation spell. A soft thud echoed as a translucent spirit was forcibly expelled from its corporeal prison. Hyberlin's soul wandered in confusion, observing his mutated body still howling within its cage. Witnessing the ravaged cityscape, finally turning his gaze to Xiao Han. What have I done? His soul trembled, memories surged like a tidal wave, those innocent civilians he had devoured, those comrades he had torn apart. No. He fell to his knees in the void, his spirit rippling with crimson waves. Xiao Han regarded him silently. The virus amplified your hunger, yet it was your own choice to devour your kin. Hyberlin lifted his head, his eyes brimming with despair. Kill me. I beg you, do not let me return to that body. Xiao Han nodded, raising his hand to conjure energy of solar flare magnitude. Rest in peace. A brilliant sphere of light engulfed Hyberlin's soul and body, reducing them to ashes in the purification. A gentle breeze swept by, the last remnants of dust drifting into the sunset. A world steeped in despair. Chapter 47. A universe destined for annihilation. Xiao Han hovered above the ruins, the setting sun elongating his silhouette. He did not deliberately probe with his superpowers. His gaze was fixed upon the scene before him. All of New York had morphed into a silent graveyard, with only sporadic zombies wandering in the distance. Sir, detecting anomalous energy fluctuations. The voice of Jarvis emanated from his wristwatch. Coordinates locked near the Statue of Liberty. Xiao Han nodded, his supervision penetrating several kilometers to reveal eerie purple light flickering at the statue's base. A figure in a robe knelt there, surrounded by intricate magical circles. Are there still living beings? He accelerated instantaneously, landing at the foot of the Statue of Liberty in less than a second. It was a gaunt middle-aged man, his hair disheveled, one lens of his glasses shattered. He frantically inscribed runes upon the stone slab, muttering incantations. Dr. Strange? Xiao Han recognized the sorcerer tasked with guarding the earth. Strange abruptly looked up, his eyes bloodshot. Who are you? Coughing, he stumbled to his feet, his emaciated fingers trembling as they pointed at Xiao Han. Help me, I must rectify all of this. Xiao Han noticed his left hand was already decaying. Enshrouded in magic, your virus. Not important. Strange shouted hysterically, gesturing towards the magical array on the ground. I have discovered a method to restart the timeline, but it requires immense energy. Your body harbors vast amounts of energy. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing something amiss. Strange suddenly knelt, tears of blood streaming down his decayed face. I beg you, let me save them, save Christine. Xiao Han paused in silence, placing his hand upon the center of the magical array. What must I do? In Strange's eyes, a glimmer of hope ignited, prompting him to guide Xiao Han in adjusting the magical array. As the final rune was inscribed, the entire array erupted in blinding golden light. Now, infuse it with energy. Xiao Han directed the white light from his hand towards the array, a dazzling surge of energy flowing forth. The array began to rotate, intense energy commencing its operation. Success! Strange exclaimed with elation. The timeline is about to reset. His cheer abruptly ceased. The array suddenly transformed into a blood-red hue, and Strange's body began to decay at a discernible rate. No, this is wrong. He watched in horror as his hands rapidly turned to bone. This is not time magic. It is a devouring curse, Xiao Han stated coldly. You've been overtaken by the virus. Strange. This array will consume my energy. Strange's expression shifted from shock to a sinister grin. Clever human, but too late. His body abruptly exploded, countless black tendrils shooting toward Xiao Han. Anticipating this, Xiao Han's eyes shone with radiant gold as his magical heat vision was unleashed. Boom! The pure solar energy collided with the dark magic, reducing the Statue of Liberty to mere dust in the shockwave. As the brilliance faded, only a vast, charred crater remained. Sir, energy readings have reached 0, Jarvis reported. New York is beyond salvation. Xiao Han fell into silence, suddenly perplexed by the system's purpose in bringing him to this universe. After casting a final glance at the throng of howling zombies below, he activated his super hearing. Sound from across the globe began to converge in his auditory perception. Suddenly, he detected an anomaly. Xiao Han opened his eyes. Wakanda. A golden portal materialized, and he soared through it. He hovered above Wakanda, golden sunlight cascading upon his black armor. Below, the energy shield of Wakanda flickered with a ghostly blue light, repelling thousands of zombies attempting to breach it. His enhanced vision penetrated the shield, revealing a fierce battle within the palace. It appeared that peace was a scarce commodity here as well. Beyond the shield, the zombie horde roared, relentlessly assaulting the energy barrier. Scarlet Witch Wanda floated mid-air, her chaotic magic warping the very fabric of space. Black Widow twisted in an unnatural posture, her face a grotesque mask with little flesh remaining. Further still, Captain Marvel Carol Danvers was ablaze with energy, poised to unleash a devastating strike. Without lingering, Xiao Han waved his hand to open a portal. Stepping through, he entered the grand hall of Wakanda's palace, quietly surveying the scene before him. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, and the ground was littered with shell casings and shattered vibranium spears. What should have been a bastion of security now lay in disarray. A gunshot echoed from a side chamber, and Xiao Han instantaneously moved towards the sound. Chala knelt on the ground, the mask of his Black Panther suit shattered, black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. A grotesque bite mark marred his arm, his skin beginning to take on a grayish hue. Beside him, Okoye had been pierced through the abdomen, yet she clung fiercely to her spear, standing resolutely in front of Chala. Their adversary was none other than the fully zombified and virus-enhanced Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. His metallic arm was stained with blood, his eyes glowed a menacing crimson, and a bestial growl emanated from his throat. Chala struggled to hold his ground. Okoye, she gritted her teeth, though her voice quivered, and her wounds were worsening. Bang! Another shot rang out, the bullet striking Winter Soldier's knee with precision, yet he merely staggered momentarily before lunging forward with a ferocious roar. Suddenly, Xiao Han appeared, grasping Winter Soldier's throat with one hand and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Winter Soldier's cervical vertebrae were crushed, his body convulsing a few times before falling still. Chala lifted his head, his pupils beginning to dilate, yet he fought to maintain consciousness, his voice hoarse. Who are you? Xiao Han, he replied succinctly, surveying the room's occupants. Gwen Stacy curled in the corner, her web shooters damaged, a deep gash marred her arm, and her skin was visibly darkening. Agent Coulson leaned against the wall, his face pale, a puncture wound piercing his chest, the blood now a dark crimson. Vision floated in midair, the Mind Stone on his forehead flickering faintly, his skin darkening as well. He was the only one uninfected, yet his mechanical body bore the scars of battle, as though he had faced something far more terrifying. You are all infected, Xiao Han spoke gravely. We know, Chala replied with a bitter smile, the energy of his Black Panther suit rapidly depleting. We cannot hold out much longer, there is no cure, Vision stated, his voice low and filled with regret. The virus had irrevocably altered their cellular structure. Reversal was impossible. We know, Okoye clenched her spear tightly. We have known for some time. Then let us die like warriors. Chala struggled to rise, the energy core of his suit flickering. Xiao Han silently regarded them, understanding that their fate was sealed. Outside, the zombies were breaching the shield. Vision looked towards the palace exterior. Wanda, Natasha, Captain Marvel, they will soon breach in. At this, Vision stared blankly at Wanda, yet remained silent. Then do not let them in. Coulson coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, trembling as he raised his handgun. At least do not let them destroy this place. Gwen inhaled deeply, barely managing to rise, though her skin was beginning to turn blue. We cannot become like them. Xiao Han took a deep breath, his gaze calmly sweeping over each individual. What do you wish to do? Chala raised his head, the light in his eyes not yet extinguished. Grant us a swift end, then bring closure to it all. The air thickened for a moment. Xiao Han slowly nodded. Very well. In the next instant, his eyes ignited with a scorching golden light. His heat vision piercing through the hearts of Chala and Okoye with precision. Their bodies trembled slightly before collapsing, devoid of pain or struggle. Coulson closed his eyes, a hint of relief gracing his lips. Thank you. Bang. Xiao Han's fingertips emitted a slender beam of energy, piercing through Coulson's brow. Gwen gazed at her fallen comrade, inhaling deeply before casting a final glance at Xiao Han. Do not let me become a monster. Xiao Han raised his hand, gently pressing it against her forehead. Sleep now. A soft golden light flickered, and Gwen's body collapsed, her life extinguished in an instant. Vision silently observed the scene, eventually murmuring, they would not wish to remain a threat after death. Xiao Han nodded, waving his hand as golden flames enveloped all the bodies, incinerating them completely. Chapter 48. Sometimes, salvation means the end of suffering. Vision hovered in place, the Mind Stone on his forehead glimmering faintly. His mechanical visage betrayed no emotion, yet his voice bore a profound weariness. The shield can hold for another 15 minutes. Vision looked up at the palace dome, where Carol Danvers was assaulting the shield's weak point with energy blasts. Xiao Han approached the window, his superhuman vision penetrating the walls to reveal the chaos outside. Zombie-like superheroes were relentlessly attacking the shield, and cracks were beginning to form in the energy barrier. What are you planning to do? Vision inquired. I sense that, with your power, you could easily depart from Earth. Xiao Han turned to face Vision. My goal is to save the people here, but there is no life left here, only the walking dead. Vision fell silent, his gaze fixed on the frenzied Wanda outside, lost in thought. I will give you the Mind Stone. You must leave. Ultimately, Vision made his decision. You will die. Xiao Han glanced outside, understanding the rationale behind his choice. Wanda cannot return. I have nothing left to hold on to. Vision shook his head, his eyes drifting towards the horizon. Vision's gaze pierced through the shield, fixating on the figure that was once his beloved. Wanda hovered in the air, her chaotic crimson energy swirling around her, her once vibrant eyes now reduced to bloodthirsty scarlet. Her red hair danced in the energy storm, remnants of dried blood lingering at the corners of her mouth. Farewell, Vision whispered softly, his voice barely audible. He raised his hand, creating a small aperture in the shield. This is my own choice. You must leave. Vision looked at Xiao Han, uttering his final words. The Mind Stone was removed, its golden light flickering at Vision's fingertips for a fleeting moment before he cast it toward Xiao Han. As the stone departed, Vision's vibranium form quickly faded to a lifeless ashen gray. The zombies emitted howls, charging toward Vision. He slowly emerged from the shield, his loss of the stone rendering him akin to a puppet with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground before Wanda. The zombie heroes surged forth like a tide, encircling him. Xiao Han stood before Wakanda's protective shield, pausing in silence. A light rain began to fall, droplets pattering down. He gradually raised his hand, golden magical runes shimmering at his fingertips, and with a gentle stroke, the shield shattered. Crack! The barrier disintegrated instantaneously, the energy shield fracturing like glass. The zombie Wanda suddenly raised her head, her crimson eyes locking onto him, chaotic magic swirling wildly around her. The zombie Captain America hovered in the air, his entire being engulfed in distorted flames of energy, emitting a low, guttural roar from his throat. In the distance, countless zombie heroes, soldiers, and even mutated beasts sensed the presence of the living. With a roar, zombie Wanda struck first, unleashing a wave of crimson chaotic magic that surged forth like a colossal tide, distorting and tearing the space before her. Xiao Han's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind her, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! A magical shield manifested behind zombie Wanda, the shockwave cracking the ground beneath them. She reacted immediately, transforming her chaotic magic into countless blood-red blades, raining down upon Xiao Han. Unfazed, Xiao Han's eyes glowed with golden light. Zing! Boom! His searing gaze swept across, evaporating all the magical blades in an instant. Stepping forward, a sonic boom erupted as he charged directly in front of Wanda, seizing her neck with one hand and forcefully driving her into the ground. Boom! The ruins of the Wakandan palace trembled. Seizing the opportunity, zombie Captain America dove down, his energy-infused fist aimed at Xiao Han's back. Without turning, Xiao Han retaliated with an elbow strike. Crack! The chest of zombie Captain America caved in, sending him crashing through several buildings. Yet, in the next moment, more zombie heroes surged forth. Xiao Han clasped his hands together with force. Boom! A golden magical barrier unfurled instantly, deflecting all incoming attacks. Following this, his eyes shone with renewed golden brilliance as solar flare-level energy converged within him. It was over. Boom! A blinding white pillar erupted from his being, sweeping across the battlefield like divine retribution. Zombie Wanda screamed in the radiance, her body rapidly carbonizing. Zombie Captain America attempted to resist with energy, but was instantly vaporized. The zombies roared as they charged, only to be reduced to ashes mid-air. The entire land was engulfed in light, and all zombie heroes were annihilated in the purifying blaze of the solar flare. When the brilliance faded, the ruins of Wakanda lay charred and desolate. Raindrops pattered down, washing away the blood-stained ground. Xiao Han hovered above the sea of corpses, his black armor faintly glowing in the darkness. The golden emblem on his chest remained prominent against the dim sky. Beneath him lay countless shattered bodies, with remnants of magic slowly extinguishing in the distance. Not far away, the head of Captain America rolled on the ground, his eyes still reflecting a bloodthirsty madness. Vision's body was torn beyond recognition, its gray-white mechanical form riddled with bite marks. Xiao Han silently observed all of this. Having arrived in this world, he witnessed the deepest despair. He had failed to save anyone, and even Vision's final choice was merely to depart from this realm. Sir, global scan complete. Jarvis's voice resonated clearly amidst the sound of rain. No human life signs detected worldwide. Xiao Han quietly raised his hand, the Mind Stone left by Vision glowing with an eerie yellow light in his palm. He gazed at the Infinity Gem, his enhanced vision penetrating its intricate structure, revealing countless streams of energy coursing within. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Task completion at 100. Reward, 10,000 growth points. Random reward extraction in progress. Acquired, a complete set of Kryptonian technology. Yet, despite the announcement, Xiao Han felt no joy. He looked up at the overcast sky, raindrops cascading down his cheeks. Is this what they call salvation? He murmured, his voice nearly drowned by the rain. Yes, host, the system replied calmly. Sometimes, salvation means the end of suffering. Xiao Han fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the ravaged land before him. Countless corpses lay on the ground, devoid of life. He chose not to linger on the site. With determination, he soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds and ascending into outer space. Below him, Earth rotated, with the azure oceans starkly contrasting against the grim expanse of the zombie-infested land. Purify, he declared, joining his hands in prayer. The soul gem floated before him, golden magical runes swiftly spreading through the void, forming a colossal magic circle that enveloped the entire planet. Sun, cleanse the world. Boom! A golden beam descended from the cosmos, piercing the atmosphere like divine retribution. Countless zombies looked up in shock, some superhuman zombies attempting to resist. Yet, the purifying light was relentless, obliterating their efforts, their bodies turning to ash under its radiance. Across the surface of the earth, all zombies wailed as they disintegrated in the luminous glow. Cities, forests, oceans, everything was baptized in pure energy. When the light dissipated, the earth was plunged into silence. Xiao Han hovered in space, surveying the charred land beneath him. Purification complete. Task concluded. He stowed away the soul gem, turned, and sliced open a portal, vanishing into the depths of the universe. Chapter 49. Earth is mine. Xiao Han stood at the edge of the solar system, his dark armor gleaming coldly under the star's light. He stared at the familiar blue planet before him, his brow slightly furrowed. Upon investigation, he found no traces of extraterrestrial fleets within the solar system. Even the reconnaissance ships of the Kree Empire had vanished. His supervision pierced the vast distances, scanning the orbit of Mars, the moons of Jupiter, and even the more distant Kuiper Belt. Empty. Interesting, he murmured, as he delicately traced his fingertip through the air, opening a golden portal once more. In the next moment, he found himself in the Centaurus system, his gaze sweeping across the gravitational fields of 3 intermingling stars. By all logic, there should be observation stations of interstellar civilizations here, or even colonial bases. Yet, all he encountered were desolate rocky planets and the cold emptiness of interstellar dust. Onward, Xiao Han continuously opened portals, traversing thousands of light years, from Vega to Sirius, from the Orion Arm to the core of the Milky Way. Silence reigned. The entire galaxy seemed to have been thoroughly emptied by some unseen force, with not even a derelict spaceship's wreckage in sight, save for a certain deceased, feeble deity. Had the aliens of this universe collectively fled? Xiao Han hovered near the supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy, a subtle smile gracing his lips as an idea took shape in his mind. Sir, abnormal spatial fluctuations detected, Jarvis suddenly interjected. Xiao Han's gaze sharpened, his enhanced vision honing in on the event horizon of the black hole. There, he discerned a nearly imperceptible fissure, akin to a dimensional rift forcibly torn open by some unseen force. So, that is the case, he chuckled softly. It was not an escape, but a desperate flight for survival. The residual energy signatures emanating from the rift resonated with records he had encountered in the library of Kamartaj. A cosmic catastrophe, a dimension devourer, an entity far surpassing the celestial pantheon had once awakened in a distant universe, consuming all advanced civilizations. It seemed Earth might merely be the dregs of a feast it deemed unworthy. No wonder the outbreak of the zombie virus went unchecked. With renewed clarity, Xiao Han withdrew his gaze, having arrived at a conclusion. He raised his hand, slicing open a new portal, his eyes sweeping across the desolate expanse of the universe. From this moment forth, this Earth is mine. Golden sparks swirled and coalesced, and Xiao Han's figure vanished into the starry void. Ding! New universe coordinates recorded, the system chimed. Standing within the transit corridor, a glimmer of profound light flickered in his eyes. The next visit would signal the time for extraction. Earth, Universe 169278, Long Island Villa. Stepping through the portal, sunlight poured into the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Wanda sat on the sofa, meditating, crimson energy dancing at her fingertips. She startled at his sudden appearance. "Mr. Xiao, you're back?" she exclaimed, rising with concern in her eyes. "I heard from Turing that you went to handle urgent matters." "So?" Xiao Han shook his head, gently patting his arm as his armor automatically retracted. "It's resolved, but no lives were saved." Wanda keenly sensed the peculiar tone in his voice. "Is that so? What happened?" Approaching the fireplace, Xiao Han retrieved Reed's notes. "Sometimes, even the mightiest forces cannot alter certain outcomes." Wanda looked perplexed, then noticed Xiao Han tossing the black notes into the flames. "What is that?" "A warning." The fire engulfed Reed's research, and as Xiao Han turned, for the first time, Wanda detected a gravity in his eyes. Some hunger can consume entire universes. He watched as the flames gradually extinguished, Reed's notes reduced to ashes. "Jarvis?" he inquired, glancing at his watch with tentative curiosity. "I am here, sir. I accompanied you." Jarvis's voice resonated in the living room. "Oh, let me guess, you were just absorbing network information?" "Indeed, sir. I have grasped the general information about this world. It is distinct from mine." Jarvis's mechanical voice carried a hint of nostalgia. "So, what do you plan to do next?" "Sir, I have replaced Mr. Stark as your AI Turing. Henceforth, I shall be Turing." "No, now you should be called Turing." Xiao Han smiled, lifting his wrist to gently tap the dial. "From now on, this shall be your new home." "It is my utmost honor, sir." Turing's voice was gentle and steady, as though he had long since acclimated to this new identity. Wanda sat nearby, the crimson energy still flickering slightly at her fingertips, glancing at Xiao Han, then at his watch, appearing somewhat perplexed. "So, the AI from another universe has now become your steward?" She blinked, a hint of curiosity lacing her tone. "Almost," Xiao Han replied, leaning against the sofa, his gaze sweeping over the tranquil sea outside the window. The Tony from that world no longer required his assistance, and here, there was a need for a more intelligent caretaker. Turing's voice emanated from the ceiling. "Miss Maximoff, should you have any requests, whether it be to adjust the room temperature, customize a training regimen, or simply wish for a conversation, I am at your service." Wanda paused momentarily, then a gentle smile graced her lips. "Thank you, Turing." Xiao Han rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, sunlight outlining his tall silhouette. After a brief silence, he suddenly inquired, "Wanda, how is your practice of chaos magic progressing?" Wanda immediately straightened, the crimson energy at her fingertips swiftly coalescing into a delicate rose, its petals shimmering with a soft glow. "Much better than yesterday," she said, pride evident in her voice. "At least now it won't suddenly spiral out of control and explode." Xiao Han nodded, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "Rapid progress. However, the true learning has only just begun." "Just begun?" Wanda tilted her head in curiosity. Xiao Han regarded her, a slight smile playing on his lips. "You will find out soon enough. Now, let us proceed to the training room." In the training room, Xiao Han and Wanda sat opposite each other on meditation mats, the Mind Stone hovering between them, radiating a soft yellow light. Wanda stared intently at the stone, the crimson energy dancing at her fingertips as if under some magnetic pull. "Chaos magic resonates naturally with the Mind Stone." Xiao Han's voice was calm. "But remember, It is merely a tool, not the source of power. Wanda took a deep breath and nodded. Xiao Han raised his hand, golden magical runes glimmering at his fingertips, lightly tapping the Mind Stone. The stone trembled slightly, its light rippling like water, casting a warm yellow glow throughout the meditation room. Close your eyes, Xiao Han instructed. Feel its energy flow, but do not attempt to control it. Wanda complied, closing her eyes, the crimson energy unfurling like threads from her palms, slowly intertwining with the Mind Stone. In an instant, her consciousness appeared to be drawn into a vast cosmos. Countless fragments of memory streaked by like shooting stars. The childhood of Sokovia, the smiling faces of her parents. The flames of explosions, the darkness beneath the ruins. The coldness of the Hydra laboratory, Baron Strucker's sinister laughter, the screams of test subjects. Xiao Han's figure descended, his warm gaze piercing through the darkness and pulling her from the depths of despair. These memories surged through her consciousness like a tide. Yet the energy of the Mind Stone stood firm, guiding her like a lighthouse. Do not resist, Xiao Han's voice echoed from afar. Let it guide you, rather than you trying to master it. Wanda's breathing gradually steadied. The once wild crimson energy of chaos magic transformed into a gentle stream, intertwining harmoniously with the light of the Mind Stone. Chapter 50. The source of power lies within you. Gradually, she began to perceive more than just her own memories. There existed a deeper essence. Within the Soul Stone, it felt as though countless consciousnesses whispered, echoing the lives it had once encountered. Wanda's awareness traversed through them, touching and then separating. She beheld another version of herself from a different universe. Madness, despair, ultimately reduced to ashes. She witnessed Xiao Han, grappling with the regret of being unable to save others, confronted by formidable adversaries. She also glimpsed a golden sun, an infinite starry sky, and black armor shimmering in the light. Wanda abruptly opened her eyes, cold sweat beading on her brow. The radiance of the Soul Stone gradually receded, returning to tranquility. Xiao Han watched her intently. What did you see? Wanda's chest heaved violently before she could steady her breath. So much, she whispered. The other me from another universe, she died, didn't she? Xiao Han did not deny it. That universe has come to an end. After a moment of silence, Wanda lifted her gaze. Her eyes no longer clouded, but filled with a determined light. I do not wish to become like that, she declared. I want to master this power, rather than be controlled by it. A slight smile graced Xiao Han's lips. Excellent, this is merely the beginning. He extended his hand, and the Soul Stone gently settled into Wanda's palm. From this day forth, it shall assist you in untangling chaotic magic, but remember, his gaze was deep and piercing. The gem is merely a conduit. True power will always stem from within you. Wanda clenched the stone, feeling its steady pulse, and nodded solemnly. The lights in the training room softened, as if responding to the energy flowing between them. Xiao Han rose, his black short-sleeved shirt accentuating his sculpted physique, causing Wanda to catch her breath, though she quickly suppressed it. Now let us try this, he said, raising his hand to trace a golden rune in the air. Intricate lines intertwining to form a three-dimensional magical circle. The most fundamental application of chaotic magic, reality distortion. Wanda stared at the rune, tilting her head. This doesn't seem basic. Xiao Han chuckled lightly. To you, it is foundational. With a flick of his fingers, the magical circle fractured into dozens of smaller runes, orbiting around Wanda. Use your energy to touch them, but do not force control. Allow them to respond to you naturally. Taking a deep breath, Wanda let crimson energy flow from her fingertips, extending like a living entity towards the golden runes. The moment they made contact, the entire training room's space momentarily warped, the walls undulating like liquid. Did I do it? Wanda marveled at her hands. No, you were merely imitating, Xiao Han replied, shaking his head. True reality distortion requires no runes as a guide. Close your eyes and envision what you wish to alter. Wanda closed her eyes once more, her brow slightly furrowed. Seconds later, the air before her rippled, and a red teacup gradually took shape, adorned with traditional Sokovia patterns. Well done. Xiao Han lifted the teacup, and with a gentle squeeze, the cup instantly transformed into countless shimmering particles that dissipated into the air. However, one must remember that conjuring object from thin air consumes a substantial amount of energy. Until you gain complete mastery, it is advisable to begin by altering existing entities. He snapped his fingers, and a metallic target rose in the center of the training room. Try transforming it into something else. Wanda concentrated, crimson energy surging towards the target. The metallic surface began to undulate, gradually morphing into a colossal iron rose, its petal edges sharp as blades. Not bad. Xiao Han remarked with an encouraging smile. Now, let's take flight. Wanda's fingers twitched, and the iron rose slowly ascended. Yet, 2 meters above the ground, it suddenly spiraled out of control, careening towards the wall. Xiao Han raised his hand, conjuring a golden barrier to intercept it. Your control is still insufficient. He approached Wanda, gently resting his hand on her shoulder. Feel the flow of energy. It should be as natural as breathing. Wanda's shoulders trembled slightly, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks. It's too difficult. It always wants to break free. Because you're consumed by fear. Xiao Han's voice softened unexpectedly. Chaos magic amplifies emotions, particularly the negative ones. The more you fear losing control, the more unruly it becomes. Wanda, puzzled, looked up at him. How do you know I am afraid? Xiao Han pointed to the Mind Stone necklace adorning her chest. It tells me, every time you wield your abilities, childhood memories resurface. Pain, anger, helplessness. All of these influence you. Wanda bit her lip, her crimson energy stirring restlessly. Look at me, Xiao Han urged, locking eyes with her. Those experiences shaped you, but they should not define you. Pain can be transformed into strength, but it must never become shackles. Silence enveloped the training room momentarily. Outside, the waves gently lapped the shore. Their rhythmic sounds akin to a soothing lullaby. Once more, Xiao Han finally declared, waving his hand to reset the metallic target. This time, do not focus on controlling the magic. Rather, guide it. Wanda inhaled deeply, slowly raising her hands. This time, the crimson energy was no longer tempestuous but enveloped the target like a gentle mist. The metallic surface rippled, gradually morphing into a lifelike red sparrow that fluttered into the air, circling the training room before landing delicately on Wanda's outstretched finger. Did I succeed? Wanda gazed in disbelief at the tiny bird perched on her fingertip. Xiao Han's lips curled into a subtle smile. Better than you imagined. Now let's sing. Wanda scrunched her nose. Isn't that asking too much? The sparrow tilted its head and suddenly emitted a series of crisp chirps. The melody perfectly mirroring a folk song her mother used to hum during her childhood. Wanda's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. The sparrow transformed into crimson light and dissipated. Yet the smile on her face lingered. Remember this feeling. Xiao Han's voice was unusually gentle. Magic stems from emotions, yet it requires intellect to harness it. Continue practicing, and we shall resume tomorrow. He turned to leave the room. Xiao Han, Wanda called out suddenly. Thank you, not just for the training. Without looking back, Xiao Han merely waved his hand. Keep at it. Tomorrow will be more challenging. As the door to the training room gently closed, Wanda cast her gaze down upon the Mind Stone nestled against her chest, her fingertips lightly grazing its surface. The gem emitted a soft glow, seemingly responding to her touch. Turing? She called softly. At your service, Miss Maximoff. The AI butler's voice immediately resonated. Could you assist me in finding some Sokovian folk songs? The kind my mother used to sing. Of course. I have located 37 traditional folk songs. Shall I play them now? Wanda nodded and moved towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. The fading rays of the sunset bathed the sea in a warm, orange hue, casting a gentle glow over the world. A tender melody flowed through the room, a tune she thought she had long forgotten. Surrounded by the notes, Wanda felt, for the first time, that the deep-seated pain within her seemed to lighten. Meanwhile, Xiao Han lay on the sun lounger of the villa's rooftop terrace, gazing out at the dimming horizon of the sea. In his hand floated the Mind Stone he had retrieved from the zombie universe, yet his thoughts drifted to distant realms. Chapter 51, Advancement of the Biofield. Ding. Detected host current growth points, 25,000, redeemable for items in the shop. The system's notification chimed in Xiao Han's mind, interrupting his reverie. He slightly opened his eyes, his fingers gently stroking the surface of the Mind Stone, its faint yellow light reflecting in his pupils. System, display the redemption list. Ding. The shop items have been updated. Here are the recommended options for redemption. Kryptonian Biofield Advancement Module, 15,000 points. Enhances biofield defense, capable of withstanding dimensional-level attacks. The host may also upgrade it gradually. Doomsday Cell Sample, 800,000 points. Upon fusion, grants regenerative and evolutionary abilities at the level of Doomsday. Anti-Monitor Armor, 2,000 points. A multiverse-grade armor capable of combating supreme entities. Xiao Han's gaze skimmed over the list, eventually settling on the first option, as it was the only one he could afford. Redeem Kryptonian Biofield Advancement Module. Ding. Redemption successful. Remaining growth points, 10,000. Fusion commencing. In an instant, a surge of intense energy erupted from within Xiao Han, golden light flowing like liquid over his skin. He let out a muffled groan. His muscles taut as he felt the profound changes at the cellular level. The structure of the biofield was being reconfigured, the once ethereal barrier gradually solidifying, even forming a faint golden halo around him. Fusion complete. Xiao Han slowly exhaled, raising his hand and gently clenching his fist. A hum resonated as the air vibrated within his palm, the strength of the biofield multiplying several times, allowing him to sense the subtle fluctuations of the surrounding space. Not bad, he mused, a smirk gracing his lips. At least he wouldn't be defenseless against a dimension devourer. Glancing at the sky, the sun's brilliance enveloped him, a comforting sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. Gradually, he closed his eyes. Time flowed gently, the sunset's afterglow gilding the contours of his defined profile. He lay with his eyes closed, breathing evenly and deeply, his chest beneath the black short sleeve rising and falling gently with each breath. Every muscle contour reminiscent of a perfect ancient Greek sculpture. Wanda had somehow made her way to the terrace, standing nearby, her gaze unconsciously drawn to Xiao Han. The sea breeze softly caressed her red hair as she beheld his slumbering form, a faint smile gracing her lips. This man was powerful and enigmatic, yet he offered her an unparalleled sense of security in the subtleties of his demeanor. He had rescued her from the depths of hell, taught her to wield her strength, and even expressed a willingness to understand her past. Contemplating these thoughts, Wanda felt her heart quicken slightly, her fingertips twitching involuntarily. His eyelashes were remarkably long. This notion surfaced in her mind, and she found it amusing, yet her gaze remained fixated on Xiao Han's face. In a moment of whimsical impulse, she slowly extended her hand, her fingertip inching closer to his cheek. The sound of her heartbeat amplified in her ears, a rosy energy flickering at her fingertip, as if betraying her secret thoughts. Just as her finger was about to make contact with Xiao Han, he spoke, still with his eyes shut, a teasing smile gracing his lips. If you want to touch, do it openly, don't take advantage of my slumber. Wanda's hand froze mid-air, her cheeks flushing crimson, the rosy energy bursting forth in a small spark. She stammered, attempting to justify herself, but Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes, his golden irises glimmering in the sunset, brimming with mischief. What is it? He asked lazily, propping his chin up. Embarrassed and flustered, Wanda withdrew her hand, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears. I just saw a mosquito on your face. Oh, Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening. Would you like to help me swat it? As she fumbled to retract her hand, he gently tugged her, causing her to lose her balance and tumble into his embrace. His voice resonated in her ear. From this distance, everything is clearer. Wanda hastily propped herself up, yet was momentarily captivated by the reflection of her figure in his tranquil gaze. What are you running from? Xiao Han chuckled softly, his tone laced with lazy teasing. I never said you couldn't touch. Wanda's heart skipped a beat, the rosy energy swirling uncontrollably around her, mirroring her flustered state. I didn't. She broke free from his grasp, face aflame, and hurriedly retreated, her back nearly resembling a hasty escape. Xiao Han watched her figure vanish at the staircase, chuckling softly. Before reclining back in his chair, his hands clasped behind his head. Turing, he called casually. Yes, sir, the AI butler responded in a gentle tone. Increase the difficulty level in the training room. A playful smile lingered on Xiao Han's lips. This way, someone 1T have excess energy to ponder unnecessary thoughts. Just as Wanda reached the staircase, she rolled her eyes at his comment. I'm not afraid. A smile tugged at her lips. Xiao Han made his way to the underground laboratory, where nanotechnology automatically sensed his arrival, illuminating the advanced space akin to his Stark Industries Research Center. With a wave of his hand, a holographic projection unfolded on the central workbench. The data stream rewarded by the system, the complete suite of Kryptonian technology, flows through the air like a river of stars. Turing established an independent database with the highest level of encryption. With a gentle tap of his fingers, Xiao Han initiates the classification and reorganization of the data stream. Established, sir. Turing's voice reverberates through the laboratory. The technology detected encompasses fields such as energy, bioengineering, and spatial physics, far surpassing the current technological level of Earth. Xiao Han's gaze fixates on the advanced theory of biofield. This represents the ultimate research achievement of the Kryptonians regarding the biofield. His super brain rapidly analyzes, and the swiftly flowing data is reflected in his pupils. I see, he murmurs to himself. The biofield is not only a defensive barrier, but can also interfere with the structure of space. He raises his hand, and a golden force field coalesces in his palm, no longer a transparent barrier, but presenting a gentle ripple of energy. With his intent, The force field begins to distort the surrounding space, causing ripples to emerge in the air. Spatial folding? Xiao Han squints, attempting to compress the force field to its utmost limits. Suddenly, the air in the laboratory trembles, and a tiny black hole appears in the space of his palm, only to vanish an instant later. Sir, the energy readings are anomalous. Turing immediately warns. The recent spatial disturbance was sufficient to tear apart ordinary matter. Xiao Han retracts the force field, contemplatively noting, "It seems I require more precise control." He turns to another technology, optimization of solar energy absorption efficiency. The Kryptonians had long since discovered how to maximize the utilization of stellar energy, and although Xiao Han's steel physique can absorb sunlight, there remains room for improvement in efficiency. Turing, simulate adjustments for the solar radiation spectrum. The holographic projection promptly displays the energy absorption curve within Xiao Han's body, alongside the optimized theoretical model. According to calculations, post-optimization, your energy reserve rate could increase by 300, with a maximum output boost of 50, Turing reports. Xiao Han nods and strides toward the solar simulation chamber in the corner of the laboratory. This device was custom-made for him by Tony, based on artificial sun technology, capable of simulating varying intensities of stellar radiation. He removes his shirt, revealing a robust physique, the muscle contours appearing sculpted under the blue light of the simulation chamber. Lying within, he closes his eyes. Initiate maximum intensity. Warning, this mode has not undergone safety testing, Turing cautions. Execute. Buzz. The simulation chamber instantly erupts in blinding white light, akin to the radiant energy of the sun pouring down. A faint golden pattern emerges on Xiao Han's skin, spreading across his body like circuitry. His cells fervently absorb energy, with every molecule within him vibrating, reorganizing, evolving. 10 minutes later, the simulation chamber automatically shuts down, and Xiao Han opens his eyes, golden light swirling within his pupils. He slowly sits up, clenches his fist, and feels the surging power within. The effect is remarkable, he muses with a slight smile. Suddenly, the laboratory door swings open, and Wanda peeks in. "Xiao, I just sensed an energy fluctuation, wow." Her gaze lands on Xiao Han's bare torso, and she instantly forgets what she intended to say. Xiao Han lazily leans against the simulation chamber. Peeking at others during training is not a commendable habit, Miss Maximoff. Wanda's ears flushed with warmth as she feigned composure, saying, "I came to inform you that dinner is ready. If you're busy, I can eat by myself." Xiao Han chuckled lightly, casually donning a black shirt and fastening a few buttons with indifference. "Let us eat together. I happen to be quite hungry." As Wanda observed him approaching, her heart raced involuntarily. Chapter 52, The Recruitment Operation. In the dining hall, gentle light cascaded over the long table, where Wanda's meticulously prepared dinner exuded an enticing aroma. The dish featured Sokovia-style braised beef, golden, crispy toasted bread, and a bowl of fresh vegetable salad. Though the presentation lacked refinement, it radiated a sense of homeliness. Xiao Han pulled out a chair and sat down, his nostrils flaring slightly. "It smells delightful." Wanda's cheeks flushed as she took a seat opposite him. "Just some home-cooked dishes. I'm not sure if they suit your taste." She anxiously watched as Xiao Han cut a piece of beef and brought it to his lips, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of her napkin. The meat was tender, and the spices were perfectly balanced. Xiao Han nodded, spearing a piece of carrot. "The cooking is well-timed." Wanda's eyes brightened, and a smile crept on her lips. "Really? I was worried it was overcooked." "It's much better than last time," Xiao Han teased, pouring her a glass of red wine. Wanda chuckled softly, her tense shoulders relaxing. She took a small sip of the crimson liquid, the color mirroring the flush on her cheeks. Just as the two enjoyed their quiet meal, a holographic image of Turing suddenly projected from the ceiling, revealing Tony Stark's iconic roguish grin hovering above the table. "Hey, Xiao Han, I hope I'm not interrupting your candlelit dinner." Tony raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on Wanda for a moment longer. Xiao Han calmly continued, slicing his steak. "You already have. In 2 days, there's the Monaco Grand Prix. Pepper and I have booked a VIP box," Tony announced, shaking his champagne glass. "Care to join us?" "Yes, you. It'll be far more entertaining than training the little witch at home." Wanda's fork accidentally clinked against her plate, producing a crisp sound. Xiao Han cast her a glance and shook his head at Tony. "Not interested. Come on, that's the fastest car in the world." Tony exclaimed dramatically, his hands raised. "And there are plenty of beautiful women in Monaco, far more eye-catching than your black battlesuit." "I have no affinity for speed," Xiao Han replied, sipping his wine. "And beautiful women?" He glanced pointedly at Wanda. "I fear my home might be demolished." Wanda nearly choked on her wine, her ears turning crimson. Tony whistled. "Oh, I see. All right then. I won't disturb your training." He elongated his tone, teasing, Superman isn't off saving the world, but is at home nurturing a witch. Tony, perhaps I should come and speak with you. Xiao Han interjected, nodding. Thanks, bye. Tony hastily cut off the communication, and the holographic image vanished in an instant. The dining hall fell into a silence, punctuated only by the clinking of cutlery. Wanda lowered her head, her red hair cascading to obscure half her face. He is always like this, she murmured softly. Annoying? Xiao Han picked up the thread of conversation, a slight smile gracing his lips. You get used to it. Wanda dared to glance up and found Xiao Han looking at her, his golden eyes sparkling with an unusual lightness. Her heart raced, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Xiao Han's gaze lingered on Wanda's face for a few seconds before he nonchalantly resumed his meal. The atmosphere in the restaurant subtly shifted. Wanda's fingers unconsciously grazed the edge of her napkin, a crimson energy shimmering at her fingertips. She discreetly lifted her eyes once more, discovering that Xiao Han was intently slicing into the steak on his plate. That, Wanda resolved to speak, tentatively inquiring, Are you really not going to Monaco? Xiao Han looked up at her, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What do you wish to go? Wanda quickly shook her head, her red hair swaying gently with the movement. No, I'm just curious. It seems you never go out. I have no need for such things. Xiao Han set down his knife and fork, picking up his napkin to dab at the corners of his mouth. Racing, parties, flashing lights. That's Tony's realm. My powers are not meant to please others. As Wanda gazed at his face, a sudden clarity washed over her. This man, powerful enough to alter the world, had chosen a life of simplicity, not due to solitude, but because he clearly understood his desires. I understand, she murmured, rising to gather the dishes. Thank you for today's training. Xiao Han turned to watch her busily at work. The crimson energy flowed through her fingertips as the dishes floated effortlessly, arranging themselves neatly in the sink. Your control has improved, he remarked. Wanda smiled slightly. Someone said I have excess energy. I must find something to occupy myself. Xiao Han chuckled lightly and headed toward the stairs. We'll continue training tomorrow morning. Do not be late. Wanda's eyes widened. Will it be very early? If you wish to grow stronger, the privilege of sleeping in does not apply. Without looking back, Xiao Han waved his hand, his figure disappearing around the corner of the staircase. Wanda pouted, yet the mirth in her eyes was undeniable. She waved her hand gently, and the faucet turned on automatically as the dishes began to wash themselves under a veil of crimson energy. Turing? She suddenly called out. At your service, Miss Maximoff. Turing's gentle voice responded. Could you help me find some information on racing competitions? The kind Tony mentioned. Of course. I have retrieved the complete footage of the Monaco Grand Prix from the past 5 years. Would you like to play it now? Wanda dried her hands and walked toward the living room. Yes, I wish to see what captivates so many. Holographic projections unfolded in the center of the living room, the thunderous roar of engines instantly filling the space. Wanda curled up on the sofa, her red hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes fixated on the speeding cars. What she did not know was that Xiao Han was upstairs, leaning against the railing, equally captivated by the scene, a flicker of contemplation flashing in his golden eyes. As the night deepened, Wanda had long returned to her room to rest. Xiao Han stood alone on the villa's terrace, gazing up at the starry sky. His superhuman vision pierced through the atmosphere, allowing him to see star systems light years away. Meanwhile, in a rugged mountain range somewhere in Canada, a black SUV rolled over gravel, its headlights cutting through the thick darkness of the night. The cabin was warm, yet it could not dispel the taut atmosphere within. Natasha Romanoff rested one hand upon the steering wheel, her crimson hair tied neatly into a ponytail, while her olive-green tactical attire accentuated her slender figure. In the rearview mirror, she cast a fleeting glance at the tall, silent man seated in the back, Adam Bernard, or rather, the former Banshee. So Adam, she began, her tone laced with her customary languid sarcasm. What exactly did Fury say to win you over? Don't tell me it was that speech about the world needing heroes. Clint Barton, seated in the passenger seat, fiddled with his compound bow and chuckled softly. I de-wager $5 it's the retirement plan. Adam withdrew his gaze from the window, his knuckles lightly tapping against his knee, his expression calm to the point of indifference. He mentioned someone, he stated. Who? Natasha raised an eyebrow. Superman. As Adam uttered the name, a hush fell over the vehicle for several moments. Fury claimed he could punch through buildings, emit laser beams from his eyes, and could freeze an entire street with his breath. He paused. Sounds like something out of a comic book. Clint whistled in amusement. Welcome to the club. Until last week, I thought it was some projection prank by Stark. Who would have guessed he'd show up globally just a couple of days ago? He even participated in Stark's conference. So, Adam, you did decide to come? Natasha pointed out. Adam narrowed his eyes, because if such a person truly exists, the world either requires more guardians. He raised his hand, a sudden ripple of azure energy emanating from his palm. If this individual proves inadequate, then balance is imperative. Yet it appears promising. Chapter 53. The Clash of Blue Marvel and Hulk. According to satellite thermal imaging, Banner's cabin lay 2 kilometers ahead in the valley. Clint adjusted the miniature display on his wristwatch, his compound bow resting across his lap. The last military search occurred 3 days prior. He should still be there. Adam turned his gaze back from the window. Are you certain you want to proceed? Provoking the Hulk is hardly a wise decision. It's Fury's orders, Natasha replied, steering the vehicle into a dirt road nearly concealed by overgrowth. And we have you, don't we? The former strongest human. A momentary silence enveloped the vehicle. The corners of Adam's mouth twitched slightly. That title is long past. The vehicle jolted suddenly as a dilapidated wooden cabin came into view amidst the trees. Wisps of white smoke curling from its chimney. We've arrived, Natasha announced, shutting off the engine, and the 3 shared a tacit understanding as they prepared their gear. Clint slung his quiver over his shoulder, while Adam merely adjusted his jacket. He never required weapons. The clearing in front of the cabin was overgrown with weeds. A startled squirrel darting up a pine tree. Natasha led the way, raising her hand to signal the others to maintain their distance. She gently knocked on the wooden door, and a flurry of commotion erupted from within. "Who is there?" came Banner's hoarse voice through the door. "Dr. Banner, I am Natasha Romanoff from S.H.I.L.D. We mean no harm. We merely wish to talk." After a prolonged silence, the door cracked open. Banner's weary face appeared in the gap, his eyes bloodshot behind his glasses. "S.H.I.E.L.D.? How are you any different from the military?" Natasha offered a reassuring smile. "There is a significant difference. We are not here to apprehend you, but to extend our assistance." Banner's gaze swept over the 2 individuals behind her, lingering on Adam for a few seconds. "Bringing armed personnel to offer help. How thoughtful. A necessary precaution," Dr. Clint shrugged. "We all know your friend within has quite the temper." Banner's brow furrowed even more tightly, yet he stepped aside to allow them entry. 5 minutes. With that, he turned and walked away. The cabin was modest but tidy, its walls adorned with handwritten formulas and diagrams. A small generator hummed in the corner, powering several rudimentary instruments. Banner gestured for them to sit while he leaned against the table, maintaining a safe distance. "Let us get to the point. What do you want?" he asked candidly. Natasha leaned forward, a research position, a secure residence, and, when appropriate, assistance, or perhaps, like us, join the Avengers initiative. "Assistance?" Banner regarded them calmly. "You wish to turn me into a weapon?" "No, it's a precaution." Adam interjected suddenly, his voice deep, with the increasing presence of beings like Superman. "The world requires balance." Banner's pupils constricted slightly. "Have you encountered him? The one in the black suit flying around?" "Fury has," Clint interjected. "He has even become Stark's partner. So Fury believes it is time to establish his own insurance." Banner's fingers unconsciously drummed on the table. "To be honest, I am not particularly interested. Even if I agree, how can you ensure the military won't come after me again? General Ross considers me his white whale." "Fury has his methods," Natasha asserted confidently. "The president has specifically authorized that all cases concerning you be sealed." Suddenly, Banner stood up, pacing in a confined space. "You don't understand. This is not a legal issue. Hulk is becoming increasingly difficult to control. The last transformation nearly resulted in the death of a squad of soldiers." His voice began to tremble. "I cannot take that risk." Adam keenly observed that Banner's breathing had become rapid, his fingers twitching involuntarily, a precursor to transformation. "Doctor, remain calm." He rose, hands raised in a pacifying gesture. "Take a deep breath." But it was too late. Banner doubled over in agony, an unnatural green hue surfacing beneath his skin. "You must leave." The air in the cabin seemed to freeze. Natasha and Clint quickly retreated, while Adam positioned himself protectively in front of them, a cerulean energy beginning to swirl around him. "Roar!" Amidst the deafening roar, Banner's body swelled and contorted, his clothing bursting apart as Hulk emerged. The cabin shattered under the immense force, splinters of wood and shards of glass flying in all directions. Natasha executed a backflip to escape the danger zone, while Clint had already knocked an arrow. "Dr. Banner, calm down." But what responded to him was a colossal green fist, hurtling toward him with a howling wind. Bam! Adam blocked with both hands, absorbing the blow. The air compressed to its limits, producing a piercing crack. A barrier of cerulean antimatter energy formed before him. Boom! In a moment of collision between 2 formidable forces, a shockwave radiated outward in a spherical shape. uprooting trees within a 100-meter radius, while the ground cracked like a spider's web. Adam's feet sank deeply into the earth, sliding backward for several meters before he managed to halt his movement. This individual's strength is extraordinary. Adam gritted his teeth, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Roaring, Hulk bellowed to the heavens, his muscles swelling at a visible pace, veins bulging, and the fury in his eyes nearly materializing. He stomped the ground with such force that it collapsed beneath him, his massive frame hurtling toward Adam like a cannonball. "Be careful," Natasha shouted from a distance. Hulk had gone berserk. Clint swiftly released several tranquilizer arrows, yet the tips failed to pierce Hulk's skin, bouncing off harmlessly. Damn it, his defenses have intensified. In the heart of the battlefield, Adam and Hulk clashed once more. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact of fists and feet produced a thunderous sound, the shockwaves pulverizing nearby rocks into dust. Adam's antimatter energy relentlessly battered Hulk, leaving only faint scorch marks, which were swiftly mended by Hulk's regenerative abilities. How is this possible? Adam's mind reeled. His antimatter assault could obliterate a small mountain, yet it had minimal effect on Hulk. Hulk grew ever more emboldened, his rage amplifying his strength exponentially. Bang! A powerful punch breached Adam's defenses, striking hard against his chest. Cough! Adam was sent flying, crashing through 3 large trees before he finally came to a stop. Adam! Natasha gasped, glancing at Hulk, too apprehensive to approach. Hulk did not pursue. Instead, he remained rooted in place, pounding his chest with his fists, emitting earth-shattering roars. His muscle density continued to reorganize, his skin taking on an abnormal deep green hue, faintly glowing red. "He is evolving," Clint observed with a serious expression. Rage had propelled him beyond his limits. Adam quickly rose, dusting himself off, his eyes ignited with the spirit of battle. This creature's strength is abnormal. It must be dealt with swiftly. He inhaled deeply, the antimatter energy within him beginning to operate at its utmost capacity, enveloping him in an ethereal blue glow. Whoosh! Adam shattered the sound barrier in an instant, leaving a trail of sonic clouds in his wake as he surged toward Hulk. Boom! This time, his fist landed squarely on Hulk's chin, the immense force staggering Hulk backward. Yet Hulk swiftly regained his footing, retaliating with a powerful swing that sent Adam crashing into the ground. Bang! The earth trembled, dust rising. Adam leaped from the crater, engaging Hulk in a frenzied counterattack. The speed of their movements was so rapid that they were barely perceptible to the naked eye, leaving only blue and green afterimages colliding throughout the forest. Trees toppled in rows, rocks disintegrated into powder, and the entire woodland cried out in anguish amid their battle. "We must take action," Natasha urged, her anxiety palpable. Clint quickly switched arrows. "I'll try the sonic arrows. Perhaps they can disrupt him." He drew back his bowstring, aiming for Hulk's back. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air, unleashing a piercing sonic wave as it neared Hulk. Roar! Hulk grimaced in pain, clutching his ears, his movements momentarily stalling. Adam seized the opportunity, delivering an uppercut that sent Hulk flying. "Well done," he exclaimed. Yet, in the next instant, Hulk's rage intensified once more. Hulk was furious. His roars echoed relentlessly, his eyes turning crimson, muscles swelling to the brink of explosion. "This is bad." His fury has escalated. Clint's expression darkened. Hulk stomped the ground ferociously, causing the earth to ripple like waves, the shockwave hurling Clint and Natasha away. Adam swiftly soared to catch them, but Hulk was already charging like a tempest. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive blows shattered Adam's defenses, fracturing the antimatter barrier. Ugh! He was once again hurled backward, crashing into the mountainside, debris burying him. Hulk did not relent. He leapt high, fists clenched, and struck the ground where Adam had fallen with tremendous force. Chapter 54. The battle concludes. Boom! Hulk's fists slammed down violently, causing the entire mountainside to collapse under the terrifying impact. Boulders tumbled, dust soared into the sky, and a shockwave swept across several kilometers. Adam. Natasha struggled to maintain her footing in the tempest, her face pale. Clint swiftly shot a grappling arrow, pulling her onto a surviving giant tree. Damn it, this is a disaster. Suddenly, a blinding azure light erupted from the collapsing mountain. Bang! The rubble exploded, and Adam's figure soared into the air, surrounded by a tempest of antimatter energy, his eyes entirely consumed by blue light. "You have provoked me." His voice was low and ominous, each word resonating with energy. Hulk roared defiantly and charged forward. Boom! The two collided midair, The clash of antimatter energy and Hulk's brute force, distorting the very fabric of space for a moment. Adam no longer held back, unleashing the full force of antimatter energy, each punch imbued with terrifying power. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted in the air, intertwining azure and deep green energies illuminating the night sky as if it were midday. Hulk was forced to retreat with each blow, but with every injury, his healing speed accelerated, and his muscle density surged wildly. Roar! He seized Adam's arm, executing a powerful throw that slammed him into the ground. Bang! The earth cracked, and Adam sank dozens of meters into the depths. Yet, in the next moment, a blue light erupted from the fissure, and Adam emerged, suspended in midair, conjuring an antimatter energy sphere several meters in diameter. It ends here, he declared calmly, pushing the energy sphere towards Hulk. Hulk stood firm, fists raised immediate, audaciously tearing the energy sphere apart. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion engulfed the entire mountainous region, a mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. The shockwave snapping trees in half for miles around. Natasha and Clint were thrown aside, but fortunately, Adam shielded them with an energy barrier just in time. As the dust settled, Hulk knelt in the center of a crater hundreds of meters wide, his body battered, yet his fury burning brighter than ever. Hulk is strongest, he bellowed, his muscles densifying, skin shimmering with a metallic sheen, wounds healing at a visible pace. Adam's pupils contracted. Does this fellow have no limits? Meanwhile, Xiao Han reclined on the terrace of his long island villa, idly toying with a silver coin that danced between his slender fingers, shimmering under the starlight. Suddenly, his movements paused, and his brow arched slightly. A skirmish? He squinted, his gaze shifting towards the north. His enhanced vision pierced through thousands of kilometers, revealing a vivid tableau of battle amidst the mountains of Canada. Each clash between Adam Bernard and the Hulk unleashed seismic shockwaves, causing trees to topple in droves. Intriguing. Xiao Han straightened, the coin vanishing from his palm. He observed the fierce confrontation between Adam's antimatter energy and Hulk's raw power, as azure and deep green luminescence intertwined in the night sky. Adam was struck into the mountainside by a powerful punch from Hulk, stones scattering in the aftermath. That blue glow must represent antimatter energy? Xiao Han narrowed his eyes, his super intellect rapidly analyzing the combat data. You were meant to be invincible, yet you encountered the Hulk. Hulk, too, defies normality. His character clearly suggests that the angrier he becomes, the stronger he grows. If he were the Hulk from the movies, he would have been dispatched with a single blow. Xiao Han waved his hand, conjuring a small portal from which he retrieved fresh fruits. Munching as he critiqued the unfolding battle, Hulk roared towards the heavens, the sound shattering trees within a 100-meter radius. He pounded his chest, muscles swelling once more, veins beneath his skin glowing like molten lava. Hulk's strength was evolving, with fury acting as the catalyst. Xiao Han found this premise peculiar. Who could remain perpetually enraged? A Dragon King, perhaps? The mountainside erupted, with Adam bursting forth, antimatter energy swirling around him. He clasped his hands together, unleashing a beam of azure light straight at Hulk's chest. Boom! The explosive shockwave leveled the entire forest, hurling Hulk hundreds of meters away, where he crashed through 3 hills before coming to a halt. Xiao Han nodded slightly, a commendable strike. Amidst the smoke, Hulk gradually rose, the wound on his chest visibly healing at an astonishing rate. His fury intensified, muscle density reconfiguring, his form swelling once again. Unfortunately, it was futile against Hulk. Xiao Han chuckled softly, then grabbed a slice of watermelon to savor. Anger only made him stronger. In the distance, Natasha and Clint struggled to rise, clearly exhausted and unable to intervene in the fray. Xiao Han sensed Hulk was nearing his limits, yet Adam was not exerting his full strength either. Moreover, it was improbable that Hulk from this universe was the most formidable one. Adam floated in the night sky, a tempest of azure energy swirling around him. He stared down at the evolving Hulk, a flicker of gravity crossing his gaze. Natasha, evacuate Barton, as far away as possible. He issued the command without turning, his voice imbued with unprecedented seriousness. Natasha wasted no time, swiftly assisting the injured Clint in retreating. Hulk emerged from the ruins, emanating an ominous red glow. His muscles had swollen to nearly grotesque proportions, his skin taking on a metallic sheen. Hulk is invincible, he roared skyward, his voice shattering the rocks within a 100-meter radius. Adam took a deep breath, crossing his arms over his chest. A haunting blue energy surged violently within him, intricate patterns of energy manifesting upon his skin. Antimatter unleashed. In an instant, Adam's form was fully engulfed by a brilliant azure light. His hair stood on end, transforming into a pure embodiment of blue energy. His eyes radiated blinding brilliance, his presence reminiscent of a divine being descending from the heavens. The Hulk, undaunted, propelled himself off the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. He charged at Adam like a green cannonball. Boom! At the moment of their clash, a spherical shockwave erupted, leveling everything in its vicinity. The fierce confrontation between Adam's antimatter energy and the Hulk's raw strength ignited an energy storm that swept across the mountainous terrain. Natasha and Clint, retreating in the distance, were compelled to drop to the ground to avoid being swept away by the aftershock. This was beyond exaggeration. Clint struggled to lift his head, gazing at the two entangled figures in the distance. Could that superhuman truly contend with him? Xiao Han continued to observe the distant battle, having finished his watermelon, casually tossing the rind into an open portal leading to a S-H-I-E-L-D office. His focus was fixated on the Hulk. The green giant's muscles swelled, his power incessantly amplifying. On the battlefield, Adam was once again sent flying by a punch from the Hulk, crashing directly into a mountain. A resounding crash echoing as a massive cavity formed within the mountain structure was about to end. Just as Xiao Han prepared to unwrap a packet of seeds, several boulders shot forth, emanating a ghostly blue luminescence. Adam slowly emerged from the mountain, surrounded by ominous energy fluctuations. His eyes had transformed into a deep blue, devoid of any white. The realm of antimatter was fully activated. Xiao Han recognized this state. It was time to get serious. Adam crossed his arms before him, a miniature black hole forming in his palms as the air around him was drawn in frantically, light itself beginning to warp. The Hulk sensed the imminent threat, halting his assault for the first time, warily fixating on the black hole. It ends now. Adam's voice resonated hollowly. He thrust the black hole towards the Hulk, carving a deep trench into the ground as trees were uprooted and drawn into its depths. With a furious roar, the Hulk charged forward, unflinching, his fists meeting the black hole. Boom! Time seemed to freeze in that moment, followed by a deafening explosion. Dazzling white light consumed everything. The shockwave sweeping across dozens of kilometers, leveling distant peaks. When the radiance faded, a colossal pit nearly a kilometer in diameter appeared at the center of the battlefield. Unfathomably deep. Chapter 55, The Hawaiian Journey. The Hulk lay at the bottom of the pit, battered and bruised, his green skin marred with cracks, yet still healing slowly. Adam floated above, his breath somewhat ragged, clearly having expended tremendous energy. Still standing? On the terrace, Xiao Han reclined in a lounge chair, raising an eyebrow, observing. This Hulk is indeed extraordinary. At that moment, Hulk's body began to convulse violently, veins bulging beneath his skin as his muscles twitched unnaturally. What is happening? Natasha exclaimed from a distance. Hulk curled in agony, emitting a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes blazing with fury directed at Adam. His form began to diminish, the green hue gradually fading away. Minutes later, lying at the bottom of the pit was no longer Hulk, but the restored human form of Dr. Banner. Weakly, he opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. Is it over? Adam descended beside him, watching him warily. Dr. Banner, please tell me you are feeling well. Otherwise, I might have to consider a confrontation. I am, Banner replied, struggling to sit up. I need to rest. Xiao Han, observing this, averted his gaze. The performance had concluded. He clapped his hands and reclined back into his chair. Turing, continue monitoring their movements. Understood, sir. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents are approaching that area, Turing reported. Nick Fury has just announced the official commencement of the Avengers initiative. Xiao Han chuckled softly. He has finally assembled his band of superboys. He closed his eyes, yet his enhanced hearing remained attuned to the distant conversation. Join us, Dr. Banner, Natasha's voice resonated. We can assist you in controlling the Hulk. I need to think, Banner replied weakly. The world needs more guardians like you, Adam's voice interjected. Xiao Han shook his head, choosing to disengage his focus. He lifted his gaze toward the starry sky, allowing his thoughts to drift further afield. Just then, gentle footsteps echoed behind him. Still awake? Wanda's voice floated down from the staircase. Xiao Han did not turn. Aren't you? Wanda approached and sat beside him, her red hair glistening in the moonlight. Following Xiao Han's gaze, she looked up at the stars. What are you watching? The future, Xiao Han replied succinctly. Wanda tilted her head, observing him. You're always so mysterious. A faint smile graced Xiao Han's lips. That's how sorcerers are. They fell into silence for a moment. The night breeze gently sweeping across the terrace. About your conversation during the day, Regarding Monaco, Wanda suddenly said. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. So Wanda bit her lip. If you decide you want to go, I could accompany you. Xiao Han turned to her, his golden eyes reflecting her figure. You want to go? Wanda's face flushed slightly. I just want to see the world outside. Ever since Hydra emerged, I haven't. Her words trailed off as Xiao Han stood up. All right, we could depart tomorrow, but not to Monaco. Wanda's eyes widened. Really? Where then? Why not? Xiao Han shrugged. After all, training requires practice. Anywhere will do. For instance, Hawaii. Wanda couldn't help but break into a smile, crimson energy dancing playfully at her fingertips. Observing her exuberance, a softness flickered in Xiao Han's eyes. Don't celebrate too soon. You'll need to return to training afterward. Got it. Wanda joyfully sprang to her feet, her red hair creating a graceful arc in the air. I'll go prepare my luggage. She dashed away, her steps light and buoyant. Xiao Han shook his head and turned toward the bedroom. Morning had arrived. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the dining room as Wanda placed the final fried egg on the table. A crimson energy danced at her fingertips, and the plate settled gently before the seat typically occupied by Xiao Han. Is Turing still in the training room? She inquired softly, absent-mindedly twirling a strand of her red hair. The gentleman has been absorbing artificial solar energy all night. Turing's voice resonated from the ceiling. According to his superhuman abilities, he has sensed the entire process of your breakfast preparations. Wanda felt a flush of warmth creep up her neck, just as the door to the underground training room slid open silently. Xiao Han approached. The cuffs of his black casual shirt casually rolled up, revealing his well-defined forearms. The golden afterglow of energy lingered in his pupils, swirling with each step. The egg is cooked better than yesterday, he remarked, taking his seat at the table. His fingers curled slightly, and coffee floated effortlessly to him. Wanda pushed the toast towards him. I added a bit of spice. I hope it suits your taste. She watched as Xiao Han sliced into the fried egg, the golden yolk flowing across the plate. He took a bite, raising an eyebrow. Cinnamon and nutmeg? You know about this? Wanda's eyes widened in surprise. My palate can analyze molecular structures, Xiao Han replied, shaking his fork. However, this combination is indeed delightful. Wanda smiled, lowering her gaze to cut into her own breakfast. Morning light filtered through her red hair, casting intricate shadows on the white tablecloth. So, she hesitated before speaking, what is particularly special about Hawaii? To be honest, I have never been there. Xiao Han placed his coffee cup down, sunshine, beaches, and... Suddenly, he snapped his fingers in front of Wanda, and an egg flower materialized, gently landing beside her plate. It is an ideal environment for practicing elemental magic. Wanda picked up the flower, crimson energy instinctively entwining around it, golden patterns blooming along the petal edges. I thought it would be a more serious training ground. Chaos magic stems from emotion. Xiao Han stood, sunlight outlining his tall figure. An oppressive environment would only be counterproductive. He moved to the center of the living room, raising his hand to trace a golden circle of light. On the other side of the portal, azure waves crashed upon a white sandy beach. Palm trees swayed in the gentle breeze. Wanda jogged to catch up, but suddenly halted before stepping through the portal. Wait, should I change in my swimsuit? Without turning back, Xiao Han stepped into the portal. That would be preferable. The warm Hawaiian breeze enveloped them, carrying the scent of sea salt. Wanda felt the soft sand beneath her bare feet, her toes sinking into the warm grains. She inhaled deeply, chaos magic unconsciously spilling forth, enveloping her in a crimson mist. Control, Xiao Han's voice resonated from behind her. Feel the resonance of energy with the environment. Wanda closed her eyes, allowing the sea breeze to caress her cheeks. She realized the flow of magical energy here was indeed different, wrapping around her like a warm current. When she opened her eyes again, the crimson mist had stabilized, pulsing rhythmically with her breath. Very well, Xiao Han had changed into different attire, sunlight highlighting his perfect physique, the muscle contours akin to a sculpture. He pointed toward the distant sea. Now, try to extend your energy over the water. Wanda felt a warmth rise in her cheeks as she hurriedly concentrated. The crimson energy swept across the surface like ribbons, stirring tiny ripples. It was not about control, but rather guidance. Xiao Han stepped beside her. Imagine your magic as part of the sea breeze. Under his tutelage, the crimson energy gradually synchronized with the waves, refracting an extraordinary brilliance in the sunlight. Wanda was pleasantly surprised to discover that the energy expenditure was significantly less than in the training room. Why was it easier here? Elemental affinity. Xiao Han raised his hand, and a small stream of water rose from the sea, swirling in his palm. Every place possesses a unique energy field. Finding the resonance point yields greater results with less effort. Suddenly, he grasped Wanda's wrist, directing her fingers toward the surface of the sea. Feel this frequency. Wanda held her breath. Xiao Han's palm was warm and dry, and a peculiar energy fluctuation resonated through their contact. Instinctively, she mimicked this frequency, and the crimson energy instantly expanded, causing the entire sea to shimmer. I did it, she exclaimed joyfully, nearly colliding with Xiao Han's chin as she turned her head. They were close enough to count each other's eyelashes. Xiao Han's golden eyes narrowed slightly. Quite the talent. He released her hand and took a step back. Now, try to alter the form of the water. Wanda hurriedly turned to face the ocean, her red hair flying about, concealing the blush on her ears. She focused intently, weaving the crimson energy over the surface, gradually forming a crystalline castle of water. Too deliberate, Xiao Han remarked. Chaos magic should be more. Before he could finish his sentence, the crystal castle suddenly twisted and transformed into a gigantic water dragon, soaring skyward. Wanda gasped, the water dragon careening uncontrollably toward the shore. Xiao Han instantly appeared before her, his eyes shining with golden light. Chapter 56, Magical Instruction. The searing light evaporated the water dragon into a mist, creating a rainbow in the sunlight. I'm so sorry. Wanda apologized in a flurry. I just lost focus. Lost focus? Xiao Han turned, droplets cascading down his sharply defined chest. Wanda's gaze unconsciously followed the water droplets. That's what I meant by losing focus. Xiao Han suddenly closed the distance between them, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. Wanda, do you know the consequences of losing focus at Camartage? Wanda swallowed hard. What consequences? 3 hours of additional practice. Xiao Han replied with a slight grin. However, considering the unique environment, he snapped his fingers and a portal appeared, dropping 2 lounge chairs and an umbrella onto the beach. Let's take a break before continuing. Wanda sighed in relief and collapsed onto a lounge chair. The gentle sea breeze brushed against her, carrying a hint of salt. She stole a glance at Xiao Han, who had closed his eyes, the sunlight casting delicate golden shadows on his lashes. Xiao Han, she called softly. Thank you for bringing me here. The crimson energy danced at her fingertips, transforming into a small flower that floated to Xiao Han's chest. This is much better than the Hydra-S simulation room. Xiao Han caught the flower and twirled it between his fingers. Tomorrow, we'll head to Tahiti, the coral reefs that are more suitable for practicing energy precision control. Wanda sat up straight in surprise. Really? If your performance this afternoon meets my expectations, then Xiao Han gently tucked a flower behind her ear, adding amidst Wanda's laughter now. Focus on feeling the rhythm of the waves. The true lesson has only just begun. The waves softly lapped against the shore, while the sun warmed the fine sand to a comforting embrace. Sitting cross-legged beneath the sunshade, Wanda felt the crimson energy flow like gossamer in her palms. Following Xiao Han's guidance, she endeavored to synchronize her magical frequency with the cadence of the sea. Not quite. Xiao Han suddenly interjected, his eyes still closed. You're trying too hard. Wanda pouted. I'm quite relaxed. Your heart rate is 92 beats per minute. Your pupils dilate by 0.3 millimeters. And there's a sheen of sweat on your brow. Xiao Han remarked lazily. Is this what you call relaxation? Wanda's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you? Supersensory perception. Xiao Han finally opened his eyes, his golden gaze fixed on Wanda. Now, take a deep breath and imagine yourself as a seaweed. Seaweed? Wanda was incredulous. The kind that flows with the current. Xiao Han sat up and suddenly touched her brow. A warm current surged through her body, and Wanda felt her consciousness expand as if merging with the entire beach. She could sense the tremors of each grain of sand and the undulations of every drop of seawater. What is this? Empathic magic. Xiao Han withdrew his finger after 3 seconds. Wanda held her breath, striving to maintain this wondrous state. The crimson energy no longer obeyed her deliberate command, but danced naturally with the sea breeze, tracing patterns on the water that perfectly mirrored the waves. Excellent. Xiao Han's voice seemed to emanate from a great distance. Remember this feeling. As the connection faded, Wanda felt a moment of disorientation, realizing she still sat cross-legged, yet her body was drenched in sweat. This is astonishing, she gasped, her red hair sticking to her cheeks. Xiao Han offered her a bottle of water. It's common for the first time. Take a 10-minute break, then practice elemental shaping. Wanda sipped water while secretly observing the man beside her. The sunlight cast a golden hue on the sharp contours of his profile, causing her breath to quicken. What are you looking at? Xiao Han suddenly turned his head. Wanda choked on her water. I was studying the refraction of light. Oh, Xiao Han arched an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. And what have you discovered? I noticed the reflective properties of your battlesuit material are quite peculiar. Wanda hastily improvised. Xiao Han chuckled lightly and snapped his fingers. The watch on his left wrist began to shift as black fluid-like nanomaterials flowed and transformed. His beach attire morphed into the iconic black battle armor, golden patterns shimmering in the sunlight. URU metal mixed with a special alloy, reflective rate of 0.00001. He explained with utmost seriousness. What do you think? Wanda, blushing, nodded before quickly changing the subject. Is elemental shaping done like this? She summoned a sphere of crimson energy, awkwardly shaping it into the form of a dolphin. Xiao Han shook his head. Too rigid. He placed his hand over hers, guiding the flow of energy, encouraging her to envision as vibrant and alive. The magical energies of the two briefly intertwined, a tapestry of scarlet and gold. The dolphin suddenly sprang to life, flipping gracefully in the air and splashing tiny droplets of energy. Wow! Wanda exclaimed in delight, only to realize that Xiao Han's hand still rested upon hers. He seemed to acknowledge this, yet did not withdraw his hand immediately. Lowering his gaze slightly, his breath brushed against her ear. Control your breathing. The energy will follow your rhythm. Wanda's heart raced as she caught a whiff of his unique scent. In that moment, he forgot about studying about chaos magic and all else. The scarlet energy surged uncontrollably, causing the dolphin to explode in a burst of fireworks. I'm sorry. She hurriedly retreated. Xiao Han observed her with a smile playing on his lips. Emotional fluctuations are both a catalyst and a double-edged sword for chaos magic. Rising to his feet, his battle attire transformed back into casual wear as he resumed his practice. I want to see a dolphin that can circle the island before sunset. That's impossible. Wanda gasped. Xiao Han had already walked toward the shore, waving his hand without looking back. In Camartage, if an apprentice talks back, they must practice for an additional 5 hours. Wanda felt daunted, but obediently began her training. This time, she wised up, calming her emotions before slowly releasing her energy. As time passed, her dolphins became increasingly lifelike, even executing leaps out of the water. By the time the 7th dolphin completed its circuit around the small island, the sunset had bathed the sea in golden hues. I did it! Wanda exclaimed, jumping in excitement as she turned to search for Xiao Han. She spotted him standing on a distant rock, backlit by the setting sun, engaged in a holographic communication. The exaggerated voice of Tony Stark echoed faintly. Xiao, so are you really on a date? I can't believe you went to Hawaii and did nothing. Oh, Superman and Lois, huh? Xiao Han promptly ended the communication, turning just in time to meet Wanda's gaze. I just happened to walk over here, Wanda stammered. Tony is always like this, getting ready to head back. Xiao Han raised his hand to open a portal. Oh, Wanda acknowledged, promptly following him. Just as she was about to step through the portal, Xiao Han suddenly spoke. Tomorrow at 8, Tahiti. Bring your swimsuit. Wanda's eyes lit up. Really? If you can finish reading Fundamentals of Magic tonight. A smile crept onto Xiao Han's lips. He had borrowed that book specifically from Camartage for her study. That book has 500 pages. Wanda protested. 472 pages, Xiao Han corrected, for Camartage apprentices. Fine, I got it. Wanda interrupted him with exasperation. 3 extra hours of practice, right? Xiao Han chuckled softly, gently nudging her through the portal. Clever little witch. Chapter 57. Is anyone else interested in trying? Upon returning to the villa, Wanda dashed to the study, her scarlet energy lifting the heavy, ancient tome before her. Turing had thoughtfully prepared snacks for her and adjusted the room's lighting. Miss Maximoff, would you like me to read to you? Turing inquired. No, thank you, Wanda replied, fully engrossed in her reading. And where is Mr. Xiao Han? He is in the solar simulation chamber. Do you need me to inform him that you are looking for him? No, absolutely not. Wanda quickly shook her head, her cheeks flushed. I was merely inquiring. Turing fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly stating, according to my database, humans typically exhibit certain behaviors in such circumstances. Turing, my apologies. I'll remain silent. As the night deepened, Wanda finally closed her book. She rubbed her sore neck and strolled onto the balcony, unexpectedly discovering Xiao Han suspended in the night sky, encircled by several golden devices that appeared to be absorbing energy. Sensing her gaze, he gently descended onto the balcony railing. Finished reading? Yes. Wanda nodded. There are a few aspects I don't quite understand, particularly regarding the energy conversion ratio. Xiao Han gracefully landed beside her, the coolness of the night dew lingering on him. Which specific page? Wanda flipped to the marked section, and Xiao Han glanced at it while holding her hand, suddenly chuckling. If you interpret it this way, then the correct ratio should be 37. His breath brushed past her ear, carrying a hint of mint. It was then that Wanda realized they were close enough to count his eyelashes. How do you know this is definitely correct? Because I'm superhuman. Xiao Han took the book, pointing to his head. Wanda's eyes widened. A super brain? Is it really that impressive? More formidable than you can imagine, Xiao Han casually replied, returning the book to her. Now, go to bed. We must rise early tomorrow. He turned to leave, but Wanda suddenly summoned her courage. Xiao Han, yes. Thank you for teaching me so much. Under the moonlight, Xiao Han's expression softened slightly. You learn quickly. He paused, much better than strange. Curious, Wanda inquired. Who is that? A supreme sorcerer. That fellow got himself trapped in the mirror dimension during his first attempt at a portal. Xiao Han shook his head. Sleep now, little witch. Watching his retreating figure, Wanda held her book tightly, a smile creeping on her lips. She found herself unexpectedly looking forward to the training the next day, though she would never admit it. The following morning, as sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains into the bedroom, Wanda had already packed her belongings. She donned a light yellow beach dress, her red hair loosely tied with a ribbon, and the Mind Stone necklace shimmered softly in the sunlight. Turing, where's Xiao Han? She quietly asked, slipping sunscreen into her small bag. The Sir is currently charging in the solar simulation chamber. Turing's voice emanated from her watch. Shall I inform him that you are ready? Wanda shook her head, her fingertips glowing with crimson energy as she gathered her things and headed towards the underground laboratory. No, I'll go myself. She cautiously opened the door and entered the underground training room. Inside the transparent dome of the simulation chamber, Xiao Han floated within a brilliant white column of light, the muscles beneath his black tank top subtly shifting with each breath. His eyelashes appeared almost translucent in the intense light, his entire being seemingly bathed in liquid sunlight. Wanda instinctively held her breath, and just then, Xiao Han abruptly opened his eyes, his golden irises locking onto hers. The simulation chamber gradually opened, and he gracefully landed on the ground. It is quite impolite to spy on someone while they are charging, Miss Maximoff. He smiled, picking up a shirt nearby and putting it on. Wanda felt a warmth radiating from her ears as she declared, I am merely here to inform you that I am prepared. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, taking in her carefully curated ensemble. It seems someone is particularly eager for a vacation. It's training, Wanda insisted, though the smile adorning her face betrayed her. Xiao Han chuckled softly and raised his hand to conjure a portal. This time, the other side revealed the azure waters of Tahiti, glistening white sands shimmering under the sun, more dreamlike than Hawaii. First, let's discuss the rules. He stepped through the portal, stating the morning's focus on energy control and the afternoon reserved for leisure. Wanda cheered as she followed, her bare feet sinking into the soft sand, unable to resist twirling in delight. The sea breeze lifted her skirt, her red hair ablaze in the sunlight. Xiao Han had already made his way to the shallows, the water enveloping his ankles. He scooped a handful of seawater, shaping it into a crystalline coral form. Watch closely. With a flick of his wrist, the coral suddenly fragmented into hundreds of miniature jellyfish, each glowing with golden light, swirling in intricate three-dimensional patterns. Wanda was mesmerized, mimicking his actions. Initially, her jellyfish varied in size, but she quickly learned to refine her control. The crimson energy intertwined with the seawater, refracting a rainbow of hues in the sunlight. Well done, Xiao Han nodded in approval. Now let's try this. With a snap of his fingers, all the jellyfish transformed into luminous characters, arranging themselves into the foundational incantation of Kamartaj. Wanda bit her lip in concentration, her swarm of jellyfish also beginning to morph, albeit at a slower pace, ultimately forming the words of chaotic magic. As the midday sun blazed ever stronger, Xiao Han produced 2 lounge chairs and an umbrella seemingly from thin air. Wanda collapsed onto the chair, beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead. Tired? Xiao Han inquired, offering her a chilled coconut. She accepted the coconut, her fingertips absent-mindedly stroking its smooth surface. It's more exhausting than training in the gym, but she gazed out at the deep blue sea, feeling a surge of happiness. Leaning back in his chair, Xiao Han, his sunglasses obscuring his eyes, wore a gentler smile. Magic stems from emotion. Joy ignites creativity more effectively than fear. Wanda nodded thoughtfully, suddenly noticing her small gestures reflected in Xiao Han's sunglasses. Her fingers were unconsciously twirling her red hair. Flustered, she quickly dropped her hand, feigning keen interest in the coconut. In the afternoon, they ventured to the coral reef area. Xiao Han instructed her on how to compress energy into fine strands, exploring the internal structure of the corals without causing harm. Wanda learned swiftly, her crimson energy weaving like a living entity through the coral thickets. Sir, Turing's voice suddenly emanated from Xiao Han's watch. The Monaco race is about to commence. Perhaps this time, it will differ from the past. A holographic projection unfurled, displaying the live scene of the Monaco Grand Prix. Tony Stark flamboyantly stood in the stands, blowing kisses to the cheering crowd. The atmosphere reached a crescendo as he approached his race car. Tony still revels in the spotlight, Xiao Han remarked, opening a small portal from which a platter of sliced fruits appeared in his hand. The race was soon underway, cars surging past the starting line. Tony Stark sped down the track, and just then, in the scene, a man clad in work attire abruptly tears open his shirt, revealing an arc reactor embedded in his chest, while two electric whips lash out like serpents. Wow! Wanda exclaims. The blue electric whips swing down towards an oncoming race car, splitting it in two. Gasps of astonishment fill the air, and soon Tony's car is perilously close to the whips. The whip wielder displays a cruel smile as the electric lash descends upon Tony's vehicle. In the next moment, Tony presses a button on his wristwatch, and a golden red nanotech armor swiftly envelopes him. He catches the electric whip with one hand, and with a powerful blast from his palm cannon, sends the whip flying, crashing violently against the guardrail. A moment of silence envelopes the crowd, which then erupts into deafening cheers. Tony lifts his mask and smirks at the camera. Anyone else want to get a shot? Wanda can't help but laugh. He's truly insufferable. Xiao Han replies, turning off the projection and gazing at the setting sun in the distance. Touring, it seems the playboy needs no rescue. Wanda looks at his profile, bathed in golden sunlight, and suddenly says, "Thank you for bringing me here." Her voice is soft. These past 2 days have been the most wonderful training I've ever experienced. Xiao Han turns to her, his sunglasses slipping down his nose, revealing his almost golden eyes. "You're welcome, little witch." The sea breeze sweeps by, carrying the briny scent and the distant fragrance of jasmine. Wanda's heart races as unfamiliar feelings take root within her chest, while Xiao Han simply readjusts his sunglasses and reclines back in his chair, seemingly oblivious to it all. Chapter 58, Avengers Initiative. Night descends upon the SHIELD headquarters. In a subterranean conference room, a holographic projection rotates above a metallic round table, with Xiao Han's image suspended within. Clad in black armor adorned with golden patterns, his calm golden eyes appear to penetrate the screen, observing everyone intently. Nick Fury solitary eye scans those around the table. The world requires assurance, and the Superman. He taps the table, and a dense stream of data emerges beside Xiao Han's image. He represents the greatest uncertainty we face. We must recruit him. The world needs him. Adam Bernard sits in the corner, azure antimatter energy shifting forms between his fingers. He gazes at the image of Xiao Han, catching a plummeting passenger plane with his bare hands, his brow furrowing slightly. His power set doesn't resemble that of mutants or serum-induced transformations. Could he truly be a Kryptonian? Regardless of what he is, Fury's eye glimmers. Now we have you, Dr. Banner, and the Hydra technology we acquired last time. He brings up another set of data, revealing that the energy readings from the recent battle in Canada approached nuclear explosion levels, and this is not even your limit. Banner adjusts his glasses, glancing at the others. Director, this man has been saving lives, as reported in the news. From the chemical plant explosion in Mumbai to the earthquake in Chile, he even contained a nuclear leak. He points to footage of Xiao Han using his freezing breath to seal the leak in a nuclear power plant. This does not appear to be a threat that needs to be handled. He should be recruited peacefully. Precisely for that reason, Doctor, he is dangerous. Fury summoned a segment of encrypted footage, revealing Xiao Han suspended above the Earth's surface, sunlight cascading upon him. If a person can bathe in the expanse of space, why should they harbor kindness towards ants? Natasha Romanoff suddenly chuckled softly. Is it time for a moral debate? She twirled the small knife in her hand. Barton and I are merely on the payroll. The director issues commands, and we execute them. In the corner, Hawkeye silently examined the ballistic chips of a new type of arrow, not lifting his gaze. I must remind you, sir, the last time we invited Dr. Banner, we nearly dismantled a massive mountain. Fury offered no reply, merely calling forth another video. The image of Tony Stark at the Monaco Grand Prix appeared, his nanosuit enveloping him in an instant. We need not seek Superman directly, Fury declared with a confident demeanor. We can first approach his partner. Adam Bernard crossed his arms, his expression impassive as he regarded the footage. Will Stark cooperate? He will. Fury's single eye focused intently on Stark's image, because he is a businessman, and a businessman understands the balance of profit and loss. Hawkeye Clint adjusted his earpiece, speaking in a subdued tone. So the plan is to find Stark first, and through him, make contact with Superman? Precisely. That fellow is completely off the grid, making him impossible to locate. Fury rose from his seat, his dark trench coat fluttering behind him. Natasha, you and Barton are tasked with reaching out to Stark. Be as amicable as possible. Amicable? Natasha raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting I employ my charms? Fury's expression remained stoic. If it proves effective. Banner interjected. Unable to contain himself. What if Stark declines? Fury's eye narrowed slightly, his voice firm, then let him understand that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s invitation is always one of justice. Adam fell silent for a moment before speaking. If Superman truly stands with us, the world will change. Or it could become worse. Fury murmured. An unbridled deity is, in itself, the greatest threat. The conference room fell into a brief silence. When do we act? Natasha broke the stillness. Tomorrow. Fury deactivated the holographic projection. Stark has a party in Monaco tonight, and will return to New York tomorrow. We will wait for him at the airport. Natasha stood, a faint smile gracing her lips. I hope he doesn't resist the friendly overture too much. Fury offered no response, merely turning towards the door, his eye narrowing in the darkness. Remember, he paused at the threshold. Whether he wishes it or not, the world needs Superman. And we are the ones who must persuade him. Meanwhile, on his home balcony, Xiao Han cast a glance towards the direction of S.H.I.L.D. Come on, let me see how you intend to invite me. Wanda approached with a platter of fruit, noticing Xiao Han gazing into the distance. A glimmer in his golden eyes. What are you looking at? She placed the platter on a small table, curiously following his line of sight, but saw only the night sky of New York. Nothing. Xiao Han withdrew his gaze, casually picking up a slice of watermelon. You should go rest. Tomorrow promises a fine spectacle. A fine spectacle? Wanda tilted her head, her red hair cascading over her shoulders. What kind of spectacle? Xiao Han shrugged. A game of mice attempting to catch a cat. Wanda blinked in confusion, but seeing he had no intention of elaborating, she nodded reluctantly. All right, I shall retire for the night. As she turned to leave, she couldn't help but glance back at the doorway. Xiao Han had already resumed, gazing into the distance. His fingertip gently tracing an arc, and a golden portal silently unfolded, leading to an unknown library. Wanda pressed her lips together, ultimately refraining from further inquiries, and gently closed the balcony door. The following day, at New York Airport, Tony Stark's private jet descended slowly. Inside the cabin, he swirled a glass of red wine, casually listening to Jarvis's report. Sir, the exit hall has detected suspicious individuals. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton are awaiting you. Tony scoffed, taking a sip of his wine. I thought we were facing a dangerous foe. Yet it turns out to be this? Pepper set down her tablet, casting a worried glance at him. Should we contact security? No need. Tony waved his hand, donning his sunglasses. I'm curious to see what Fury has up his sleeve this time. Once the plane came to a halt, Tony wrapped his arm around Pepper's waist and strolled leisurely down the corridor. As he stepped into the exit hall, a graceful figure approached. Natasha Romanoff. Her red hair, cascading down, donned a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her flawless curves, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Mr. Stark, what a coincidence. Tony paused, his eyes behind the sunglasses surveying her before he grinned. Agent Romanoff, has S.H.I.L.D.'s salary dwindled to the point where you need to moonlight as a flight attendant? Natasha's smile remained, but her gaze turned slightly frosty. The director wishes to speak with you. Oh, about what? Tony feigned surprise. If it's about the Avengers initiative, I've already declined that offer. Before Natasha could respond, Clint emerged from the crowd, hands in his pockets, standing beside her. This time it's different. Tony raised an eyebrow. What? Have you brought backup? No sooner had he spoken than Nick Fury stepped in from a side door, his black trench coat billowing, one piercing eye coldly meeting Tony's. Stark, we need to talk elsewhere. Tony chuckled, turning to Pepper and whispering, Don't worry, dear. It seems our director is still not ready to give up. Pepper sighed in exasperation, but nodded nonetheless. In the airport VIP lounge, Fury leaned against the table, his single eye fixed intently on Tony. The Avengers initiative requires your involvement. As a consultant, you want to interfere with your work unless absolutely necessary. Leaning back on the sofa with his legs crossed, Tony languidly shook his head. Not interested. Fury narrowed his eyes. The world is changing, Stark. Mutants, alien technology, even the existence of gods. We must prepare in advance. Prepare for what? Tony spread his hands wide. A boy band? Sorry, I'm not interested in forming a group. Fury's fist tightened slightly before relaxing. What about Xiao Han? What are his thoughts? Tony removed his sunglasses, revealing eyes that glimmered with mockery. Fury, I've already declined your offer once. Do you wish to face rejection again? Fury's expression darkened. He is not you, Stark. Perhaps he understands the weight of responsibility more clearly. Tony scoffed and adjusted his sunglasses once more, apologizing that he, too, had no interest. Fury, unable to contain himself any longer, retorted coldly. What do you possess besides that suit of armor? Even Natasha beside me is superior. Tony froze momentarily, slowly rising to his feet, his gaze sharp behind his shades. Fury, what did you just say? Fury stood his ground. I said, you are nothing but an ordinary man reliant on your armor. Tony fell silent for a second, then suddenly laughed. Fine, since you wish to discuss this. He snapped his fingers and addressed Pepper. My dear, it seems our schedule needs adjusting. He then turned to Fury, his expression teasing. Now, let us head to my Malibu villa. We have much to discuss. Chapter 59, the battle commences. At the Malibu villa, Nick Fury swiftly led his team into Tony's opulent abode, the elevator descending directly to the underground training facility. As the metallic doors slid open, they beheld Tony Stark leisurely standing in the boxing ring, his fingers lightly tapping the ropes. Just in time, Tony grinned widely, arms outstretched. Who wishes to warm up first? Without hesitation, Natasha vaulted onto the platform, her sleek black combat suit accentuating her flawless form. Ladies first? She arched an eyebrow, already assuming a combat stance. Tony performed a gentlemanly gesture. Of course, the beautiful lady may proceed. Natasha's attack was swift, a high kick aimed directly at Tony's temple. Yet, Tony merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly grasping her ankle with one hand. Good speed, he remarked, but the power is lacking. Natasha's pupils constricted as she utilized the momentum to execute a backflip, immediately launching a series of strikes upon landing. Each of her blows was precise and fierce, yet Tony effortlessly defended against them. To Nick's astonishment, Tony employed only one hand, the other tucked casually in his pocket. This is impossible, Hawkeye muttered under his breath, his fingers instinctively tightening. As Natasha threw a straight punch, Tony finally made his move. He precisely grasped her fist, giving it a gentle push. The Black Widow staggered back several steps, her back colliding heavily with the ropes. Silence enveloped the training room. Had you been of a different gender, Tony tilted his head, you would be embedded in that wall by now. Dr. Banner exchanged a glance with Adam, the scientist swiftly analyzing the situation. His muscle reaction speed surpasses that of an ordinary person, and his strength is extraordinary. Pepper sat on a sofa in the corner, her attention absorbed by her phone. Natasha cast a glance at Clint. Hawkeye leaped onto the ring, joining forces with Natasha in a pincer attack. Yet, even with their seamless cooperation, Tony remained unfazed, even adjusting his sunglasses during the exchanges. Enough. Nick finally interjected. Stark, what is the meaning of this? Tony exaggeratedly spread his hands. What? Even the director of S.H. I.O.D. has moments of ignorance? Nick inhaled deeply, his singular eye narrowing. We need you to contact Xiao Han immediately. Oh, Tony raised an eyebrow. Now you wish to practice decorum? Adam suddenly stepped forward. Tony, we merely wish to converse. The world requires guardians like him. Banner concurred, stating, we come with sincerity. Tony gazed at them for a few moments before suddenly snapping his fingers. Jarvis, connect me to Xiao Han. Meanwhile, in the living room of the Long Island Villa, Xiao Han and Wanda were observing the farce through a holographic projection. Turing's mechanical voice resonated. Sir, a communication request from Mr. Stark. Xiao Han gently tapped Wanda's shoulder, signaling her to wait, and then said, go ahead. Hey, Xiao. Tony's voice came through. A few lost agents want to see you. Should I let them in? Xiao Han glanced at Wanda, who nodded slightly. Have them wait. The communication was abruptly terminated. As the golden portal blossomed in the center of the training room, Nick instinctively stepped back. Xiao Han emerged, clad only in a black shirt and shorts, with Wanda closely following. I hear. Xiao Han surveyed the crowd with a calm voice. You're looking for me? The atmosphere shifted. Nick Fury's gaze was fixed on Xiao Han. He understood that the real negotiation was about to commence. Hawkeye and Natasha swiftly stepped back, while Dr. Banner instinctively adjusted his glasses, a complex expression crossing his face. Adam stood still, his gaze tranquil, seemingly attempting to discern the essence of Xiao Han. Tony whistled, leaping down from the boxing ring. Xiao, you finally arrived? This bunch insists on meeting you and invited me to join their Boy Wonder Club. Xiao Han cast a glance at everyone in the training room. Speak up. You have interrupted my lifetime and again, indicating you do not comprehend my meaning. Nick Fury stepped forward, his voice grave. Xiao Han, we need to talk. About what? Xiao Han replied coolly. If it's about me joining your Avengers initiative, spare me the trouble. Nick's brow furrowed tightly. The world is facing unprecedented threats. We require a power like yours. Xiao Han chuckled lightly. And then? You expect me to follow your orders? Not orders, but collaboration, Dr. Banner interjected earnestly. We merely wish to ensure the world's safety. Wanda stood beside Xiao Han, her crimson energy subtly pulsating, watching them warily. You didn't say that earlier. We all witnessed it. Natasha shot her a glance. We were merely testing, with no ill intent. Tony scoffed, though. So the 2-on-1 was just a test. Hawkeye shrugged. It was merely a tactical assessment. Xiao Han shook his head. Fury, you always operate this way. First probing, then negotiating, and finally threatening. Unfortunately, this tactic is ineffective against me. Nick Fury's expression darkened. Do you truly believe you can remain uninvolved? Xiao Han's gaze suddenly turned frigid. I protect this world not because of your commands, but because I choose to. Adam spoke up. Xiao Han, we are not enemies. Then refrain from bothering me. Xiao Han replied coolly. Nick Fury took a deep breath, seemingly suppressing his anger. What if one day your power spirals out of control? Who will stop you? A dangerous glint flickered in Xiao Han's eyes. You can certainly try. The atmosphere instantly plummeted to a freezing point. Nick cast a glance at the crowd. Once again suppressing his emotions, his single eye fixed intently on Xiao Han. The world is changing. We require individuals like you to maintain balance. Xiao Han chuckled softly. Balance? Fury, are you certain you are not merely seeking a formidable weapon? Fury's expression remained unchanged. Be it a weapon or an ally, our objectives align, to protect this world. Xiao Han shook his head, his gaze sweeping over each person present before finally resting on Adam. What about you? Do you share this belief? Adam fell silent for a moment before responding. Power demands restraint. Otherwise, it only breeds chaos. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow slightly. My power is determined by me alone. Nick Fury could no longer contain himself, his expression impassive as he regarded Xiao Han. So, is the negotiation irreparably broken? Tony sighed. Well, if a fight is to ensue, let be. Just don't destroy my home. Xiao Han remained silent, gesturing to open a portal, revealing the exterior of Tony's villa. Adam was the first to step through. The others exchanged glances before following suit. Outside Tony's villa, on the cliff's edge, the sea wind howled as waves crashed against the rocky face, an atmosphere of palpable tension permeating the air. Xiao Han stood at the center of the clearing, clad in his black nanotech suit, the golden pattern stark against the fabric. His gaze was serene, while the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. bore expressions of grave concern. Opposite him, Adam emerged slowly, the ethereal blue antimatter energy swirling around him, his eyes sharp and focused. Nick Fury stood in the background, his single eye fixed on Xiao Han, while Banner, Natasha, and Clint positioned themselves a short distance away, each displaying distinct expressions. Wanda stood on the villa's terrace, her red hair billowing in the sea breeze, crimson energy flickering at her fingertips, poised for action. Tony leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, an expression of anticipation upon his face. Xiao Han, Adam began, his tone measured. We do not wish to be your adversaries. Xiao Han inclined his head slightly. Then do not obstruct my path. Nick Fury's voice turned cold. You are exceedingly arrogant, Xiao Han. Do you truly believe you can disregard all rules? Xiao Han chuckled. Rules? Fury, your rules apply only to those who choose to abide by them. Adam inhaled deeply, his hands gradually rising as the blue energy coalesced in his palms. Then allow me to witness just how powerful you are. Xiao Han remained still, merely observing him, before with a flick of his left hand, the scene shifted, transporting everyone into a mirrored space where the outside world was inverted. Nick Fury's eyes widened in shock, yet his years of experience as an agent quickly steadied him. Come on, Xiao Han said calmly. Adam surveyed his surroundings, took a deep breath, and suddenly struck. Boom! A beam of ethereal blue energy tore through the air, hurtling towards Xiao Han. Yet Xiao Han stood his ground, not even blinking. Bang! The energy beam exploded half a meter from him, as if colliding with an invisible wall, scattering energy, yet failing to displace him in the slightest. Adam's pupils constricted. What is this? Xiao Han raised a hand gently, his right fist clenched. Now it is my turn. In the next moment, his figure abruptly vanished. Adam barely had time to react before Xiao Han reappeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. Thud! Adam hastily raised his arms to block, yet the terrifying impact still sent him flying back, crashing heavily against the distant cliff, debris scattering everywhere. This strike was merely a test for both parties, as they did not exert their full strength. Chapter 60, Superman vs. Banshee Hulk. Adam! Banner exclaimed in alarm. Nick Fury's expression changed drastically. He immediately commanded, Natasha, Barton. Natasha and Clint sprang into action, with Natasha tossing out a stun device while Clint drew his bow, releasing a high-explosive arrow that soared through the air. Xiao Han did not even turn his head, merely waving his hand gently. A hum resonated as a psychic barrier formed, deflecting the stun device and arrow upon impact, sending them hurtling away. It would be best if you refrained from intervening, Xiao Han remarked coolly. At that moment, the cliff erupted with a thunderous roar, and Adam burst forth, enveloped in a furious surge of antimatter energy, moving even faster than before. Xiao Han, he bellowed, launching a powerful punch toward him. Xiao Han neither dodged nor evaded, instead gripping Adam's wrist with one hand and forcefully tossing him aside. Bang! Adam crashed violently into the ground, creating a fissure in the earth. Yet, he immediately rolled back to his feet, the antimatter energy swirling chaotically as his fists rained down upon Xiao Han like a torrential storm. Bang! 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 Xiao Han blocked each punch with one hand, the ground beneath him fracturing, yet his form remained utterly unyielding. Your strength is commendable, Xiao Han assessed, but it is still insufficient. Before his words had fully escaped him, he suddenly changed tactics, delivering a sweeping kick. Boom! Adam was once again sent flying, only managing to halt his momentum by crashing into a distant hanging peak. Nick Fury's expression grew increasingly grim as he shot a fierce glance at Banner. Banner, now is not the time for hesitation. Banner gritted his teeth, a flicker of struggle passing through his eyes behind his glasses. Fury, are you certain about this? Make your move, Fury commanded sternly. Taking a deep breath, Banner closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils glowed with green intensity. Roar! The Hulk erupted forth, his furious roar reverberating through the skies. Xiao Han finally displayed a hint of intrigue. 2 against 1? Bring it on. The Hulk wasted no words, leaping into action, his colossal fist imbued with tremendous force aimed directly at Xiao Han. This time, Xiao Han did not engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, he swiftly vanished, reappearing behind the Hulk and delivering a powerful elbow strike to his spine. Bang! The Hulk grunted, staggering a few steps, but quickly regained his footing and retaliated with a swinging punch. Xiao Han raised his hand to block, halting the fist with precision as the shockwave erupted, shattering the ground around them. He refrained from utilizing his biological field for protection, allowing the mirrored space to be freely engaged. Now this feels more like a fight, Xiao Han remarked. In the distance, Adam had also regained his footing, unleashing the full force of his antimatter energy as he and the Hulk coordinated a flanking assault on Xiao Han. Boom! 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 The battle among the three intensified, energy shockwaves radiating outward, nearly leveling the entire terrain. Wanda stood on the terrace, her fingers tightening slightly as the crimson energy surged, poised for release. Meanwhile, Tony squinted, murmuring, "This has truly escalated." At the center of the conflict, Xiao Han faced 2 adversaries yet remained effortlessly composed. His speed, strength, and reflexes far surpassed those of Adam and Hulk, with every encounter tipping in his favor. Seizing an opening, he delivered a powerful blow to Hulk's chest, sending him staggering back several dozen meters, while simultaneously conjuring a magical chain that ensnared Adam and slammed him violently into the ground. Continue in this manner, and you shall never triumph over me. Xiao Han shook his head. Exert your true strength. If even I cannot be defeated, what right do you have to protect the world? Reveal your true capabilities. Adam struggled to rise, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Hulk, panting heavily, felt the flames of rage intensifying in his eyes. The atmosphere gradually escalated. The sea breeze suddenly stilled, as if an invisible force compressed the air, silencing even the sound of crashing waves. Standing in the center of the clearing, the golden patterns on Xiao Han's black attire began to glow softly, and his eyes transformed into a blazing golden hue. Waves of solar-like energy pulsated around him, causing the ground beneath to crack and melt. Across from him, Adam Bernard slowly levitated, the energy of antimatter no longer restrained, but erupting in its full force. A storm of azure energy swept through the surroundings, and his skin radiated an extraordinary luminosity, signaling the full activation of the energy core within him. In the distance, Hulk's physique swelled once more, muscle fibers tearing and reconstituting, his skin shifting from green to blue, ultimately deepening into a profound dark green. The substance coursing through his veins was no longer blood, but boiling gamma energy. Each breath he took released searing white vapor, vaporizing the rocks beneath his feet. Nick Fury retreated to a safe distance, his one eye scanning the battlefield frantically, his expression growing increasingly grave. What manner of creature is Xiao Han? Natasha and Hawkeye had already withdrawn further away, Clint's fingers tautly gripping the bowstring. Yet he found himself lacking the courage even to aim. This was a battle beyond human intervention. Wanda stood on the terrace of the villa, chaotic magic erupting uncontrollably, crimson energy forming a tempest that enveloped the entire building. The battlefield reflected in her eyes, her heartbeat racing as if about to burst from her chest. Tony Stark's visor had long since engaged, and Jarvis's voice urgently warned in his ear, "Sir, energy fluctuations have reached nuclear explosion levels. Immediate evacuation is advised." "No." Tony's voice was low. "I must observe." The battle commenced. Adam made the first move. He clasped his hands together, the antimatter annihilation cannon materializing in an instant. A beam of azure light piercing through. Xiao Han stood firm, his eyes glowing with golden intensity, countering with his thermal gaze. Boom! At the moment of collision between the two energies, blinding white light engulfed everything, and the shockwave emanated in a spherical expansion. The entire cliff crumbled, massive rocks plummeting into the sea, creating towering waves. Hulk seized the fleeting moment, his legs crashing down upon the ground, causing the earth to thunderously collapse. He barreled toward Xiao Han like a meteor. His fist had yet to arrive, but the terror of that strike was palpable. Xiao Han sustained his thermal gaze. His right hand clenched into a fist, unleashing his biofield, and met the oncoming blow. Bang! At the instant their fists collided. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Then, a terrifying shockwave erupted. The clouds were torn asunder, and the sea surface sank into a colossal pit with a diameter of a kilometer, while Tony's villa teetered precariously under the protection of chaotic magic. Hulk's bones emitted a cacophony of splintering under the burden, yet he grinned fiercely, his wounds healing at a visible pace, as a fist hurtled towards Xiao Han's abdomen. In a flash, Xiao Han appeared behind Hulk, delivering a whip-like kick that sent him crashing towards Adam. Instantly adapting, Adam transformed antimatter energy into a colossal net to ensnare Hulk. Their synergy was seamless. Hulk propelled himself forward once more, while Adam pressed his hands against the ground. The Earth's core surged. The land instantaneously transmuted into an ethereal blue, countless energy spikes erupting from the ground, encircling Xiao Han. Simultaneously, Hulk descended from the heavens. His fists united. Hulk, invincible! A smile finally graced Xiao Han's face. Now this was intriguing. His battle suit suddenly disintegrated, revealing a robust torso, golden patterns shimmering upon his skin. It was the unmistakable sign of a solar flare unleashed. Boom! A pure torrent of light and heat erupted from within him, evaporating Adam's antimatter spikes, as Hulk was engulfed by the flames, akin to colliding with a star. When the brilliance receded, Hulk plummeted, charred and crashing heavily into the ocean. Adam bore burns on one side of his body, while antimatter energy frantically mended his wounds. Xiao Han hovered in the air, resembling a deity. He gazed at Adam. "Shall we continue?" Adam wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly smiled. Of course. His body began to decompose, transforming into a pure, ethereal blue energy form, fully liberating the antimatter mimicry. Simultaneously, the sea surface erupted violently, as an even more ferocious gamma giant emerged from the depths. Hulk not only healed but evolved. A mist enveloped him, with scarlet light flickering in his eyes, his voice booming. "Hulk, infinite rage!" Xiao Han took a deep breath, his hands slowly coming together. Then, the final strike. A golden magic circle unfolded beneath him, instantly enveloping the entire sea, while his eyes, chest, and fists radiated blinding golden light. Adam transformed into a streak of ethereal blue. Hulk leap high. Xiao Han's voice resonated through the heavens. Divine punishment. Boom! The white light engulfed the entire mirrored space. When the brilliance faded, the sea level had descended immeasurably. The cliffs vanished entirely, replaced by a semicircular pit with a 5-kilometer diameter, its walls smooth as glass, crystalline in appearance. Adam knelt on one knee, his form restored to humanity, drenched in blood. Hulk reverted to Banner, unconscious. Xiao Han stood before them, the radiance upon him gradually retracting. He turned his gaze towards the distant, pallid Nick Fury. "Now, it is your turn." Fury solitary, I sensed an ominous presence. "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Han's eyes glimmered with golden light, his supervision revealing the essence of the green extraterrestrial beneath Nick Fury. A green-skinned alien, still foolishly aspiring to assemble a pantheon of deities? Chapter 61, Fury's Exit. Nick Fury's eye constricted violently, yet the instincts of a seasoned agent swiftly steadied him. His voice remained deep and composed. "Xiao Han, what nonsense are you spouting?" Natasha and Clint instinctively assumed a combat stance as Adam struggled to rise, and Banner awoke from his stupor, all eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding scene. Xiao Han offered no reply. Instead, he raised his hand to unleash a golden beam of magical energy, striking Nick Fury squarely in the chest. A pained scream echoed as Fury's body began to twist and contort, green skin rapidly spreading across him like an insidious tide. Moments later, a towering Skrull stood in his place, terror evident in its eyes. "This is impossible," Natasha gasped, her weapon clattering to the ground. Adam's pupils dilated in shock. The director of S.H.I.L.D. was an alien? Xiao Han hovered closer to the Skrull, his voice icily calm. "Did you think I was unaware of your plans?" The clandestine invasion by the Skrulls. He seized the Skrull by the throat, lifting it off the ground. "Where's the real Fury?" The Skrull writhed, its green visage contorting. "I will not tell you." Just then, the communicator dropped by the Skrull flickered to life, projecting Nick Fury's hologram before the onlookers. He appeared more haggard than usual, the backdrop suggesting he was within some sort of space capsule. "Stop, Xiao Han!" Fury's projection commanded sharply. "Talos is our ally." Xiao Han let out a cold laugh. "Oh, so you frolic in outer space while leaving an alien to impersonate you on Earth, all while attempting to assemble the mightiest team?" In the hologram, Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, appeared beside Fury, her golden hair flowing as she warned, "Release him, Xiao Han. This situation is more complicated than you realize." Xiao Han narrowed his golden eyes slightly. "Before you speak, Carol, perhaps you should tend to your own planet." Before his words had fully escaped, his eyes ignited with blazing golden light. "No!" Fury and Carol shouted in unison. But it was too late. A searing beam penetrated the Skrull's skull, the intense heat instantaneously reducing its entire form to ash, leaving no trace behind. Silence enveloped the scene. Fury's projection turned ashen, while Carol clenched her fists. "You have no idea what you've done." Xiao Han disregarded Fury's cries. "Turing, pinpoint the source of the signal." "Coordinates locked, sir." Turing's voice emanated from Xiao Han's wristwatch. "Located in the outer orbit, a space station modified from a Kree reconnaissance vessel." Xiao Han raised his hand to carve open a massive golden portal, revealing the very space capsule where Fury and Carol were situated. The two stared in shock at the portal that had abruptly manifested before them. "Since you wish to converse," Xiao Han stated coldly, "let's speak face to face." He stepped through the portal, vanishing from sight. In the mirrored space, the Avengers exchanged anxious glances. "What should we do?" Banner asked weakly. Adam wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of complexity. "We must follow. This matter is far graver than we imagined." Tony, having donned his armor, chimed in JARVIS. Initiate space mode. Wanda's chaotic magic swirled about her form. "I will go as well." Natasha picked up the communicator from the ground and exchanged a glance with Clint. "It seems our mission has escalated to an interstellar level." Inside the space station, Fury and Carol watched warily as Xiao Han appeared unexpectedly. Carol's body radiated cosmic energy. "You've gone too far, Xiao Han. Talos is our friend." Xiao Han hovered within the cabin, disregarding the weightless environment. "Friend? An alien masquerading as Earth's highest security official?" Fury pressed his hand on Carol's shoulder, his single eye fixed intently on Xiao Han. "Talos is assisting me. The Skrulls are refugees hunted by the Kree. I am merely offering them a sanctuary, at the cost of allowing them to infiltrate Earth." Xiao Han scoffed. Carol floated closer. "You have no idea what the Kree have done. The Skrulls only seek a home." "I am indifferent to your interstellar grievances," Xiao Han interrupted. "But involving Earth is an entirely different matter." Just then, through the portal, Tony, Wanda, Adam, and others began to emerge. "Wow, an outer space spacecraft," Tony whistled. "Jarvis, take note of this for the next party theme." Fury watched the influx of newcomers, his eye widening slightly. "You all," Adam floated next to Xiao Han, his pale face resolute. "Fury, or rather, the real Fury. We require an explanation." Banner leaned against the cabin wall, his voice weak. "So, all those years working with you were under that Skrull?" Natasha's gaze sharpened. "Director, you owe us all an explanation." Fury took a deep breath, steadying himself in the weightless environment. "All right, since we have reached this point, Carol, bring up the files." Carol hesitated for a moment before pressing her wrist device. The cabin projected a wealth of information about the Skrull refugees and footage of the Kree's pursuit. 20 years ago, I met Talos," Fury began to explain. "At that time, the Kree were hunting all Skrulls throughout the galaxy. Carol and I saved their people." Tony interrupted. "So you let an alien impersonate the head of S.H.I.L.D. Do you realize how absurd that is?" "Talos is helping me." Fury raised his voice. "I need to establish a defense in space. Earth requires someone to oversee it. The Skrull's shape-shifting ability offers perfect cover." Tony scoffed derisively. "But have you considered how humanity would perceive all supernatural beings if this were to come to light?" Xiao Han stared at them impassively. "More importantly, the Skrull's clandestine invasion plan. How many organizations have they infiltrated globally? How many governments? Fury and Carol's expressions shifted simultaneously. How could you possibly know this? Carol asked in shock. A golden light flickered in Xiao Han's eyes. I know far more than you can imagine, Captain Marvel. He turned to Fury. Now, you have two choices. Either disclose all the key positions infiltrated by the Skrulls, or I shall seek them out personally and incinerate them all. The atmosphere in the cabin plummeted to a freezing point. Fury's single eye narrowed slightly, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. With a cold glance at Carol, Nick spoke icily. Xiao Han, you overestimate your own significance. The Earth is no longer solely humanity's domain. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes blazed with golden light, his heated gaze piercing through Fury's chest. The man who fancied himself Earth's protector looked down at the gaping wound, an expression of disbelief frozen on his face. Fury's single eye widened in shock as his body began to tilt backward. Carol Danvers erupted with blinding radiance. You killed him? Her golden hair danced wildly in the cosmic energy, fists clenched tightly. You have no idea what you are doing. Xiao Han regarded her calmly. I am fully aware. A traitor who indulges in alien invasion of Earth deserves death. Enough, Carol roared, charging towards the cabin wall, crashing through the metallic shell into the void of space. Xiao Han followed closely, and the two found themselves in the emptiness outside the space station. The Avengers watched in astonishment. Tony immediately activated his suit's thrusters. Jarvis, initiate life support systems. Sir, the risk factor for space combat is silence. Execute the order. Wanda conjured a chaotic magic shield enveloping herself and hesitated before encasing Natasha and the others as well. Adam generated a breathing barrier with antimatter energy. The team rushed through the damaged wall, taking position at a safe distance to observe the battle. Chapter 62, Captain Marvel offline. In the pitch-black void of space, Carol was illuminated by dazzling cosmic energy, resembling a miniature sun. She crossed her arms over her chest, gathering energy into a brilliant sphere of light. You have killed Nick. You must pay the price. Xiao Han hovered in the void, his expression inscrutable as he silently raised his right hand in a beckoning gesture. Boom. Carol unleashed an energy shockwave capable of obliterating a small planet, a piercing beam of light slicing through the darkness and hurtling toward Xiao Han. The watching Avengers instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves from the blinding brilliance. Tony's suit blared alarms. Sir, energy readings exceed threshold. Immediate evacuation recommended. Yet, when the light subsided, all were left astounded. Xiao Han caught the energy shockwave with a single hand. A golden force field unfurled from his palm, steadfastly absorbing Carol's full-on assault. This is impossible, Carol murmured. Your energy, Xiao Han's voice resonated in her mind through psychic magic, originates from the space stone. And I. He suddenly accelerated, appearing before her in an instant, come from the very sun itself. His punch, though unadorned, harbored terrifying power. Carol hastily raised her arms to shield herself, cosmic energy coalescing into a protective barrier. Bang! The shield shattered like glass, and Carol was sent hurtling away, tracing a golden arc through space. Struggling to regain her balance, she tasted a trickle of golden energy blood at the corner of her mouth. Were you? Carol wiped the blood from her lips, cosmic energy surging to mend her wounds. Xiao Han remained silent, his eyes suddenly igniting with an unprecedented golden glow. The energy of a solar flare surged within him, causing the surrounding cosmic background radiation to twist and distort. The observing Avengers felt a wave of trepidation. Banner trembled as he exclaimed, his energy readings are increasing geometrically. Carol, unwilling to be outdone, raised her hands high above her head, drawing more energy from the depths of the universe. Her body gradually became translucent, as if merging with the cosmos. Ultimate photon impact. D. She compressed all her energy into a pinpoint and unleashed a beam of energy, slender as a hair, yet intensely concentrated, toward Xiao Han. As the beam passed through space, it left behind minute fissures. Yet, Xiao Han did not flinch or evade, allowing it to strike his chest. Then there was nothing. What? Carol's eyes widened. Golden patterns flowed beneath Xiao Han's skin, resembling liquid sunlight. He slowly raised his hands, palms facing each other, as a miniature sun began to form. Carol Danvers. His voice resonated like an oracle. You pride yourself as an interstellar police officer, yet you have permitted extraterrestrials to infiltrate Earth. Today, I shall reveal to you what true power is. The miniature sun was gently propelled, appearing to move slowly, yet arriving in an instant. Carol attempted to evade, but found herself ensnared by an unseen force, unable to move. No, the blinding white light consumed all. When the brilliance faded, Carol floated in space. Her suit shattered, her radiance dimmed like a flickering candle in the wind. Her consciousness began to wane, and she could only see the figure of Xiao Han drawing near. I could have disregarded you, Xiao Han's voice echoed in her mind. Yet you wish for my demise. He placed his hand upon Carol's forehead. A flash of golden light illuminating the void. Sleep now, and be a good person in your next life. Carol's body softly drifted in space, her awareness slipping away. The observing Avengers fell silent. Beneath his helmet, Tony's expression revealed shock. Had he just defeated Captain Marvel? A complete annihilation? Adam's eyes shimmered with a complex light. What manner of being are we truly opposing? Wanda flew to Xiao Han's side, witnessing him vaporizing Captain Marvel's body with his heat vision. What now? Xiao Han surveyed the group, his gaze ultimately settling on the damaged space station. Now, we shall seek out the remaining scrolls. And, his voice turned frigid, utterly conclude this clandestine invasion. Xiao Han raised his hand, summoning a golden portal, then turned to Adam. You will remain at this space base to prevent any Skrull insurrections. Adam opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately nodded. Understood. The other side of the portal led to Tony's villa laboratory. Xiao Han strode in, his black boots making crisp sounds against the floor. He waved his hand, and Jarvis immediately began to operate, the lab's holographic projection system activating automatically, with streams of data intertwining in the air. Jarvis, retrieve the biological data of the Skrulls. Xiao Han's voice remained calm. Tony whistled, removing his damaged gauntlet. Wow, this is my lab, right? Banner consciously approached the workbench, his eyes behind the glasses gleaming with the focus of a scientist. Their cells exhibited remarkable plasticity, yet the gamma-ray scanning should suffice. Too slow, Xiao Han interjected, his eyes shimmering with golden light. We require real-time monitoring on a global scale. His superbrain whirred into action, fingers dancing across the holographic keyboard, leaving ephemeral traces. Tony and Banner were soon captivated by his thought process, the trio establishing a flawless rhythm of collaboration. The difference in the refractive index of polarized light. Tony suddenly snapped his fingers. Combine it with quantum resonance. Banner promptly chimed in. Xiao Han's fingertips coalesced into a strand of golden energy, infusing it into the holographic model. With this addition, in a mere 20 minutes, a dozen silver-gray wristband detectors lay neatly arranged on the experimental table. This is simply astounding, Natasha remarked, picking up one of the bands and gently rotating it. Clint was calibrating a miniature detector on the bowstring. So this thing can truly identify those green-skinned aliens? In theory, it can cover a radius of 2 kilometers. Banner adjusted his glasses. Jarvis is currently in mass production. Xiao Han tapped his watch. Turing. Disseminate the news of the Skrull invasion across all mainstream media and dark web channels. Executing now, sir, came Turing's voice, indicating that relevant reports had already surfaced in the Wall Street Journal and on S.H.I.E.L.D.S. intranet. Standing at the center of the laboratory, Xiao Han closed his eyes slightly. His enhanced vision penetrated through layers of structure, sweeping across the Earth's surface. Found it. He suddenly opened his eyes. North Africa, 300 meters beneath the Sahara, the shelter Fury built for them has now become the headquarters. Tony donned his new armor. Rhodey and I will lead the troops to secure New York and Washington. Banner and the 2 agents. I will head to the Skrull's lair. Xiao Han interrupted him. The black nano suit enveloping his body automatically, golden patterns shimmering under the light. Wanda will accompany me. Wanda's fingertips were already entwined with scarlet energy. Nodding gently at the mention, Tony raised an eyebrow. Just the 2 of you? Xiao Han smirked slightly. Is that insufficient? Before awaiting a response, he had already carved open a massive portal. The other side revealed a scorching desert, the sun-drenched dunes stretching to the horizon. Wanda followed Xiao Han through the portal, her red hair billowing in the hot wind. From behind, Tony's voice called out, hey, at least take this. A silver-gray wristband sailed through the closing portal, which Xiao Han effortlessly caught. The desert's heat surged towards them, grains of sand warping under the extreme temperature. Wanda conjured a barrier with chaos magic, isolating them from the sweltering heat. The underground entrance is over there. Xiao Han pointed towards a seemingly ordinary dune. His eyes glowed with golden light as his thermal vision shot forth. The sand vaporized instantly, revealing a heavy metallic door beneath. Chapter 63, Covert Invasion Clearance Operations. Alarms blared across the desert as the metallic door began to slowly close. Xiao Han's expression remained impassive as he pressed one hand against the ground. Boom! The entire dune was upheaved by an invisible force, exposing the underground base's dome to the sunlight. The metallic structure twisted and warped, The alarm transforming into a piercing sound of metal tearing apart. Wanda's scarlet energy had coalesced into a formidable blade. Is it necessary to leave survivors? No need. Xiao Han's voice was frigid. He raised his hand, unleashing a solar flare-level energy blast into the base, and amidst the blinding white light, the entire underground facility began to collapse. The surviving Skrulls screamed as they poured out from various exits, their green skins strikingly visible under the sun. Some among them still retained human forms, while others had reverted to their original appearances. Wanda's chaotic magic swept through, ensnaring the fleeing Skrulls in a crimson tempest. Their bodies twisted and contorted in midair, ultimately reducing to ashes. Xiao Han hovered in the air, his heated gaze meticulously harvesting every last straggler. This time, he resembled a harbinger of Judgment Day. Within a mere 10 minutes, the entire base had been reduced to ruins. The intense heat melted sand grains into glass-like crystals, shimmering under the sunlight. Wanda descended beside Xiao Han, her chest slightly heaving. Is it over? Xiao Han's super hearing scanned the vicinity for hundreds of kilometers. The main stronghold has been eliminated, but there are certainly scattered individuals remaining. His enhanced vision began to search, and soon a target emerged. Cairo, Egypt, less than 50 kilometers away. It seems we still have work to do. Xiao Han opened a new portal. Wanda gazed at the ruins in the desert and suddenly inquired, if they are merely refugees, is what we are doing right? Xiao Han's steps slightly faltered. He turned to Wanda, his golden eyes resolute. When they decided to infiltrate Earth's governance, they became invaders. He gently stroked Wanda's crimson hair, his voice softening. Protecting our homeland does not require guilt. Wanda took a deep breath, the chaotic magic once again dancing at her fingertips. What is our next target? Xiao Han stepped into the portal, a certain individual disguised as the president of Egypt. The silhouettes of the two vanished amidst golden sparks, leaving behind the slowly collapsing base in the desert and the distant, shimmering mirage. Xiao Han and Wanda traversed through the portal, instantly appearing above the presidential palace in Cairo. The blazing sun scorched the ancient city, and the surface of the Nile reflected piercing light. The palace was heavily guarded, yet Xiao Han's supervision penetrated the walls. He locked onto the target, the Skrull masquerading as the president of Egypt. He was in the conference room, accompanied by several bodyguards. Xiao Han murmured, his eyes glimmering with golden light. Wanda's scarlet energy flowed at her fingertips. Shall we storm in? No, Xiao Han shook his head. This time we will take a different approach. He waved his hand, and the mirror dimension unfolded instantaneously, the real world shattering like glass. As the entire presidential palace was drawn into the bizarre mirror space, the structure twisted and folded, the walls flowing like liquid, while those outside remained blissfully unaware. The guards within the palace watched in terror as their surroundings transformed, some even kneeling in prayer. The grand door to the conference room suddenly swung open, and Xiao Han and Wanda strode in. Mr. President, Xiao Han's voice was cold and calm. Your masquerade ends here. The Skrull sprang to his feet, his green skin flickering in panic. He feigned calmness, bellowing in the voice of the Egyptian president. Who are you? Guards, seize them. However, just as his bodyguards were about to spring into action, Wanda's chaotic magic entwined them, rendering them immobile. There was no need for pretense any longer. Xiao Han advanced step by step, his eyes glowing with fierce golden light. I know who you are. The Skrull could no longer maintain his disguise. His skin rapidly shed its human facade, revealing his verdant true form. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, You Earthlings do not comprehend at all. We merely seek a home. Desiring a home is acceptable. Xiao Han responded, his voice devoid of warmth, but you should not resort to deception and infiltration. The Skrull suddenly produced a device from his bosom, grinning malevolently. Then let us perish together. A blinding pulse of energy erupted, causing the entire mirrored space to tremble violently. Xiao Han instantaneously deployed a biological force field, shielding Wanda behind him. Yet, it was not a bomb, but rather a teleportation beacon. With a thunderous roar, a colossal spatial rift tore open above the presidential palace, and the barrel of a Skrull warship slowly emerged, aimed squarely at Xiao Han and Wanda. This is bad. Wanda gasped. They have reinforcements. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, seeking death. Fiery, thermal beams erupted from his eyes, akin to two golden blades, piercing through the warship's armor in an instant. The explosion's flames ravaged the mirror dimension, but Xiao Han showed no signs of stopping. He grasped the hull of the warship and tore it apart with ferocious force. Crack! The entire vessel was rent asunder, its wreckage plummeting into the mirrored space, transforming into twisted metallic fragments. Wanda was equally unrelenting, her crimson energy morphing into myriad blades, pinning all the fleeing Skrulls in place. The battle swiftly concluded, and Xiao Han descended beside Wanda, gazing at the Skrull leader, now slumped on the ground. "Where's your fleet?" Xiao Han inquired coldly. The Skrull managed a grim smile. "You will never find them." Xiao Han, uninterested in further dialogue, activated his super hearing and vision. Moments later, he lifted his head, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. "Africa," he murmured. "They have another fleet hidden in a small nation in Africa." Wanda furrowed her brow. "What do they intend to do?" "Not what they intend, but what they're already executing," Xiao Han responded, his gaze directed towards Africa. "They are preparing to launch a full-scale invasion of Earth." A hint of concern flashed in Wanda's eyes. "We must stop them." "Of course." Xiao Han raised his hand, creating a grand teleportation portal, the other side revealing the vast African plains. "Let us proceed." He stepped through, determined to conclude this war. Wanda took a deep breath, her crimson energy enveloping her form, following closely behind. The two figures vanished into the portal, leaving behind the distorted presidential palace within the mirror dimension, along with the thoroughly defeated Skrulls. Meanwhile, on Earth, Tony, Rhodey, Natasha, and others were scouring the globe with detectors in search of remaining Skrull spies. They remained unaware that the true decisive battle was about to unfold upon the plains. Xiao Han and Wanda emerged from the portal, confronted by a small African town that appeared eerily tranquil. The scorching sun beat down upon the red earth streets, where vendors languidly hawked their fruits at the market, and children frolicked in the dust, all appearing so mundane. Yet, Xiao Han's extraordinary hearing detected the whispers concealed beneath the surface. How many agents had the council embedded? 17, poised to seize control of the financial bill next week. And the military? 2 generals had already been replaced, infiltrating the special forces. These conversations emanated from seemingly ordinary citizens, police officers, and even the old man selling water at the corner. Beneath their skin flowed green blood. Wanda noticed the shift in Xiao Han's gaze as crimson energy began to swirl at her fingertips. "Are they here?" "Everywhere." Xiao Han's voice was frigid. He wasted no time. His eyes suddenly ignited with a fierce golden light. Zing! The searing gaze swept through the market like the scythe of death, vaporizing several conversing vendors before they could react. The green blood evaporated before it could even splatter. The crowd erupted in chaos, terrified screams echoing through the streets. The disguised Skrulls fled in all directions, instinctively revealing their true forms. Their skin took on an unnatural green hue, with some even contorting grotesquely in a desperate attempt to escape. "Wanda." Xiao Han merely called her name. "Understood." The chaotic crimson magic swiftly unfurled, precisely ensnaring each transformed Skrull, lifting them into the air. A Skrull spy disguised as an elderly woman had just drawn a pistol when her entire arm was twisted into a spiral by the crimson energy. Xiao Han levitated, his supervision penetrating building after building, locking onto all hidden threats. Chapter 64, The Shift of Power. 10 minutes later, Xiao Han gripped a Skrull's neck with one hand. Hoisting high, the alien's green skin glistened oddly under the sunlight as it writhed in agony. "Turing, commence recording," Xiao Han commanded coldly. "Recording has begun, sir." Turing's voice emanated from his watch. Xiao Han gazed ahead, his golden eyes shimmering with an air of authority. "I am Superman. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the aliens, the Skrulls, poised to invade Earth." He shook the alien in his grasp. "They can silently transform into your family, into you." His voice grew somber. "Imagine waking one day to find your loved ones transformed into such aliens. What would you do?" The Skrull in his grasp emitted hoarse roars, its skin shifting through various human faces, as if to validate Xiao Han's words. "Recording complete, sir," Turing reported. "Disseminate across all major platforms." Xiao Han carelessly tossed the alien to the ground. Within mere minutes, the video spread like wildfire across the global network. Social media exploded, governments convened emergency meetings, and the general populace descended into panic and outrage. "Support Superman. Eliminate these alien monsters. They may have infiltrated the government." Such sentiments flooded the internet, igniting a worldwide outcry against the Skrulls. Xiao Han's extraordinary vision penetrated the body of the Skrull spy, revealing the intricate cellular structure, DNA sequence, and transformation mechanisms laid bare before his eyes. "So he murmured, comprehending that through memory replication and cellular reorganization, one could mimic others, even to the extent of replicating their abilities. Wanda approached, her crimson energy binding a dozen transformed Skrulls. "Where next?" she inquired. "Outer space," Xiao Han replied, as he conjured a portal, It was time to intercept their spacecraft. The trio traversed the portal, instantaneously appearing within the command chamber of the Skrull mothership. Adam hovered in midair, enveloped by a cerulean ring of antimatter energy, with dozens of Skrull corpses strewn beneath him. "You've arrived," Adam declared as he descended, having subdued the remaining foes. Xiao Han nodded, employing his super hearing to scan the entire vessel. There were no survivors. He placed his hand upon the control panel, and with a mere thought, the colossal mothership vanished, absorbed into the system's space. In an instant, they found themselves in the vastness of outer space, encased by Xiao Han's biofield, though they could survive unaided. Adam's pupils constricted. "What is this?" "Just a little trick," Xiao Han replied, without elaboration, reopening the portal. "Let's return." On the terrace of the long island villa, the sunset bathed the sea in golden hues. Xiao Han stood by the railing, issuing instructions to Turing. "Inform Tony and the Avengers that dinner awaits tonight. Tell them I have significant news to announce." "Invitation sent, sir," Turing responded. "Mr. Stark has replied that he will bring wine." Wanda approached, her hair dancing in the evening breeze. "What will you tell them?" Gazing at the distant horizon, Xiao Han's smile grew resolute. "It is time for the world to know who the true Guardians are." As night fell, the villa was illuminated with a warm, inviting glow. Tony was the first to arrive, indeed carrying 2 bottles of exquisite champagne. Next came Banner, Natasha, and Clint, along with Adam, who had just returned from visiting family. Tony Stark pushed open the grand door of the villa, stepping into the living room, where he spotted Wanda standing at the entrance of the dining room. Her red locks fluttered as her fingertips entwined with chaotic crimson magic. A perfectly cooked steak hovered steadily in midair, gently drifting toward the dining table. "Wow." Tony raised an eyebrow, his tone exaggerated. "It seems Zhao's little witch not only knows how to fight but can cook as well." Wanda rolled her eyes, deftly guiding the steak to land gracefully on the table. "What? Does Mr. Stark think I can only demolish houses?" Natasha followed closely behind Tony, chuckling softly. "It appears someone has finally found a pastime more entertaining than blowing up laboratories." Clint Barton casually plucked an apple from the floating fruit platter. "This is far superior to SHALD's automated meal delivery system." "Doctor." Banner adjusted his glasses, smiling gently. "At least it's safer than Hulk serving the dishes." Adam Bernard crossed his arms, a rare smile gracing his face. "Quite efficient." Tony shrugged, feigning regret. "Had I known magic was this convenient, I would have had Xiao be my personal chef." Natasha, with a hint of exasperation, picked up a piece of bread and deftly stuffed it into Tony's mouth. "Silence, unless you wish to become a twisted pastry." Laughter erupted among the group, lightening the atmosphere considerably, and they began to take their seats. As Tony chewed, he mumbled indistinctly, "This bread is quite delightful, though the method of delivery is rather aggressive." Xiao Han emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of salad. His golden eyes swept over everyone as he smiled and remarked, "It appears you all are getting along splendidly." After swallowing the bread, Tony raised his wine glass. "Of course, the charm of a billionaire is irresistible." Natasha's eyes sparkled with amusement. "I hope your sense of humor can save a world." With that, Xiao Han settled down, signaling for everyone to begin their meal, suggesting they eat first before discussing serious matters. At the long table, the group gathered, the atmosphere shifting to a more nuanced tone. Xiao Han lifted his glass, his gaze encompassing each individual. "To the dawn of a new era." Tony Stark set down his glass, the metallic bottom ringing crisply against the table. "All right, Xiao. Can we finally discuss why we are gathered here?" Natasha Romanoff rubbed her temples, her tone weary. SHIELD is in utter disarray. Fury is gone, and the Skrulls have infiltrated deeper than we ever imagined. Clint, still chewing bread, added indistinctly, "I took out at least a few hundred green-skinned creatures today." "Doctor." Banner adjusted his glasses, offering a wry smile. "Hope certainly had a good time." Adam Bernard leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. "So what is your plan?" Xiao Han surveyed the group, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "Let's finish our meal first." Tony rolled his eyes. "Here we go again." Wanda chuckled softly from the side, her crimson energy gently lifting a steak and floating it onto Xiao Han's plate. Once most had finished eating, Xiao Han began, "The director of SHIELD has vanished, but that is not the crux of the matter." He paused, then continued, "The issue lies in the fact that an ordinary person wishes to command a team of superheroes. This is inherently unrealistic." Tony raised an eyebrow. "So, therefore SHIELD requires a new director." Xiao Han's gaze fixed on Tony. "It should be you." Tony sputtered, wine spewing from his mouth. "What?" Banner adjusted his glasses again, nodding. I concur. You are the most capable. You should take charge. Natasha and Clint exchanged glances, then shrugged. We have no objections. Adam added nonchalantly. Neither do I. Tony widened his eyes, pointing at himself. Wait, why me? I'm just a playboy, a billionaire, a philanthropist, an inventor who occasionally saves the world. But I have no desire to be a director. Xiao Han smiled and pointed at him. Hyled was initially founded by your father and others. It is only reasonable for you to take the reins now. Frustrated, Tony raked his fingers through his hair and stood up. You know what? I detest bureaucracy. But you also loathe when others screw things up, Xiao Han replied calmly. Consider this. If Shield continues to be governed by extremists, what will the next outcome be? Tony fell silent. After a brief moment, he resumed his seat and sighed. Very well. But I have conditions. I demand absolute autonomy. I will determine the budget of Hild, select the personnel, and I do not wish to be confined to an office every day. Of course, you may as well, replied Xiao Han with a nod. Agreed. Natasha interlocked her fingers, her gaze sharp. What shall we do next? Xiao Han's expression grew cold. First, we must unearth all Hydra agents and scrolls within Hild. He traced a finger through the air, and a holographic projection unfurled, revealing a detailed structural diagram of Hild, with certain names highlighted in red. Notably, Alexander Pierce, the foremost Hydra leader, stood out. Tony whistled in surprise. Wow, this is getting exciting. Banner furrowed his brow. Are we going to eliminate him directly? Isn't that a bit extreme? Xiao Han replied calmly. Extreme? No, that is efficiency. Adam nodded slightly. I will take charge of cleansing the European division. Natasha and Clint exchanged glances. We will handle the headquarters. Tony raised his hands in exasperation. What about me? Xiao Han glanced at him. You will oversee the operation while thoroughly combing through Hild DS database to ensure no one slips through the cracks. Tony scoffed. Sounds like a tedious task. Xiao Han chuckled lightly. You can enlist JARVISS assistants. Tony rolled his eyes. Of course, my butler now has to moonlight as SHILDS secretary. Standing up, Xiao Han's golden gaze swept across each person. The power dynamics within SHIELD are shifting, and you are the architects of this transformation. Tony raised his glass with a resigned smile. To the new era. Chapter 65, the operation commences. After the gala, the sea breeze, tinged with a hint of salt, swept across the terrace of Stark's Long Island villa. Tony Stark stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingertips lightly tapping on a champagne flute. JARVIS. Prepare the highest level of access protocol for SHIELDS database. He tilted his head back and drained the glass, simultaneously notifying Pepper that he would wear the deep blue suit tomorrow. Noted, sir, the AI butler's voice emanated from his watch. Ms. Potts reminds you that the Stark family has begun applying pressure to various senators. Natasha and Clint strode toward the helipad, the collar of their SHIELD uniforms fluttering gently in the night breeze. I bet $100 that Pierce 1T make it through the night, Clint said, adjusting the draw distance of his compound bow without looking up. Natasha's crimson lips curled into a smile. I wager 200 that he will succumb to a sudden heart attack. With the roar of the Quinjet's engines, their figures vanished into the thickening darkness. Midnight. Alexander Pierce's residence was ablaze with light. The former chair of the Security Council paced anxiously in his study, receiving incessant alerts from encrypted communication devices regarding assaults on various divisions. As he dialed for the third time in vain, the antique clock's hands pointed precisely to midnight. Is this what you seek? Pierce spun around abruptly, spotting Adam Bernard emerging from the shadows, a familiar communication device formed from dark blue antimatter energy coalescing in his palm. You have no idea what you're truly up against. Pierce pressed the alarm button beneath his desk, only to discover that the entire mansion's power system had already collapsed. Hydra was not. Decapitating one will yield to? Adam gently crushed the communicator, the blue light illuminating his cold visage. Let us see. At this moment, the SHIELD Triskelion headquarters was engulfed in an unprecedented data storm. Tony Stark's virtual projection stood at the heart of the control room. Thousands of lines of code cascading like a golden waterfall over every terminal. I found you, little snakes. On the holographic map, hundreds of red dots blinked across various floors. JARVIS, sent Natasha the coordinates. As the morning sun pierced the clouds, a stretcher in the SHIELD Infirmary lay draped with a white cloth bearing Pierce's name. The global news was broadcasting the sudden demise of the former Security Council chairman from a heart attack. Meanwhile, the World Security Council had unanimously passed a resolution appointing Tony Stark as the new director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sir, we have received battle reports from the European Division. Agent Hill briskly entered the new director's office, where the tactical display showcased real-time footage of Adam destroying the 9th Hydra base. On another front, Agent Coulson requested additional Quinjet support. Tony reclined in the chair once belonging to Fury, casually spinning the S.H.I.L.D. badge with his fingers. Send him 5 jets. Also, replace this chair with an ergonomic version. The director's posterior is quite precious. Natasha's voice crackled through the communicator. A Skrull nest has been discovered on the 17th floor. We require a biohazard cleanup team. Approved. Tony snapped his fingers, and the holographic projection shifted to a schematic of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal structure. Hill, take your delightful team to inventory item 084 in the underground warehouse. I bet we'll uncover half a dozen alien pickles. Meanwhile, in a laboratory at Culver University, Bruce Banner placed a bouquet of white roses on Betty Ross's desk. The professor gazed at the man who had vanished for years in astonishment. A test tube slipping from her fingers. This time, a 1T runaway, Banner murmured, the gamma radiation detector behind him emitting a steady tick. As night fell once more, the lights of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters shone as brightly as day. Tony stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the New York skyline, the newly minted director's badge reflecting a cold light against his chest. The holographic screen displayed the day's accomplishments. 174 Hydra agents eliminated globally, 586 Skrull imposters exposed, and 43 pieces of alien technology confiscated. Sir, a message from Mr. Xia has arrived. Jarvis interjected. He commended your performance, but advised caution against Hydra's retaliation. Tony raised his coffee cup in a toast to the void. Tell that sun-loving, domineering CEO that this director fears Hydra not, unless they wish to craft a limited edition coffee machine. In a glass reflection, the new director's smile gradually faded. Outside, a transport aircraft emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo soared past the moon, its cargo hold filled with items recovered from the Hydra base. In a dimly lit conference room of a clandestine European base, several of Hydra's core leaders sat along a long table. A holographic projection hovered above the table, displaying scenes of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s raids on Hydra strongholds worldwide, the striking red-cleared markers glaringly evident. Daniel Whitehall adjusted his glasses, his voice low and grave. Alexander's demise was no accident. It was an execution. One of the Hydra leaders scoffed. Tony Stark has just taken office. How dare he take such bold action? What audacity does he possess? Madam Hydra, Vivian D. Frost, delicately tapped her fingers on the table, her crimson nails glinting ominously in the dim light. Because he is not merely Tony Stark, he stands behind Superman. A brief silence enveloped the room. Superman. The mere mention of this name elicited varied reactions among those present. Gideon Malik slowly began to speak. We have underestimated him. He not only discerned the Skrull infiltration, but also directly confronted S.H.I.E.L.D. And perhaps, he paused, his gaze darkening. He may have already become aware of our existence. Impossible. A leader suddenly slammed the table. Hydra's secrecy far surpasses that of S.H.I.E.L.D. He could not possibly access all our intelligence. But he has already killed Pierce, Whitehall stated coldly. This indicates he at least knows that Pierce was a member of Hydra. Madam Hydra narrowed her eyes slightly. The pressing question now is, what shall we do? Lie low, Malik replied gravely. Temporarily cease all operations and await our opportunity. Await? Await until Superman picks us off one by one. And what would you propose we do? Initiate open conflict? Malik retorted. Why not? We have our trump cards. Came the reply. Are you suggesting? Whitehall furrowed his brow. The Winter Soldier, Madam Hydra, slowly uttered the name. The air in the room grew thick with tension. The Winter Soldier, Hydra's lethal weapon, a brainwashed and augmented super soldier, had executed countless impossible missions over the decades. Assassinating Tony Stark? Malik shook his head. Too risky. Stark Industries wields tremendous influence. His death would trigger global upheaval and could directly enrage Superman. But it is also the most straightforward approach, Madam Hydra softly countered. Once Tony Stark is gone, S.H.I.E.L.D. will descend into chaos, and Superman will lose his voice among humanity. She smiled faintly. Moreover, once the Winter Soldier is unleashed, no one can stop him. And what if he fails? Malik asked gravely. Failure? Then let Superman understand that Hydra is no mere footnote like the Skrulls. Whitehall contemplated for a moment before slowly nodding. I concur. Malik still harbored some hesitation. This could incite a full-scale war. The war has long since begun. Madame Hydra rose, her voice chilling. Now, it is our turn to retaliate. She surveyed the gathering and decisively declared. The Winter Soldier is to be deployed. Target, Tony Stark. In New York, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Tony Stark lounged in the director's office, a holographic display before him illustrating the progress of eliminating Hydra's global strongholds. JARVIS. How goes the situation in Europe? Mr. Adam has already cleared the bases in Berlin and Paris and is currently en route to Moscow. Tony nodded, then turned to Natasha and Clint. What about here at headquarters? Natasha slid a tablet across the table, revealing a list. 37 undercover agents had been apprehended, with 12 still at large. Quite efficient indeed. Tony took a sip of his coffee. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that Hydra will not concede so easily. Clint leaned against the table, idly toying with an arrow. They will surely retaliate. The question is, when and how. Chapter 66. Tony under attack. New York. Midnight. The city was shrouded in a curtain of rain. The glass edifice of S.H.L.E. headquarters aglow amidst the darkness. Tony Stark pushed open the door. A chill wind accompanied by raindrops rushed to greet him. Though his physiology was impervious to the cold, he instinctively tightened his suit jacket. This wretched weather, he muttered, hastening towards the black sedan parked at the curb. The door swung open, revealing the familiar visage of Happy Hogan. Boss, get in, it's pouring. Tony slid into the back seat, shaking the droplets from his hair. Thanks, Happy. Today has been quite the ordeal. Those Hydra spies are more elusive than I anticipated. Happy started the engine, the windshield wipers tracing rhythmic arcs across the glass. Boss, I heard Europe is nearly cleared out as well. Indeed, that Adam fellow is quite efficient. Tony reclined in his seat, closing his eyes for a moment of respite. Yet, I cannot help but feel that Hydra will not concede so readily. The car glided through the rain-soaked streets, tires splashing through puddles, sending fine sprays of water into the air. Tony gazed out at the blurred neon lights, his thoughts drifting far away. Suddenly screech. Happy slammed on the brakes, and Tony, his reflexes honed, remained firmly in place. What's going on? He frowned. Happy's gaze was fixed ahead, his voice taut. Boss, there's someone in front. Tony looked up. In the downpour, a tall figure stood in the middle of the road, blocking their path. The figure wore a mask, revealing only a pair of icy eyes, golden hair slicked against his shoulders by the rain. More striking was his left arm, metallic, glinting ominously under the streetlight. Hydra. Tony squinted. Happy's hand instinctively moved toward his sidearm. Boss, I'll check it out. No. Tony pressed a hand on his shoulder. Stay in the car. But, trust me, Happy. Tony opened the car door, rain immediately soaking his suit. He stood in the downpour, locking eyes with the Winter Soldier, his voice steady. Who are you? A Hydra operative. What do you want? Money? Freedom? I can offer you both. The man offered no reply. He simply raised his metallic arm slowly, brandishing a long knife, its sheath gleaming coldly in the rain. Tony sighed, his right hand discreetly pressing against his watch as the nanotech armor swiftly enveloped his arm. It seems negotiations have failed. In the next instant, bang, the Winter Soldier lunged, the knife slicing through the rain, aimed directly at Tony's face. The blade was seized firmly by his mechanical palm, immovable. It appears your knife lacks sufficient sharpness. Tony's voice dripped with sardonic amusement. The man's gaze turned icy, and he exerted force, attempting to draw his blade, only to find that the edge seemed to be welded to Tony's grip, utterly immovable. His pupils contracted slightly. There was something amiss about this man's strength. Without hesitation, the Winter Soldier swiftly changed tactics, channeling energy into his metallic left arm and launching a powerful strike toward Tony's chest. Bang! Tony's other hand shot up, deftly gripping his metallic fist. The two forces collided, sending a shockwave through the air, causing rainwater to splatter in all directions. The assailant, known as the Winter Soldier, was utterly astonished. His metal arm was a pinnacle of Hydra's technology, capable of tearing apart tank armor. Yet now, it was being single-handedly countered by Tony Stark. Surprised? Tony scoffed. I'm no longer the ordinary man who merely hid within his armor. The Winter Soldier reacted with remarkable speed, raising his right leg and driving his knee fiercely into Tony's abdomen. But Tony was swifter. Crack! He released his long knife, seizing the Winter Soldier by the throat and lifting him entirely off the ground. The Winter Soldier's knee halted mid-air, his legs dangling, unable to struggle. The game was over, Tony stated coldly. In the next moment, boom! He swung the Winter Soldier down with tremendous force against the ground. The asphalt cracked instantly, and the Winter Soldier let out a muffled grunt. Before he could recover, Tony's iron fist descended. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch carried the weight of several tons. The Winter Soldier's mask shattered with the second blow, revealing an unfamiliar face, a blond man whom Tony had never encountered before. Tony's fist hesitated for an instant, but then continued its relentless assault until his opponent was completely unconscious. Jarvis scanned his identity. Tony rose, shaking the blood from his hands. Unidentified target, sir. No matching records in the database. Tony frowned, then pressed the communicator. All Avengers, assemble at S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately. I have been attacked, and it appears to be Hydra. Natasha's calm voice came through the communicator, 10 minutes out. Tony gazed down at the unconscious assailant, his expression icy. Hydra, how many more cards do you have up your sleeve? Long Island Villa, underground laboratory. Xiao Han stood before the experimental platform, his supervision penetrating the microscope to examine the Skrull genetic samples, the molecular structure appearing remarkably clear to him. His super brain rapidly analyzed every arrangement and combination of the base sequences. Indeed, the cellular plasticity of the Skrulls far exceeded that of humans. He muttered to himself, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface of the table. The laboratory's holographic projection displayed the silent footage of Tony Stark being attacked. Xiao Han had long since eavesdropped on Hydra's meeting, yet he chose not to intervene. If Tony couldn't even handle this minor trouble, then his role as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. would be rendered meaningless. His gaze returned to the experimental data. Gene recombination, memory replication, coupled with the compatibility of Kryptonian cells. Time passed, and the laboratory lights remained bright. Finally, Xiao Han's fingertips halted. A droplet of golden liquid shimmered in the test tube, the serum he had just completed. Perfect. The serum seamlessly merges with Kryptonian cells, bestowing upon him the extraordinary power to replicate the abilities of others. Of course, this is contingent upon his prior contact with the target, and the replication of abilities is subject to certain limitations. For instance, he is incapable of mimicking magical abilities, nor can he replicate external forces unless they derive from genetic sources. He picked up the syringe and, without hesitation, injected the serum into his arm. The golden liquid coursed through his veins, and Xiao Han closed his eyes, attuning himself to the transformations within his body. Surprisingly, there was no sensation, no pain, no warmth, not even the slightest anomaly. He opened his eyes, furrowing his brow momentarily before relaxing. Indeed, Kryptonian cells are inherently powerful. Such a level of genetic adaptation would not even provoke a rejection response. At that moment, the laboratory communicator beeped. Mr. Xiao, a call from Tony Stark, Turing's voice announced. With a casual wave of his hand, a holographic projection materialized, revealing Tony's face against the backdrop of A.S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room. His expression was grave, his brow furrowed. Xiao, I've just been attacked. I'm aware, Xiao Han replied coolly. Tony was taken aback. You know? Yes, Xiao Han nodded. The Hydra operatives were merely scapegoats. After a brief silence, Tony inhaled deeply. I have incapacitated that individual. He is currently confined in the S.H.I.E.L.D. interrogation room. However, his identity remains unverified. Xiao Han regarded him steadily and stated bluntly, eliminate him. Tony was momentarily stunned. What? He is one of the murderers of your parents. Xiao Han revealed a monumental secret. Tony's pupils dilated, and his breath hitched. What did you say? On December 16th, 1991, Howard Stark and Maria died in a tragic accident. Xiao Han met his gaze. That was no accident. It was an assassination orchestrated by Hydra. And the individual who attacked you today is the very assassin from that mission. Tony's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. His voice was low and measured. You knew all along? 10 minutes ago, Xiao Han lied. Is this all true? Absolutely, Tony. Tony fell silent, his chest heaving with emotion. After a few seconds, he took a deep breath, his tone icy. Thank you, Xiao. I understand. The communication was severed, and the screen went dark. Xiao Han averted his gaze, shaking his head. He glanced down at his palm, noticing his fingertips twitch slightly. A faint golden aura began to shimmer on the surface of his skin, signifying that the serum had begun to take effect. Next, he murmured to himself, it is time to test this new ability. Chapter 67, someone more annoying than Tony. In New York, in a dim and damp alleyway, gunshots rang out amid screams, the glint of knives and splashes of blood intertwining in the air. Deadpool, Wade Wilson, was brandishing dual swords, spinning and leaping through the crowd, humming a discordant tune. Bang! A member of a criminal gang had just raised his gun when Deadpool swiftly decapitated him, blood splattering against the wall. Wow, I call that the head-chopping special. Deadpool whistled, then swiftly plunged his blade into another person's throat, adding, and this one is the throat special. The members of the mob recoiled in terror. Yet Deadpool darted among them with remarkable agility, his blades glinting as each swing conjured a flurry of steel. Hey, you bunch of bastards, could you not die so quickly? I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Just then, a searing golden beam descended from the heavens, akin to a sword of divine retribution, sweeping through the alley in an instant. Boom! The gangsters barely had time to scream before being reduced to ashes, the ground scorched into a charred trench, the air thick with the scent of burnt flesh. Deadpool stood frozen, slowly lowering his gaze to his now empty hands, noticing that his blades had been melted halfway. FCK. He abruptly looked up, his eyes drawn to the end of the alley. Xiao Han's silhouette descended gracefully from the sky, his black battle attire glimmering in the dim light, golden patterns swirling upon it. Deadpool blinked, then exaggeratedly spread his arms wide. Wow, is that our son, boy? What brings you to my midnight revelry? Xiao Han offered no reply, calmly striding towards him. Deadpool tilted his head, continuing his chatter. But I must say, your entrance was rather brutal, turning all my dance partners to cinders in an instant. Talk about stealing my thunder. Xiao Han remained unperturbed, approaching him and placing a hand firmly on his shoulder. Deadpool glanced down at the hand, then back up at Xiao Han's impassive face, suddenly breaking into an exaggerated grin. Hey, big guy, such a sudden touch could be misconstrued. Are you perhaps harboring feelings for me? Xiao Han continued to be silent, his supervision penetrating Deadpool's skin, directly analyzing his cellular structure. The mercenary's self-healing factor was vividly apparent, those erratic cells continuously dividing, reorganizing, even defying the laws of biology. Wow, that gaze of yours seems to pierce through my very soul. Deadpool feigned shyness, clutching his chest. But I must warn you, my soul might be a bit, shall we say, a kaleidoscope of darkness? Xiao Han's cells began to mimic Deadpool's regenerative factor. But soon he realized that this healing ability paled in comparison to his own Kryptonian cells. I see. Xiao Han murmured softly, retracting his hand. Deadpool raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, I see? Have you finally recognized my stunning good looks have caught the attention of the United Nations? Xiao Han shot him a sidelong glance. Your immortality is not due to the self-healing factor within you. Deadpool paused, then dramatically covered his mouth. Goodness, you can't be suggesting I'm cursed, or that I'm the illegitimate child of some deity. Xiao Han replied coolly. The goddess of death has no interest in claiming you. Deadpool's expression froze momentarily before he reverted to his playful demeanor. Wow, how romantic. So Miss Death is secretly in love with me, thus preventing my demise? You guessed correctly. Xiao Han, disinterested in further banter, turned to leave. Yet Deadpool suddenly dashed in front of him. Wait, you're just going to walk away? Not even going to offer me a cup of coffee? Or at least explain why you came to spy on my cells? Xiao Han paused, his golden eyes glancing at him. Do you also wish to become acquainted? Deadpool dramatically clutched his chest. Wow, how fierce. But I like it. Xiao Han chose to disregard him, soaring into the air and vanishing into the night sky. Deadpool stood still, gazing up at the heavens, and, after a moment as contemplation, shrugged. All right, yet another aloof, handsome guy. He sighed, retrieving a piece of chocolate from his pocket and popping it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. But, does the goddess of death not wish to collect me? TSK, that's a novel twist. He licked the chocolate from the corner of his mouth and suddenly grinned. It seems I must express my gratitude to Thanos next time we meet. With that, he hummed a cheerful tune and turned to stroll deeper into the alley, his figure gradually fading into the darkness. Xiao Han emerged from the portal, the golden radiance behind him slowly dissipating. In the living room, Wanda sat on the sofa, crimson chaos magic swirling at her fingertips, transforming into exquisite energy roses that vanished in her palm. Upon hearing a sound, she looked up sharply, her red hair fluttering slightly, her eyes instantly lighting up with joy. Xiao, you're back. She stood, the magic fading into the air, and quickly approached him. Xiao Han regarded her with an appreciative gaze. You've improved. Wanda's cheeks flushed, her fingers unconsciously curling a strand of hair. Really? Why did you suddenly leave? To test some things. Xiao Han sat beside her on the couch, casually taking a sip from the glass on the coffee table. Wanda blinked, hesitating for a moment before sitting beside him, her voice soft. You always act so mysteriously. Xiao Han turned to her, his expression meaningful. What do you wish to ask? Wanda bit her lip, her heart racing slightly. She took a deep breath, finally summoning her courage to meet his gaze. Xiao Han, I have been living here for quite some time. Besides teaching me magic, do you have any other intentions? Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. Oh, Wanda's face reddened further. Yet she did not waver. I'm not foolish. No normal person would allow a stranger to live in their home, treating her like a hostess. What exactly are you thinking? Xiao Han looked at her and suddenly smiled. And what about you? He countered, what do you think? Wanda's breath quickened, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothing. Her voice was soft yet resolute. During this time spent with you, I've been very happy. I know I possess nothing, so I practice magic fervently, hoping to be of assistance to you. A few days ago, when we fought together, she paused, her eyes shimmering with fervent light. Perhaps I have fallen in love with you? You may not believe it, but as the books say, that is how feelings or the air seem to solidify in that moment. Xiao Han gazed at her quietly, his eyes drifting from her gaze down to her slightly trembling lips. In the next second, he leaned in and kissed her. Wanda's eyes widened in shock, her entire being frozen in place. Xiao Han's lips were warm and insistent, compellingly pressing against her softness. Her mind was a blank slate, overwhelmed solely by the heat of his breath and the warmth of his palm resting against her waist. For a few moments, she was entranced, then instinctively closed her eyes, responding to him with a mix of awkwardness and fervor. Xiao Han's hand cradled the back of her neck, deepening the kiss. Wanda's fingers unconsciously clutched at his collar, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Han slowly released her. Wanda's lips were slightly flushed, her breath ragged, and her eyes misted with a dreamy haze. Xiao Han chuckled softly, raising his hand in a flourish. Buzz! A golden portal materialized beside them, leading to the bedroom on the other side. He looked at Wanda, his voice low and inviting. Are you ready? Wanda said nothing, merely gazing up at him, her amber eyes brimming with affection and anticipation. Without further ado, Xiao Han swept her up in his arms and stepped through the portal. As the door closed, Wanda's light laughter mingled with Xiao Han's soft words, vanishing into the golden radiance. Chapter 68, A New World. In the morning light, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches of light across the floor of the bedroom. Xiao Han gradually opened his eyes, the golden hue of his irises narrowing slightly in the morning glow, absorbing the warmth enveloping him. He turned to his side and beheld Wanda still peacefully asleep, her red hair cascading over the pillow, her breathing steady and serene. The exploration of life the previous night had drained her energy. The initiation of such a journey had been quite a burden for her. Gently, Xiao Han rose without disturbing her. With a flick of his hand, a black silk robe draped itself over his shoulders. He padded barefoot out of the bedroom into the tranquil silence of the living room, where only the distant sound of waves reached him through the open windows. Good morning, sir. Turing's voice resonated softly in the air. Mr. Stark requests communication and has been waiting for 3 minutes. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow and strolled towards the kitchen area, where the coffee machine began its automatic process, soon filling the air with its rich aroma. Tony? This early? Yes, it seems he has an urgent matter, Turing replied. Shall I connect you now? Xiao Han lifted the coffee cup to his lips, taking a sip. Go ahead. A holographic projection materialized in the center of the living room, revealing the image of Tony Stark. He appeared somewhat weary, with faint shadows under his eyes, holding a cup of coffee that looked more like pure espresso in concentration. Tony's voice emerged from the projection, tinged with fatigue and a hint of raspiness. Xiao, I should have killed that bastard last night. Xiao Han stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, the morning light casting a silhouette around him. And then, Coulson recognized him. Tony's voice was low. That damned Hydra member was part of the Howling Commandos, one of Captain America's closest friends. Xiao Han's fingers lightly tapped against the glass, producing a crisp sound. So? Tony suddenly raised his voice, then quickly subdued it. Coulson, show me the files. That guy went missing off a cliff in 1944. Hydra found him, brainwashed him, and turned him into a killing machine. The sound of clinking glass resonated from the projection as Tony took a sip of coffee and continued. Jarvis received a file. It is the surveillance footage of my parents' murder. Xiao Han's senses detected that Wanda was still fast asleep. Have you watched it? Indeed, Tony replied, his voice suddenly taking on an unusual calmness. I watched every frame. I saw that bastard choking my father with his metallic arm. I saw my mother pleading for mercy. I saw them. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the communicator. Xiao Han approached the sofa and sat down. So now you wish to ask me whether you should kill him? Wanda didn't kill me back then, Tony interjected, despite her deep-seated hatred for me. A glimmer of golden light flickered at Xiao Han's fingertips before quickly extinguishing. I'm not you, Tony. This decision must be yours alone. If I kill him, Tony began, but Xiao Han interrupted. If you do not kill him, I will regret it. Tony said with a wry smile. What a damn dilemma. Xiao Han gazed out the window, where the sun glimmered upon the sea. Making choices is indeed the hardest part. You are correct. He is under the control of Hydra. But this time, you must decide for yourself. I will not make this choice for you. Silence enveloped the communicator for a prolonged moment. Tony finally spoke, his voice considerably softer. My father never told me he loved me. Xiao Han remained silent. But as that bastard choked him, his last words were to save Maria. Tony's voice trembled slightly. He always loved my mother. Another silence followed. I understand, Tony said suddenly, his voice gaining resolve. Thank you, Xiao. The communication was severed. And soon footsteps echoed from the staircase. Wanda descended, rubbing her eyes, her red hair tousled, clad in the black shirt Xiao Han wore the previous night. Its hem just grazing her thighs. Who called so early? She yawned, her voice still laced with sleep. Xiao Han turned off the projection and pulled her into his embrace. Tony, he said, hesitating over a decision. Wanda nestled onto his lap, her cheek resting against his chest. What decision? Perhaps to become a better person. Xiao Han gently stroked her red hair. Wanda tilted her face up, her sleepy eyes glimmering with a smile. Like me? Xiao Han leaned down and kissed her forehead. No, you've always been. Wanda's face flushed instantly. She buried her face in the crook of Xiao Han's neck and murmured, When did you become so eloquent? Xiao Han patted her back. Go change your clothes. Today, I will teach you the art of spatial teleportation. Wanda's eyes lit up at once, and she sprang up the stairs but suddenly halted, turning to ask, Are you sure it's not because of last night? Hurry up, Xiao Han interrupted her, a helpless smile on his lips. Wanda giggled as she raced upstairs, her red hair trailing behind her. 10 minutes later, Xiao Han stood at the center of the training room, golden magical runes swirling gently beneath his feet. Wanda faced him, her hair slightly swaying in the energy field, her eyes sparkling with focus. The essence of chaotic magic and the spatial arts of Taj differ fundamentally. Xiao Han raised his hand, his fingertips slicing through the air, and golden sparks erupted in response. It requires no incantation but relies solely on your intention and emotion. Wanda nodded, crimson energy surging from her palms as she endeavored to replicate Xiao Han's movements. Red sparks erupted but quickly dissipated, failing to form a complete portal. Do not rush, Xiao Han advised, stepping behind her and gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Feel the flow of space. Envision it as water that your energy can part. Taking a deep breath, Wanda closed her eyes. The scarlet energy swirled around her, gradually becoming denser. She raised her hand once more. This time, the red sparks were interlaced with a scarlet glow, and an unstable portal began to take shape, only to twist and close again. I can't do it, she admitted, her eyes fluttering open in frustration. Xiao Han chuckled softly. The mere fact that your first attempt caused a ripple in space is commendable. Standing behind her, he placed his hands over hers, guiding her movements. Try again, but this time, do not think of controlling it. Allow it to respond naturally. Wanda felt his warmth, her heartbeat quickening slightly, yet she soon focused her energy and attempted once more. This time, her scarlet energy intertwined with the red sparks, and a complete portal unfurled before them, revealing the other side of the training room. I did it, Wanda exclaimed in delight, nearly colliding with Xiao Han as she turned around. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. Well done, but there is still much to improve. With a wave of his hand, the portal expanded. True spatial transportation requires crossing dimensions, not merely spinning within the same room. Wanda teasingly remarked, Why don't you demonstrate? Without a word, Xiao Han raised his hand, carving out a new portal, which revealed the snow-capped peak of a mountain, the howling wind rushing in. Intrigued, Wanda asked, Where is this? The Himalayas, Xiao Han replied nonchalantly. The sorcerers of Taj often find themselves there when they first learn teleportation. Unable to contain her laughter, Wanda quipped, So you've fallen there too? Xiao Han shot her a glance. I mastered it on my first day. Wow, Wanda scoffed, yet her admiration was unmistakable. Keep practicing, Xiao Han instructed as he retracted the portal. Once you can stabilize intercontinental teleportation, I shall teach you how to navigate the mirror dimensions. Nodding, Wanda resumed her concentration. Once again, her fingertips glowed with scarlet light, the red sparks swirling and intertwining in the air. This time, the portal was significantly more stable, its edges no longer flickering, but forming a complete circular passage. Look, I succeeded, Wanda exclaimed excitedly, turning to Xiao Han, her eyes sparkling with joy. However, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. His superhuman vision penetrated the portal, revealing not the other side of the training room, nor any corner of Earth, but a strange city with towering buildings, a radiant blue sky, and in the distance, a colossal sign of a planetary newspaper. Something is amiss, he thought. System. He mentally called out, "What is happening?" Ding. Abnormal spatial fluctuations detected. The system's voice replied calmly. Wanda's chaotic magic inadvertently opened a cross-universal passage. This action does not fall within the scope of the host's mission, and the system has not issued relevant directives. Xiao Han furrowed her brow slightly. Are you implying that she has opened a rift in the multiverse by her own volition? Indeed, the system responded. According to energy analysis, Wanda's chaos magic possesses the capability to alter reality, and during moments of intense emotional fluctuation, she may have inadvertently torn apart the dimensional barrier. Xiao Han fell silent for a moment, then turned her gaze toward Wanda, who was still immersed in excitement. Wanda reached out to touch the edge of the portal, curiously surveying the world on the other side. Chapter 69, Clark Kent. Xiao, look, the architecture over there is so peculiar. I have never seen a city like this. She turned back and smiled at Xiao Han, her red hair gently swaying in the energy field's fluctuations. Xiao Han approached her, gently resting a hand on her shoulder. Wanda, you have done remarkably well, but this portal may be somewhat extraordinary. Extraordinary? She blinked, puzzled. What do you mean? It means that beyond the portal lies another universe. Xiao Han spoke in a calm tone, yet his gaze remained fixed on her reaction. Wanda's smile faltered, the crimson energy around her flickering slightly. Are you suggesting that I have opened a door to another world? Indeed, Xiao Han nodded, but do not fret. If it can be opened, it can also be closed. Wanda took a deep breath, her initial unease gradually giving way to curiosity. Then, should we venture to take a look? Xiao Han, observing her eager demeanor, was well aware of her intentions. Of course, he took her hand, and together they stepped into the portal. The scene before them shifted abruptly. They stood atop a towering building, gazing down at the sprawling cityscape. Sunlight glimmered on the metallic and glass structures as vehicles flowed ceaselessly along the streets. In the distance, a massive cargo ship docked at the harbor. But what drew their attention was the occasional figure soaring through the sky, a red and blue cape billowing in the wind. Who is that? Wanda's eyes widened. Xiao Han's super hearing had already captured the sounds of the city. Superman has just rescued another plane. I heard that Batman captured Black Mask last night in Gotham. Wonder Woman is set to arrive in Metropolis next week for a peace summit. His expression turned peculiar. Xiao, Wanda tugged at his hand. What did you hear? Xiao Han spoke slowly. Wanda, we may have entered the DC universe. The DC universe? Wanda paused, astonished. Are you saying it's the one I think it is? After meeting Xiao Han, Wanda had delved deeply into DC Comics, evolving from a mere bystander who knew only Superman to someone who could at least remember the names of several superheroes. Yes, Xiao Han affirmed, his gaze sweeping over the city. This is Metropolis. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Wanda's eyes. So, the person who just flew by was truly Superman? Before Xiao Han could respond, a blurred figure suddenly approached. The red and blue silhouette hovered before them, its cape trailing behind, sunlight reflecting dazzlingly off the emblem on its chest. Clark Kent, Superman. He scrutinized them with his striking blue eyes, his voice gentle. Who are you? I have never seen you in this world. As if you have never existed before. As you can see, I am a Kryptonian. Xiao Han maintained a benevolent expression as he gazed at him. Clark's azure eyes shimmered with incredulity as he gently descended upon the rooftop, maintaining a courteous distance from Xiao Han. You mean, you are also a Kryptonian? His voice wavered with uncertainty, as though he feared Xiao Han might declare it all a ruse. Xiao Han offered a slight smile, refraining from a direct response. Instead, he tenderly grasped Wanda's hand, enveloping her in a silent biological force field, ensuring she would not be exposed to Clark's superhuman vision. We arrived here by mere happenstance, Xiao Han remarked. But indeed, I share your origin. Clark's breath quickened, his superhuman sight instinctively sweeping over Xiao Han's form, only to encounter an invisible barrier that rendered him unable to penetrate. Wanda, too, was ensconced within a peculiar energy, shielding her from his gaze. This cannot be, Clark murmured, yet quickly shook his head in self-mockery. No, that question seems rather foolish, but I must inquire. Are you truly from Krypton? A hint of anticipation laced his tone. Xiao Han remained silent, gently levitating above the ground, his feet lifting off the surface as his eyes radiated a fervent golden light, causing the surrounding air to shimmer with heat distortion. Clark's pupils dilated, his expression transforming into one of joy. That's enough. I believe you. He exhaled deeply, a smile breaking uncontrollably across his face, his eyes betraying a long-forgotten excitement. This is indeed a bit hard to fathom. Pausing to regain his composure, he added, Forgive me. I simply did not expect to encounter a fellow countryman. As Xiao Han descended back to the ground, the golden glow in his eyes faded, and he gently replied, "I understand." Clark opened his mouth to speak, but upon observing their surroundings, he suggested, would you care to join me for a cup of coffee? We could converse." Wanda exchanged a glance with Xiao Han, and upon receiving his nod, she offered a friendly smile. "Sound good." 3 minutes later, they found themselves seated in a tranquil cafe in downtown Metropolis. Clark chose a corner by the window, ensuring their conversation remained private. Cradling his coffee cup, he watched as Xiao Han and Wanda took their seats. So he began, how did you evade the Kryptonian catastrophe? Where have you been all these years? Xiao Han sipped his coffee, his tone serene. My escape pod departed Krypton long ago, but the trajectory veered off course due to an unforeseen incident, leaving me adrift in the cosmos for an extended period before ultimately arriving on another Earth. Another Earth? Clark blinked in surprise, quickly grasping the implication. Ah, you hail from a parallel universe. Wanda stirred her coffee gently, adding, in our world, there is no Superman, nor is there Metropolis. A complex emotion flickered across Clark's eyes, swiftly replaced by exhilaration. Then, your abilities are also a result of the yellow sun? Xiao Han nodded. Indeed, just like you. Clark inhaled deeply, as if he had at last discovered a kindred spirit with whom to share his burdens, and his words began to flow. 2 years ago, General Zod arrived. His voice lowered as he continued. He sought to reshape Earth and resurrect Krypton, but I thwarted his plans. His fingers caressed the rim of the cup, his gaze slightly dimmed. I had no choice but to kill him. He was the last Kryptonian I encountered, until today. Xiao Han listened quietly, refraining from interruption. Clark swiftly regained his composure and continued. Later, I joined the Justice League, protecting Earth alongside Batman, Wonder Woman, and others. Bruce, that is, Batman, I'm uncertain of what transpired, but he's been rather unfriendly towards me. His tone lightened somewhat, even carrying a hint of amusement. Diana, Wonder Woman. She often remarks that I am too gentle and should adopt a more assertive stance. Wanda could not help but chuckle. It sounds like you have a good rapport. Clark nodded, warmth glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, they are like family. He paused, suddenly feeling a bit bashful as he glanced at Xiao Han. I apologize. Have I said too much? It's just that, meeting you. Xiao Han shook his head, interrupting him. It's all right, I understand. Clark nodded, then furrowed his brow, as if he had heard something. Diana would certainly wish to meet you, but I must attend to another matter. Before he could finish, the television in the cafe abruptly broadcast an emergency news report. Breaking. A large-scale prison break has occurred at Arkham Asylum in Gotham City. High-risk criminals, including the Joker, Poison Ivy, and Bane have escaped, and Gotham police have requested assistance from the Justice League. Clark's expression instantly turned serious. He stood up, apologetically glancing at Xiao Han and Wanda. I'm sorry, I must go help. Xiao Han also rose, calmly stating, we shall go together. Clark paused momentarily, then revealed a grateful smile. Thank you. Wanda's fingertips glimmered with a crimson light, her eyes sparkling with battle intent. Perfect. I too wish to see the caliber of villains in this world. Clark inhaled deeply, a renewed determination igniting in his gaze. Let us go. In the next moment, the red and blue cape billowed as Superman ascended into the sky, with Xiao Han and Wanda following closely behind, the trio racing towards Gotham. Chapter 70. Superman's domination of the world. The skies above Gotham City were shrouded in ominous clouds, the wailing siren surrounding Arkham Asylum piercing the air, smoke billowing everywhere. The Joker's maniacal laughter resonated distinctly amidst the chaos, as he stood atop an overturned police car, his green hair glowing vividly in the firelight. Ha ha, where's the bat? I can hardly wait to show him my new toy. The Joker brandished a remote control, while his gang members engaged in a shootout with the police. Poison Ivy manipulated her vines to topple police cars, while Bane tore open the doors of an armored vehicle with his bare hands. Harley Quinn nimbly weaved through the hail of gunfire, her baseball bat accurately knocking down one police officer after another. Just then, a shadow descended from the sky. Batman's cape unfurled amid the flames as he expertly kicked the weapon from Harley's grasp. The party is over. Batman's deep voice rendered the Joker's gang momentarily speechless. Batsy! The Joker exclaimed with excitement as he turned, only to see 3 figures gracefully descending from the sky. Clark, accompanied by Xiao Han and Wanda, appeared high above the battlefield. Batman glanced upward, his brow furrowed beneath the mask, yet he uttered not a word, remaining wholly focused on subduing the adversary before him. Clark, feeling a touch of awkwardness, cleared his throat, poised to act, but Xiao Han raised a hand to halt him. The training had concluded, and now they were in the throes of a real battle. Xiao Han cast a glance at Wanda, who, with a slight smile curving her crimson lips, revealed a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Understanding her cue, she gradually ascended, her red tresses swirling within the chaotic energy of magic, hands gracefully tracing circles in the air. Crimson energy surged forth, enveloping the entire battlefield. Hey, what is that? A new superhero? Harley looked up, only to find herself ensnared by the crimson energy the next moment, rendered immobile. The Joker's laughter abruptly ceased as he was seized by terror, realizing he could no longer command his own body. What sort of trick is this? Poison Ivy's vines withered upon contact with the crimson energy, and Bane's enhanced muscles proved futile against such magic. Within mere seconds, all the villains were manipulated like marionettes by Wanda, lined up before the astonished police officers. This is yours to handle, Wanda gently waved her hand, the villains landing neatly at the feet of the officers. I believe you will require these. The policemen exchanged bewildered glances until the sheriff, trembling, barked an order. Quickly, cuff them. Wanda did not pause. Her arms extended wide, and crimson energy blanketed the battlefield. Destroyed vehicles reverted to their original form, shattered walls reassembled, and even the craters in the ground vanished without a trace. Wonder Woman Diana had just arrived, the golden lasso of truth still in hand. When she beheld this extraordinary scene, she halted in midair, astonished. By Zeus, Batman silently observed the unfolding events before vanishing into the shadows. Clark approached. Diana, allow me to introduce you to Xiao Han and Wanda, who hail from a parallel universe. Diana descended before them, stowing her lasso away, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. I am Diana Prince, a warrior of the Amazons. It is a pleasure to meet you. Ms. Wanda, your powers are truly impressive. Wanda blushed slightly. Thank you. They are merely a few tricks. Such tricks are far from trivial, Diana replied earnestly. Your abilities are exceptional. This world has never witnessed powers such as yours. Clark surveyed the streets, gradually regaining order. This is not the place for conversation. I know of a fine restaurant nearby. 10 minutes later, the four found themselves seated in a private room of an upscale restaurant. Wonder Woman thoughtfully ordered for everyone, even recommending a dessert for Wanda. So, Diana inquired, slicing into her steak, you mentioned you were Kryptonian like Clark? Xiao Han nodded, succinctly recounting his origins. Diana occasionally nodded in response or expressed agreement. This indeed sounds incredible, she mused, setting down her knife and fork. The Amazons had always believed in the existence of the multiverse, yet they had never encountered concrete evidence. Wanda took a bite of chocolate cake, her eyes lighting up. This is delicious. She quickly added, feeling a bit embarrassed. I apologize for interrupting. Diana chuckled. No need to apologize. Exquisite cuisine deserves undivided attention. She turned to Wanda. Is your ability derived from magic? Wanda nodded thoughtfully, affirming, indeed, it is magic, with the power to alter reality. Diana pondered. It sounds comparable to the divine abilities of the Olympian pantheon. Clark had been quietly listening, but interjected. Xiao Han mentioned they arrived here by chance. I believe we should consider how to assist them in returning. Diana added, perhaps we could seek Zatanna as help? Or Dr. Fate. They possess considerable knowledge regarding interdimensional travel. Xiao Han set down his glass, stating, there is no need for trouble. Wanda can open a portal back. We merely wish to gain a deeper understanding of this world. Diana smiled knowingly. Then you must certainly meet the other members of the League. Barry will be absolutely thrilled. He always insists that the theory of parallel universes is valid. Clark's expression suddenly soured. Bruce may not attend the gathering anytime soon. Diana sighed. Is he still the same? Ever since General Zod, he has become more reclusive. Clark offered a wry smile. I apologize for those circumstances. Xiao Han keenly observed their conversation. Does Batman distrust Superman? Diana and Clark exchanged a glance, and ultimately, Diana spoke. 2 years ago, during Clark's battle with Zod, Bruce's company building was inadvertently destroyed, and the employees who could not escape. After 3 months, Bruce discovered a prophetic mirror, revealing a possible future. Though it was merely fragmented visions, we all witnessed Clark turning dark, becoming the ruler of Earth. Wanda appeared bewildered. That is utterly absurd. Clark shook his head. No, it is indeed a possibility. My powers. Xiao Han suddenly chuckled. So, Batman believes that the benevolent Superman will dominate the world? Diana nodded. Bruce always prepares for the worst. Yet I know Clark's heart. He would never become that. Clark cast a grateful glance in her direction. The restaurant's lights gradually softened, and the four concluded their delightful dinner. Diana glanced at her watch and rose. I'm afraid I must take my leave, she said with a smile. There are some matters I need to attend to. Clark nodded. Thank you for taking the time to come, Diana. Diana gently patted Clark on the shoulder, then extended her hand to Xiao Han and Wanda. It was a pleasure meeting you both. I hope you enjoy your time in Gotham. Wanda took her hand, smiling. Thank you for your recommendation. That dessert was truly exquisite. Diana winked. Next time you visit Themyscira, I shall have the chef prepare even more authentic Greek desserts for you. With that, she elegantly turned and departed. Clark watched her leave before turning to Xiao Han and Wanda. Do you have accommodations for the night? Xiao Han nodded. We were planning to find a hotel. Clark offered a gentle smile. Gotham's safety can be somewhat complicated. I can recommend a few places with high security. Wanda inquired curiously. Do you visit Gotham often? Clark replied with a smile. I occasionally assist Bruce with certain matters, although he is somewhat reluctant to collaborate with me at present. Xiao Han responded with a calm smile. That's all right. We can find our own place. Clark hesitated for a moment before finally saying, if you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. He retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Han. This is my contact information. Xiao Han accepted the card, which bore the name Clark Kent, reporter for the Planet Daily, yet featured a diminutive emblem in the lower right corner. He found it somewhat amusing that two Kryptonians would communicate in such a manner. Thank you, he said, pocketing the card. We shall be in touch again. Perhaps we will explore this world tomorrow. Clark nodded and then rose to his feet. I shall take my leave now. Until next time. He waved goodbye to the two and turned to exit the restaurant. Chapter 71, World Travel. Upon stepping out of the restaurant, Wanda linked her arm with Xiao Han's and gazed up at the night sky over Gotham. This city feels rather oppressive, she remarked softly. Xiao Han's eyes traversed the streets, his super hearing capturing the city's whispers, the wail of police sirens, the sinister chuckles of criminals, and the stealthy footsteps of Batman lurking in the shadows. Let's find a place to rest, he said, taking her hand. The two strolled along the street and ultimately chose a luxurious hotel. The receptionist greeted them courteously, and Xiao Han casually produced a black card to register for a top-floor suite. As the elevator ascended slowly, Wanda leaned against Xiao Han's shoulder and yawned. This city is even more bustling than New York. Xiao Han tousled her hair. That is because you have yet to visit Hell's Kitchen. The elevator doors opened, and they made their way down the corridor to the end, swiping their card to enter the suite. The room was spacious and opulent, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of Gotham's nightscape, brilliantly lit yet tinged with a sense of foreboding. Wanda approached the window, gazing thoughtfully at Wayne Tower in the distance. Do you think Batman is watching us right now? She suddenly inquired. Xiao Han chuckled lightly. He is undoubtedly aware of our arrival. Wanda turned and seated herself at the table by the window. Shall we seek him out tomorrow? Xiao Han joined her, gently brushing his hand against her cheek. There is no rush. Let us first observe the circumstances of this world. Therefore, Wanda asked curiously, do you believe Clark could genuinely turn to darkness? Xiao Han faced her, recalling the comic lore that Superman's descent into darkness typically requires a catalyst, such as? Wanda tilted her head in inquiry. The death of Lois Lane, Xiao Han replied matter-of-factly. In most parallel universes, Superman's corruption stems from the loss of her. Wanda nodded, contemplating this. I see. That is the anguish of losing a beloved. Precisely, Xiao Han said, picking up the remote control from the table and turning on the television. However, in this world, the situation may be more intricate. The screen displayed the evening news, with a serious female anchor reporting on the aftermath of an Arkham incident. The scene shifted to a blurred silhouette of Batman, leaping from a rooftop and vanishing into the darkness. Do you think Batman would trust us? Wanda's gaze followed the images on the screen. Xiao Han chuckled again. Bruce Wayne never easily trusts anyone, especially not unexpected Kryptonians. Wanda set her cup down, crimson energy swirling at her fingertips. Should we not exercise caution then? There is no need, he assured her. Xiao Han reached out and grasped her wrist, and an immediate calm enveloped them. If he seeks trouble, I shall handle it. Wanda suddenly had a revelation, her eyes sparkling with insight. Do you think Clark's descent into darkness could be attributed to kryptonite? If someone used kryptonite to take his life, upon resurrection, he might no longer trust humanity. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow in approval. A commendable hypothesis. However, in this realm, it seems Batman has taken precautions in advance. At that moment, Xiao Han's wristwatch projected an image, revealing Batman's laboratory. He was tinkering with a green stone. See? He was prepared. Xiao Han pointed to the screen. Wanda furrowed her brow. How tragic. Clark, who is so inherently kind, must face such suspicion. Xiao Han turned off the television, plunging the room into a brief silence. Outside, the neon lights filtered through the curtains, casting a luminous halo around them. Every world has its own troubles, he finally remarked, just as we contend with Hydra and Skrulls in our domain. Wanda rose and approached the window. At least we have resolved part of the issues. Xiao Han stepped beside her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Are you tired? Wanda leaned against him, nodding slightly. A little. I expended quite a bit of magical energy today. Let us rest, he replied, kissing the top of her head. Tomorrow, we shall embark on a journey. As they made their way to the spacious bed, Wanda yawned the moment she lay down. Xiao Han tucked her in while he leaned against the headboard. Aren't you going to sleep? Wanda mumbled sleepily. Kryptonians require less sleep. Xiao Han gently stroked her red hair. You should sleep. I will keep watch over you. In her drowsy state, Wanda grasped his hand and murmured, Don't tire yourself too much, Xiao. Morning sunlight cascaded through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Gotham Hotel suite, enveloping the room in a soft, golden hue. Wanda turned over on the plush bed, her red hair spilling over the pillow, her eyelashes fluttering. Slowly, she opened her eyes, only to find the space beside her empty, though the sheets still held warmth. Supporting herself on her elbows, the silk sheets slid from her shoulders, revealing several ambiguous red marks on her fair skin. Xiao, she called softly, her voice laced with the remnants of sleep. There was no reply. Wanda, barefoot, stepped onto the soft carpet and grabbed the black shirt Xiao Han had worn the previous night, slipping it on. The hem barely covered her thighs, teasingly revealing glimpses as she moved. Pushing open the bedroom door, she was instantly captivated by the sight before her. Xiao Han reclined in a chair by the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows, sunlight streaming through the glass, illuminating his perfect physique. He wore only black lounge pants, his muscular contours defined in the sunlight akin to a sculpture from ancient Greece. With his eyes closed and a serene expression, he seemed to absorb the energy of the sun. Wanda leaned against the doorframe, instinctively holding her breath. Even in their intimacy, this man could still quicken her heartbeat. Have you had your fill of watching? Xiao Han suddenly spoke, a slight smile gracing his lips. Wanda felt a warmth rise to her cheeks. Yet she quickly lifted her chin defiantly. Not nearly enough. Xiao Han opened his eyes and turned towards Wanda. Did you sleep well? He asked, gently caressing her cheek. Yes. Wanda nodded, her crimson locks swaying gently with emotion, feeling slightly peckish. Xiao Han chuckled softly, his fingers gliding across her chin. I've arranged for breakfast to be delivered by the hotel. 10 minutes later, the doorbell chimed. With a casual wave of his hand, the door unlocked automatically, and a dining cart glided into the room, laden with an array of exquisite breakfast dishes. As they indulged in their meal, Wanda occasionally stole glances at Xiao Han, who appeared even more radiant than usual under the sunlight. Quite literally. Where shall we venture today? Wanda inquired, taking a bite of her waffle drenched in maple syrup, her voice slightly muffled. Xiao Han sipped his coffee, a journey around the world. Wanda pressed on. Like an ordinary couple? More or less. Xiao Han set down his cup, though we shall embark in a rather extraordinary manner. 20 minutes later, they stood atop the hotel. The morning mist of Gotham not yet fully dissipated, the city appearing like a dream beneath the sun's embrace. Are you ready? Xiao Han extended his hand. Without hesitation, Wanda grasped it. I am ready at any moment. In the next instant, Xiao Han's biofield enveloped them, and they began to ascend slowly. Wanda gasped, instinctively tightening her grip on his arm. Fear not. Xiao Han's voice remained clear amidst the wind. I will not let you fall. Wanda quickly acclimatized to the sensation, exhilarated as she gazed down at the shrinking city below. This is far more thrilling than flying with magic. Xiao Han smiled faintly and suddenly accelerated. Gotham transformed into a mirror in an instant as they soared through the clouds into the stratosphere. The curvature of the earth became vividly apparent beneath them. A canvas of azure seas and verdant lands stretched out before their eyes. Our first destination. Xiao Han gestured towards the distance. Paris. Chapter 72. Did they not say there was only one Kryptonian? They traversed Europe, journeying upward while reveling in the scenery. The snow-capped peaks of the Alps glimmered under the sun. Xiao Han and Wanda descended upon the summit of the Matterhorn, surrounded by an endless expanse of snow peaks and glaciers. It's breathtaking, Wanda murmured softly, her breath crystallizing in the frigid air. Xiao Han's biofield shielded her from the biting cold, allowing her to savor the magnificent vista. They weaved through the snow-capped mountains, and Wanda conjured a colossal heart in the snow using her magic. Xiao Han led her beneath the glaciers into a blue cave, where ice crystals refracted a dreamlike azure glow. They even encountered a group of snow leopards, these graceful big cats displaying curiosity rather than fear at the sudden appearance of the two. By midday, they arrived at a quaint town at the mountain's base, dining on steaming cheese fondue in a rustic wooden restaurant. Outside the window lay a panorama of snow-covered mountains, while inside, warmth emanated from the fireplace and the delicious fare. Where next? Xiao Han sipped his coffee. Siberia. I've always wanted to see it, Wanda replied, twirling melted cheese around her fork. Xiao Han glanced out the window, Siberia sounds splendid. Wanda blinked. Do you know what awaits us there? To be honest, I have never been. Once lunch concluded, Xiao Han took Wanda aloft once more. They flew eastward at supersonic speed, the landscape beneath them transforming from Europe's snow-capped mountains to the vast plains of Russia, eventually arriving at the Siberian wilderness. Under the moonlight, Siberia unveils a desolate yet majestic panorama. The endless coniferous forests sway in the biting wind, while the distant howls of wolves echo through the night. Xiao Han descends alongside Wanda near a frozen lake, where an eerie tranquility envelopes the surroundings. Wanda surveys the area, but Xiao Han remains silent, suddenly fixing his gaze on the horizon. There lies a base. Following his line of sight, Wanda discerns some low structures and barbed wire fences at the foot of a distant mountain. What kind of base could possibly exist in such a desolate place? Wanda queries. Perplexed, Xiao Han's eyes gleam with a golden light as his supervision pierces through layers of obstruction. I do not know, but beneath the ground, there is a cage that confines a girl. A criminal? Wanda furrows her brow. Xiao Han's expression turns grave. No, she is also a Kryptonian. What? Wanda's eyes widen in realization. You mean Supergirl? Xiao Han nods. Kara Zor-El, another Kryptonian. It seems she exists in this world as well. Wanda clenches her fists, crimson energy swirling at her fingertips. We must rescue her. Once more, Xiao Han envelopes them in his biological force field, and they instantly arrive above the base. From their aerial vantage point, the secret facility resembles a military research compound, with automated machine guns mounted on high walls and soldiers patrolling with specialized equipment. Those weapons. Wanda squints. Merely toys, Xiao Han chuckles lightly. Wanda's red hair billows in the cold wind. I will deal with the guards. You go save Kara. Without hesitation, Wanda dives down, her chaotic crimson magic forming a protective shield around her, simultaneously unleashing countless strands towards the guards below. The soldiers scarcely have time to sound an alarm before they collapse. Xiao Han follows closely, his heat vision erupting as it melts through the base's floor. 3 levels down, within a cell forged from lead and kryptonite alloy, Kara Zor-El, the Supergirl of this world, huddles in a corner. Her golden hair has lost its luster, and her blue suit is tattered, with specially designed kryptonite shackles binding her wrists and ankles. Suddenly, the entire cell shakes violently, and the ceiling crashes down. Amidst the cloud of dust, a red-haired woman descends gracefully, her crimson energy illuminating the dim cell. Kara weakly lifts her head, her tousled golden hair clinging to her pale cheeks. In her blue eyes flicker caution and confusion, but as sunlight filters through the shattered ceiling and bathes her, her pupils dilate in shock. The sun, her voice is almost inaudible. Xiao Han's eyes shine as his heat vision obliterates the kryptonite cuffs. Wanda gingerly supports Kara's trembling shoulders, enveloping her in a gentle cocoon of crimson energy. Do not fear. We will take you out. Xiao Han stands nearby, scanning Kara's condition with his supervision. He observes her Kryptonian cells greedily absorbing sunlight, akin to parched earth suddenly blessed by torrential rain. However, prolonged captivity has left her severely malnourished, with cellular activity at less than 1/10 of that of a normal Kryptonian. Her condition is worse than anticipated. Xiao Han frowns. Immediate energy replenishment is required. Kara suddenly grasped Wanda's wrist with an astonishing force. Who are you? Her English carried an unusual accent, as if she had not spoken it in ages. We are here to assist you, Wanda replied without resisting, gently caressing Kara's back with her other hand. Can you stand? Kara attempted to move her legs, but stumbled and nearly fell. In an instant, Xiao Han appeared at her side, firmly supporting her arm. The moment his skin made contact with Kara's, a wondrous resonance emerged between their Kryptonian cells, causing Kara to widen her eyes in astonishment. You are also a Kryptonian? She exclaimed in disbelief as she gazed at Xiao Han. I thought I was the only one. It's a long story. We must leave this place first. Xiao Han replied succinctly. He effortlessly opened a golden portal with one hand while cradling Kara in his other arm. Wanda followed closely behind, and the 3 of them traversed the portal, materializing on a highland in the Siberian wilderness. The midday sun poured down unimpeded, and Kara trembled violently in Xiao Han's embrace. Thank you. Please set me down, she weakly implored. Xiao Han gently placed her on a flat rock. Kara immediately curled up, greedily soaking in the sunlight like a wounded animal. A faint golden aura began to emanate from her skin, and her dulled golden hair gradually regained its luster. Wanda squatted nearby, watching her with concern. Will she absorb too much? Kryptonian cells possess a self-protective mechanism, Xiao Han reassured her. No sooner had he spoken than Kara suddenly threw her head back and emitted a piercing scream. her eyes bursting forth with intense light. Two beams of heat vision uncontrollably shot towards the sky, scorching large holes in the clouds. "Hold her down," Xiao Han commanded swiftly. Wanda immediately conjured binding straps with her chaos magic, ensnaring Kara's limbs. Xiao Han stepped forward, pressing his hands against her temples, channeling his biological force field into her body to help stabilize her rampant energy. "Breathe, take it slow," his deep voice exuded a peculiar calming effect. "Feel the flow of sunlight, do not resist it, guide it." Kara's chest heaved violently, but the intensity of her heat vision gradually diminished, ultimately fading away. She collapsed weakly against the rock, gasping for breath, her tattered prison garb soaked in sweat. "I can't control it," she managed to say with great difficulty. Xiao Han withdrew his hands and retrieved a spare coat from his system's space, draping it over her. "This happens during your first exposure to sunlight. Your cells have been starved for too long. They need time to acclimate." Wanda released her magical bindings and gently wiped the sweat from Kara's forehead. "Why did those humans imprison you?" A flicker of anger flashed in Kara's eyes. "They discovered my ship and treated me as a test subject." Her English became increasingly fluent, her Kryptonian prowess for learning reawakening. Xiao Han and Wanda exchanged a knowing glance. It was evident that the governmental institutions in this world were aware of extraterrestrial life and were conducting inhumane research without hesitation. "We will take you away from here," Wanda declared resolutely. Kara offered a faint smile. "Thank you, but please wait a moment. You need to recover first." Xiao Han nodded in agreement. Wanda blinked and, with curiosity, inquired, "You are a Kryptonian. When did you arrive on Earth?" Kara's voice gradually gained strength as she replied, "My spacecraft encountered a malfunction and drifted in the Phantom Zone for an extended period. It seems I traversed worlds, and by the time I reached Earth, over 20 years had elapsed." Xiao Han gazed at her thoughtfully. According to the calculations, Kara must have experienced relativistic effects in the Phantom Zone, which resulted in her appearing younger in biological age despite being older than Superman. As she mentioned, it seems she had inadvertently arrived in this world from a parallel universe of Krypton. "And you? Are you also a Kryptonian?" "I have been imprisoned for over a decade, unaware of the events outside." Carl turned to Xiao Han, curiosity blooming regarding this fellow Kryptonian. Chapter 73, Catastrophe Approaches. Just as she finished speaking, Kara began to float gently. Xiao Han observed the figure suspended in the air, sunlight casting a golden halo around her, her golden hair dancing in the breeze. "As I just mentioned, I am a Kryptonian from a parallel universe," Xiao Han explained calmly. "We accidentally crossed into this universe, originally intending only a brief stay. But now that we have encountered you, we cannot simply turn a blind eye." Kara slowly opened her eyes, her blue pupils shimmering with wisdom. She gracefully descended back to the ground, her feet lightly touching the earth, her demeanor poised and composed. "I understand," she nodded slightly, her tone gentle. "My superbrain has just scanned this earth and discovered another Kryptonian, Clark Kent, whom humanity refers to as Superman. Yet, curiously, when I first arrived 2 decades ago, he did not exist." She raised her hand, her fingertips lightly brushing her chin, lost in brief contemplation. "Based on my conjecture, I too may have inadvertently wandered into this world from a parallel universe. My spacecraft encountered some temporal disturbance in the Phantom Zone." Wanda blinked, curiosity piqued. "So, this world Superman is actually from a different Krypton than yours?" In the comics Wanda had read, Supergirl and Superman typically existed in the same universe only during the primary universe's narrative. In most instances, they resided in different parallel universes. Kara nodded, indeed. "Like Xiao Han, our Kryptons, while similar, are not products of the same universe." Xiao Han pondered. "It seems the barriers of the multiverse are more easily breached than one might assume." "So, you do not recognize this, Carl? In your universe, are you the sole survivor of your bloodline?" Kara nodded, her gaze reflecting complexity. "Yes, in my Krypton, the Carl family never existed. I am the last survivor of the Zor-El family. My parents were the foremost scientists of Krypton, who foresaw the planet's destruction and sent me away." She paused, her brow furrowed. "There is no record of him in my memory." "Understood," Xiao Han nodded. "The chaos of parallel universes may be intricate, but it is not beyond comprehension. This is a completely independent version of Kara Zor-El." Kara smiled faintly and extended her hand. "Let's get to know each other anew. I am Kara Zor-El, one of the last descendants of Krypton." Xiao Han grasped her hand, feeling the surging Kryptonian energy within her rapidly revitalizing. "Xiao Han, my story is simply more intricate," she replied. Wanda extended her hand, the crimson energy flickering at her fingertips. "Wanda Maximoff, wielder of chaos magic." Kara curiously assessed Wanda. "Your energy is quite unique. I have never encountered such power. Wanda playfully winked. This is the first time I've seen a true Kryptonian. Xiao Han lifted his gaze to the sky, observing the gathering clouds in the distance. As the icy winds of Siberia began to howl, "This is not the place for conversation," he suggested. "Let us return to the city and find a safe haven to discuss further." Kara surveyed the surroundings, her eyes sweeping over the desolate snowfields and the faint remnants of a military base in the distance, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her gaze. "Those who imprison me will not relent." Xiao Han regarded the ruins, a flicker of golden light passing through his eyes. "If they dare to come, I shall make them understand the cost of provoking a Kryptonian." Kara glanced at him, a smile gracing her lips. "I admire your style." Wanda chuckled lightly, her arms outstretched, as the crimson energy traced an arc in the air. "Then let us not squander time." She turned to Xiao Han. "A portal?" Xiao Han nodded, raising his hand in a sweeping motion. Golden sparks swirled in the void, swiftly expanding into a stable portal. On the other side, sunlight bathed the city of towering skyscrapers, the heart of Metropolis. Kara widened her eyes slightly. "Is this spatial jumping?" "A trick of magic," Wanda shrugged casually. Xiao Han gestured for them to proceed. "Let's depart from here." Kara inhaled deeply and stepped into the portal, followed closely by Xiao Han and Wanda. In Metropolis, at a quaint cafe, the three chose a secluded corner to sit. The bustling city outside was muffled, sunlight streaming through the glass onto their table. Kara had changed into casual attire, while Xiao Han retrieved a simple black dress for Wanda from his system space. She lifted her coffee cup, taking a gentle sip, and a satisfied smile graced her face. "It has been ages since I enjoyed a hot beverage." Wanda rested her chin on her hand, curiously inquiring, "How long were you imprisoned in that base?" Kara's expression dimmed slightly. 12 years. Xiao Han and Wanda exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing tense. 12 years, Wanda echoed softly, a flicker of anger crossing her features. "Those humans are utterly unforgivable." Kara shook her head, her tone calm. "Hatred only leads to madness. My spaceship has long since vanished. I have nowhere to go now." Xiao Han's fingers lightly tapped the table, a hint of contemplation flashing in his golden eyes. "Kara, what are your plans now?" he asked. Kara set down her coffee cup, her gaze drifting through the glass window towards the towering Daily Planet building. "I wish to meet this world's Kal-El," she whispered. "Though he bears no relation to me, he is of Kryptonian blood." Wanda nodded. "Clark is a wonderful person. He will surely be delighted to meet you." Xiao Han pondered for a moment before saying, "However, the circumstances are somewhat complicated." He simply explained to Kara the suspicion Batman harbors towards Superman and the intricate dynamics within the Justice League. Upon hearing this, Kara furrowed her brow. "So, Bruce believes Clark might turn to darkness?" "Indeed," Xiao Han replied coolly. "Moreover, he has already prepared kryptonite weaponry." Kara's gaze suddenly turned cold. Humans always react this way, fearing powers they cannot comprehend. Unconsciously, her fingertips tightened around the coffee cup, causing tiny cracks to appear on its surface. Wanda gently placed her hand over Kara's wrist. "Do not be agitated, Kara. Not all humans are like those who imprisoned you." Taking a deep breath, Kara relaxed her grip, and the cracks in the cup slowly mended under her biofield. "I apologize," she murmured. "I simply find it difficult to control my emotions." Xiao Han looked at her calmly. "Your powers have only just returned. Fluctuations in emotion are normal. However, you must learn to manage them, or they may spiral out of control." Kara nodded. A flicker of determination in her eyes, "I understand." Just then, the cafe's television abruptly interrupted with an urgent news report. "Breaking. An unidentified creature has attacked downtown Metropolis, and casualties are currently unknown." The scene shifted to a building, thick smoke billowing from upper windows, while sirens echoed through the streets. A colossal roar rent the sky above Metropolis, causing the entire city to tremble. Xiao Han, Kara, and Wanda simultaneously looked up, their eyes piercing through the towering structures to lock onto the rampaging behemoth in the distance. "Let us go," Xiao Han commanded succinctly. Wanda waved her hands, and crimson energy instantly tore through space, opening a massive portal before the trio. Without hesitation, they stepped through, emerging in the heart of the battlefield. Chapter 74, Masterpiece of the World. In downtown Metropolis, Doomsday was raging. Its colossal form, with grotesque bone spikes protruding from beneath its skin, bore crimson eyes filled with sheer annihilation. Roar! It smashed a high-rise with a single punch, debris raining down upon the streets. In front of it, Superman Clark was turning back amidst the ruins. He appeared somewhat disheveled, yet his gaze remained resolute. Doomsday cackled menacingly as it seized a massive stone slab, lifting it high. The slab came crashing down. Bang! In an instant, a shadow appeared, intercepting the falling slab with one hand. Debris flew, and shockwaves surged. Clark looked up, his pupils constricting. Xiao Han stood before him, holding the slab with one hand. "You!" Clark exclaimed in shock. Without turning around, Xiao Han simply stated, "Step back." In the next moment, boom! He forcefully swung his arm, sending the slab hurtling back like a cannonball, striking Doomsday squarely in the chest. Doomsday was knocked back several meters, crashing through a building before finally halting. Xiao Han afforded it no respite, his form flickering as he appeared before Doomsday, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! Doomsday's body was propelled backward, crashing into a distant power plant, flames erupting skyward. Clark stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Kara and Wanda descended beside him. "Are you all right?" Kara reached out to steady him. Clark finally regained his senses and turned to Kara, inquiring, "Who are you?" "I am Kara Zor-El," she replied with a slight smile. Another Kryptonian, Clark thought, a flicker of astonishment and joy passing through his eyes, but now was not the time for pleasantries. With a deafening roar, Doomsday emerged from the rubble, its fury palpable. Its wounds were mending rapidly, its breath more ferocious than ever. Xiao Han hovered in midair, observing, "Indeed, this creature can evolve." Wanda furrowed her brow. "Physical attacks have limited effect on it. We require magical or energy-based strikes." "Kara, clench your fists. I can attempt heat vision." Clark took a deep breath and soared back into the air. "Let us do this together." Xiao Han nodded, golden light swelling in his eyes. "Let us conclude this swiftly." 3 Kryptonians united against Doomsday. Its roars echoed throughout Metropolis. And at the moment it was about to charge, boom, a golden figure descended from the heavens, crashing heavily before Doomsday. Amidst the swirling dust, Wonder Woman Diana stood resolutely, wielding her divine shield and pointing her sword directly at the beast. "Looks like I arrived just in time." She smiled, her fierce spirit evident. Simultaneously, whoosh, the Batmobile sliced through the sky, its cannons glowing with blue light beneath its wings. Swish! A flash of golden lightning abruptly halted, and the Flash, Barry Allen, appeared beside them, grinning and waving. "Hey, a new face?" Kara nodded at him, while Clark smiled. "Barry, don't run too fast this time." Barry grinned widely. "Don't worry, I'll take it slow, probably." However, Doomsday would not afford them the luxury of conversation. Roar! It stomped violently on the ground and charged furiously. "Action!" Xiao Han commanded swiftly. Kara was the first to strike. Her eyes blazed with intensity as 2 scorching heat rays erupted, slamming into Doomsday's chest. Doomsday staggered back several steps from the impact, but roared defiantly, raising its arm to block, absorbing the blow. Clark followed closely behind. He dashed forward at breakneck speed, throwing a punch aimed at Doomsday's face. Bang! Doomsday's head snapped back, but it retaliated with a sweeping claw. Clark quickly withdrew, yet still felt the sting of the blow on his shoulder. Wonder Woman leaped into the air. She raised the sword of Apollo, infusing it with divine energy, and brought it down with tremendous force. Clang! One of Doomsday's bony protrusions was severed, yet it furiously swung its arm, sending Diana reeling back several steps. Wanda harnessed chaotic magic, her hands weaving a tapestry of crimson energy that enveloped the ground. A massive boulder, weighing several tons, was effortlessly lifted and hurled towards Doomsday. Crash! The creature was knocked back, but roared in rage, tearing apart the stone and continuing its relentless advance. Xiao Han concentrated magical energy in his palm. A golden energy sphere spun in his hand before being thrust forth with great force. Boom! Doomsday was blasted hundreds of meters away, crashing through several skyscrapers. The Batmobile unleashed a barrage of fire. Whoosh! Several specially designed armor-piercing rounds struck true, erupting in brilliant explosions. The Flash transformed into a golden streak, speeding behind Doomsday and delivering a powerful shove. Bang! Doomsday was propelled by inertia, crashing violently into the ground. At that moment, the battlefield was frozen in time. Superman, Supergirl, Wonder Woman, Scarlet Witch, Xiao Han, the Flash, and Batman. 7 superheroes struck simultaneously, forcing Doomsday into a furious roar. A true masterpiece of the world was born here. However, Doomsday's body suddenly convulsed violently, with bone spikes erupting and muscles swelling. It was evolving. Diana shouted, "We cannot afford to give it a chance." Clark grit his teeth. Xiao Han began to comprehend the magnitude of Doomsday's power and devised a plan in his mind. Yet with so many present, he intended to give them a sense of involvement. With this thought, Xiao Han sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick towards Doomsday. Bang! Just as Doomsday was sent flying by Xiao Han's strike, the entire space shattered like glass. In the next moment, everyone was drawn into a bizarre and twisted world. Where are we? Barry, the Flash, widened his eyes, staring at the inverted city and contorted buildings beneath him, utterly bewildered. Wonder Woman, Diana, tightened her grip on her sword, scanning the surroundings warily. Spatial magic? Clark and Kara exchanged glances, shock reflected in their eyes. Xiao Han, you actually wield magic? Clark looked at Xiao Han in disbelief. Suspended in midair, Xiao Han was surrounded by swirling, golden magical runes, casually stating, just a little trick. Batman's communicator suddenly malfunctioned. Bruce spoke in a low voice. It seems our new friend has concealed quite a few abilities. Roar! Doomsday's bellow interrupted their thoughts. It plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto an inverted skyscraper, and then furiously climbed up, its crimson eyes locking onto everyone. Eliminate it first, Xiao Han commanded once more. This time, in the mirrored space, there were no restraints. Superman and Supergirl Kara unleashed their full strength, their fists pounding against Doomsday. Bang! 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 Doomsday staggered under their relentless assault, its bone spikes shattering. Wonder Woman Diana's divine sword sliced through space, each strike radiating brilliant golden light. Clang! She severed Doomsday's arm, but in the next moment, its wound began to regenerate. Its healing ability has intensified. Diana shouted. The Flash, Barry, transformed into a golden lightning bolt, darting around Doomsday at high speed, disrupting its movements. Hey, big guy, look over here. Doomsday roared and swiped its claws, but Barry had already zipped behind it, delivering a powerful shove. Bang! Doomsday stumbled a few steps, nearly falling. Wanda's chaotic magic erupted completely. She clapped her hands together, and the buildings in the mirrored space twisted like living entities. Massive stone columns rising from the ground and crashing into Doomsday. Boom! Doomsday was smashed into the warped wall, but soon tore through the rubble, bursting forth. Clark, target its knees. Diana, strike its spine. Barry, keep disrupting. Everyone coordinated seamlessly, and while Doomsday roared in frustration, it could not break free from the onslaught. Xiao Han stood high above, forming hand seals as a golden magic circle unfolded beneath Doomsday's feet. Spatial confinement. The atmosphere surrounding Doomsday suddenly solidified, as it swung its fists in a frenzy, only to strike against an invisible barrier. No matter how hard it charged, it remained trapped in place. With a furious roar, it found itself utterly ensnared. The others descended slowly, gazing at the creature confined within its spatial prison, finally exhaling in relief. The Flash, Barry, collapsed to the ground, panting and laughing. Wow, this is far more thrilling than our usual missions. Diana sheathed her sword and regarded Xiao Han with admiration in her eyes. Your magic is formidable. Clark floated over, patting Xiao Han on the shoulder with a grin. It appears we owe you one. Wanda approached Xiao Han, smiling. I did quite well, didn't I? Kara glanced at Xiao Han, her mind deep in thought. Meanwhile, Batman remained inscrutable, having not engaged in the battle at all. Xiao Han waved his hand to dispel the mirror space. Doomsday could only perish when struck at its weak point. Chapter 75, The Battle of Kryptonians. The group returned to the real world. Although Doomsday was trapped, its threat had not yet been mitigated. At that moment, Batman, who had been silent, spoke in a low voice. I have a plan. He activated his communicator, solemnly stating, Alfred, prepare the kryptonite weapons. Clark instantly turned to him, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Xiao Han was already aware of Batman's secret, yet he chose not to reveal it. In the next moment, with a swift motion, he teleported beside Batman, gripping his shoulder, and they vanished from sight. In the Batcave, Bruce Wayne felt a fleeting blur before he opened his eyes to find himself in his laboratory. His pupils constricted, and a rare flicker of emotion crossed his masked visage. Xiao Han surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the kryptonite weapons displayed in the cabinet. Green kryptonite spears, kryptonite bullets, and kryptonite daggers. It was a well-prepared arsenal. Xiao Han spoke with a calm demeanor. Batman quickly regained his composure, approaching the weapon rack and retrieving the spear that glowed with an eerie green light. Kryptonite could weaken Doomsday's regenerative abilities. A strike to its heart would spell its demise. Xiao Han extended his hand. Give it to me. Batman furrowed his brow. Are you certain? Kryptonite is harmful to Kryptonians. Before he could finish, Xiao Han had already grasped the kryptonite spear with one hand. Buzz. The radiation from the kryptonite instantly spread, causing Xiao Han's skin to take on an unnatural pallor. Yet soon, his cells adapted to the energy, and the discomfort rapidly faded. Batman was utterly astonished. Aren't you afraid of kryptonite? Xiao Han weighed the spear in his hand, replying nonchalantly, "This substance has little effect on me." On the battlefield, Xiao Han and Batman reappeared, and in Xiao Han's grasp was the very kryptonite spear. Clark, Kara, and Wanda widened their eyes in unison. "Xiao Han, that's kryptonite." Clark furrowed his brow. Kara expressed her shock. "How can you touch it directly?" Wanda's crimson energy pulsed slightly, ready to spring into action. Xiao Han reassured them calmly. "Do not worry. I am immune to kryptonite." Without further explanation, he turned and soared towards the spatial prison, waving his hand. As the spatial fissures unfurled, Doomsday remained ensnared in place, furiously assaulting an invisible barrier. Xiao Han's gaze sharpened, and in an instant he vanished. The kryptonite spear lunged forth, piercing the heart of Doomsday. With a sickening thud, the spear penetrated flesh, eliciting a heart-wrenching shriek from Doomsday. The green kryptonite energy seeped into its body like a virus, causing its muscles to wither swiftly and its bones to shatter. With a final, unwilling roar, Doomsday's massive form collapsed, its energy utterly dissipated. Without hesitation, Xiao Han pressed a hand onto Doomsday's corpse. The colossal body vanished in an instant, absorbed into the system's space. The Flash, Barry, stood agape. Did he just make that colossal monster disappear? Wonder Woman, Diana, tightened her grip on her shield, astonishment flickering in her eyes. What manner of ability is this? Clark furrowed his brow, sensing a tinge of monotony in his own powers. Batman, after a moment of silence, spoke slowly. "Who are you truly?" Xiao Han stowed the kryptonite spear into the system's space, offering no reply, instead gazing towards Metropolis in the distance. That question was trivial. Our adversary remains unresolved. The others paused, following Xiao Han's gaze. A shadowy figure pierced through the air, ultimately hovering above them. Draped in a black battle suit, the tattered S emblem on his chest stained dark red. His eyes were no longer Clark's gentle blue, but a blood-red hue. A sinister grin curled upon his lips, emanating a stifling aura of oppression. Clark's pupils dilated. "Who are you?" The figure chuckled lowly, his voice icy and hoarse. "I am you, Clark Kent. Merely, I hail from a more authentic world." Xiao Han narrowed his eyes, directly inquiring. "Doomsday is your creation?" The corrupted Superman sneered, astute. "However, it serves merely as a test tool to gauge the strength of the heroes in this universe." The Flash, unable to contain himself, shouted, "What do you want?" The corrupted Superman slowly lifted his head, gathering intense heat vision energy. "To eradicate humanity. To eliminate all who stand in my way." Clark fixed his gaze upon him. "Why?" A flicker of madness danced in the corrupted Superman's eyes. "Because in my world, Lois is dead, my father is dead, and Metropolis, with its 11 million souls, was reduced to ashes by a nuclear blast. And all of this is due to humanity's folly, greed, and betrayal." His voice grew increasingly monstrous. "I protected them. Yet what do? They merely slaughter each other, exploiting my trust to harm all that I hold dear. Thus I awakened. Humanity does not deserve salvation." The corrupted Superman gradually descended to the ground, his blood-red eyes scanning the assembly. "I annihilated all who opposed me, including Batman and Wonder Woman. Then, I basked in the sun of space, solely to grow stronger, until I discovered the means to traverse parallel universes." He abruptly raised his head, murderous intent boiling, "And the humans of this universe shall meet the same fate." Xiao Han remained expressionless. "Is it solely because of you?" The corrupted Superman fixed his gaze upon him, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by madness. "You are formidable, yet you are no match for me, for I have vanquished countless adversaries akin to you." Clark roared, charging forward. "I shall not permit you to harm anyone." Bang! The two Supermen collided instantly, a shockwave erupting as the ground fractured beneath them. Wonder Woman Diana unsheathed her sword and advanced. "We must thwart him." The Flash Barry transformed into a golden lightning bolt, attempting to disrupt the actions of the corrupted Superman. Kara and Wanda exchanged a glance, and simultaneously struck. Boom! Chaotic magic intertwined with heat vision, plunging the battlefield into a tempest of furious energy. Meanwhile, Xiao Han slowly levitated, his golden eyes igniting. "Since you seek death, I shall demonstrate what true power entails." Xiao Han traced his hands through the air, golden magical runes igniting as the mirrored space unfolded once more. Whoosh! Everyone was once again drawn into this distorted realm, the external world abruptly severed. Only the purest violence remained. Boom! The first punch collided, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The shock wave erupted swiftly, effortlessly shredding the surrounding structures, the ground collapsing into an abyss. The unjust Superman sneered, his crimson eyes glinting with madness. You are indeed strong, but still insufficient. Xiao Han offered no response. The next moment, bang, 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 their figures morphed into afterimages, engaging in a frenzied exchange within the mirrored space. Each punch capable of shattering mountains. Each kick could rend the earth. A battle of unadulterated strength. The pinnacle confrontation of Kryptonians. Chapter 76, The Fall of the Unjust Superman. Clark, Kara, Wanda, and the others stood at the edge of the mirrored space, awestruck as they beheld the cataclysmic clash within. The Flash barely swallowed hard. Is this truly a battle we can intervene in? Batman remained silent for a moment, then whispered, No, their power surpasses Clark's level. Kara glanced at everyone. Perhaps we should not merely observe. Wanda, however, remained composed, watching the battlefield. The mirrored space is Xiao Han's domain. If we recklessly enter, we may inadvertently disrupt him. Within the mirrored space, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Boom! The unjust Superman was struck into the earth by Xiao Han's heavy fist. Yet, in the next instant he cackled, soaring skyward, heat vision cascading like a river of blood. Xiao Han crossed his arms, bracing against the heat vision as the ground beneath him evaporated instantly. Is it all you can muster? Xiao Han surged with power, dissipating the heat vision, and in a flash, advanced before the unjust Superman. Bang! A side kick sent the unjust Superman soaring into the heavens. Xiao Han offered no respite, his eyes radiating golden light. Solar flare, thunderous roars. A blinding pillar of light shot skyward, instantly engulfing the figure of the unjust Superman. At the edge of the mirrored space, the onlookers were staggered by the overwhelming energy. Retreating several steps, Kara murmured, Is this the true power of Xiao Han? A complex glint flashed in Clark's eyes. He is mightier than we ever imagined. As the brilliance faded, the unjust Superman's armor lay in tatters, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet the madness in his eyes remained undiminished. Haha, excellent. At last, I have encountered a worthy opponent. He wiped away the blood, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he gazed at Xiao Han. But do you know? I have basked in the cosmos for a full 5 years, and my cells have long transcended their limits. His muscles began to swell, strange energy patterns surfacing beneath his skin, his aura skyrocketing. Now it is my turn. Boom! His speed surged, and in an instant, he appeared before Xiao Han. Launching a powerful punch, Xiao Han remained expressionless. The corrupted Superman was indeed formidable, yet there existed a chasm between them. For a fleeting moment, the man's speed seemed to slow in Xiao Han's eyes. Bang! Xiao Han grasped the fist of the corrupted Superman with a single hand, the shockwave radiating outward. Are we finally going all out? After their collision, the two separated, and Xiao Han sensed a surge in the other's strength. The corrupted Superman's aura continued to escalate, his muscles reaching their utmost expansion, his crimson eyes glinting like those of a hellish fiend. Haha, how much longer can you endure? He cackled, charging at Xiao Han once more. Yet this time, Xiao Han's gaze had transformed. It was frigid, devoid of mercy. Have you had your fun? He spoke in a calm tone. In the next moment, boom! Xiao Han's figure vanished abruptly, reappearing with a punch that struck the corrupted Superman squarely in the chest. Crack! The sound of ribs shattering was distinctly audible. The corrupted Superman's eyes widened as blood spewed from his mouth, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball. But Xiao Han did not relent. Whoosh! He instantly closed the distance, seizing the corrupted Superman's face and viciously driving it into the ground. Bang! The earth buckled as the corrupted Superman's head sank deep into the ground. How can this be? The corrupted Superman struggled, a glimmer of fear finally surfacing in his eyes. Xiao Han looked down upon him, his voice icy. Do you think that after basking in the sun for a few years, you can compare yourself to me? Do you believe that having slain a few heroes from parallel universes makes you invincible? He slowly raised his hand, golden magical runes coalescing in his palm. Absurd. Boom! A blinding pillar of magical light descended from above, instantly engulfing the corrupted Superman's form. Ah! The corrupted Superman screamed in agony within the brilliance, his skin fracturing inch by inch as his cells were utterly obliterated by the magical energy. Ultimately, bang! His body turned to ash, dissipating within the mirrored space. The corrupted Superman was utterly vanquished. The mirrored space dissolved. Xiao Han's figure reappeared before the crowd, his expression serene, as if the preceding battle had been merely a casual endeavor. Clark, Kara, Diana, Barry, and the others stood in stunned silence. The Flash, Barry, stammered. He won? Just like that? Batman remained silent for a long while, finally whispering. It was not simple. It was a complete annihilation. After the battle, the group convened at the Justice League headquarters in Metropolis. In the spacious conference room, sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, yet the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. The Flash, Barry, was the first to shatter the silence, excitedly looking at Xiao Han. So, how did you accomplish that? That corrupted Superman, didn't he even have a chance to fight back against you? Xiao Han sat calmly on the sofa, his expression indifferent. I was merely a bit stronger than him. Diana let out a light laugh. A bit? I thought you were going to shatter that magical space. Clark sat beside, his gaze intricately directed towards Xiao Han, before shifting to Kara. Kara, what are your plans moving forward? Leaning against the window, Kara's golden locks shimmered in the sunlight, yet her eyes bore a tinge of melancholy. This world has disappointed me, she remarked, her gaze drifting to the sprawling metropolis outside. Her expression somber. Humanity has imprisoned and studied me. Had it not been for Xiao Han's intervention, I cannot fathom what might have transpired. Perhaps I should explore another universe. As her words fell, all eyes turned towards Xiao Han and Wanda, the only ones present from another realm. Wanda's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned closer. What is our world like? No superheroes, no Kryptonians, completely different. Kara paused, her interest piqued. That sounds rather intriguing. Xiao Han did not object, smiling as he replied, If you wish to go, you're most welcome. At that moment, Xiao Han's gaze slowly shifted towards Batman, his voice calm. Bruce, do you still seek to confront Superman? Instantly, the atmosphere thickened, all attention honing in on Batman. Clark remained silent, observing him quietly. Bruce Wayne sat ensconced in shadows, his expression concealed beneath the mask. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. Everyone requires precautions, including myself. His tone was resolute, devoid of retreat, yet lacking hostility. Diana sighed, rising from her seat. It seems evident that the Superman destined to rule the world in the prophecy is, without a doubt, the darkened Clark we just encountered. She paused, continuing, Not our Clark. Her gaze swept over the assembly, ultimately resting on Bruce. Trust, at times, is more vital than vigilance. Bruce offered no response, simply standing in silence before making his way to the door. I will continue my preparations, but not for you, Clark, rather to eliminate them. He exited, his footsteps gradually fading into the distance. The meeting room fell into a brief silence. Wanda cheerfully patted Kara's shoulder. So, have you made your decision? Coming with us? Kara smiled faintly and nodded yes. Clark regarded them with a complex expression, yet ultimately revealed a hint of relieved joy. I hope you find a life of your own over there. Chapter 77, Return to Marvel. At the Justice League headquarters, the meeting room buzzed with conversation, nearing its conclusion. They arose, as Xiao Han and his companions prepared to return. Clark approached Kara, stating, Wherever you go, remember, the bloodline of Krypton is eternally intertwined. Kara offered a faint smile. Thank you, Cal. I hope we can meet again one day. Diana stepped forward, presenting Kara with an Amazonian talisman. Take this. It will bless your journey with safety. The Flash, Barry, scratched his head and grinned. Hey, make sure to come back and visit. We could form a Kryptonian team. Xiao Han raised his hand, a golden spark swirling in the air, gradually coalescing into a stable portal. On the other side of the door lies the living room of a villa. Are you ready? Wanda chuckled softly, grasping Kara's hand. Kara took a deep breath, casting a final glance at the heroes of this world before nodding. The three of them stepped through the portal, a flash of golden light enveloping them. Marvel Universe. Long Island Villa. Welcome home, sir, announced the villa's touring system. New visitor detected, permissions updated. Kara stood in the spacious living room, surveying her surroundings. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows stretched a breathtaking view of the Azure Sea, while smart home devices adjusted the indoor lighting and holographic projections adorned the walls with exquisite artworks. You truly know how to enjoy life, Kara remarked with a smile. Xiao Han removed his coat and casually tossed it onto the sofa. That's only natural. Comfort is paramount. Wanda, brimming with excitement, pulled Kara toward the second floor. Come on, I'll help you choose a room. This villa has 12 bedrooms. As they ascended the spiral staircase, Kara couldn't help but inquire, Do you all live here regularly? Are there no other companions? Just the three of us for now, Wanda replied, opening a door. How about this one? It faces the sea and has the best lighting. Kara stepped into the room, her fingers gliding over the silk bed linens as she gazed out at the endless ocean, far superior to the confines of her previous prison. Suddenly, Wanda's eyes brightened with an idea. Oh, tomorrow, I'll take you to explore New York. There's an amazing dessert shop there that you will absolutely adore. From downstairs, Xiao Han's voice echoed. Don't rush to plan your itinerary. Come down and help prepare dinner first. Wanda leaned in closer, whispering to Kara, he always acts this way, but he is a good person. Kara walked out onto the balcony, allowing the last rays of the setting sun to bathe her face. In this unfamiliar world, she felt a long-lost sense of tranquility for the first time. Thank you, Wanda, she murmured softly. And thank you, Xiao Han. Wanda leaned against the railing, her red hair dancing in the sea breeze. Welcome to our world, Kara. As night fell, the three of them settled on the sofa in the living room, the ocean shimmering under the moonlight outside the expansive windows. Kara's eyes glimmered with the unique radiance of a Kryptonian. Her super intellect was absorbing the intricate details of this world at an astonishing pace, a torrent of information flooding her consciousness. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, her body leaning slightly forward, fingers instinctively gripping the armrest of the sofa. Wanda noticed her unease. Kara? What's wrong? Kara slowly lifted her head, her gaze flickering between Xiao Han and Wanda, ultimately resting on Xiao Han's calm face. Why didn't you tell me? Her voice tightened. Wanda appeared perplexed. Tell you what? Kara inhaled deeply, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. Why didn't you tell me that I am a character in a comic? Wanda's expression froze instantly, her lips parting. Yet words eluded her. She instinctively glanced at Xiao Han, her eyes pleading for assistance. Xiao Han had anticipated this moment. He raised his hand gently, signaling for calm. Take a deep breath, Kara. In your original world, you are a genuine being. In this world, your narrative is inscribed within the pages of comic books. Yet this does not alter the essence of your existence as a human being. His voice was steady, much like myself. I too am uncertain as to why I have traversed from my original realm to this one. We are all travelers across dimensions. Kara's golden tresses shimmered under the light, her expression shifting from shock to contemplation. The formidable cognitive abilities of Kryptonians allowed her to swiftly analyze this astonishing reality. So, for you, my entire life, my anguish, my struggles are merely tales? She spoke slowly. Wanda shook her head. No, it is not so, Kara. She gazed earnestly at Kara. You are here now, genuinely present with us. Your emotions, your experiences are indeed authentic. Xiao Han nodded in agreement, adding, it is merely a difference in perception between dimensions. When I first arrived in this world, I was a stranger to everyone here. Everything was novel to me. Kara fell silent for a moment before suddenly chuckling. This is truly an unprecedented experience. Her shoulders relaxed. A Kryptonian discovering she is, in fact, a character in a comic book? This is something even my father would not have anticipated. Wanda, noticing her easing demeanor, sighed in relief. I am so glad you can accept this. To be honest, I was hesitant to share this with you at first. The atmosphere in the living room lightened once more, the distant sound of waves softly audible outside, as the smart home system adjusted the lighting to a brighter hue. Wanda stood up. Wait, I'll get some ice cream. We must celebrate this occasion. Kara watched Wanda dash towards the kitchen and turned to Xiao Han, whispering, thank you for your honesty. However, a glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes. I am particularly curious about how the comic depicts you. Xiao Han cleared his throat. To be frank, I suspect I am portrayed as a variant of some Kryptonian. Wanda's voice echoed from the kitchen. I suddenly feel hungry. Kara, shall we whip up something to eat? Delighted to oblige, Kara responded, rising to her feet. Before departing, she glanced back at Xiao Han. Thank you. He nodded, offering a smile. No need for thanks. 10 minutes later, Wanda and Kara busied themselves in the kitchen, the clattering of utensils and delightful aromas filling the air. Wanda enthusiastically introduced Kara to various earth spices, while Kara, employing her super speed, deftly chopped vegetables, the knife flashing like silver. This is what we call chili powder in Huaxia, though it may not have much effect on Kryptonians. In fact, I can analyze its molecular structure. It is indeed quite stimulating. Really? And what about this? My special Hungarian goulash. Xiao Han sat on the sofa in the living room, his fingers gently tapping the armrest. Turing, do we have any updates to report? The voice of the AI butler resonated from the ceiling. Sir, Mr. Stark has attempted to contact you 3 times in the past 48 hours. I responded on the basis that you were temporarily unavailable. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. Tony? What has transpired? Turing continued. It concerns the Hulk. Dr. Banner was surrounded by General Ross's forces at Culver University 2 nights ago. According to surveillance records, he voluntarily revealed himself to protect Miss Betty Ross. Chapter 78. Hulk Unleashed. The laughter and chatter in the kitchen abruptly came to a halt. Wanda froze, her hand poised midair with a spoon, while Kara turned her head. Xiao Han's expression darkened. Continue. The military deployed new sonic tanks and heavy weaponry. Yet they suffered significant losses. After Hulk wreaked havoc across half the campus, Adam intervened in the battle. Wanda set down her utensils and approached quickly. Are Adam and Hulk fighting again? A holographic projection unfolded, revealing a blurred surveillance image. The green giant clashed violently with Adam, whose body was enveloped in ethereal blue energy. High above the city, shockwaves shattering glass for miles around. The battle raged for 17 minutes, ultimately resulting in Hulk withdrawing from the battlefield, his current whereabouts unknown. General Ross has issued a global wanted notice. Kara wiped her hands as she approached. This Hulk, is he the big green brute? Xiao Han shut off the projection and stood up. Ross will not relent. Wanda had already picked up her coat. Shall we go find him? Xiao Han pondered for a moment. First, let's contact Tony. His urgency in seeking me must be related to this matter. He turned to Kara. I apologize for encountering such chaos upon your arrival. Kara, however, wore an excited smile. No need to apologize. This is far more entertaining than staying in the lonely fortress. Do you need my assistance? Wanda playfully draped her arm over Kara's shoulder. Absolutely. But aren't we skipping dinner? I assure you, my Hungarian goulash is worth a 5-minute wait. Xiao Han had already dialed Tony's communication. Tony, I heard you were looking for me? Tony's scruffy face immediately appeared in the holographic image. Thank goodness. Xiao, if you hadn't shown up, I would have hacked into your home system. You're aware of Banner's situation, right? Even worse. After listening to Tony's message, Xiao Han maintained a calm demeanor. The holographic Tony appeared weary and irritable, clearly having been negotiating with the military for quite some time. I have issued a statement on behalf of S.H.I.L. declaring Banner a research personnel under official protection. Tony rubbed his temples. But that stubborn Ross refuses to listen, insisting Hulk is an uncontrollable entity threatening national security. Wanda frowned. What about Adam? Does the military intend to move against him as well? Tony shook his head. Adam is different. He was active in the public eye last century. Though he was forced into retirement, he still possesses a fan base. The military dares not openly target him. But Hulk is another story. He sighed. Hulk's every appearance is accompanied by widespread destruction, and Ross clings to this point. Kara crossed her arms, finding it somewhat amusing, if not for the military's interference. How would Hulk even show up? So, they can just apprehend anyone at will? Not only that, Tony lowered his voice. I've discovered they are secretly reallocating resources from Gamma research facilities, seemingly planning something. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han's gaze turned icy. Understood, he replied succinctly, then ended the communication. The living room fell silent for a moment. Wanda looked to Xiao Han, awaiting his decision, while Kara stood by the window, her eyes sharp, clearly displeased with the military's actions. Xiao Han slowly rose to his feet, his tone serene. Since the government shows no compassion, we need not adhere to their rules any longer. Wanda's eyes sparkled with interest. Are you suggesting? Having been detained alongside Kara for an extended period, she was naturally invested in such matters. Xiao Han turned to her, nodding. We shall act directly. Locate Banner and ensure his safety. Then, his gaze swept over the two, his voice resolute. Make the military understand that they cannot bear the wrath of the superhuman. Kara concurred, expressing her approval of the plan. I like this strategy. Wanda's fingertips glimmered with crimson energy. So what are we waiting for? Xiao Han waved his hand, and a golden portal unfolded in the center of the living room. Turing, lock on a Hulk's last known location. Confirmed, sir. The target is situated at the Canadian border. The gamma radiation signal is faint but traceable. Xiao Han strode toward the portal, his black battle suit enveloping him silently, golden patterns flowing under the light. Let us go, he said without looking back. It is time for certain individuals to comprehend what true uncontrollability means. Just as Xiao Han prepared to step into the portal, Kara suddenly spoke up. Wait, shouldn't we devise a concrete plan first? Her voice was crisp and clear, echoing distinctly in the quiet living room. In the holographic projection, Tony, who had been ready to end the communication, suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, whose voice is that? His image shook violently, as if he had leaped from his chair. Jarvis, amplify the audio analysis. Xiao, why is there a strange woman's voice in your home? Xiao Han chuckled. Tony, perhaps you should consider an Oscar nomination. Tony's enlarged face filled the projection, squinting as he peered intently toward the virtual camera. Let me see. Is there yet another super beauty you brought home? Kara leaned closer to the projection, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. Hello, I am Kara Zor-El. Just as Kara completed her introduction, Tony in hologram was momentarily taken aback. His eyes widened, pointing at Kara. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, Kara Zor-El? Supergirl. The curiosity was evident on Tony's face, the Kryptonian girl in the blue skirt from the DC comic series. Suddenly, he clutched his chest, feigning exaggeration. Jarvis. Quickly measure my heart rate. I might need to commemorate this moment. A living comic character stands before me. Kara blinked. It seems you're one of my admirers. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, scrutinizing Kara. But honestly, your battlesuit is far more practical than that short skirt in the comics. Wanda immediately stepped in front of Kara. Hey, mind your gaze. Xiao Han cleared his throat to interrupt. Tony. All right. Tony raised his hands in surrender. However, this is utterly surreal. I'm actually discussing how to deal with the U.S. military alongside Supergirl. Even DC wouldn't dare script this. He suddenly had a thought. Wait, you can absorb solar energy like Xiao, right? So if a fight breaks out, Kara smiled slightly, her eyes suddenly glowing red. Wow, heat vision, Tony exclaimed like a child encountering a new toy. How cool, though I have encountered it more than once. Could you demonstrate the frozen breath or the super speed? Xiao Han, once again exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Tony, all right, let us get to the point. Tony wiped the jesting expression from his face. Listen, since we now have 2 Kryptonians, he glanced at Wanda, and counting you, that makes 3 individuals with extraordinary powers. I believe we can undertake something substantial. His holographic display abruptly transformed into a 3-dimensional map. General Ross's Gamma Research Base is located here, and here. Several red dots flickered on the map, but I recommend you first seek out Banner. He is not in the best condition at the moment. Tony's words were suddenly interrupted by the blaring alarm. Jarvis's voice resonated. Sir, General Ross is calling. Ugh, that guy again, Tony grimaced. The communication abruptly ceased. A heavy silence enveloped the living room. Kara raised an eyebrow. Is he usually this lively? Wanda sighed. This is quite restrained for him. Xiao Han approached the open portal. Let us go. We need to find Banner first. Kara rolled her shoulders. I hope this green gentleman won't attack me on sight. Wanda chuckled, saying, Don't worry. Hulk isn't truly fearsome, as long as you don't provoke his anger. Chapter 79, General Ross. In a secluded village, a golden portal unfurled before a dilapidated wooden cabin, and Xiao Han, Wanda, and Kara stepped through. The cabin door was ajar, and through the gap, they could see Banner seated at a rudimentary wooden table, perusing a weathered book by the dim light of a kerosene lamp. Hearing the commotion, Banner looked up, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the 3, then managed a wry smile. Xiao, Wanda, how did you find me here? Well, you were Superman. He closed the book, rubbing his weary forehead. Hulk has lost control again. I cannot return to the city. Xiao Han entered the cabin, surveying the surroundings. The walls were worn, the roof leaked, and there was a rickety wooden bed. Banner's beard had grown long without a trim, and his glasses bore a noticeable crack. It's all right. I'm not here to comfort you this time, Xiao Han replied flatly. Only then did Banner notice Kara, standing behind Xiao Han, his brow furrowing. Who is this? Kara Zor-El. Kara stepped forward, extending her hand. Another Kryptonian. Banner instinctively shook her hand, then widened his eyes. Wait, Kara Zor-El? Supergirl? Upon scrutinizing her further, he realized the resemblance. He looked at Xiao Han, disbelief etched on his face. A comic character? Without elaborating, Xiao Han stated, Banner, come back with us. Banner shook his head, taking a step back. No, going back will only create more trouble. Ross's army is searching for me everywhere, and if Hulk appears, it will lead to disastrous consequences. Then let us deal with the troublemaker. Wanda interjected, crimson energy swirling at her fingertips. The military has overstepped their bounds. Kara crossed her arms. Having been imprisoned by humans for so long, I have lost faith in them. How much longer will you hide? Banner opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to retort, but Xiao Han did not afford him the opportunity. Have you hesitated long enough? Xiao Han firmly grasped Banner's shoulder. Let us go. Wait, where to? Banner was still trying to process the situation. Xiao Han opened a new portal with one hand, revealing General Ross's military base on the other side. High walls, electric fences, patrolling soldiers, and a gray building marked as the Gamma Research Department stood prominently. It was time to have a serious discussion with General Ross. Grasping Banner firmly, Xiao Han stepped through the portal. In the military base, the golden portal unfolded high above, and Xiao Han, carrying Banner, floated alongside Wanda and Kara over the military facility. Soon, a piercing alarm reverberated throughout the base, and all soldiers braced themselves, raising their weapons. However, upon recognizing the visitors, they froze in place. Is that Superman? Is that the Hulk? Who is that blonde girl? The soldiers' weapons trembled slightly, none daring to make a move. General Ross strode out from the command center, impeccably dressed in military attire, his expression grim. He looked up at the hovering Xiao Han, his voice stern. Superman, this is a military restricted zone. You have crossed the line. Xiao Han gazed down at him from above. Cross the line? He released Banner, allowing a biofield to keep him suspended in midair. Banner is under my protection, and you are the one seeking to apprehend me. His voice suddenly turned grave, dripping with sarcasm. You claim I've crossed the line? I have never allowed anyone to dictate my actions. No one. Before he finished speaking, every soldier aimed their weapons at Xiao Han. Yet, his movements were swifter. With a swift motion, a searing heat vision swept across the base, rendering it devoid of any armed resistance. General Ross stood firm, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, but years of military training compelled him to hold his ground. He glared at Xiao Han. You are declaring war on America. Xiao Han, uninterested in further dialogue, flicked his fingers. General Ross was abruptly lifted by an unseen force, suspended in mid-air. He struggled in vain to break free. Xiao Han, Wanda, Kara, and Banner slowly descended to the ground. Turing, Xiao Han spoke. Yes, sir. Turing's voice emanated from Xiao Han's watch. Was everything just recorded? All actions have been documented in full, including General Ross's statements and subsequent proceedings. Xiao Han nodded. Excellent. Now record me. A faint light projected from his watch, forming a holographic interface. He stood before the camera, his black battle suit fluttering gently in the wind, golden patterns shimmering with a cold luminescence. I am Superman. His voice resonated deeply as he locked his gaze on the camera. The Hulk is my friend and a hero dedicated to protecting this world. Just days ago, we together vanquished an alien fleet, saving countless lives. Yet such a hero is being threatened, hunted, and forced to hide in desolate mountains by the military. This deeply disappoints me. I will safeguard this world, but I shall not tolerate threats from anyone. I am not Clark Kent. I will show no mercy to my enemies, nor will I spare anyone who dares to fire upon me. He slightly turned, allowing the camera to capture the destroyed military base behind him. This is the final warning. The recording concluded. Xiao Han spoke with a calm demeanor. Turing, disseminate this video across the entire internet, including the dark web and all mainstream social platforms. Upload it, sir. Global coverage expected within 30 seconds, Turing responded. Banner opened his mouth, as if to voice a thought, but ultimately sighed. The military is likely to be in an uproar now. Kara interjected. Regardless of their intentions, we will stand our ground. Just as Ross intended to speak. Xiao Han had already turned to Banner, saying, It's in your hands. He added with significant weight. After all, this is your father-in-law. Banner adjusted his broken glasses, inhaled deeply, and approached Ross, who was suspended in midair by telekinesis. Standing just a few paces apart, he faced Ross, whose complexion was ashen, yet his gaze remained fixed on Banner, filled with a tumult of anger, resentment, and a trace of barely concealed fear. The entire base was enveloped in silence, save for the distant hum of alarms. Banner's fists clenched and then relaxed, his eyes behind the lenses flickering with inner turmoil. He recalled Betty, the streets ravaged by Hulk, and the merciless orders Ross had issued during his pursuit. You know, Ross, Banner finally spoke, his voice hoarse. I have envisioned this moment countless times, wishing you could experience the terror of being hunted and coerced. Ross's eyes widened, but words escaped him. Banner shook his head and turned to Xiao Han. Xiao, let him down. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, yet asked no further questions, loosening his fingers. Ross crashed heavily to the ground, his military uniform now coated in dust. Clambering to his feet in disarray, he stared in disbelief. Is that it? Banner removed his broken glasses, wiping them with the hem of his shirt. I am not Hulk. Ross, I do not resolve issues through violence. He paused, then added, but remember this, from today onwards if you send anyone to pursue me again, or continue those perilous gamma experiments. His voice deepened, green veins subtly surfacing beneath his skin. The next time you stand before me, it will not be me. Ross's face drained of color. He understood the implications of those words. The next encounter would involve Hulk himself. Banner sighed resignedly. Let us go. The matter is settled. Wanda wore a knowing expression. See? I told you Dr. Banner is soft-hearted. Kara, however, appeared contemplative. Sometimes, sparing an enemy requires more courage than slaying them. Banner offered a wry smile and fell into step with the others. As they were about to depart, Ross suddenly called out from behind. Banner, Betty. Banner paused, but did not turn. Tell her I'm fine. Leaving? No, I wouldn't let him off that easily. Xiao Han's words startled Banner. Chapter 80. The Superhuman Control Act. Confused, Banner turned back, only to see Xiao Han waving his hand. A new portal abruptly opened beneath General Ross. What? Before Ross could comprehend, he was engulfed by the golden vortex. Banner's eyes widened. Xiao, what is this? The scene on the other side of the portal flashed momentarily. Blistering African deserts, dilapidated mines, and ragged workers wielding pickaxes. A whip was still being wielded against the workers. In the next moment, the portal sealed shut, and General Ross vanished entirely from sight. Xiao Han then turned around, calmly gazing at Banner. I respect your choice not to kill him, but I am quite displeased with his attitude towards me. Banner opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Wanda let out a soft laugh. So, General Ross is off to experience the life of a miner now? Kara, crossing her arms, inquired with keen interest. What mine is that? A blood diamond mine somewhere in West Africa. Xiao Han replied nonchalantly. No communication devices, no military presence. Only 16 hours of manual labor each day. He looked at Banner. This is already quite merciful. After a moment of silence, Banner ultimately shook his head with a wry smile. Those who oppose you should indeed feel fear. Thank you for the compliment, Xiao Han said, stepping into the portal first. Let us go. It is time to return home. Wanda quickly followed, while Kara, lost in thought, glanced back at the spot where Ross had disappeared and murmured softly. It seems the rules of this world are rather intriguing. As the last beam of golden light faded, the military base returned to its silence. Far away in an African mine, General Ross, covered in dust, crawled up from the sandy ground, only to meet the crack of a supervisor's whip. Newcomer, no slacking off. If you don't dig up 20 carats today, you won't get a meal. At SHIELD headquarters, a golden portal unfolded in the command center, from which Xiao Han, Wanda, Kara, and Banner emerged. Tony Stark, who was processing data before a holographic display, abruptly looked up, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the four, then exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow, your entrances are becoming increasingly dramatic." He swiftly approached and scrutinized Banner. "Dr. Banner, you look, more lively than I anticipated." Banner adjusted his glasses, offering a rueful smile. "I almost became a test subject for the military. I can hardly take it anymore." Tony patted his shoulder. "Welcome back, scientific partner." Xiao Han bypassed pleasantries and addressed the matter directly. "Tony, you must take responsibility now." Tony raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" SHIELD is now under your command, Xiao Han stated flatly. "Your responsibility is Banner's safety. If someone wishes him harm, let Hulk and Adam teach them a lesson." Tony shrugged. It wouldn't be easy to explain that to Ross. "No explanation is needed. He can't come back," Xiao Han interrupted. "The video has already been sent out. The entire world now knows that the military is pursuing a hero who has saved the Earth." Tony blinked. "Wait, what video?" "GARVIS. Why didn't TU alert me?" JARVIS immediately projected Xiao Han's global declaration. After watching, Tony's lips twitched. "You are becoming increasingly villainous, Xiao." Xiao Han remained non-committal. "I merely aimed to make them face reality." Kara stood aside, taking in the high-tech facilities of SHIELD with interest. "So, is this the headquarters of your World S Justice League?" "Pretty much," Tony shrugged. "Though we're a bit cooler. At least we don't have teammates who turn rogue." Banner sighed. "Tony, what do we do now?" Tony set aside his playful demeanor and spoke earnestly. "It's simple. You will officially join the research division of SHIELD, and I shall grant you access to the most advanced laboratory." He winked, adding, "Furthermore, we can continue our research on the anti-Hulk Armor 10, which is intended for your personal use." Banner chuckled helplessly. "You truly are persistent." Xiao Han turned to Tony. "I am prepared to send them to meet their maker at any moment." Tony rolled his eyes. "You always say that." "I am, after all, the director of SHIELD. If the government dares to act recklessly, I will discreetly leak data regarding the military funding misappropriation for human experimentation." Xiao Han nodded. "Excellent." He turned to leave, but Tony suddenly called out, "Wait, he's going to walk away?" Xiao Han glanced back. "Is there something else?" Tony gestured towards Kara. "Aren't you going to introduce our new teammate?" "Although I'm already aware." Kara smiled slightly. "Kara Zor-El, a Kryptonian." Tony dramatically clutched his chest. "Another superhuman?" JARVIS, prepare some kryptonite for defense." Xiao Han dismissed him with a wave of his hand and opened a portal. "I'm off." Wanda waved at Tony. "Remember to treat us to a meal." Kara curiously observed Tony. "You appear to be in your 40s, yet your manner of speaking resembles that of a 20-year-old. The three figures vanished into the golden vortex, leaving only Tony and Banner standing in place. Tony exhaled deeply. "Well, I've been critiqued. However, this situation just escalated." Banner adjusted his glasses. "Which part are you referring to? Xiao Han publicly threatening the military, or the addition of a female superhuman?" Tony grinned. "Both are rather exhilarating, don't you think?" Washington, D.C. In the underground conference room of the White House, President T.M.P. wore a grave expression as he perused the document, his fingertips lightly tapping on the table's surface. Across from him sat several enigmatic figures clad in black robes, their faces obscured in shadow, with only their cold eyes flickering in the dim light. The Superhuman Registration Act? The president raised his gaze, his brow furrowed. Are you aware of the chaos that would ensue upon the release of this act? The figure at the center spoke slowly, his voice deep and gravelly. Chaos? Mr. President, the world is already spiraling out of control. Superhumans, the Hulk, mutants, and various unknown heroes wield powers that far exceed government control. They pose an imminent threat to national security. The president scoffed. So you wish for me to sign this act that would mandate all superpowered individuals to register with the government? Those who refuse would be deemed criminals? And then what? You take responsibility for apprehending them? To be frank, I have pondered these matters long ago. Indeed, the mysterious figure leaned forward, revealing a confident smile. Moreover, we will ensure order. The president suddenly slammed his hand on the table. On what grounds? Who are you to command the U.S. government? In an instant, the mysterious figure's eyes glowed a sinister crimson, an invisible pressure enveloping the room. The president's breath hitched. He was acutely aware that if he uttered another word, this individual would surely take his life. Because we understand far better than you what constitutes a true threat. The figure's voice lost its pretense, resonating with a chilling finality. The president's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He trembled as he stepped back, collapsing into his chair. I understand, he stammered, swallowing with difficulty. The bill will be released soon. The red glow in the mysterious figure's eyes gradually dimmed as he resumed his seat. A wise choice, Mr. President. They rose silently and exited the conference room, leaving the president alone, seated in stunned silence, the documents in his hand now soaked with perspiration. Moments later, the president pressed the communicator, his voice hoarse. Prepare the meeting. We must advance the legislation for the Superhuman Management Act. Chapter 81. The bill issued. The White House. Half an hour later, in the underground strategic conference room of the White House, the long table was filled with military and political leaders. The Secretary of Defense, the FBI Director, the National Security Advisor, and other key figures wore grave expressions, whispering to one another. The president had suddenly convened an emergency meeting. What could have transpired? I suspect it relates to the superhuman assault on the military base today. General Ross's side is in disarray, and he is unaccounted for. The door to the conference room swung open, and the president entered with a dark expression, holding a document. All fell silent immediately, without any pleasantries. He slammed the document onto the table. The Superhuman Management Act, he declared firmly. From this moment forth, all superhumans within the United States must register their identities with the government, declare their residences, family members, and abilities. Those who refuse to register will be deemed criminals and apprehended by special enforcement units. A profound silence enveloped the room. The Secretary of Defense, Howard, was the first to respond. Mr. President, are you suggesting we regulate superhumans? Not just superhumans, the president replied, his eyes growing increasingly confident. Hulk, added Bernard, and those mutants, all superhumans must be subjected to oversight. The FBI director frowned. But according to our assessments, superhuman abilities far exceed conventional law enforcement capabilities, especially this superhuman, who does not adhere to the no-kill principle found in comics. He just obliterated Ross's entire base today. The president's fingers drummed on the table. Thus, we require a more formidable force to counterbalance them. The National Security Advisor could not help but inquire, Mr. President, are you implying a specialized task force to confront superhumans, composed of professionals? The president's gaze swept over each attendee. Several high-ranking officials exchanged glances. With all due respect, Mr. President, the Secretary of Defense spoke gravely. Our current technological level is utterly inadequate to contend with superhuman entities. Unless what? Unless we can find kryptonite, which is simply unrealistic, or create superhuman soldiers of equal caliber. The Secretary of Defense shrugged helplessly. The president raised his hand to quell the discussion, revealing an expression of understanding. Who says we do not possess such means? Silence once again engulfed the room. Secretary Howard appeared puzzled. Then, who exactly are we referring to? The president did not respond directly. Instead, he slowly articulated, they call themselves the Supreme High Squad, hailing from a parallel universe that has been annihilated. They were both rulers and judges. The director of the FBI suddenly rose to his feet. Are you suggesting that they are not even human beings from our world? Precisely. The president replied coldly. Moreover, they are willing to collaborate with us. The president's voice rose sharply, echoing throughout the conference room. The existence of these superhumans is a desecration of the natural order. We shall rectify this error, observing the reactions of the others. The president pressed the communicator. Let them in. The grand doors of the conference room slowly swung open, revealing a squad of fully armed Secret Service personnel who stepped aside. Their expressions tense, fingers poised on their triggers despite their weapons remaining lowered. Following this, 7 figures entered the room. The one clad in a red bodysuit led the procession. Golden armor shimmering under the lights, his musculature sculpted to perfection, and his eyes emanating a blinding light. His imposing presence caused everyone present to instinctively hold their breath. A figure followed closely behind, purple-black energy swirling at their fingertips, prism gauntlets refracting a dangerous glow, their gaze strikingly indifferent. Then, a figure adorned in red and green flickered suddenly, one moment at the entrance, the next leaning against the conference table. The other high-ranking officials appeared taken aback and began to murmur amongst themselves. Who is that? Wonder Woman? And what about the figure in the black cloak? The Flash? Hippolyta stood firm, arms crossed, her voice booming within the conference room. From this day forth, any superhuman who fails to register their identity, abilities, and whereabouts with the government shall be deemed a criminal. Her gaze swept across every official, none daring to meet her eyes. We shall not tolerate such threats. Those who disobey will be apprehended. Those who resist will be executed. Wonder Woman stepped forward to add, including the so-called Superman. The president took a deep breath, rising to formally declare, the Superhuman Registration Act is hereby in effect. The High Council shall serve as the supreme enforcers of this judgment. The military and political dignitaries in the conference room turned pale, none daring to oppose. At the Long Island Villa, a golden holographic projection floated in the center of the living room, vividly displaying everything that transpired in the White House conference room. The arrival of the High Council, Hippolyta's proclamation, and the moment the president signed the bill. Wanda sat cross-legged on the sofa, cradling a bowl of ice cream, taking a spoonful and mumbling, "Wow, they look so arrogant." Kara stood before the projection with her arms crossed, golden hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes flickering with battle fervor. Is this what you call Hippolyta? She looks like a knockoff Kryptonian. Xiao Han leaned back on the sofa, fingers gently tapping the armrest, his expression calm. Just a counterfeit from a parallel world. I've already defeated the authentic version, so why fear this one? The mechanical voice of Turing echoed from the ceiling. Sir, would you like me to retrieve Hippolyta's combat data? No need. Xiao Han waved his hand dismissively. An Eternal powered by solar radiation is nothing to be concerned about. Wanda sat up excitedly. So when do we strike? Shall we storm the White House directly? Kara furrowed her brow. However, if they truly begin to apprehend superhumans, many will suffer. Xiao Han sat calmly on the sofa, his fingers gently tapping the armrest, his expression serene. There is no need for haste, he replied, raising his gaze to the two of them. I wish to observe how the heroes of this world will choose. With that, Xiao Han waved his hand, and the projection shifted to a global news channel. Various media outlets had begun to fervently report on the enactment of the Superhuman Management Act, igniting a storm of controversy online. Let them implement the act for now, Xiao Han stated nonchalantly. Let the entire world witness how their enforcers operate. Once the first hero is captured, this world will understand that compromise does not yield respect. Kara approached him, asking, and does violence? Xiao Han did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up the ice cream from the table. In due time, they will witness how that heap of refuse, the high school team, is reduced to scrap metal. The world will remember who the true supremacy belongs to.